Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 2281 to Chapter 2329. Since Angor was only talking about higher dimensions, he had to put it aside for now. A moment later, the void storm in front of them began to expand again. Looking at the rapidly expanding void, Nai-Matsue asked in a soft voice, "Are you sure the void storm didn't reach the treasure trove?" Angor wasn't sure about the answer to this question. However, as time went by, he began to believe that the treasure trove was still intact. Considering Woof's speed, it should be able to cross the void storm and return in no time at all. But Woof didn't show up yet, which meant something was wrong. Perhaps Woof was already inside the treasure trove. Of course, it was also possible that Woof was in danger and couldn't escape in time. But Angor didn't think that was likely. Voidwalkers were very good at surviving. Besides, if something really happened to Woof, the other voidwalkers in the area would have sensed it through the network. So far, nothing happened to Woof, which meant Woof was still safe. 5 minutes later, Woof finally appeared in their field of vision. Angor was the first one to notice Woof's presence. He had his energy vision activated, so he saw Woof slowly emerging from the darkness. But he didn't sense any energy ripples at all. Woof's return was as unnoticeable as its departure. What's the result? Is there a pure land inside the void storm? Nai-Matsue noticed Woof's return as well. She looked at Woof curiously with her vertical pupils. Woof didn't answer right away. Instead, it pondered for a moment and said, "You're right. The void storm here is in the shape of a ring, and there is a hollow space inside." Woof's words made Angor's eyes brighten up. "How far is the pure land from the void storm? Can you take me there?" "It's not far. I can take you there." Woof's eyes suddenly showed a hesitant look. Angor also noticed Woof's strange look. "Do you have something else to say? You stayed in the void storm for quite a long time this time. Did you discover something?" Wang thought for a moment and said, "I traveled through the void. After entering the interior, I discovered that there was an aura that made me feel fear." Liani's monster whale? Angor immediately thought of the natural enemy of void travelers. Wang shook his head violently like a rattledrum. "Not this kind of fear, but a kind of..." Wang thought for a long time, but he could not find a suitable description. "I don't know how to describe it. Anyway, after I entered, I was shocked by the terrifying presence. I didn't dare to move for a long time." He thought Woof was exploring the treasure trove, which was why Woof did not come back in time. Now he knew that Woof was too scared to move after entering the treasure trove. "How did you get out in the end?" Nai-Matsue also received the information fluctuation sent by Wang. After listening to its explanation, she couldn't help but ask curiously. Woof, I stayed there for a while before I realized that although the aura was scary, it did not suppress my ability, so I quickly came back." Wang paused and looked at Angor. "The aura didn't do anything to me, but it was very scary. I can send you inside. Are you sure you want to go in?" Usually, Wang would not care about a human's life. However, Angor was a spotted dog. If something happened to Angor, Wang would not be able to get away with it. Therefore, Wang decided to tell Angor the truth to warn him. Angor did not give an answer right away. Instead, he looked at Nai-Matsue. "What do you think, Miss Nai-Matsue?" "I don't know what aura it's talking about," Nai-Matsue replied. "But at least 400 years ago, before the void storm, the treasure trove was fine." Nai-Matsue did not open the treasure trove, but she did go to the treasure trove before. "So you're saying that the aura appeared later? Did a powerful monster enter the treasure trove?" Nai-Matsue hesitated. "I've been guarding this place for many years, and I've never sensed the presence of a powerful monster." The Flower of Gloom did not react either. "I don't think so." Nai-Matsue was sure about this before. But after hearing Wang's explanation, she hesitated. Wang did not have to lie about this. Angor fell into deep thought. Nai-Matsue's answer was uncertain, but Angor trusted its judgment. Wang had no reason to lie. If there was no monster, why would the treasure trove have such a terrifying aura, or could it be that Feng had hidden something that emitted a similar aura in the treasure trove? No one knew what Feng's treasure trove was, so this was another question. Angor pondered for a while before he looked up at Wang. I'll go in and have a look. Are you sure? Angor nodded seriously. He did not make this decision on impulse. He thought about it carefully. The treasure trove was not invaded by the void storm, and Wang Wang, the antidote to the void storm, showed up at this time. Also, Wang Wang confirmed that the distance between the void storm and the treasure trove was exactly the distance between the void storm and Angor's treasure trove. Fortunately, Angor had his doubts, and Wolf showed up. And Wolf was going to take him to the treasure trove. All three of them showed up at the same time, and they were all connected. There was no way this was a coincidence. This was all part of Fang's plan. Although Wang Wang definitely didn't know about the existence of the plot, because of the chapter of fate written in the Book of Kale, it had also become a passive part of the plot. Since everything was part of Fang's plan, Angor assumed that the terrifying aura from the treasure trove was also part of the plan. Feng had considered all aspects of this plan. He even put Naimatsue's hope on Angor, which meant this was not a hopeless situation. Since it was not a hopeless situation, Angor was willing to give it a try. Seeing that Angor had made up his mind, Wang Wang did not say anything else. Very well. When the void storm shrinks to its smallest, I'll take you to the hollow. Wang Wang could only bring Angor through the void storm for about 100 kilometers. In order to avoid problems, even if it was just saving a few miles of travel time, it was sometimes very important. Therefore, the best plan was to wait for the void storm to shrink to its smallest before taking Angor through the hollow. Namatsue didn't comment on Angor's decision. She wasn't stupid. She knew what Angor was thinking, and so did she. However, even if everything was arranged by the chapter of fate, Angor still needed to be careful. If you choose to enter when the void storm shrinks to its smallest, you should do the same when you come out. I have the pattern of the void storm. Take a look and make sure you don't run into any problems. Naimatsue flicked her tail and sent a green leaf to Angor. The leaf floated in front of Angor's eyes and displayed a large amount of information. According to Naimatsue, the pattern of the void storm in the coming hours and days. You don't have to. I know when to leave, said Wang Wang. Angor understood what Wolf meant. Even if Wolf was inside the treasure trove, it could still contact its kind through the network and ask other void travelers to help it keep an eye on the void storm. Therefore, Wolf didn't think it was necessary to memorize a fixed pattern. However, Angor still took note of it just in case. When dawn came, the void storm began to shrink rapidly. Wang Wang signaled to Angor that they could move now. Angor nodded to Wang Wang and followed behind the dog to head toward the direction of the void storm. As he got closer and closer to the void storm, he began to feel uneasy. This was the first time he was so close to a void storm. He did not feel anything when he was far away, but he was shocked when he looked at it up close. Space collapse was a destructive force, but it did not look as chaotic as Angor expected. In fact, it looked very orderly. In front of his eyes, there seemed to be countless lines that emitted a deep light. These lines cut into countless cubes. These cubes appeared one by one and kept shrinking. It was not chaotic, nor was it mixed. It was as if they were following some ancient and elegant law. Sand gathered to build a tower, and the tower shattered. Moreover, as the void storm retreated and contracted, an even more miraculous scene appeared. The interior of the void storm was still collapsing, but the space behind the void storm was rapidly reconstructing according to the laws of the void. One side was destruction, and the other side was rebirth. No matter which one it was, they all carried an orderly and regular pattern. Even Angor couldn't help but be fascinated by the strange sight. It wasn't until Wolf sent him a message that told him that the void storm is shrinking to its limit that he finally came back to his senses. However, when he came back to his senses, he sensed something strange. For some reason, there was a strange rhythm deep inside his spirit sea. The rhythm seemed to be resonating with the destruction and rebirth displayed by the void storm. However, when he tried to find the source of the strange rhythm, it simply disappeared as if it was never there in the first place. What's going on? Strange rhythm deep inside his spirit sea. Was it some kind of inspiration? Angor didn't know what it was. He thought it was some kind of inspiration he got from observing the void storm closely. Since he couldn't find anything, he gave up. Besides, there was something more important. They were almost at the limit of the void storm. Get ready, Wang Wang said. The void storm hadn't reached its limit yet, but they were only 100 meters away from it. According to Wang Wang's estimation, there was enough distance for them to teleport to the inner space. There was no need to go all out. What should I do? Angor didn't mind. Wang Wang said, just stay here and don't move. When I bring you through, don't think about anything because there. Forget it. Even if you think about it, it's useless. All your senses will be sealed and you won't be able to think. Before he could understand what Wolf meant, he felt a wave of energy covering his body like a tidal wave. In the next second, he felt himself rising. It wasn't in the sense of space. Instead, it was in the sense of a concept. During this process, he felt as if he had transcended from the material world and entered a strange space. During this process, Angor felt his emotional module slowly disappearing. He turned from a sentient being into an emotionless and indifferent being. Angor wasn't unfamiliar with this feeling. Back then, the alien eye absorbed enough mystery energy by stopping the plane fusion twice. In the end, the alien eye took Angor to a strange world. In that strange world, Angor lost his emotional module completely. He became a machine with pure rationality, and he learned how to weave the gate of illusion. Angor's emotional module was removed during the trip, which was exactly the same as what he was experiencing right now. If the strange world Angor went to was really a high-dimensional space, then Wang was right. Earlier, when he chatted with Nai Meizue, he guessed that Wang's void travel might be related to a high-dimensional space. However, according to Wang, Angor's senses and thoughts would be sealed during this process. This was different from the strange world Angor went to. In that world, he was still in a normal state except for his emotional module. Or maybe the world Wolf traveled through was different from the strange worlds Angor had visited before. While thinking about this, Angor suddenly noticed that the feeling of rising was gone. As the rising sensation disappeared, he noticed that his vision became clear again. When he looked closer, he saw a layer of translucent water covering his body. This water film looked quite familiar. Does it look like Wang's skin? Angor thought. He suddenly thought of something and looked up at the sky. And he didn't say anything. It wasn't Wang's skin. It was Wang's skin. And he felt the water membrane because he was inside Wang's body. Angor looked up. He could even see the back of Wang's beady eyes. So, I was swallowed by Wolf? As Angor thought about this, Wang suddenly picked up speed and dashed forward. Although it was called running, it was completely different from running in the real world. Rather than saying that it was running, it was more like a special movement technique. Using this technique, Angor did not even feel the liquid inside Wolf's stomach moving. The reason why he felt like he was flying was because the strange space around him was retreating at a crazy speed. Angor was inside Wolf's stomach, but he could still see the outside world. There were grotesque scenes everywhere, like auroras flying, like the separation of clear and turbid, as well as black and white butterflies intertwining and merging in groups. These scenes were receding as Wolf moved quickly. When they turned into fleeting shadows, the surrounding scenery became a blurry and colorful scene. Angor could not see anything clearly. The only thing he could see was the colorful mist and the contrast between bright and cold. Wolf was still moving faster. It seemed the creature was afraid of the colorful sceneries around it. It kept moving toward its destination without uttering a word. Angor was lost in his thoughts. Judging from the current situation, Wolf should have already begun to move towards the treasure trove. According to Wolf, Angor should not be able to think and sense anything. But that was not the case. Apart from his emotion module being slightly suppressed, Angor was not affected at all. Wolf knew more about this place than Angor did, so it would not do something without a reason. Normally speaking, Angor would follow Wolf's plan. However, the current situation was obviously abnormal. Where did this abnormality come from? Angor's instinct told him that it had something to do with the alien eye. Maybe it was because he was brought to the strange world by the alien eye and stayed there for a long time that he developed a certain immunity to the current situation. That was why Wolf did not happen. But was this really the strange world the alien eye took him to? Kind of, but not exactly. Back then, Angor was also ascending. During the process, something happened to his emotion module. But the difference was that the emotional module back then had been completely stripped away. Now, although his emotional module was suppressed, it didn't disappear. However, he didn't think that the strange world the alien eye took him to was completely different from the one he was currently in. He was more inclined to believe that they were in the same strange world, except that Angor went deeper into it last time. Or rather, the place Angor went to last time was the complete version of the higher dimension, while the space Wang brought him to was in between the two worlds, a gap between the real world and the higher dimension. This was the only way to explain why his emotional module was only suppressed and not deprived. Because it was not deep enough. On the other hand, Wolf did not know that Angor was thinking about the truth of this place. It was still running away. Its movement path avoided the anomalies around it, including the bizarre scenery and the colorful mist around it. That was because it knew how terrifying these seemingly harmless anomalies were. When it first entered this strange world, its natural instincts told it not to come into contact with these strange phenomena. At first, the young and ignorant Wang was following his own intuition. Later on, because he was too curious, he touched a white butterfly that did not make him feel threatened. As a result, the white butterfly entered Wolf's body and quickly flapped its wings, destroying everything inside Wolf's body. It was like a destructive virus that could kill anyone who came into contact with it. Luckily for Wolf, the moment the white butterfly entered its body, half of its body was cut off. The half of his body that had the white butterfly was destroyed in a short period of time, while the other half of his body survived. And this was only the least threatening anomaly to Wolf. If the white butterfly could cause such damage, what about the other anomalies? Wolf did not dare to think about it, and it would not try again. Luckily, when traveling in this strange world, as long as there was a certain direction or coordinate, there would be a path for Wolf. And on this path, there would basically not be any anomalies. This was why Wolf was able to move freely in this place. Of course, this path was not completely safe. There would be some minor problems from time to time, but that was the consequence of not obeying the rules. As long as Wolf followed the rules, nothing would happen. Of course, Wolf followed the rules very well. However, even though Wolf followed the rules, something unexpected still happened. While Wolf was running without any distracting thoughts, a small patch of red mist suddenly appeared in the empty path ahead. Wolf was startled by the red mist. Luckily, Wolf had learned to be cautious in this strange world and reacted quickly. Wolf quickly moved upward, down, and away from the red mist. However, before Wolf could feel any fear or relief, something else happened. Numerous spikes pierced in from both sides of the passageway, forming a horizontal forest of thorns. These spikes contained a terrifying aura. Wolf knew that if he touched one of these spikes, he would suffer a fate worse than the white butterfly. There was no way back now. The path they used to come here was blocked by the anomalies. They could not go back either. Judging from the distance, they were still inside the void storm, which would turn both Angor and Wolf into dust. The only way out now was to rely on his body movement and positioning to avoid this thorny forest. The road behind them had begun to collapse. Wang dared not hesitate and rushed into the thorny forest. Its movements were very agile, and it barely managed to find a path that could accommodate its body amidst the various spikes. In Angor's eyes, Wolf looked like a thief who was trying to steal a treasure from a museum. Wolf was running around the hall and dodging the red ropes tied with bells. Wang's performance was also very good. It did not touch any of the red strings, nor did it wake up the bell. However, according to the story, there had to be ups and downs in the plot. Even if the thief avoided the red rope formation and arrived in front of the treasure, it was very likely that he would trigger some traps, and these traps were often fatal. Even if there were no traps, it was still possible for him to fall from the sky and meet other gatekeepers. Wolf had already made it out of the thorny forest. As Wolf let out a long sigh of relief, he noticed something strange happening not far ahead. This time, it was even more terrifying. Above the path, a huge shadow appeared. The shadow stretched for an unknown length, and it was slowly descending. Wolf did not need to calculate the speed of the shadow to know that it would not make it out of the tunnel before it reached the ground. Besides, no one knew how long the shadow was. It might cover the entire tunnel behind them. The shadow was in front of them, and the path behind them was collapsing. Woof Woof was trapped in the middle of the path. It did not expect to encounter so many obstacles during this trip. Judging from the current situation, Woof 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 had no way to escape. There was no escape, no retreat, and no way to move forward. What the hell is going on? For the first time, Woof Woof felt hopeless. Perhaps it was because of the suppression of emotions in this strange world. Woof Woof's mind did not last long. Woof 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 suddenly thought of something. Woof 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 suddenly pulled its soft body into a wriggling position so that its eyes were on its stomach. Through this position, Woof 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 saw the person inside. And the person inside was looking at Woof 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 with blinking eyes. Blinking? Woof quickly regained his senses and sent a message to Angor. Fortunately, Angor was inside the creature's body. The creature's body fluid could be used as a medium to transmit information to Angor. Why are you awake? Before he could answer, Woof Woof sent him a second message, which sounded urgent in his mind. Don't worry about anything else. Are you thinking too much? If that's the case, stop immediately and stop thinking. Otherwise, we'll all die. Because if he didn't run, the phenomenon behind him would catch up. As soon as it entered the shadowy area, Wang Wang felt an unprecedented pressure. Although the shadow had not completely descended, the threat of death from the sword hanging above its head had already taken root in its consciousness. Woof didn't know if the shadow had anything to do with Angor, but it could only hope for now. Don't think about anything. Don't think about anything. Woof sent a message to Angor while clearing his mind. What Woof Woof did not know was that its demonic nagging could sometimes become an anchor for new thinking. Of course, this only applied to mortals. Even a wizard like Angor could ignore all distracting thoughts and enter meditation at any time, so he would not be affected by Woof Woof's demonic nagging. Angor did not know why Woof Woof suddenly told him not to think about anything. However, since Woof Woof was in such a hurry and mentioned possible death, Angor did not dare to think about anything else. He quickly reined in his thoughts and dismissed all the thoughts of the museum thief from his mind. His mind instantly became empty. By now, the shadow outside had dropped by half, and the tunnel was only 1/3 of its original height. Woof Woof was already running close to another phenomenon. Even so, it still could not see the end of the shadow. Maybe the shadow really did cover the entire path ahead. When Woof Woof thought it was going to die today, the shadow suddenly stopped descending. Through its special vision, Woof Woof saw Angor closing his eyes and realized that Angor had stopped thinking. Woof Woof did not dare to distract himself or disturb Angor. The only thing it could do was to run as fast as it could to get away from the shadow and reach the end of the tunnel as soon as possible. Woof Woof ran for a long time. According to its concept of time, the length of the tunnel had been extended by countless kilometers. Finally, Woof Woof reached the familiar coordinates. The outside world here was no longer the void storm, but the inner ring of the void storm. This was where Angor wanted to go. Without hesitation, Woof Woof left this strange world. Before leaving, Woof Woof looked up and saw the shadow still there. It did not know how long it stretched. In other words, Woof Woof's guess was right. The shadow had been going through the entire tunnel. Luckily, Angor stopped thinking about it in time. Sinking, this sinking was the same as the rising. Rising was a special kind of sublimation, while sinking was more like the descent of a god. Angor's suppressed emotional modules quickly recovered until they returned to normal. At the same time, Angor felt the liquid around him slowly receding, until he could once again sense the existence of the void. Angor opened his eyes. The first thing he sensed was pressure coming from afar. However, the pressure was not as strong as when Woof Woof was staring at him. "We're here?" Angor hesitated. Woof Woof was still staring at him without saying anything. But judging from the surrounding environment and the space storm not far away, Angor was sure that they had left the strange world and returned to the void. "What's that?" Angor hesitated. Thinking. Will it lead to any serious consequences? Woof Woof, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. "Let's travel through the void. I told you not to think about anything. When we're there, just thinking about it will trigger the strange phenomena around us. As long as we come into contact with a phenomenon, even if it's the least threatening one, it's enough to annihilate us completely. That shadow is a strange phenomenon? Not just that. The red mist and the spikes we saw earlier were all strange phenomena. Woof 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 quickly added, they never happened before. In other words, all the strange phenomena were caused by Angor's thinking. Angor finally understood why Woof Woof urged him to close his mind and think. It was because of the terrible consequences. Thinking about the endless shadows, Angor couldn't help but feel relieved. Angor took a deep breath and sincerely apologized to Woof Woof. Woof Woof did not blame Angor. He knew that he was responsible for not telling Angor the consequences. Besides, the result was satisfactory, so Woof 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 did not mind. Instead, Woof Woof was more curious about something. Why are you not affected? Woof Woof didn't know much about the strange space, but it had been living there since it was born, so it knew all the rules. These rules were unbreakable, and they were completely different from the rules of the void. For example, the concept of time was more like a subtle measurement in the strange space. It was like a line on a coordinate axis, which could be stretched or shrunk at times. The total time spent on the horizontal axis was the same, but the feeling of living beings in the coordinate axis was very different. For example, Woof Woof felt that they spent at least 3 to 5 minutes in the strange space. But in terms of time in the void, it might only be a few seconds or a dozen seconds. Another example was that the concept of thinking was fine in the void. But in the strange space, it was like a special symbol that would attract an opposite symbol that was similar to it. And the opposite symbol often represented incomprehensible danger in the strange space. Therefore, it was impossible to think in the strange space, which would lead to unpredictable consequences. However, perhaps due to the different rules of spacetime, or perhaps due to other reasons, creatures that entered the strange space would enter a state of stillness where they could not think. This stillness was similar to time stop. In this state, all perception would stop, and there would be no thought. Woof Woof understood this, which was why it didn't tell Angor about the rules of the strange space in detail when it brought him through the strange space. It believed that Angor would not be able to think in the strange space. However, the reality was different from what it expected. Angor could not only think but also sense things, which almost led to an irreversible disaster. Woof 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 didn't have time to find out the reason in the strange space. Now that they were back in the void, Woof Woof was naturally curious about what happened in there. Woof 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 was able to bypass some of the rules of the strange space because of its talent and body. But how did Angor do it? Why wasn't he affected by the rules at all? Angor couldn't give a definite answer to Woof Woof's question. He believed that it had something to do with what he went through in the alien eye. But it was only a guess without any proof. Besides, Angor couldn't tell anyone about the alien eye and the gate of illusion, even if the someone was only a void traveler. I don't know why. Angor put on a puzzled look. He was not acting, because this was indeed what he felt in his heart. Woof Woof considered for a moment and decided to trust Angor. The fact that Angor's mind was wandering in the strange space meant that this was his first time here. Otherwise, he would not have disobeyed the rules. Since it was the first time he had entered that place, it was possible that he did not know the reason. Perhaps it's because of your talent or unique physique? Wang Wang pondered for a moment before saying. I'm just an ordinary wizard. Maybe I have some talent in cultivation, but I don't think I have any talent in that strange space. He didn't feel anything special when he was in the strange space. But Wang Wang did not think so. Being able to think and feel in a strange space was already very special. As for Angor's claim that he was just an ordinary wizard, Woof Woof did not believe that. If Angor was just an ordinary wizard, why would the dog care about him so much? Besides, Woof Woof did not forget that boiling gentleman, who was so terrifying that he did not even care about the Liani monster whale. There must be something special about Angor. However, Woof Woof did not dare to ask because of the dog's warning. It could only hide the thought in its mind. Woof Woof hoped that it could observe Angor's situation through the network and the other wizard who stayed with him. Since Angor did not look like someone who knew anything about the strange space, Woof Woof had to put it aside for now. Angor, on the other hand, was curious about the strange space. He tried to ask Woof Woof about it, but Woof Woof did not know much about it. Woof Woof had spent a lot of time in the strange space, so it knew some unbreakable rules. However, Woof Woof could not analyze the strange space from a macroscopic perspective or observe its underlying details from a microscopic perspective. Besides, they were still in the middle of the treasure trove. Angor had no choice but to put aside his curiosity and focus on the current situation. Angor looked around. Apart from the void storm behind him, which told him that they were in a different place, the environment outside was the same as anywhere else. It was dark and gloomy. He could neither see the sky nor the ground. It was a bottomless void. However, there was something strange about this place. Angor looked into the depths of the darkness. He sensed some pressure coming from there, which could not be felt anywhere else. Woof noticed Angor's gaze and spoke in a frightened tone, "That's what I'm feeling. It's way more terrifying than Liani's monster whale. I didn't even dare to move when I came here." Angor did not feel the aura Woof Woof was talking about. He only felt something pressing down on him. Besides, he felt something familiar about it. He thought for a moment and did not know where this feeling came from. Maybe it's because we're too far away, so I can't feel it. Maybe I need to get closer? Angor whispered. You want to get closer? Woof Woof asked. Angor nodded. Yes. That's where we're going. I have to check it out no matter what. Angor paused and looked at Woof Woof. Do you want to come with me? Or do you want to stay here and wait for me to come back? Woof Woof hesitated for a moment and finally said, I'll go with you. If there's any danger, I can at least teleport you away. Woof Woof preferred to stay here. However, it was still with Angor. If something happened to Angor, the dog would definitely blame it. At least, it did not want anything to happen to Angor before it left. Even though Woof 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 sensed the terrifying aura, it still decided to go with Angor first. Angor smiled. Thank you for your help. The dark void seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. However, Angor knew that it was not a big place. It was probably only a few 100 kilometers wide. There seemed to be nothing above or below them. However, if they went up or down for a while, they would definitely run into a void storm. It was as if they were in the middle of a hollow circle. Angor carefully sensed his surroundings and chose the direction where the pressure was coming from. He then followed Woof Woof. Since he was worried about traps or accidents, he did not fly at full speed. He only flew a little faster than normal. Woof Woof did not mind. The closer they got to the center, the stronger the aura became. Their current speed would give the dog some time to adjust to the pressure. They flew for about half an hour. The space around them did not change at all. Angor did not see any traps. Did Feng finally have a conscience? Instead of setting up a trap for him, he sincerely wanted him to find the treasure? Angor doubted Feng's bottom line. But at least he was fine for now. The deeper they went, the stronger the pressure became. Angor was not affected yet, but if it kept getting stronger, he might not be able to move. Angor already noticed that Woof Woof was trembling all over. He did not know whether it was because of the danger or the pressure. There was still a long way to go before they reached the source of the pressure. Can you hold on? If you can't, you can hide in my space bracelet, Angor said. Although Wang Wang was trembling violently, he still shook his head without hesitation. No, no need. Angor nodded. He did not say anything else and kept going deeper. At first, they could still communicate with each other. But now, Woof Woof stopped trembling. They walked forward in silence for about an hour. Finally, a different color appeared in the unchanging dark void. Angor saw a spot of light in the depth of the darkness. It was too far away. It looked like a weak star floating in the sky. Angor would have ignored it if it was somewhere else. But this was the void, a crack in the eternal darkness. Even if it was dim, it was still very bright. It was like a black dot on a piece of white paper. Angor's attention would naturally focus on it. He did not know what it was yet, but since it changed, it might have something to do with the treasure. Could it be the treasure? In this vast void, there was nothing to be afraid of, but nothing to be afraid of. The appearance of the light calmed Angor's restless mind a little. Now that he had calmed down a little, he could hear some noises coming from around him. He looked back and saw Woof Woof's body trembling even more violently. The translucent liquid inside its body was always stable even in the strange world. But now, it began to fluctuate and make some hissing noises. Can you hold on? Woof Woof did not send out any message. Instead, it nodded at Angor after a while, indicating that it could still hold on. Angor hesitated but did not try to persuade it. He nodded and asked Woof Woof to keep going, but he slowed down a bit. The 5-minute journey was shortened to half an hour by Angor's deliberate walking. As they went deeper, the light spots in the distance became brighter. At the same time, Angor also saw a second light spot, which seemed to be further away. Just like the first one, it was slightly dimmer, but only because it was too far away. Soon, the third, the fourth, until the 10th light spot appeared in Angor's sight. As more and more light spots appeared, Angor knew that they were getting closer to the destination. But, he looked back at Woof Woof and wondered if the dog could still hold on. At the same time, Woof looked up as well. When they looked at each other, Woof Woof finally sent a message to Angor. I can't go any further. That's too scary. From Wang Wang's point of view, the terrifying and dangerous aura had almost materialized. It enveloped Wang Wang from all directions, trying to invade Wang Wang's body and erode everything from its roots. Angor could not sense the danger, but the pressure was getting worse. He understood Woof Woof's decision. Should I put you inside my bracelet? Angor asked. Woof Woof wanted to refuse, but the outside world was too scary. It could not hold on for long, so it nodded. Angor separated a small area inside his bracelet and created a mist illusion just like he did with the Crocex. Woof Woof's trembling body finally calmed down after entering the bracelet. Creating a personal space was not the safest option, but at least the terrifying aura could not penetrate it. After putting Woof Woof into the bracelet, Angor no longer needed to slow down. He sped up a little and headed toward the nearest light spot. While moving forward, Angor noticed that the pressure around him was increasing rapidly. It wasn't just a slow increase at the beginning. Instead, it was multiplying. Even with Angor's strong physique, he was having a hard time dealing with it. However, the sudden increase in pressure gave Angor an idea. He always felt that the pressure here was familiar, but he could not figure out where it came from. But now, he vaguely had a guess. The pressure did not come from any living creature. It came from a will. It was not the will of a general plane, but the will of a world. Or rather, the will of a continent. Angor already felt something similar when he was in the abyss plane. Back then, the continent was on the brink of collapse and desperately needed help. As the savior of the continent, Angor felt that the will of the continent loved him more than anything else. Because of this, Angor did not recognize the source of the pressure at first. Even so, he was still puzzled by the fact that he now had an idea. Why did the will of a world appear here? Was there another world in this place? Angor did not believe that a small world would appear in the inner circle of the void storm. Plus, this place is so close to the tidal realm. Angor suddenly realized something. No, this place was not close to the tidal realm. This place belonged to the tidal realm. This was the space corresponding to the tidal realm. According to the map, this was indeed the tidal realm. Did this mean that the will of a world came from the tidal realm? There was a trace of the tidal realm's will in this vast space? Angor found it hard to believe that the world's consciousness of the tidal realm would appear in the void. But the truth was right in front of him. He had to believe it. What does it mean that there's a world's consciousness in the treasure trove? Did Feng know about it when he set it up? Or is it an accident? Angor tried to recall what Nai Meizue told him about the treasure trove. Nai Meizue never mentioned anything about the world's consciousness. Nai Meizue must have sensed the existence of the world's consciousness. Since she did not mention it, it meant that the world's consciousness did not appear 600 years ago. This analysis sounded familiar. The nether storm did not appear 600 years ago. Could there be a connection between the two? The world's consciousness was born after the void storm. Or maybe the void storm was the work of the world's consciousness in the first place. When thinking about this, Angor felt that his mind was much clearer. Previously, he had always felt that something was wrong. Why did the void storm last for such a long time, and why did the void storm fluctuate? He could not get a definite answer because he did not have enough information. But if he considered the world's consciousness as an external factor, everything seemed to make sense. Something that could make a void storm last for such a long time couldn't be done by ordinary means. Besides, the void storm was expanding and contracting in a regular pattern, which meant that the person who set it up must have come into contact with the power of laws. And such power had to be related to the laws of the void. Ordinary people could not do such a thing. But the world's consciousness was an amalgamation of laws. It could do such a thing. So, if the world's consciousness was the source of the void storm, it would make a lot of sense. But no matter how logical it was, it still could not explain why the world's consciousness would appear here. Or was Feng's treasure trove just a chance for Angor to get close to the world's consciousness? Angor could not find an answer. But if Feng's plan really involved the world's consciousness, Angor believed that there should be an answer left behind here. Angor put away his thoughts and kept moving forward. On his way, apart from thinking about the world's consciousness, Angor also thought about Woof Woof. Did Woof Woof mean the world's consciousness when it said something that scared it? The world's consciousness did give people great pressure, but Angor did not think it was scary. Even Wang Wang could withstand the pressure of that strange world, but it could not withstand the pressure of the world's will. This was a little strange. Or could it be that the aura that Wang Wang felt fear was not from the world's will? Or was the will of the world targeting Wang Wang? Maybe it was because of loneliness or something else. The questions kept popping up in his mind. However, this did not last long. Firstly, the pressure from the outside world was getting stronger and stronger, and he could not afford to let his imagination run wild. Secondly, he was getting closer and closer to the light spot. Compared to groundless doubts, reality was obviously more important. More and more light spots appeared as he ventured deeper. By now, he could see more than 100 or even 1,000 light spots, and there was still no end to them. As more and more light spots appeared, Angor began to feel a sense of familiarity from them. At first, he didn't know where this feeling came from. But when he was less than 10 kilometers away from the nearest light spot, he realized something. He stood at a certain spot in the air and adjusted his angle of view until he found a suitable angle. From this angle, he looked into the distance. The light spots in the distance were gathering according to a certain pattern. They looked like a shining galaxy that stretched from the faraway depths to the center of his vision. This glowing Milky Way was like a glowing road in the void, extending from an unknown distant place all the way to a nearby place. You walk in the darkness, and beneath your feet is a path of light. Angor looked into the distance and muttered, "This is the scene Florid Sparrow and Dodoro saw in their prophecies." The prophecies came true. Not only did Florid Sparrow and Dodoro's prophecies, but Angor also saw the same painting in Baiyun Village's art studio. And the painter of that painting was Feng Luo. Angor wondered if the path of light mentioned in Florid Sparrow's prophecy was actually a long, dark street with 2 street lamps on both sides. But to his surprise, the path of light did not exist in the real world. Instead, it existed in the depths of the void. What does this path of light mean? Is the end of it where your treasure is hidden, Feng? Angor looked at the path of light in the distance and wondered. Since Feng Luo painted the same painting, there was no doubt that Feng Luo had something to do with this path of light, even if he didn't create it. A while later, he exhaled in relief and moved on. He was looking forward to seeing what would happen at the end of the path of light. About 5 minutes later, Angor finally arrived at the beginning of the path of light. Here, he finally understood what the light spots were. It was a huge pile of void light algae. Void light algae was actually a variant of void floating algae. The void floating weed was an extremely special type of magical plant. It possessed the characteristics of both space and the void, as well as the characteristics of plants. It was able to absorb the free spatial energy to satisfy its own survival conditions. The reason why Angor's bracelet could store living creatures was because of the void light algae. The void light algae could absorb space energy while releasing oxygen, which could help living creatures survive. Void light algae could also absorb space energy. However, they did not release oxygen. Instead, they used a special structure to convert the energy into light energy, which allowed the void light algae to continuously release a gentle glow in the void. Many void hunters would collect void light algae, and hang a hat made of light algae on their heads, just like deep-sea scarabs. Since most void creatures were attracted to light, these void light algae were used as bait. Although void light algae was not as precious as void floating algae to Magi, it was not completely useless. Void light algae could be used to create many light-related items. However, to reach the required level, one would need a large amount of void light algae, which would not make up for the loss. However, if one had enough void light algae, it was still a good choice to use the self-glowing void light algae. It was just that void light algae were even rarer than void floating algae. Therefore, wizards rarely used them to make light elemental items. However, void light algae, which were rare in normal times, were abundant here. Angor saw at least tens of thousands of light spots on the path of light, each of which contained tens of thousands of void light algae. Angor did not know if this was Fang's doing. If so, this was a huge investment. Even though the void light algae didn't have a wide range of applications, it was important to know that the void light algae were sold by the grain in the Magus world. Each grain cost a lot of magic crystals. If a Magus was in urgent need, it could even cost up to 100 magic crystals. But there were tens of thousands of them in front of Angor's eyes. They were not light spots at all. They were piles of magic crystals. Of course, this was not the real price. There were not many wizards who needed void light algae. Most shops could not sell even one grain in half a year. Therefore, he couldn't equate void light algae with magic crystals. Even so, this amount of void light algae was still quite shocking. Angor stood in front of a pile of void light algae and felt an urge to take them away. But after observing for a while, he restrained his desire and did not touch them. He did not find anything strange about the light spots, nor did he find anything dangerous inside. Still, he made the decision. It was not because he sensed danger. He was just being cautious. The light spots here were arranged in a neat pattern. They faced each other in pairs like two street lamps that stretched all the way to the end of the path. Angor felt that there was something special about this pattern. Perhaps it was a decorative symbol in the study of etiquette. Ritual patterns looked normal, but if someone touched them carelessly, even if they were not careful, they could affect the whole thing. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Angor decided not to touch them no matter how tempting he was. Without paying attention to anything else, Angor walked on the path of light with his head lowered. At first, Angor didn't feel anything special. But as he moved further down the path of light, he began to feel something different. The pressure from the world's consciousness was slowing down. According to Angor's calculations, the pressure would increase to a terrifying degree when he reached this place. He might have to use some of his abilities or even his green runes to resist it. However, the real situation was different from what he had imagined. The pressure was still increasing, but not by much. Angor could even say that he could handle it with his current strength. In fact, he could even handle it if the pressure doubled. Angor did not believe that the pressure would decrease on its own. There must be some external mechanism that slowed it down. With this in mind, Angor looked at the street lamps on both sides of the path. Is it because of them? Angor considered and reached out his spirit feelers outside the path of light. As soon as his spirit feelers reached the end of the path, he sensed an extremely heavy pressure coming from his spirit feelers. Angor could tell that the pressure on the path of light was smaller than the outside world. On the road of light, the most confusing part was the street lamps that were made of many void light algae on both sides of the road. So it does have something to do with the algae, Angor muttered. As far as Angor could remember, void light algae did not have the effect of reducing pressure. Therefore, he was more inclined to believe that it was some kind of ritual that worked on it. The street lamps might really be some kind of ritual. Also, if he was not mistaken, this was also Fang's idea. If he couldn't resist the temptation of the void light algae and took some of it, he might end up ruining the whole thing. In that case, the pressure he faced would increase exponentially. He might be able to resist the pressure for now, but as the pressure increased, he might not be able to reach the real treasure in the end. When that happened, he could even imagine Fang's grinning face talking to him in an evil tone. It's not that I don't want to give you the treasure. You chose the void light algae yourself. You can't blame anyone for not being able to enter the treasure trove, can you? The void light algae is worth a lot. If you can sell it, you won't lose anything, right? It was just Angor's imagination, but he had a feeling that such a scene would happen if he really took the void light algae. Angor knew Feng's way of doing things. The man might have some evil ideas, but he was not a ruthless person. Angor guessed that Feng left Uranus with gentle wind as a hint. There was no need for him to leave a path of light there. Since he left it there, he must be hinting that the path of light had a hidden meaning. Besides, Floral Sparrow's and Dodoro's prophecies were all related to the path of light, which made Angor cautious. From the looks of it now, although he hadn't made up his mind yet, he had made the right choice. Feeling glad, Angor kept going deeper into the path of light. Along the way, the pressure on the path of light slowly increased until it was within Angor's tolerance range. Every now and then, he would extend his spirit feelers outside the path of light to check the pressure. Every time, the result exceeded his expectations. Angor thought that he could at least make it for several dozen kilometers by using all kinds of tricks. But the truth was, without the path of light, he would have to stop here. Later, he gave up. His spirit feelers were so oppressive that they could not be pulled back. It was better to obediently continue on the path of light. About 4 hours later, Angor finally saw the light at the end of the path. A large, round stone platform stood at the end of the path of light. The void-light algae floated high up in the sky like specks of stars. Their faint light fell onto the platform, illuminating the grayish-white platform with a bright reflection. Thanks to the light, Angor was able to see the end of the platform. The stone platform had a smooth surface, and there was nothing on it except for a lone chest placed in the center. Even without stepping on the platform, Angor could see that the chest was decorated with all kinds of gold and gems, which were trying their best to tell others who it was. "Trust me, I'm a treasured chest." Could such an eye-catching treasure chest be Feng's treasure? Judging from Feng's personality, it seemed to be the case. But Angor wasn't sure yet. Maybe it was just a trick, and the treasure was hidden somewhere else. While thinking, Angor created an illusion that perfectly mimicked his real body. The illusion was only a shape, and Angor couldn't see its appearance. However, it had the same aura as Angor, including his blood flow, heartbeat, and pheromones. Angor planned to use the illusion to see if there was any danger on the platform. Once the illusion was ready, Angor ordered it to step onto the platform. Soon, the illusory body walked up the stone steps. 1 step, 2 steps. After walking up 9 stone steps, the illusory body stood firmly on the smooth platform. Angor didn't find anything unusual from the feedback he received from the illusion. However, he did find some mageweth patterns on the stone platform. The runes didn't seem to be connected, but that didn't mean they weren't complete. He could tell that it was a 3-dimensional rune. Many of the runes were hidden inside the stone platform. Judging from the runes on the platform, Angor didn't find any offensive runes. However, he didn't know what kind of runes they were. Angor didn't really care about the runes on the platform. He was more surprised that the platform didn't have any energy channels. After all, how could it be possible to maintain such a huge platform suspended in the void for such a long time without using some tricks? As long as the runes weren't deadly, Angor could put them aside for now. The illusion stayed on the platform for about 3 minutes without being attacked. Angor controlled it to move closer to the treasure chest. However, the illusion couldn't move at all. Angor thought it was being attacked, but after careful analysis, he realized that it wasn't the illusion that couldn't move. It was the pressure from the platform that prevented it from moving. The illusion wasn't his real body, and it couldn't withstand the pressure here. It was already difficult for it to step onto the platform. Seeing this, Angor had no choice but to snap his fingers and withdraw his illusion. The illusion didn't reach the treasure chest, but it didn't seem to be in danger. He considered and decided to go up there himself. There was nothing wrong with the platform. After 9 steps, he reached a smooth surface. When he stepped on the stone surface, he didn't get attacked at all, just like his illusion. Compared to his illusion, Angor's real body was able to sense. Angor's illusion couldn't sense the energy flow of the runes on the platform, but his real body could. Angor didn't move forward right away. Instead, he sensed the direction of the runes. The runes weren't complicated. In fact, they were quite simple. It only took him less than 2 minutes to analyze the runes within 5 to 6 meters around him. Although he still couldn't determine the exact type of mageweth, judging from the confirmed edges of the mageweth, this mageweth had anti-erosion properties. It was probably used on a stone platform. After all, the material of this stone platform wasn't very precious, and it wouldn't be a problem to leave it in the void for a year or two. But for a longer period of time, it would definitely be eroded by the special forces in the void. When he analyzed the rune, he was sure that it was drawn by Feng. They were too immature. Some of the mageweths were even wrong. Logically speaking, these mageweths couldn't even be activated. Similar to the art room in White Cloud Village, the runes were still working. There must be some kind of mystery power hidden in them. Seeing that there was no threat, Angor decided to move forward. He walked slowly while sensing the runes under his feet. After walking for about 30 meters, Angor had already analyzed half of the runes on the platform. At this point, Angor was sure that the runes under his feet were some kind of permanent runes. The runes themselves were used to maintain the platform's state in the air. They didn't have any direct effect on humans. In other words, the platform itself shouldn't pose too much of a threat to him. However, he didn't let his guard down. He kept moving forward carefully. When he approached the center of the platform, he noticed that the light on the ground suddenly grew brighter. Puzzled, Angor looked up. The sky was still filled with a large number of void light algae, each of which was emitting a faint light. In the boundless darkness of the void, there was a sense of dreamy beauty. Next, he saw a gigantic ball of light in the middle of the sea of void light algae. Unlike the other void light algae, this one was extremely bright. It didn't look like a collection of void light algae at all. More importantly, it seemed to have some kind of sacred property. Angor looked at it and felt like a mortal looking at an unknown god. He couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Angor stared at the ball of light for a long time. He didn't know if it was a god or not. However, he was sure that the oppressive force in the air was coming from this ball of light. In other words, the consciousness of the tidal realm was hidden inside this ball of light. Is this Feng's work? I hope Feng's treasure isn't inside this ball of light. Angor muttered to himself. He wasn't far from the chest, but he wasn't sure if the chest really contained Feng's treasure. Perhaps, he had placed the treasure inside the ball of light out of mischief. Angor shuddered at the thought of the terrifying pressure brought by the world's consciousness. Better not. I hope Feng is more like a human. He walked toward the chest with a praying look on his face. Soon, he arrived at the chest. The chest wasn't big. It was about 1.5 meters in length and 1 meter in height. From a closer look, the chest looked extremely exquisite. It was made of pure magic gold and embedded with all kinds of elemental gems. This kind of nouveau riche style was rarely used even by nobles who pursued luxury everywhere. It was more like a golden chest in a fairy tale where a warrior defeated a dragon to save a princess and found it in the dragon's treasure trove. Only in fairy tales would treasure chests be this extravagant. Weird style. Looks like Feng's style. At the same time, he reached out his spirit feelers to examine the chest more closely. The spirit feelers didn't sense any danger. However, since the chest was made of pure magic gold, the feelers couldn't penetrate it. They had to open the keyhole to see what was inside. Thinking about the keyhole, Angor couldn't help but think of the Argus secret key. Does this keyhole require an Audiobook complex pattern key? If so, it meant this chest should be. He was still thinking about the keyhole when he heard a click-clack. It turned out that he unconsciously increased the strength of his spirit feelers. Coincidentally, his spiritual tentacles were wrapped around the lid of the treasure chest. As he increased his strength, the lid of the treasure chest was directly lifted up by a crack. Looking at the chest, Angor fell silent. The chest wasn't even locked. Why did you put a keyhole? Angor thought that if the keyhole required an Argus secret key, it meant this chest contained Feng's treasure. After all, Naimatsue confirmed that the Argus secret key was the key to unlock the chest. Since this chest didn't require an Argus secret key, Angor had reason to believe that this chest didn't contain Feng's treasure. Angor looked up at the shining light orb. The treasure isn't inside, is it? Angor sighed and looked down at the exaggerated chest. No matter where the treasure was, he should check what was inside the chest first. If it's not Feng's treasure, maybe this chest is just a thriller box? Angor knew Feng's personality well. Maybe this chest was like a circus clown's thriller box, and what came out of it would be a spring clown with a strong sense of mischief. Fearing that he was about to be pranked, he slowly lifted the lid of the chest by following the crack. The spring clown did not show up as he expected. The chest was not as scary as he expected. There was only one item inside. It was an oil painting placed in a bronze-carved frame. Angor could vaguely see some bright colors on the painting. However, he had to take it out of the chest to see what it was. Angor reached out 4 spirit feelers and placed them on the 4 sides of the painting. He slowly lifted the painting out of the chest. Before seeing the contents of the painting, Angor assumed that Feng did not turn the chest into a thriller box because he wanted to use the painting as a prank. However, when the painting was shown in front of Angor, Angor was surprised. The painting looked very proper. It did not look like a prank at all. The biggest background in the painting was a starry sky in the middle of a deep blue night. Under the bright starry sky, there was a dark shadow without any details. Judging from the undulating shadows, it looked like a boundless wilderness. In the middle of the wilderness, there was a big tree. If he had to name the painting directly, it would be Starry Sky and Tree. If he had to give it an abstract name, he would call it Insignificance and Solitude. The tree took up a large part of the painting, but compared to the vast starry sky, it looked very small. It was the only tree in the boundless wilderness, and it felt a little lonely. Angor looked at the painting for a while. It was not bad. Did Feng draw it? If Feng drew it, why would he put it inside the chest? Angor thought to himself. From the perspective of the painting, there was nothing worth mentioning except for some touching artistic conception. Angor looked at the painting carefully again, trying to find the hidden content. After a while, he fixed his eyes on the tree. Although the shadow of the tree was very clear, he didn't know why he felt that there was a person standing under the tree. However, he couldn't see what was behind the tree because of his X-ray vision. Angor also felt that the idea was ridiculous, but he could not get rid of it after he came up with it. As Angor thought about the possibility of someone standing behind the tree, the painting suddenly changed. The perspective of the painting slowly panned. It only took 1 second for the painting to pan 90 degrees. The starry sky was still bright, the wilderness was still empty, and the tree did not seem to have changed. The only thing that changed was that there really was someone standing under the tree. After panning 90 degrees, Angor could see the back of the tree. There was indeed someone leaning against the tree and looking up at the starry sky. The sudden change of the painting was already surprising enough. What was even more surprising was that the painting really unfolded as Angor imagined. Angor could not believe his eyes. He stared at the painting with only one question in his mind. Did the painting tell him something first, or did the painting change because of his own thoughts? As Angor was still wondering, the painting changed again. The flat surface of the painting suddenly began to ripple like water droplets dripping onto the surface of a still lake. The ripples spread from the inside of the painting to the outside. In the end, the center of the ripples became a black dot. An irresistible suction force came from the pitch-black spot. It happened very quickly, and the force seemed to be unstoppable. Angor activated all kinds of defensive measures, including opening the gate of illusion, but he was still sucked in. Angor was sucked into the black dot. As Angor was sucked into the black dot, the stone platform returned to normal as if nothing ever happened. Angor slowly opened his eyes as he groaned in a low voice due to weightlessness. After a few seconds, he quickly sat up from the dry ground. First, he checked his body to make sure he was all right. Then, he used his mana pool to make sure he had enough energy. Finally, he sighed in relief and looked around. The world was pitch black. He could not see anything with his naked eyes. He could only vaguely sense that the place was empty. He looked up and saw a lone crescent moon hanging in the dark sky. Angor struggled to stand up and looked around under the soft moonlight. The boundless wilderness, the pitch-black night. This wilderness looks a little familiar. The image of starry sky and tree appeared in his mind. After comparing the two, he sighed deeply. Apart from the absence of the starry sky, the surroundings were exactly the same as the oil painting in the treasure chest. Even the lone tree in the middle of the vast wilderness was a perfect match for the painting. So I'm really inside the painting, Angor muttered to himself. He stood in place and pondered for a moment, trying to find a way to leave the world in the painting through his perception. Unfortunately, at least for now, he couldn't find any loopholes. Still, Angor did not panic. As far as he knew, Feng was the only one who could connect the two-dimensional world in the painting with the real world. Since it was Feng Hua's oil painting and she had taken the initiative to pull him into the painting, there must be some meaning behind it. Feng painting would not go through so much trouble just to trap him in the painting, right? Angor believed that he could find a way out if he could find out why Feng painting pulled him into the painting. Even if he could not find a way out, he would not give up. He still had Woof Woof. Woof Woof's teleportation ability should be able to take him away. Angor made up his mind and decided to explore the painting world to see what Feng painting was up to. He did not check his surroundings. Instead, he fixed his eyes on the big tree in the distance. The main body of the painting was that tree. And there was only one tree in the vast wilderness. It was strange no matter how he looked at it. Angor believed that if there was something special in the painting world, it must be near the big tree. For now, Angor did not plan to explore anything else. He headed straight for the tree. While walking, he used his senses to check his surroundings. He still did not find any trace of living creatures. In fact, there were no traces of living creatures at all. This was a dead world. There was still primal mana in the air. The concentration was not too high, but it would not affect him much if he fought. It was just that during meditation, it might take a little longer than usual. What was worth mentioning was that he could no longer feel any pressure here. The wisp of tidal realm wool from the outside world couldn't seep into the world within the painting. Angor felt a rare sense of relief in this place. He was not far away from the tree. Soon, he reached it. When he was on the stone platform outside, he saw a figure leaning against the tree when the painting changed its perspective. Therefore, when he came to this area, he became more cautious. He did not approach the tree right away. Instead, he walked around it from a distance. He had originally thought that there might be people here, but after a round of observation, there was no one. In other words, he found two places different from the painting. The starry sky in the painting was gone, replaced by a starless night. The figure under the tree in the painting was gone as well. Only the lonely tree was left. Since there was no one here, Angor did not keep walking around. Instead, he approached the tree. When he got closer, he realized that he was wrong. Previously, he had always thought that the only chance of survival in the entire painting world was on this lonely big tree. But that was not the case. The tree looked luxuriant from afar, but Angor still did not sense any life force. Just like the grass on the ground, the tree was just a decoration in the painting. It did not feel alive at all. He observed the tree carefully and did not find anything wrong with it. It was as if the tree was just a decoration in a painting. Angor considered for a moment. According to his judgment, this was obviously not right. As the subject of the painting, the tree had to have something to do with it. After thinking for a while, Angor tried to use his spirit power to check the tree's body. First, he checked the bark, the branches, the soulless leaves, and even the roots underground. He did not find anything strange. Next, he decided to go deeper into the tree and check its interior. When he reached his spirit feeler inside the tree trunk, his expression turned strange. There seemed to be some kind of encryption inside the tree that prevented spirit power from probing. But when he used his spirit power, he saw a strange, complicated pattern. This is the mother pattern of the Arja complex rune. Angor gasped. He had been looking for the corresponding lock of the Arja complex rune key, which was its mother pattern. But he never found it. Angor even thought that it might be inside the light orb above the stone platform. Angor even cursed Feng for being so unscrupulous. What he didn't expect was that after searching for so long, the final answer was actually this tree. This tree was the final solution to the Arja complex rune key. To make sure he was right, Angor used his spirit power to check the pattern again. The Arja complex rune was a kind of encryption tool used by wizards. It could be considered as a self-compiled, patterned child and mother key. The locked item would have a mother pattern on it. To open the lock, one must have the corresponding child pattern. The child and mother patterns could be set up by oneself. As long as the core was an Arja complex rune, it could avoid repetition. In other words, each Arja complex rune was unique. Each child pattern corresponded to a mother pattern. The Arja complex rune key in Angor's hand was a child pattern. He could use the child pattern to find the pattern of the mother pattern. Soon, Angor found the answer. The Arja complex rune mother pattern inside the tree was indeed a pair with the Arja complex rune key. His judgment was right. The treasure that Feng Yu had left behind should be inside this tree. Since the treasure was here, Angor believed that the way to leave the painting world was also hidden inside the tree. Angor thought for a moment and set up a defensive spell around himself. He also asked Elmi to stay alert. Then, he took out the real Arja complex rune key from his bracelet. As he held the key in his hand, the dull key began to emit a faint red light. It was the child pattern. The mother pattern of the child pattern, which was the tree, also woke up from its deathly silence. It began to glow in the same way as the child pattern, as if it was calling for the child pattern to return. Without hesitation, Angor placed the key on the trunk of the tree. In an instant, the key glowed brightly. Under the red light, the tree was split from the middle as if it was chopped down from the top by an axe. As the crack appeared, an even brighter light gushed out from the inside. The light seemed to carry some kind of law. Angor could not see through it. The more he looked at it, the more tired he felt. He had to turn his head slightly to avoid looking at the light. When he turned his head, he saw something incredible. Out of the red light that emerged from within the tree, one of them actually shot straight into the sky. In the night sky where there was only a lonely moon, a magical change occurred. The twinkling stars went from dim to bright, and in the blink of an eye, they filled the sky. It was as if an invisible paintbrush was dipped in starlight paint. When it was swung, a river of stars appeared on the canvas of the night sky. The starry sky was exactly the same as the one in the painting Angor saw on the stone platform. Angor suddenly thought of something else. If the starry sky is here, will the person in the painting show up as well? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he sensed someone looking at him. Angor was very sensitive to being stared at by the void traveler. As soon as the gaze landed on him, a dark red light flashed under his feet, and he backed away for dozens of meters. The light of a defensive barrier flickered around his body. From the shadow under his feet, Elmi slowly poked his head out. Angor kept his eyes on the tree. The red light was still flickering, and Angor could not see what was going on. However, he was sure that the gaze was inside the red light. And, the gaze was still there. The red light lasted for about 10 seconds. When the red light gradually disappeared, Angor finally saw what was inside. The tree that was split in the middle had completely healed and became a whole tree again. There was no treasure on the ground. The only difference was that there was someone standing in front of the tree. It was a tall man wearing a starry sky cloak. Although the cloak covered half of his face, it was obvious that he was a young man just by looking at the lower half of his face. At least, he looked like a young man. "Who are you?" Angor stared at the man. The cloaked man grinned. He did not answer Angor's question right away. Instead, he continued, "You're the one who chased after his footsteps? Who would have thought that he would be so young? Well, it could even be said that he was a little immature. I'm starting to doubt Book of Kale's judgment." "By him, you mean Mirafil Feng?" The cloaked man did not answer. Instead, he looked away from Angor and looked at Elmi. "Oh? An awakened demon from the Panic Realm?" Awakened demons are known for their brutality and bloodthirstiness. They won't back down even if they can't defeat their enemies. There's no way such a war machine would listen to a human. How did you manage to make him listen to your commands? Is it because of that thing on his chest? Let me see what it is." After saying that, the cloaked man turned his gaze to Elmi's chest. After a while, he said, "TSK, how strange. There's a power that makes me fear and even want to submit to it. What is it? Can you tell me?" The cloaked man looked at Angor again. He could tell that the awakened demon was protecting Angor. Angor, who controlled the awakened demon, should know what those strange tentacles were. Angor remained silent for a moment. "A distorted seed. The work of a gentleman. I don't know what's inside. I just received it as a gift from him." The cloaked man did not mind Angor's words. He nodded. I see. If that old friend of mine, Renekton, knew that there was such a thing, he would probably go crazy. You have to know that in order to research awakened devils, he spent tens of years to rush to the Panic Realm. Unfortunately, he only stayed in the Panic Realm for less than 2 years before he ran away, beaten away. Angor did not know who this Renekton was, so he just listened without saying anything. Even if it's not Renekton, my real body will also be interested in this thing. After all, there's something inside that can scare even me. The cloaked man sighed. Too bad my real body isn't here, so I can't share the information with him. Sigh, real body? Angor looked at the cloaked man in confusion. Who are you? The cloaked man did not avoid the topic this time. Instead, he spoke in a flippant manner. Young people nowadays don't know how to be polite. Don't you know how to introduce yourself first before asking for someone's name? Before Angor could answer, the cloaked man changed the topic. But since you followed his footsteps and came here, you're worthy of my respect. So, it's my turn to introduce myself this time. With that, the cloaked man took off the hood of his cloak with his fair and slender fingers, revealing his real face. Under short, dark curly hair was a fair and handsome face. Judging from his appearance, he was the type of man that rich ladies liked, thin, young, and handsome. Moreover, under the backdrop of the twinkling stars, he seemed even more mysterious. Those thirsty ladies would probably go crazy for him. As Angor thought to himself, the cloaked man placed a hand on his chest and bowed elegantly. It's our first time meeting, but it's an honor to see you here. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Mirafil Fong. Mirafil Fong? Angor repeated the name and looked at the cloaked man in surprise. You're Mr. Magic Painter? Surprised? Fong raised an eyebrow. Angor shook his head. No. I just didn't expect you to look so young, Mr. Magic Painter. With that, Angor tapped the air with his finger, and an ancient portrait appeared in front of Fong. In the oil painting, there was a kind-looking old man with a smile on his face. He was carrying a large bucket of paper on his back and holding a brush covered in blue-gold paint in his hand. I saw your portrait in one of the issues of Expedition into Plains, Mr. Fong. Fong stared at the old man in the painting with interest. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. After a while, he said, How nostalgic. It is indeed me in the painting. I used to travel to various artists' guilds and was even the president of the Artists' Guild for about 50 years. To avoid trouble, I used this face for a period of time. The Artists' Guild was an organization founded by mortals. If Fong stayed in a mortal organization for 50 years, he would cause a lot of trouble if he kept his youth. That was why he chose this face. Fong didn't expect that his face, which he only used for a short time, would be recorded in Expedition into Plains. Angor's mind raced as he listened to Feng's words. Is this person really Feng Yu? There was a good chance that he was Feng. Most importantly, there was no reason for him to lie to Angor. But it didn't make sense for Feng to be here. You're the one who followed his footsteps? Angor asked Angor a question earlier. The him in his words was undoubtedly referring to Mirafil Feng, but when it came out of his mouth, it didn't sound like he was talking about himself. Instead, it sounded like he was talking about someone else. Because of this, Angor couldn't confirm the identity of the man in front of him. Feng noticed Angor's confusion. I am indeed Mirafil Feng. But I'm a little different from what you imagined. I'm a wisp of consciousness in a painting created by Feng's brush. I was sealed here until you used the Arga rune key to reactivate the painting. That means he is Feng Yu, but he is different from the real Feng Yu. He was a phantom drawn by Feng, but this phantom possessed Feng's consciousness. To give the figure in the painting a personal consciousness? This was the first time he heard of such an ability. He thought it was a clone, but it turned out to be a wisp of consciousness. After Feng explained his background, he continued, Feng left me here to wait for you. Waiting for my arrival? So, you are the treasure that Mr. Feng left behind? Feng smiled and said, If I say yes, will you be disappointed? Angor did not express his opinion. He was not really looking forward to the treasure anyway. He only wanted to see if Feng's plan had come to an end, and how it would end. If you have all the memories and personal experiences of the magic painter wizard, it's not a loss. Feng, if you want to know more about Feng from me, it's a pity that my original body did not leave behind much information. Furthermore, my existence will continue to consume one's consciousness. It won't be long before I disappear. Then, what is the purpose of your existence? As I said before, I'm here to wait for you. This time, Feng did not stop and continued. I am not a treasure left behind by Feng. My existence is to clear up your doubts. I believe you have many questions now. Angor looked at Feng, who was wearing a cloak. You're right. I have many questions. Feng stared into Angor's eyes and seemed to have read his mind. And, anger? Angor did not answer, but he did feel angry inside. He was angry that he had become a pawn in someone else's game. But when facing someone like Feng, his emotions were meaningless. So, he restrained himself and did not show his emotions. He did not expect Feng to point it out himself. Come, let's sit down and talk. I'll tell you what you want to know. After saying that, Feng waved his hand gently, and a beam of starlight fell from the starry sky above his head, forming a table and chair that emitted a cold light under the tree. They sat down facing each other. Angor spoke first. He did not ask anything. He only introduced himself according to the rules. Angor, is it? Since you're from Brute Cavern, have you heard the Elder of Books mentioned me before? Angor glanced at Feng in confusion. He didn't expect Feng to think of the Elder of Books first when mentioning Brute Cavern. As far as Angor knew, wizards from other organizations would either think of Rain or Tree Spirit when mentioning Brute Cavern. Mirror Lady was only famous among the witches. The Elder of Books was famous, but he rarely showed up. He was more like a legend in the wizarding world. The Elder of Books rarely shows himself. Ever since I came to Brute Cavern, I've only met him once as an apprentice. Angor did not try to hide anything and briefly explained his encounter with the Elder of Books. After listening to Angor's story, Feng was stunned for a moment before he suddenly laughed out loud. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing. The Elder of Books took the initiative to answer your question, but you only asked one question: how to discover spiritual power. You know, Feng, my real body went to see the Elder of Books and spent hundreds of years trying to persuade him. If my real body knew that you wasted your chance like this, I'm going to throw you into the painting burning cage and burn you for decades. Angor did not mind Feng's question. I wasn't even an apprentice back then. What kind of question can I ask? You're right. You met the Elder of Books at the wrong time. After sighing with emotion, Feng did not mention anything about the Elder of Books. Instead, he went back to the topic at hand. Before I answer your question, I have a question that I hope you can answer for me. Angor did not dare to refuse. Please. The demonic god Calamity has been stopped? Feng stopped joking around, and his expression was unprecedentedly serious. Angor was also affected by Feng's attitude. If you're talking about the Lord of Flameless, Mr. Feng, then he should not have the chance to come to the southern wizarding region. Feng let out a long sigh of relief after hearing Angor's confirmation. It was as if he finally released all the pent-up frustration he had been holding in for years. Then, Feng Tsung's serious expression changed into a familiar smile. I wonder if you mind telling me how you stopped the demonic god Calamity? I do mind. Feng's expression froze for a few seconds. Fine. It's fine if you don't want to tell me now. I hope you'll think about it after you know what I'm trying to do. Now that I'm done with my questions, it's your turn. I'll tell you everything I know, as long as it's within my knowledge. Angor remained silent and decided to start from the first question. What is fate? Feng, fate is too big of a topic. If you had asked the Elder of Books this question, perhaps he would have given you a beautiful and satisfying answer. But if you had asked me, forgive me for being blunt, but my prophecy is not that strong. It's not a problem for me to fool Uranus and the others, but if I were to give you the same answer, I'm sure you wouldn't be satisfied. Also, I don't think you care about fate the most. Instead, you want to know how you ended up in the fate I created, right? Angor nodded. That's what I want to know as well. When did this plan start? Why did it start? When did it end? And why did It have to be me? Feng saw this coming and did not hesitate at all. You think it's a plan, and you're just a chess piece, right? Heh, actually, the truth behind this is not that complicated. There was no chess player, nor was there a game. It was just fate adding fuel to the fire. This matter has to be explained a long, long time ago, when I was still an apprentice magus. Feng Yu did not dwell too much on his time as an apprentice. The reason why he mentioned this period was because this period of time had become his obsession in the future. Feng's closest kin died in the demonic god calamity. Even Feng's mentor did not survive this tragedy. Ever since then, Feng had a strong hatred for the demonic gods. He loathed natural disasters like the demonic gods to the extreme. It had even become his obsession. Moonfrost Alliance's expedition into Plains Records had a very famous illustration called Doomsday Calamity. It was Feng's work. It depicted the arrival of the demon god and caused the end of the world. Feng did not say it out loud, but anyone who saw the illustration would know how much he hated the demon disaster. After becoming a legend, Feng left the southern wizarding region and went to Origin World. When Feng was living in the Origin World, he worked for the Prophet Temple as a free sorcerer and stayed there for a few hundred years. The Prophet's Temple was a rather powerful union in the Origin World. It was a huge union formed by the union of several prophet-related wizard organizations. Even the famous Starliege Temple in the southern wizarding region was a member of the Temple of Prophets. During his years in the Temple of Prophets, Feng wanted to learn some spells related to prophecy. However, he was not talented in prophecy and only learned a little about prophecy spells. Although he was not proficient in prophecy spells, he knew many prophets, including those from the southern wizarding region who rose from the Starliege Temple. The Temple of Prophets also had a mysterious item similar to the mystery of the stars. The prophets from the southern wizarding region obtained some hints about the future through a mysterious item called Reincarnation City. One of the hints said that the southern wizarding region would encounter the demon disaster in the near future. The southern wizarding region told Feng this news. Feng was shocked when he heard the news. Although he was far away from the southern wizarding region, Feng did not stop paying attention to the southern wizarding region. After all, the southern wizarding region was his homeland. His homeland might encounter the demon disaster. Even if Feng did not care about the demon disaster, he would still think of ways to save it. Not to mention, Feng hated the demon disaster. Naturally, he shouldered the burden of saving the southern wizarding region. But how could he save it? Even if Feng became a legendary wizard, he might not be able to defeat the demon disaster. Moreover, he would have to defeat the demon disaster in the abyss. Feng did not know which demon disaster would descend, when it would descend, why it would descend, and where it would descend. With no answers to these questions, even if Feng could defeat the demon disaster, it would be difficult to completely save the demon disaster. Not to mention, if it was a great demon god or an ancient. Even if a large number of legendary wizards joined forces, it would be difficult to stop it. While he was at his wit's end, the prophets from the southern wizarding region gave Feng a suggestion. He could try asking the Book of Kyle. The Prophet's Temple owned the Book of Kale. However, for some unknown reasons, the book was hidden in the Order faction. The Book of Kale was the name given to this mystery item by prophets. According to the legends, Kale was the only prophet who reached the pinnacle of miracles. However, non-prophets preferred to call it the Book of Fate. A mysterious book that could rewrite one's fate. Its rank was comparable to Augustine's twin life mirror. Augustine's twin mirror was known as the Mirror of Truth in the Origin World. Many wizards, including the Miracle Wizard, claimed that Augustine's twin mirror contained the secrets of truth. The fact that the Book of Kale was on the same level as Augustine's twin mirror was proof enough. Feng had been in the Prophet's Temple for so many years, so he had naturally heard of the power of the Book of Kale. He thought about it for a while and finally adopted this idea. He decided to use the Book of Kale to change the fate of the demon god's descent. Therefore, Feng spent a lot of resources and favors to apply for the right to use the Book of Kale once through the Prophet's Temple. Feng paused for a moment. You should be able to guess what happened next. The reason why you are standing here is not because I chose you, but because the Book of Kale chose you. How did the Book of Kale choose me? Feng shook his head. I don't know. Feng considered and said, "The Order faction told me not to tell anyone how I used the Book of Kale. But since you're chosen by the book, you're not an outsider. I can briefly tell you what happened." After that, Feng reorganized his words and talked about what happened when he came into contact with Kale's book. It was an ancient palace shrouded in the yellow light of time. Feng was led into the palace by a fully armed guard. It was different from the other mysterious items in the faction. In this huge palace, there was only one mysterious item. It was the Book of Kyle. As soon as Feng entered the palace, he heard a series of muffled, complicated, and indiscernible whispers. They were not eerie whispers, but they sounded more like the whispers of a demon god. Just by listening to these murmurs, Feng could feel various images floating before his eyes. Some of these images were from the past, while others were from the future. All kinds of images attracted Feng's attention. He wanted to explore deeper and see what secrets there were in the past. He also wanted to see what would happen in the future. However, before Feng could immerse himself in the image, the fully armed guard woke him up. "The image you are seeing now is fake. The scenes of the past were also fake. But if you really want to look deeper, the fake will become real. If the probability were to collapse, it could trigger a terrifying disaster." Therefore, once Feng saw those images and exceeded a certain limit, the warden would immediately kill Feng in order not to alter certain nodes. It could even be said that even if the caretaker did not do anything to Feng, the torrent of fate would sometimes push Feng into the muddy swamp, never to return. And these images caused by whispering were the side effects of the Book of Kale. Of course, for humans, this was a side effect, but for the Book of Kale, this was one of its mysterious characteristics. Feng guessed that it was because of this mysterious characteristic that the Prophet's Temple placed the Book of Kale in the Order faction. If it was placed in the Prophet's Temple, those wizards who were curious about the future might be tempted by the Book of Kale and die under the wheel of fate. Feng cleared his mind and completely emptied his mind. He no longer cared about the murmurs and images that could not be blocked. He followed the warden step by step to the center of the ancient palace. Here, Feng finally saw the Book of Kale. Unlike its extremely prestigious name, the Book of Kale looked very ordinary. It was just an old handwritten book with a black cover and yellow leather inside. There were even some rough edges on the yellow leather. It looked like it had been used by its owner for a long time. Feng was not surprised by the appearance of the Book of Kale. Many mysterious items did not look amazing. For example, Augustine's twin mirror, which was as famous as the Book of Kale, looked like an ordinary mirror. There were traces of various uses, and some places even had remnants of white makeup paste. It was rumored that these marks were left behind by their previous owners before they became mysterious objects. "What should I do now?" Feng asked the warden. The warden said, "You just need to pick up a pen and open the Book of Kale. Write down your request on the first page. You don't need to worry about the rest." Feng followed the warden's instructions and opened the ancient book. He wrote down his request on the first blank page: "Stop the demon god calamity from happening in the southern region." When Feng wrote down his request, he did not hide it from the warden because the warden already knew what he was asking for. In other words, it was because the warden knew what Feng was asking for that he was able to apply for the right to use the Book of Kale so smoothly. After all, the southern region was one of the 4 wizard worlds. Once the demon god calamity came, it would destroy the foundation of the wizard world. Feng's request was for the benefit of the entire wizard world, not for himself. With his relationship with the Prophet's Temple, he was able to successfully apply for the right to use the Book of Kale. After Feng Yu finished writing his request, the words on the page disappeared as if they were dizzy. The page returned to its original blank state. Just as Feng Jing was feeling puzzled, the whispers that lingered in his ears suddenly became louder. No matter how hard Feng tried to calm himself down, he could not ignore the whispers. Instead, it made them even louder. At this moment, the warden said, "Since you have written down your request, there is no need to block the whispers. Listen to their feedback." Because of the warden's words, Feng completely opened his mind and allowed the whispers to surround him. With the whispers, a large number of images began to flow into his mind. The first image was the horrifying scene of the demon god calamity descending on the southern region. When Feng saw this image, he immediately understood that the Book of Kale was responding to his request. He originally thought that the Book of Kale would write its response on the page. He did not expect that the Book of Kale would transmit its feedback to him through whispers. Feng began to delve deeper into these images. Each image represented something. These were all what the Book of Kale asked Feng to do. For example, it asked Feng to go to the abyss and teach an abyss fire dragon hiding in Ice Valley how to draw. For example, it asked Feng to go to Razudran and befriend a dojo master named Knight. Or it asked Feng to go to the tidal realm, when Feng was going, where he was going, what he was going to do, and what he was going to say. All these were shown in the images. In other words, the Book of Kale clearly arranged everything for Feng. However, even though the Book of Kale had shown all the details to Feng, it did not mention the reason for doing so. In other words, the Book of Kale did not know what Feng was doing in the abyss and the tidal realm. Time flew. When Feng began to set up his plan in both worlds according to the Book of Kale, he vaguely felt that everything he did was just a foundation. And one day in the future, these foundations would become the tide of fate, pushing someone to break the rules and compose the final symphony. After listening to Feng's explanation, he did not know how to react. He always thought that the source of all evil, Mirafiel Feng, was the one who set him up. But he did not expect Feng Yu to be the same as him. Both of them were deceived before the results were out. However, Feng was blind, while Angor was truly blind. Feng was only the promoter. The Book of Kale was the one who set up the plan. After coming to this conclusion, Angor thought about what happened in the abyss and realized that Feng was not the one who set up all these plans on his own. His path, his thoughts, and his choices were all laid out in front of the Book of Kale. Every time Angor made a decision, it would affect the other people around him. This was not just a plot. It pulled countless people into the stage and became the supporting characters of the drama. And Angor was destined to be the main character of this drama. There were a lot of details involved in this matter. Even if Angor suddenly decided not to go to the abyss plane, or if he encountered a certain path and decided to go the other way, many things would change. Under such circumstances, the Book of Kale still managed to set up such a perfect plan. Indeed, no one could do such a thing. Feng could not do it. Other prophets, even those who could create miracles, could not do it. Only a mystery item like the Book of Kale could defy all logic and explain such a seemingly impossible plan so easily. Because of this, Angor did not doubt Feng's explanation. His anger toward Feng also faded away a little. Still, there was some deep-rooted resentment. No matter how he tried to explain, Feng was still the one who started all this. Apart from the negative feelings, Angor also felt grateful for Feng's help. Feng and Angor both wanted to prevent the demon calamity from coming to the southern region. Of course, Angor didn't expect that he would be the one to stop the demon calamity in the end. I've told you everything about the Book of Kale. Do you have any questions? Feng gave Angor some time to think before he spoke again. Angor considered for a moment. I have a general idea. But there's one thing I don't understand. The demon calamity could have ended at the abyss plane. Why did it have to do with the tide realm? As far as Angor was concerned, starting from when Odurklas gave him the Oja key and going to the tide realm was not important at all. It had nothing to do with the original intention of the demon calamity, which was to stop the demon calamity from coming to the south. So why did the tide realm calamity have to be added? Feng chuckled. In the Book of Kale, when a warrior defeats a dragon, he or she will find the dragon's hidden gold coins or a kidnapped princess. These are the rewards the author gave to the warrior who defeated the dragon. Although the Book of Kale isn't, it follows a similar rule. You get what you pay for. In other words, the abyss plane calamity was about fighting, while the tide realm calamity was about rewards. His assumption was correct. The treasure is the reward? Angor paused. You gave it to me? Feng nodded. That's right. Since I'm the one who made the request to the Book of Kale, I should be the one to pay the price. What if you don't pay? After all, your request is now complete. You can completely disobey the rules of the Book of Kale. I want to. Feng shrugged. But I can't. Why not? Feng said, be it the tidal realm or the abyss, they are all part of a scheme. Remember, it's one game, not two. If it's 2 rounds, I can still look at them separately. But if it's 1 round, if I don't pay the price, it won't be considered over. If I really keep this reward, I can assure you that something unexpected will definitely happen. Perhaps the Flameless Lord will obtain a new opportunity very soon and quickly obtain a new true spirit, descending upon the southern region once again. Or perhaps, another demon god will suddenly have the thought of going to the southern region for a spin. Therefore, this plan must be completed. The tidal realm is also an indispensable part of this plan. The keeper of the Book of Kel once told me that fate will not let those who take advantage of it off the hook easily. By fate, I mean the fate written by the Book of Kel. If you don't complete the plan and become the target of the Book of Kel, you'll be in big trouble. This was why Feng did not dare to disobey the rules no matter how much he cared. About the treasure. Angor noticed that whenever Feng mentioned the price or the treasure, he always looked a little sad. This reminded Angor of what Azert of Frost and Naimatsue said. When Feng placed the treasure in the Book of Kel, he did not seem to want to part with it. It was very similar to what was happening now. Angor was curious. What kind of treasure could make Feng, or even Feng's consciousness in the painting feel sad? Angor asked the question he had in mind. Feng seemed to know that Angor would ask this question. He sighed deeply and slowly took out a small metal box from his astral cloak. Feng put down the box reluctantly, but he still pushed it to Angor. This is the biggest treasure left behind by Feng. Angor looked at the metal box on the table. It was about the size of a child's pocket watch, and it did not look like it could hold a lot of things. However, Feng Man was looking at the small box with such concern, which aroused Angor's curiosity. The edges of the box were decorated with fine bronze-colored rose vines. In the center of the box was a red rose that was pieced together by a large number of broken diamonds. In the center of the rose's stamen was a pitch-black cross. It looked like some kind of emblem. Feng saw Angor staring at the rose and guessed what was on Angor's mind. I don't know what it is. I think it's the emblem of some family. Unfortunately, I didn't find anything about it. However, in my opinion, this pattern is not important, because it is only symbolic and has no extraordinary meaning. On the other hand, you need to put away the box properly. Angor's attention shifted to the box after hearing Feng's words. This box looks very ordinary, and it does not display any special effects. However, when I first obtained it, it was stored in this box. Furthermore, only this box can contain its body. Any other box will not work. That thing? You mean the thing inside the box? Feng nodded. Even if it doesn't have any special effects, the fact that it can contain the item and conceal its aura is already impressive enough. What does it mean? Open it and see for yourself. After that, Feng sighed softly and murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzzing, back then, if I knew that this would be the price I would have to pay in the end, I would have hesitated to see the Book of Kel. Feng was still reluctant to part with the box in front of Angor, which meant the man was still concerned about the item inside. To be able to make a legendary magus unable to let go of it, it was enough to show that the item in the box was definitely not ordinary. Since it's so valuable, I think I should give it to you, Mr. Feng, Angor said calmly. Like I said, the game isn't over yet. This is the price I have to pay. Angor weighed the box in his hand and put it on the table. He then pushed it to Feng. I can accept it first and give it to you later. Feng stared at Angor with interest. You really want to give it to me? Of course. I already got a lot of good rewards in this game. One more won't make a difference. Angor was not lying. He did not like being a pawn in a game, but he had to admit that he gained a lot from it. In terms of material gains, there was the demon god's bloodline avatar, as well as the body of the demon god's descendant that Sir Meng-Chi had been longing for. Even the origin flame had been obtained because he had fallen into the trap. There were also a lot of intangible benefits, such as Oderkla's friendship, the recognition of the Yuan-Tan continent's will, Wardell's favor, the right to develop the tidal realm, and so on. There were many more that he did not take into account, such as his friendship with Fafnir and the nightclub owner. These invisible benefits included connections, friendships, and benefits that could not be seen but could be expected in the future. Compared to the income from the physical objects, it was not inferior at all. In fact, it was even greater. Most of the benefits came from Angor's own efforts, but it was all because Angor got involved in the game. Since he already had a lot of treasures, he didn't really need them. The reason why he was so persistent in searching for the treasure was because he wanted to find out the truth and Feng's intentions. Feng stared at Angor for a long time. So fast? Why don't you open it first and tell me if you're willing to give it to me? Maybe I won't give it to you if I open it. It's better if I don't open it. Feng Yu was stunned when he heard this. Then, he laughed out loud. After a long while, Feng finally stopped laughing. I've been wondering if anyone would come here and what kind of person would come here. I didn't think it would be someone as interesting as you. If I'm not just a wisp of my consciousness, I'd really like to contact my real body and make friends with you. My consciousness isn't that different from my real body, is it? Feng shook his head and pushed the box back to Angor. I didn't want to give it to you, but I feel better now that I'm giving it to you. At least its future owner is an interesting person. Angor wanted to refuse, but Feng waved a hand. Don't. Do you really think the Book of Kale will let you get away so easily? It's yours, so it's yours. Besides, I'm just a wisp of consciousness in the painting. I'll disappear along with the painting world soon. It's useless to give it to me. And don't even think about giving it to my real body. It won't work. Since I have made the decision to give it up, then the end written by fate belongs to you. Take it. It's precious, but it's just a prop. Besides, the Book of Kale gave it to you, which means it's better for you to keep it than for me. Since Feng said so, Angor did not reject the offer. He was also curious about the treasures left behind by Feng Yu. With that in mind, Angor picked up the box and studied it carefully. Soon, he learned how to open it. He gently unlocked the tiny lock, and the box opened up a little. As soon as the gap appeared, the aura inside the box immediately leaked out. This familiar aura, Angor looked at Feng in surprise. A mystery item? Feng thought for a while and replied. You can say that. You can say that? But why does it sound like something is wrong? Angor didn't think too much about it. He could clearly feel the mystery aura coming from the gap. There was no doubt that it was a mystery item. If it was a mystery item, Feng wouldn't mind it. A mystery item was an irresistible temptation to any wizard. Angor wasn't a stranger to mystery items. He already had one. However, there were also situations where a mystery item would be compatible with a wizard. Some mystery items would only work best in the hands of suitable people. For example, the dream whelk of the Moonlight Coast was useless in the hands of other wizards. But in Angor's hands, it was a strategic item that could change an entire era. Since Feng said the item was the price the Book of Kale wanted him to pay, it should be suitable for him. What kind of mystery item would be suitable for him? Suddenly, a memory flashed across his mind. It was the time when he was in the art room at White Cloud Village. The most memorable thing about the art room was not the paintings. It was a rune horn. Angor still remembered that the rune horn in the art room gave out a strong mystery aura. It was also because of such a mageweth that the mageweths in the art room were not only formed, but also had great effects. When he saw the rune horn, he wondered if Feng had a mystery pen in his possession. A mystery pen that could draw runes. Angor didn't know much about Feng's mystery item. The only thing he knew was that the mystery pen was very suitable for Angor, who was an expert in enchantment. Is this a rune pen? Angor couldn't help but ask. Feng raised an eyebrow. If you can think of this, then you must have seen the rune horn in White Cloud Village. Heh. You're right. But do you think such a small box can hold the pen? It was true that the box couldn't hold a pen. But who knew if this box was some kind of special spatial item? When he saw the oil painting, he didn't expect there to be such a big world inside. But if Feng said so, then it shouldn't be a pen. Then what could it be? Angor exerted a little force and opened the box. When the lid was fully opened, the item inside was revealed to Angor. But when he looked at it again, he was shocked. He guessed that if it wasn't a pen, it should at least be a carving pen. Otherwise, how could it draw the rune horn? However, what he didn't expect was that the box was completely empty. There was nothing inside. But it wasn't completely empty. There was a familiar rune on the inner wall of the box. It was the same rune horn he saw in White Cloud Village's art room. Someone drew the rune horn on the inner wall with dark blue blood ink. All the mysterious aura in the entire box came from that single magewef. Angor carefully checked the inside of the box again and used his spirit power to observe, but he didn't find anything else. This single magewef was the only thing that made its existence obvious. Could it be? Angor suddenly thought of a possibility and looked at Feng. This rune is a mystery item? Feng nodded. Yes, it's a mystery item, but it's still too general. To be more precise, it's a mystery rune. A mystery rune? Angor seemed to have understood something after hearing this. He read Quolo's notes and knew something about mystery items. Sometimes, mystery items didn't just refer to physical objects. Some concepts, or even energy, could be turned into mystery items. For example, Quolo mentioned a mystery item called Growth Ray. It was a mystery item that turned energy into mystery items. The effect of the growth ray was to grow random organs inside the body of someone who was exposed to it. There was also the mystery effect of potions. Angor once saw a bottle of mystery potion called Gaze of the Wise Men in Master Mitra's place. The potion didn't have to be drunk. Just looking at it would give you the special effect of the potion. If Growth Ray and Growth Ray could turn potions into mystery items, it made sense that a mystery rune could do the same. The general planes were innumerable. There might even be mystic-type rituals and mystic-level inscriptions. Thinking about it this way, he could accept the mysterious magewef. After recovering from his initial confusion, Angor looked at the rune with excitement. He was an enchantment expert himself, and he really wanted to know what kind of changes this rune could bring to enchantments. What does this mystery rune do? How do I use it? Angor couldn't help but ask. You will know the exact effects after you use it once. Feng paused for a while and asked himself. You should know how to inscribe magewefs, right? Of course you do. Since Book of Kale chose this as the reward, it should be the best for you. Angor didn't deny it. He nodded humbly. I know a little about enchantment. Then you'll know when you try it. As for how to use it, it's simple. In just a few sentences, Feng Luo explained the general situation of the mysterious item and how to use it. The mystery rune was called Mad Hatter's Coronation. Feng didn't explain why it was called that yet. There were 3 rules for using the rune. First, the rune could be placed on any object. As long as the object touched the rune, it would be transferred to the object. Second, when energy was injected into the object, the rune would no longer be transferred. Third, the Mad Hatter's Coronation alone wouldn't work. It had to be combined with other runes to form a complete part of the rune. For example, if an engraving pen touched a rune inside a box, the rune would be transferred from the box to the pen. When writing, as long as the engraving pen was injected with energy, the Mad Hatter's Coronation would appear on the parchment. Since energy was injected into the pen, the rune inside the pen would not be transferred to the parchment. After using the box, no more energy was injected, and the rune would be transferred again. Normally, Feng would put the Mad Hatter's Coronation back into the box after using it. This was because the rune would emit a mystery aura on other objects. Only the box could conceal the aura. After listening to Feng's explanation, Angor took out a parchment used for engraving runes from his bracelet and prepared to experiment. Before doing so, he suddenly thought of something. Will this mystery rune be consumed? Feng shook his head. No. At least, I've used it many times, and I've never seen it do that. Angor sighed in relief. It was a mystery rune after all. It would be a great loss if he used up all of it just by drawing it once. Angor took out his engraving pen and began to think about what kind of rune he should draw. Mad Hatter's Coronation was a famous name, but it actually meant conversion in the rune horn. In other words, any rune with conversion in the horn could change the word Mad Hatter's Coronation into Mad Hatter's Coronation. Conversion was a common rune horn that had a wide range of applications. However, Angor didn't want to draw a complicated rune right from the start. It would be better to draw a simple rune first. Among the simple magewefs, which magewefs had the conversion magewef, Angor thought for a moment and had an idea. Pure rune. It was the simplest and least destructive rune he could think of that had conversion rune. It was usually used on rooms or clothes to remove odors, cleanse, and resist filth. It was similar to cleanse. However, cleanse could only be used once. Pure rune, on the other hand, could last for a long time as long as it was supplied with energy. Pure rune was used to separate, convert, and disintegrate filth, so it had a conversion rune. After deciding on his target, Angor took out his usual carving pen, dipped it in some basic blood ink, and began to write on the parchment. Since it was a relatively simple rune, Angor took no time at all to finish it. Feng thought Angor's every stroke was smooth. It didn't look like Angor was controlling the carving pen. Instead, it looked like the carving pen was guiding Angor's hand on the parchment, leaving a perfect pattern. It is indeed the pure magic pattern, Feng muttered softly. You figured it out already, huh? As expected of Mr. Magic Painter, Angor took the opportunity to compliment him. Feng didn't deny it. Pure rune is the simplest and least dangerous rune among all the basic runes that have the property of conversion. It's normal that you chose it. I also chose pure rune when I used Mad Hatter's coronation for the first time. Feng looked at Angor with narrowed eyes. Compared to your choice, I'm more surprised that you're able to pay attention to other things while you're carving. Feng used to think that runes were easy. However, after learning it for real, he realized that carving runes required a lot of mental and physical effort. The most difficult part was to maintain the energy output in the mind space. It could not be too fast or too slow. It had to be maintained at the corresponding speed for a long time. The energy output rate had to be changed when drawing different mageweth corners. As for the degree of change, it had to be calculated silently according to the different materials, the different blood ink, and the different environment at the moment. Any mistake, such as a slight difference in the energy output, or a lack of calculation ability, would cause all the previous efforts to go to waste. This was only the beginning of rune carving, and it already required a lot of concentration. It was not easy for Angor to talk to Feng while carving runes. The pristine mageweth is relatively simple, so I can take into account the situation in the outside world. I won't be able to distract myself if it's more advanced, Angor replied. Feng glanced at the runes on the parchment and felt that Angor was being too humble. It was less than a minute since Angor started the painting. No matter how simple the pure rune was, the fact that Angor could draw it so fast and still talk while doing so proved that he had a great understanding of runes. Feng also noticed that Angor's expression remained calm throughout the whole process, which meant he was very confident that he would not fail at drawing the pristine rune. Judging from this, Angor's rune knowledge should not be too low. At least, he was much taller than Feng Yu. Feng Luo was not sure if he could draw the rune himself, but he would definitely take longer than Angor. Wizards in the southern wizarding region are so good at runes now? Feng mumbled to himself. About 20 seconds later, Angor's pristine mageweth was almost finished. Once he finished the floating rune, he could use the mysterious rune inside the box to complete the last conversion rune. Feng saw this as well. If everything went well, Angor's pristine mageweth would be perfect. But accidents happen all the time. Huh? What are you talking about? Angor heard Feng mumbling, but he did not hear it clearly. Feng smiled and did not answer. He watched Angor draw the floating rune. When Angor was about to draw the last stroke, Feng suddenly put his hand on the table. The table's 4 legs sank 10 centimeters into the ground as if they were under great pressure. Due to the sudden movement, Angor's carving brush slightly deviated from its original path. Angor's strong self-control helped him recover some of the damage, but the final stroke of the floating rune was still off by 2 millimeters. Angor was puzzled. He did not understand why Feng did this. Feng looked at the deviation and curled his lips. That's it? I would have done it by 2 or 3 centimeters if I were you. Sigh, it seems like I should be more ruthless and just take the table away. Why? Angor could not help but ask. Feng turned around and scratched his nose. I'll explain later. Just keep drawing. You didn't deviate too much, so the final result will not be affected too much. Did he not deviate too much? When drawing a rune, a slight deviation could lead to a huge deviation in the final result. It could even lead to the rune falling apart. Angor wanted to ask, but he was still drawing the rune. Even if he deviated a little, he could at least finish it first. Luckily, it was only a pristine mageweth, and the floating rune was the only one that deviated. With Angor's control, he should be fine except for the cleansing part of the rune. Angor sighed helplessly. He finished drawing the floating rune first and moved on to the final step, which was also the most important step. He was going to draw the conversion rune. Normally, Angor only needed to draw the rune step by step. But this time, he was going to use Mad Hatter's coronation to end the pristine mageweth. Angor controlled the hand of spell to pick up a small box nearby. He then placed the mysterious Mad Hatter's coronation inside the box and gently touched it with the pen in his hand. As soon as the two objects touched, the rune inside the box disappeared and turned into a glowing mark that went into the pen. The pen did not look different from before, but it began to emit a strong sense of mystery. If someone did not know what was going on, they would probably think that this ordinary pen was a mystery item. Since Angor kept the Mad Hatter's coronation inside the pen, when Angor touched the paper with the pen, the rune did not transfer to the paper. Instead, it slowly followed the path of energy and began to draw. This was Angor's first time using a mystery rune, so he had to be very careful in case something unexpected happened. But to Angor's surprise, everything went smoothly. Nothing happened when he was inscribing the conversion mageweth corner. It was as simple and smooth as usual. With just a few strokes, he finished inscribing the conversion mageweth corner in less than 10 seconds. When the last rune was finished, the pristine mageweth was finally completed. Before putting away the pen, Angor glanced at the floating water rune and sighed. He was still a little disappointed that the rune went wrong. Strictly speaking, he was not a perfectionist. However, this was his first time using a mystery rune, and he still wanted to get a good start. At least the rune would be perfect. But now, because of Feng's sudden disturbance, the result went wrong. He did not blame Feng. He just did not understand why Feng did this. Look carefully. It's starting. Feng did not explain when he saw Angor looking at him. Instead, he pointed at the rune on the parchment. Angor followed the direction and saw the pristine mageweth began to emit a faint light. It was normal. Pristine mageweths would also glow when they were drawn. However, this time, not only was it emitting light, there seemed to be some images in the light. Angor thought he was seeing things. He closed his eyes and reopened them. There were indeed images in the light. The images were not clear, but Angor could vaguely see a thumb-sized figure dancing on the rune. In the end, the figure took out a hat from its pocket, threw it on the rune, and disappeared. As the images disappeared, Angor clearly sensed a faint mysterious aura escaping from the light. A moment later, the light dimmed, and everything returned to silence. Only a piece of parchment with a mysterious aura was left on the table. What's with the scene just now? And this rune? Angor looked at the parchment with a puzzled look. We'll talk about the images later. Feng gave him a mysterious smile. Don't you want to try it first? Angor picked up the parchment and sensed it carefully. The pristine mageweth was normal. The mysterious aura came from the conversion rune, which was the crown of the Mad Hat. It was the same as the runes he found in Baiyun Village's art room. What will happen to the pristine mageweth with the help of the mysterious rune? With this question in mind, Angor activated the rune on the parchment. There was no such thing as dust in the painting world. However, he did not need to wait until the rune was activated to know its effect. Once the rune was activated, Angor could clearly sense the changes in his surroundings. Dust removal, anti-pollution, odor removal, cleansing. Everything is there. Angor was surprised. Not only is the effect complete, but the effective area is also expanded. Angor was sure that the floating water rune horn was damaged. Normally, the effect would be reduced by 20% to 30%. But now, the effect was increased. Increasing the effect of the original rune. Is that what the mysterious rune does? Feng shook his head. That's not all. Can you sense it again? There are other effects? Angor continued to sense the pristine mageweth that covered an area of 10 meters around him. A moment later, Angor noticed something. The energy inside the rune isn't being consumed? So you found it? Feng chuckled. To be precise, it's not that the energy is not being consumed. It's that the rune has an additional function called conversion. By absorbing energy from the outside, the rune can be replenished. In other words, the pristine mageweth would last as long as there was enough energy. So, the ability to convert external energy into one's own is the real function of the runes? Feng shook his head. It's a good effect. But it only saves you some magic crystals. The Mad Hatter's coronation made my main body unwilling to give it up. Even my old friend, Renekton, has been eyeing it for a long time. Of course, there's more to it. So the Mad Hatter's coronation had other effects? Angor calmed down and sensed the area again. This time, he did not find anything else. Don't bother. This is the only effect for now. He only threw out a white hat. Angor looked at Feng in confusion. Feng did not beat around the bush and said directly, "Do you still remember the hat that the figure threw out in the video earlier?" Angor nodded. Feng continued to ask, "What color hat did he throw?" Angor remembered. The figure in the picture was blurry, but the color of the hat was clear. It was a white top hat. That's right. Feng did not explain why he said that's right. Instead, he changed the topic. Have you heard of the story Lewis's hat? Angor did not understand why Feng suddenly changed his mind. He tried to recall the story carefully and shook his head. No. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. It's a fairy tale from a remote world, and wizards rarely visit that place. It's like the realm of terror. Feng glanced at the shadow under Angor's feet when he mentioned the realm of terror. Angor did not know what to say. Lewis's hat tells the story of Lewis the Hatter. Then, Feng started to tell the story. He did not go into the details. Instead, he briefly explained the main story. Lewis was born in a family of hatters in the Hat Nation. He was considered a genius when it came to making hats. His excellent hat-making skills made him famous far and wide. His fame brought him many troubles. Some of them were sweet burdens. For example, he met a beautiful girl who came to him because of his fame, and the girl later became his wife. Others were real troubles. One day, he received a black envelope inviting him to a place called the Teapot Nation to make a hat for a Grand Duke of Black Tea. Lewis traveled around the world to see the different styles of hats in different countries. However, he never heard of the Teapot Nation. He thought it was just a joke. However, not long after, his wife mysteriously disappeared, and a teapot mark appeared at the place where his wife disappeared. Lewis naturally thought of the Teapot Nation and searched for information about it like crazy. After many disappointments, he met an old witch, who told him about the secret of the Teapot Nation. As long as he placed a teapot with a mouth beside him and chanted the name of the Teapot Nation in his mind 3 times, a receiver would appear in the mouth of the teapot and guide him to the Teapot Nation. Lewis really did use this method to enter the Teapot Nation. His receiver was a rabbit named Cha-Cha. The Teapot Nation was a magical place. There was a way to enter, but it was difficult to leave. Moreover, the creatures here were all very absurd and terrifying. Lewis experienced many adventures in this country. Finally, with the help of Rabbit Cha-Cha, he found his wife. His wife had indeed been kidnapped by Grand Duke of Black Tea. Lewis wanted to leave with his wife, but there were many difficulties to overcome. In order to help him, Rabbit Cha-Cha sacrificed herself. Lewis used Rabbit Cha-Cha's fur to make a magical hat. Once this hat was on Lewis's head, it could not be taken off. When the hat was white, Lewis would wake up. When the hat was black, Lewis would become a citizen of the Teapot Nation. He would be crazy, have strange thoughts, and speak manically. At the same time, he would have magical powers. With the help of this hat, Lewis finally left the Teapot Nation with his wife after overcoming many difficulties. If it were a fairy tale, it would end here. A beautiful adventure with a happy ending. But this story had a more realistic ending. Lewis could not take off the magical hat. He would go crazy from time to time. Because of this, his wife could not stand Lewis's madness and finally left him. His wife's departure was a huge blow to Lewis. From then on, the hat never returned to white. It was always in a black state. And the once genius Lewis had become the madman Lewis. Time passed slowly. The citizens of the Teapot Nation gradually forgot Lewis's name. Instead, they called him Crazy Hat. After listening to Feng's story, Angor realized that the Mad Hatter in the story had something to do with the rune. Could the Mad Hatter in the story be the origin of the mysterious Magewef? If that was the case, then this was not a fairy tale. It was real. This reminded him of the barren space where he met Torres, where he lost a mystery item. The birth of that mysterious item originated from a legendary swindler that existed in history, Lucas. Feng nodded. According to my research, there was once a genius hatter named Lewis in that world. But it happened so long ago that it's hard to trace the events back then. I don't know if it's a fairy tale or a real one. But since this man was real, he must have something to do with the rune. It's very likely that he's the origin of the rune. Feng's tone became a little hesitant. But I don't understand why it's a rune instead of the hat made from TT's fur in the story. It was difficult to find a set pattern for the birth of mystery items in all the general planes. For example, no one in the same era as Lucas, both mortals and wizards, thought that Lucas' mouth, which was full of lies, would become a mystery item in the end. There was no way to find the pattern, but if they could confirm the origin of the mystery item, they would be able to draw a conclusion. The most mysterious part of the fairy tale was Lewis's hat. The white hat could remain conscious, but he would revert to the weak nature of a human. The black hat would lose his mind and gain the magical power of the people of Teapot Kingdom. If the origin of the mystery item was traced back, it should be the hat that became the mystery item. But why was there a rune in the end? There was no mention of the rune in the story at all. This was why Feng was puzzled. However, this was only the background story of the rune. It did not affect the rune's ability, so it did not matter whether Angor knew about it or not. That was what Angor was thinking right now. He was still confused, but he was more concerned about the properties of the rune. Before telling the story, Feng said, "That's all the stainless rune can do." That's because the figure in the story only threw a white hat. Thinking back to the plot in Lewis's hat, the hat would change between black and white. The Crazy Hat's coronation might not only be a white hat for Magewefs, but also a black hat for Magewefs. Angor voiced out his question. Feng nodded. Yes. It will throw a black hat. The effect of a white hat and a black hat are completely different. You can even say that the black hat's effect is truly subversive. True subversion. Angor murmured to himself as he felt something stirring in his mind. If the effects of the mysterious Magewef were to follow the logic of the fairy tale, the white hat would only make Lewis sober up from his insanity, which meant that Lewis would return to his cognitive level before he wore the hat. This would definitely play a huge role in the story, but in reality, its usefulness was actually very limited. This corresponded to the white hat in the mysterious Magewef. Although the effect was very good, it was only very good. Among mystery items, the white hat was one of the weakest ones. But the black hat in the story was completely different. It turned Lewis into a madman and gave him unimaginable power. The black hat was the source of Lewis's power. According to the corresponding story, if the mysterious Magewef crowned a black hat, it could really be an unprecedented subversion. What's the effect of the black hat? How does it make the figure in the picture throw out a black hat? Angor asked Feng eagerly. We'll talk about the black hat later. Let's talk about the white hat first. Do you really think you know everything about the white hat? Feng did not talk about the black hat right away. The white hat has an effect I don't know about. Angor mumbled and suddenly thought of something. He looked at the floating water corner of the stainless rune. Feng noticed Angor's look and chuckled. You just thought of it? The white hat's effect doesn't just improve the rune's power. It can also optimize the flaws in the rune. When Angor heard optimizing flaws, he finally understood why Feng was bothering him when he was drawing the rune. It also explained why Angor's question in White Cloud Village's art studio, how did Feng's non-standard runes last so long? It was all because of the optimization effect. At first glance, the effect of optimizing flaws sounded ordinary. As long as one was serious about drawing the rune, they would not need it. But in reality, the biggest problem for rune warlocks and enchantment alchemists was that many high-level runes and arrays were too complicated. Not only did they take too long to draw, but they could also make mistakes easily. Angor had such a problem. He still could not draw some of the more difficult magic arrays in Enchantment Cyclopedia, advanced, let alone perfect enchantment. His mental strength and calculation ability could not support him for more than 10 days, or even months. Once his mental strength weakened or he made a small mistake in his calculation, such advanced magic arrays would be destroyed. Besides, a magic array was not like a single rune. There was no serious punishment for failure. At most, he would just have to draw it again. A magic array was a collection of large amounts of mana. A slight mistake could lead to the collapse of the entire array or even a backlash. There were many wizards who died from the backlash because they tried to draw a magic array above their level. In other words, enchantment alchemists and rune warlocks could not afford to make any mistakes. However, if Angor had the White Hat's ability to optimize flaws, it would be great news for them. At least they would not have to worry about dying from the backlash of failing to draw a magic array. More importantly, this ability would allow Angor to challenge more difficult magic arrays. With this in mind, Angor quickly asked, "Is there a lower limit to the effect?" "Of course there is. You're not going to let Mystery Rune optimize you into a complete rune just by drawing a few random lines, are you? How many imperfections do you need before the rune will lose its effect? As long as the flaw does not exceed 3% of the total rune, it can be optimized." 3% did not sound like much. However, the magic arrays in Advanced usually consisted of dozens of runes gathered together, and there were more than 1,000 rune horns. 3% of the total rune was enough to represent hundreds of rune horns. For more difficult magic arrays, such as ones with tens of thousands of rune horns, 3% was enough to represent thousands of rune horns. In other words, Angor could make more than 100 mistakes when drawing the rune edges of the advanced magic array. That was a huge margin of error. Angor could easily make mistakes on purpose when his mental strength and calculation power were exhausted. He could recover a little before continuing. In this way, Angor believed he could draw most of the magic arrays in Advanced. As for Perfect Chapter, he could give it a try. However, it would not last long enough. The failure rate was still high. On the other side, Feng witnessed Angor's confused look turn into realization, and then brightened up again. "Now you should understand that you are not that weak even if you throw out a white hat, right?" Feng laughed. Angor nodded excitedly. He did not see it earlier because he was only drawing a basic stainless rune. The White Hat's optimization ability was more useful for more difficult runes. It's still a mystery item. A black hat is powerful, but a white hat has its advantages too. Feng paused. "Now that we're done with the white hat, let's talk about the black hat." Angor's ears perked up. If a white hat was already so powerful, what would a black hat do? Feng's next words surprised Angor. "Unfortunately, I've never asked someone to make a black hat for a rune. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't." Feng looked a little embarrassed. After listening to Feng's explanation, Angor realized that Feng meant that Angor had not met the requirements for a black hat to appear. In order to make the figure throw out the black hat, there was a prerequisite: the magic patterns carved on it must be complete and flawless. A white hat could optimize the flaw. However, the prerequisite for the appearance of the black hat was that the mageweth itself had to be flawless. Two hats of different colors could not be made at the same time. In other words, if there was a flaw in the rune, a white hat would be created. If the rune was perfect, there would be a chance for a black hat to appear. That's right. Even if you draw a perfect rune, a black hat won't always appear. Feng paused. "I have an old friend called Renekton. He came from the Turing Cube just like me, but he's an alchemist." "Turing Cube? Didn't you say you're working for the Temple of Prophets?" Angor muttered. "Don't interrupt." Feng scolded Angor, but he still explained, "It's not a conflict. I'm only working for the Temple of Prophets. It doesn't mean I'm a member of the Temple of Prophets. Speaking of which, Renekton isn't an enchantment alchemist, but he knows some alchemy runes. So I asked him to test the power of a mysterious rune for me. I'm not an expert in runes, so I never asked the shadow to throw a black hat. But Renekton did it. Based on Renekton's test, I concluded that there are two conditions for a black hat to appear. First, as you already know, the rune must be perfect. Second, the more complicated the rune, the higher the chance of a black hat appearing. At least, in Renekton's test, he never saw a black hat when he drew a single rune. Instead, a black hat appeared when he drew a magic array. That's the only time I saw a black hat since I obtained the rune. Angor was surprised. The only time? Didn't Feng ask Renekton to do the test? Did Renekton only get a black hat once? Angor did not know about Renekton's alchemy skills, but if Feng mentioned it, it could not be bad. Yes, there was only one time. Because after the black hat appeared, I could clearly see that Renekton was interested in my mysterious rune. Perhaps he would escape with it while I wasn't paying attention. Thus, I took the mysterious rune and left first. Angor was speechless. He thought the probability of a black hat appearing was so low that it only appeared once in so many years. So it was because Renekton was worried that someone would steal the rune. Angor was speechless, but he could still tell that the black hat's effect was unparalleled. Otherwise, that alchemist named Renekton would not try to take the rune right in front of Feng. Feng also ran away quickly, which also proved that he knew the value of a black hat. Only these two conditions? Angor suppressed his urge to complain and asked. Feng said, I only came up with these two conditions because there are too few samples. You can figure it out yourself in the future. After all, the crown of the Mad Hatter is now yours. Angor then asked about the specific effect of the black hat. Feng's answer was vague. I can only say that it's absolutely subversive. Seeing Angor still confused, Feng considered and said, let me give you an example. Have you ever seen a pool of water suddenly turn into a pool of lava? Feng wanted Angor to answer no, but Angor nodded without hesitation. Yes, I have. Feng was speechless again. Angor continued, I know a wizard who can change the nature of water. She can not only turn water into lava, but also turn it into a pool of oil. Feng thought Angor was trying to pick a fight with him. So it's a change in the nature of water. That's rare. Then. Let me give you another example. Have you ever seen a pool of water suddenly turn into a knight's sword? Angor finally shook his head. The black hat is similar to this example. When the black hat appears, the rune used to crown it will change from its foundation. It's an almost subversive change. Angor seemed to have understood something after listening to Feng's example. But when he thought about it carefully, he still felt that there was a layer of fog in front of him. He thought for a moment and said to himself, since I can't figure it out, I'll just give it a try. With that in mind, Angor took out a piece of parchment that was tanned with a special potion and an engraving pen from his bracelet. Feng saw what Angor was going to do and knew what he was going to do. You can try the white hat, but it's basically impossible for you to find the black hat right now, Feng said. I didn't calculate the probability of a black hat appearing, but it's definitely not too high. Renekton tried dozens of times before he succeeded. Angor understood Feng's words, but he still did not plan to stop his experiment. His desire to explore grew, and he didn't want to stop. He was just going to give it a try anyway. If it did not appear, he would think about it later. Since Angor insisted on doing it, Feng did not try to stop him. He just watched Angor quietly. As Angor took out his pen, blood ink, and parchment paper, Feng began to think about what kind of rune Angor was going to draw. The parchment paper is made of the same material as before, beginner level. But it's tanned with potion. Judging from the smell, it should be some kind of low-level magic plant potion. The blood ink is made from some kind of demon bird stone and oxvine root juice. It's also beginner level. Feng thought to himself. Judging from the materials, the rune Angor was going to draw this time should be stronger than the pure rune. But not by much. It should be some kind of low-level compound rune. Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Considering Angor's speed, it should not take him too long to draw such a low-level compound rune. If Angor really believed his prerequisites and wanted to draw such a complicated rune, it would take him at least a dozen days. That would be a waste of time. Feng's consciousness in the drawing would not last that long either. But on second thought, Feng did not think that Angor could really draw complicated runes or magic arrays. Angor probably chose a low-level compound rune because he was not strong enough yet. While Feng was thinking, Angor took out his pen, dipped it in blood ink, and started drawing on the parchment paper. Angor still looked as relaxed as before when he drew the rune. The lines on the paper were smooth, and graceful. Even someone as knowledgeable as Feng could not help but praise Angor in his mind. Perhaps Angor's skill level was not up to standard, but his foundation was excellent. Feng even had a feeling that Angor's rune knowledge was better than his old friend Renekton's. Maybe. Feng muttered to himself. Even if Renekton was an expert in synthesis rather than enchantment, he had been studying alchemy for thousands of years. How could he not be as good as Angor? It had to be an illusion. Putting aside these irrelevant thoughts, Feng still thought highly of Angor. He believed that Angor's basic skills alone would make him famous in the future when he learned more about enchantment techniques. Speaking of enchantment techniques, Feng remembered there was a holy place for alchemists in the southern wizarding region called Floating Mech City. While working in the Temple of Prophets, Feng once heard some prophets talking about Floating Mech City. It was said that some prophets predicted that Floating Mech City would give birth to an alchemist who dabbled in mystery through Reincarnation City. 1,000 years ago, someone from the Order Guild went to the southern wizarding region, but they did not find the alchemist in the end. The mysterious alchemist was still a mystery, but the fact that Floating Mech City could produce such a talented alchemist proved that the city had a lot of resources. Before he goes to the Source World, I suggest he should go to Floating Mech City to learn enchantment techniques. I wonder if Angor has anything to do with Floating Mech City. If not, I can write a recommendation letter for him. Feng muttered to himself. He did not have a close relationship with Floating Mech City, but he was from the southern wizarding region. A recommendation letter was more than enough. While Feng's mind was wandering, the magic pattern on the parchment had already formed a rough shape. Feng looked at the runes carefully and frowned. It was a familiar shape. Angor was drawing a pristine rune, but judging from the size of the parchment, it was not a single rune. Pristine rune was only one type of compound runes. Even so, Feng was still confused. Why did Angor choose pristine runes again? Or was pristine runes the best rune he could draw? Did Angor become rich by drawing pristine runes for other people's rooms? Feng did not think of this out of malice. When he was still an apprentice, he made a living by drawing portraits of people with runes of immortality. Runes of immortality sounded like a big deal, but it was actually a way to preserve something for a long time. Feng's other runes were average, but his runes of immortality were exquisite. Feng wondered if Angor was doing the same thing as him. He did not know the answer yet. Angor had already started drawing the other runes in the compound rune. Pristine rune, breath rune, growth rune, and temperature rune. 4 runes in total. It was not a lot, but it was still more than the minimum requirement for a magic array. Therefore, this compound rune could be called a magic array. But why do these 4 runes look like they're used for housekeeping? Feng did not know the name of the magic array, but he could roughly guess its function from the runes. Pristine rune represented dust removal, anti-pollution, and self-cleansing. Breath rune represented healing and life aura. Growth rune was used together with breath rune to expand the range of life aura. Temperature rune was used to maintain a fixed temperature. The combined effect of the Mageweth was that it could maintain a clean and warm environment within a certain range. This type of magic pattern would either be placed in a household, a greenhouse, or a herb cultivation room. It was a magic array that could be used but was not necessary. Feng did not think such a simple magic array would cause a black hat to appear, no matter how well he drew it. It had to be known that when Renekton was experimenting, he had experimented from single magic patterns to compound magic patterns. Only that time, when he inscribed a magic array with 18 magic patterns, did the magic patterns become a black hat. Angor's simple rune was definitely not going to work. Feng did not tell Angor about his thoughts though. They were just trying anyway, and it was normal for them to fail. Time passed by slowly. Compound runes were different from single runes. There were only 4 runes, but it did not mean that the drawing time was only 4 times as long as a single rune. Each additional rune would increase the drawing time by several times. It only took Angor several minutes to draw a single pristine rune, but it took him almost an hour to draw a compound rune. When he finished the last stroke of the growth rune, he followed the pattern to the pristine rune. There was only one last stroke left on the pristine rune, which was also the last stroke of the entire magic array. It was the rune horn that represented conversion. Angor was quite relaxed when he was drawing the rune. But at the last moment, he began to look serious. In a rather ritualistic action, he used mana hands to pick up the small metal box. The mysterious magic pattern inside the box stuck to the engraving pen, and with a halo of light, the engraving pen immediately emitted mysterious fluctuations. Without hesitation, he picked up his pen and began to draw the last corner of the rune. It went smoothly at first. But when he was about to draw the last stroke, his vision suddenly went dark. It was as if someone turned off the lights in the world, and all light was dragged into darkness. However, the darkness did not last long. In fact, it only lasted for a blink of an eye before everything returned to normal. Angor looked at the magic array on the parchment. It was finished. And it was perfect. He put down the pen and rubbed his forehead. He checked his body and did not find anything wrong. He also saw nothing wrong with Feng's eyes. Maybe it was because he hadn't drawn a magic array for a long time, and his brain got tired from the intense concentration, which caused his vision to darken. Although that was what he thought, he still felt that something was wrong. However, since the magic array was completed, he decided to wait for the result before asking Feng about it. On the other side, Feng was admiring the magic array on the parchment with amazement. Whether Angor's housekeeping theory was true or not, this magic array was definitely one of the most beautiful ones he had ever seen. The strokes were smooth, the lines were beautiful, and the energy supply was stable from beginning to end. This was already difficult to achieve. Also, the deeper parts of the runes were filled with meaning. Newbies are all freaks. If he was not just a wisp of Feng Hua's consciousness, he would have tried everything to lure Angor to the Turing Cube. Aside from the reason why Angor came here, this beautiful rune alone was enough to prove that Angor had a bright future. While Feng was immersed in his thoughts, the flawless magic circle started to glow. In the light, Angor could clearly see a figure dancing on the curve of the rune. The coronation is about to begin, Feng said in a low voice. Angor calmed his mind and focused on the image in the light. Angor was looking forward to seeing the color of the coronation hat, but he tried to control his emotions. He knew very well that although the Sunlight Garden magic array was more complicated than a pure magewef, it was much simpler than an advanced magewef. Feng did not comment on it, but Angor could tell that Feng did not think the Sunlight Garden could be crowned as a black hat. Angor also wanted to draw a magic array from advanced rune, but it would take too much time. Even the simplest advanced magic array would take days to complete. Mr. Feng was still standing in front of him. Angor did not know if he would succeed, but it would definitely be impolite. This was why he chose Sunlight Garden. This was the most complicated magic array he could draw in the shortest time possible. Whether it would work or not depended on this moment. The figure in the light was still blurry. He danced a strange dance, moving back and forth on the patterns as if he was inspecting the magewef. When he was almost done, the figure stopped, took out a hat from his pocket, and tossed it to the ground. The act of throwing the hat was like a special coronation ceremony that would grant new life to the magewef. However, neither Angor nor Feng was thinking about the coronation right now. They were both staring at the black hat. Yes, black. It's really black? Feng stared at the black hat in disbelief. The hat fell down and merged with the rune. Only then did the dust settle. As the black hat disappeared, the magic array underwent some unknown changes as if it was being eroded by time. The entire parchment was now covered in a thick black mist. The mist released an extremely dense and mysterious aura, as if it was announcing its existence. Feng stared at the black fog, trying to see what had happened to the parchment through the black fog. However, the black fog blocked his vision. As Feng waited for the mist to disperse, he suddenly saw Angor from the corner of his eyes. He noticed that Angor had stopped moving for some reason. Angor's eyes were dull and lifeless, like those of a dead man. When Feng saw this, he suddenly remembered something and slapped his head. Damn. I almost forgot about this. Feng reached out his hand to touch Angor, but he stopped himself. No, I can't touch him. Feng stood up and walked around Angor anxiously. He mumbled, "Why did I forget to tell you? Black hat? Why is there a black hat on the first try? What did Renekton say again?" Yes, yes, yes. Angor made it this far, so he must have a strong will. He can fight it, right? I think so? While Feng was talking to himself, he did not notice that Angor's eyes slowly regained their focus. When he came back to his senses, he felt a sharp pain in his head. He pinched the bridge of his nose as he panted heavily. Angor's heavy breathing alerted Feng. He looked at Angor in surprise. You're awake already? After saying that, Feng felt that he did not mean what he said. He quickly added. What I mean is, are you all right? Angor rubbed his nose again and nodded. I'm fine. I just need some rest. He paused and looked up at Feng with tired eyes. Mister, do you know what happened just now? Feng did not answer him directly. Instead, he asked. Tell me what happened to you just now. Angor took a moment to recall. When the black mist appeared, my vision went dark. Oh, right, the same thing happened when I was drawing the rune. However, it was only for an instant, but the darkness just now lasted for a long time. In my perception, it was as if almost a month had passed. Angor used the word felt because he contacted Elmi as soon as he woke up. According to Elmi's feedback, Angor realized that only a dozen seconds had passed. And then? After everything went dark, what did you sense? Angor did not sense anything in the darkness. However, many meaningless symbols and information rushed into his mind. The mysterious information, which Angor did not understand at all, flooded his mind like a torrent. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably be turned into a lunatic by this absurd and unruly information. But Angor did not feel so bad. He was once swallowed by a Dalmatian, and he sensed a huge amount of mystery information inside the dog's stomach. Angor could not understand the information, but it was like some kind of illusory mark that was deeply imprinted in his mind. Later, Angor created a mystery manifestation based on it. The mystery information Angor was experiencing right now was completely unintentional. It was as if it existed to drive a person insane. He had experienced the real mystery scouring before, and this meaningless mystery scouring did not work on him at all. The only side effect was that he felt tired and sleepy due to the overwhelming amount of information. Angor briefly described his experience in the darkness. However, he did not mention that he was swallowed by a spotted dog. Angor did not want to tell anyone about his secret. Besides, he was still wary of Feng. Feng showed a puzzled look after hearing Angor's story. What you said is the same as what Renekton said. Renekton was also washed away by a large number of meaningless symbols. But what I find strange is that it took him 3 minutes to wake up from the deluge of information, but you actually woke up in less than half a minute? Renekton was much stronger than Angor. There's one more thing. Feng paused and looked at Angor from head to toe. Even if Renekton woke up, he needed about half an hour to adapt. Adapt? Angor asked. Feng nodded. Normal information, no matter how much and complicated it is, with Renekton's current ability to process information, he can completely accept it without any negative effects. But this is a mystery message. Even Renekton could not accept it. So, after waking up, he went into a state of stress for a while. It was not a long time. About half an hour. During this time, Renekton could keep his mind, but he would occasionally say some nonsense that even surprised himself. He was like a lunatic. His words did not make sense. Feng continued, but you, not only did you wake up quickly, but you also did not have such a time. I don't understand. Feng stared at Angor with an unreadable expression. Angor hesitated and shook his head. I don't know. Feng stared at Angor for a few more seconds and lowered his eyebrows. He did not use any spells, but Angor's hesitation already told him that Angor was hiding something. The air was still for several seconds. Feng chuckled. Maybe it's because the magic array you drew is too rudimentary, so you need a short time to adapt. Since Feng said so, he did not intend to find out the reason. He was curious about the secret behind this, but he was only a consciousness drawn by Renekton. He could not send any information to the real body, so there was no point in knowing the truth. Angor did not want to change the topic to his own uniqueness. Instead, he took over the topic and asked, why did this happen? It's my fault. I didn't think you'd be so lucky to get a black hat on your first try. I forgot to warn you. As for why this happened, I talked to Renekton about it. We came to the conclusion that this might be the black hat's special characteristic. The black hat's special characteristic? Could it be that this isn't a drawback caused by the disorder? Disorder? You know about disorder? That's easier to explain. Since you know something about mystery items, you should know that they can be in 3 states: controllable, semi-out of control, and completely. Controllable actually meant that it belonged to the order stage. It would not actively affect the outside world. Half out of control meant that it could be controlled under certain circumstances. If it was not in a certain state, it would cause a huge impact on the outside world. According to this definition, the Mad Hatter's coronation did not go out of control, and it would not have a huge impact on the outside world, so it was still in the controllable stage. Generally speaking, mystery items at the controllable stage rarely had any obvious drawbacks. Take the dream whelk for example. It only had one effect. Feng, but nothing is absolute in this world. There are always exceptions. Some mysterious items do have drawbacks to their users. Angor noticed Feng's emphasis on the word user. The side effects we're talking about are people's opinions based on personal gains and losses. But for mystery items, they do not care about the personal gains and losses of humans. The side effects are the nature of the mystery item itself. Just like this Mad Hat's coronation. Do you remember in the story, when Lewis's hat turned black, what would happen to him? The white hat was sober but weak, while the black hat was mad but strong. Then, he suddenly froze. You know what I mean? The birth of this mystery item is inseparable from the story behind it. Since the black hat in the story brings about the characteristics of madness, then the real mystery item is very likely to follow the situation in the story and have similar characteristics. Think about it. If you did not hold on and let the mystery information wash over your mind, what would happen to you in the end? Just like Lewis in the story. Mad now you understand, right? Feng continued, what happened to you is one of the side effects of this mystery item. But it's the nature of the mystery item itself. It has nothing to do with disorder. One of the side effects? There are other side effects? Angor was about to ask when Feng changed the topic. Speaking of disorder, Renekton once said something interesting. He said that if the Mad Hat's coronation goes from controllable to half out of control in the future, the madness will become an inevitable outcome for the user, instead of something they can resist now. Angor did not know if Renekton's guess was true. But he heard something he did not know before. I only heard that a half out of control mystery item has a chance to go completely out of control once it loses its control. But a controllable mystery item can also go half out of control. Yes. A controllable mystery item also has a chance of going out of control, Feng said. So, don't rely too much on mystery items. If they really go half out of control, you'll be the one who suffers. But the chance of a controllable mystery item going half out of control is very small. It usually only happens when something unexpected happens. A simple example was the Mad Hat's coronation. According to the story, its creation could not be separated from the betrayal of Lewis's wife and the sacrifice of Rabbit Cha-Cha. If Angor met Lewis's wife or Rabbit Cha-Cha again for some reason, the rune might go out of control. However, this was so rare that it was almost negligible. According to the information I got from the Order faction, the chance of a controllable mystery item going half out of control is less than 0.001%. However, there are some wizards who really want a mysterious item that can be controlled. There is a special research group in the Order faction. Angor was puzzled. There were people who wanted mystery items to go out of control. After listening to Feng's explanation, Angor finally understood. Some mystery items were not useful at all. They would not be useful until they could figure out how to use them. Making a mystery item go out of control would not only strengthen its properties, but it would also allow one to fully control it or even make it recognize a master. Just like Frost's Dark Symphony, it only recognized him. Once Frost died, the Dark Symphony would go out of control. The chance to fully control a mystery item was very tempting for many wizards. It was no wonder that so many adepts wanted to take this path, even though they knew how dangerous it was. So don't mind it. Renekton was just joking. The chance of this Mad Hat's coronation going out of control is very small, Feng said. Since you're fine now, let's go check on the real thing. Both Feng and Angor looked at the parchment on the table. When Angor came back to his senses, the black mist on the parchment had already disappeared. Angor forced himself not to look at it because they were talking about the drawbacks of the item. Now, the parchment with the black hat on it had undergone a shocking change. The runes of the Sunlight Garden did not change. However, under the complicated runes, a strange, half-hidden pattern appeared. The pattern was round, like some kind of seal. Right above the design was a huge black top hat, and below it was a sunflower that was shining with a faint golden light. It was an exquisite and absurd pattern. Apart from the pattern hidden under the magic array, there was another huge change on the parchment itself. The original parchment had been tanned for a long time, and there would be some cracks on the edges. But this parchment was not only new, but its color had also changed. It used to be a dark, earthy yellow, but now it was a dark, grayish yellow. Even the material of the parchment seemed to have changed. Seeing Angor's puzzled look, Feng explained in an experienced tone, "This is normal." When Renekton succeeded, he enchanted a magic array on a robe made from the fur of a frost night white gull. The magic array was called Azure Blue, and it could increase the wearer's resistance against frost energy. Do you know what happened in the end? Angor shook his head. The robe turned into a transparent membrane. When the membrane covers someone, they will turn into wind and snow. Angor was speechless. Wind and snow? Literally. You can understand it as giving a non-ice elemental wizard the ability to turn ice into ice. Feng sighed and continued, Azure Blue sky can resist frost. But after the black hat on it, it will turn into frost. You don't even need to resist it. Because you are frost, and you can control frost. I don't even know what happened inside. It was clearly leather with feathers. How did it turn into a thin film? Feng Yu was stunned when he saw the change in the situation. After what happened last time, Feng looked at the parchment in front of him again and felt that it was ordinary. The parchment only changed its color and looked a little new. Maybe the material changed too. Wasn't it ordinary? Of course not. How can it be ordinary when its nature has changed? Angor complained in his mind. Instead of worrying about the parchment, why don't you try to see what happened to your magic array? Feng's words drew Angor's attention back to the magic array. The magic array looked the same as before. The only difference was that the conversion rune horn, which was supposed to be releasing mystery energy, was not. Instead, the strange pattern on the parchment was still releasing mystery energy. The mystery energy was even stronger than when the white hat was crowned. Angor observed carefully but could not see anything different. The Sunlight Garden was still the same Sunlight Garden. He could only see the difference after activating it. Don't worry. I'll be here. I'm just a wisp of consciousness in the painting, but as long as the painting still exists, I'll keep you safe. Feng thought Angor was worried that something might go wrong, so he tried to comfort him. Without hesitation, Angor placed his hand on the center of the magic array and activated it. With a flash of dim light, an inverted dome of light appeared within a radius of 100 meters with the parchment as the center. Both Angor and Feng were inside the dome. They did not find anything strange about the dome. They closed their eyes and began to sense the energy inside the dome. After a long while, Feng was the first to open his eyes. He gazed at the light barrier above his head and remained silent. A moment later, Angor opened his eyes. They did not discuss the magic array's effect right away. Instead, they looked at each other in silence. Feng pointed at the magic array on the parchment. I forgot to ask. What's the name of this magic array? Sunlight Garden, Angor answered. Sunlight Garden. Just as I thought. It's for the greenhouse, right? Angor nodded. Angor nodded. It could be used in any greenhouse. I don't think it's appropriate to call it Sunlight Garden now. Feng considered. How about we give it a new name? What do you suggest, sir? Angor asked. How about we call it Sunlight Sanctum or Sunlight Sanctum? Feng suggested in a serious tone. Angor gave the suggestion some serious thought. Feng Zhong's choice of name was quite fitting. Sunlight Sanctum was the perfect name to describe the magic array's function. Sanctum or sanctum referred to how believers yearned for the glory of light. Believers believed that they would be baptized in the sanctum and would be free from evil. The changes in Sunlight Garden started from this aspect. Within the range of the light barrier, all beings identified as evil by the user would not be able to invade. At the same time, they would be cleansed of the curse. It was similar to the sanctuary of light in the Dark Age. It protected living beings and drove away evil. Also, the evil that was repelled had to be determined by the user, not just the undead lurking in the darkness. This greatly increased the scope of its function. It was a powerful magic array that combined protection, exorcism, and healing. Sunlight Garden was no longer a suitable name. Let's call it Sunlight Sanctum then. Seeing that Angor was determined to try, Feng stopped trying and watched Angor's movements in silence. Seeing Angor taking out his pen, blood ink, and parchment, Feng began to analyze what kind of rune Angor would draw. The parchment is made from the same material as before, entry level. But it's tanned with potion. Judging from the smell, it should be some low-level potion related to magic plants. Blood ink is made from some kind of bird blood stone mixed with the juice of a cow vine. Also entry-level, Feng thought. Feng pondered. Based on the materials prepared, Angor's rune this time should be stronger than the previous stainless rune. But not by much. It was probably some kind of low-level compound rune. Suddenly, Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Considering Angor's previous speed, this kind of low-level compound rune should not take too long. If Angor really believed the prerequisites, it would take him at least a dozen days to draw those complicated runes. That was such a waste of time. The will that Feng left in the painting could not last that long. But thinking about it, Feng did not think Angor could really draw complicated runes or magic arrays. Angor probably chose low-level compound runes because he was not strong enough. While Feng was thinking, Angor had already taken out his pen, dipped it in blood ink, and started drawing on the parchment. Angor drew runes as easily as before. The lines on the paper were smooth, and the curves were graceful and elegant. Even someone as knowledgeable as Feng could not help but praise Angor's work in his mind. Maybe Angor's skills were not up to par yet, but his basic knowledge was extraordinary. Feng even had a feeling that Angor's knowledge of runes was even better than his old friend Renekton's. Must be an illusion. Feng mumbled. Even if Renekton was an expert in blending and not enchantment, he still had thousands of years of experience in alchemy. There was no way he could lose to Angor. It must be a mistake. Aside from these irrelevant thoughts, Feng still had a high opinion of Angor. He believed that when Angor grew stronger and learned more enchantment techniques, he would be able to amaze the world with a single move. Speaking of enchantments, Feng remembered that there was a holy land for alchemists in the southern wizarding world called Floating Mech City. When he was working in the Prophet's Temple, he heard some prophets talking about Floating Mech City. It was said that a prophet had foreseen the birth of a mysterious alchemist in Floating Mech City through the City of Reincarnation. He still remembered this rumor from 1,000 years ago. At that time, there were people from the Order Guild who went to the southern region, but in the end, they were unable to find that alchemist. The mysterious alchemist was still a mystery to this day, but the fact that Floating Mech City was able to produce such a genius meant that the city had a lot of resources. Before he goes to the Origin World, I suggest that he go to Floating Mech City to learn enchantment. I wonder if he has any connections with Floating Mech City? If not, I can write him a letter of recommendation, Feng thought. He did not have a close relationship with Floating Mech City, but he was from the southern wizarding region after all. A recommendation letter was more than enough. While Feng Sisi was thinking, the mageweth on the parchment had already formed a rough shape. Feng took a closer look at Angor's runes and frowned. It was a familiar shape. Angor was drawing immaculate runes, however, judging from the size of the parchment, it wasn't a single rune. Immaculate rune should be a type of compound rune. Even so, Feng still felt strange. Why did Angor choose immaculate runes again? Or was it because immaculate runes were the best runes for Angor? Did Angor earn his fortune by drawing immaculate runes on other people's runes? Feng didn't come up with this idea out of malice. When he was still an apprentice, he used to draw portraits of people with inscriptions of inscriptions for a living. Inscriptions of inscriptions sounded impressive, but it was actually a way to preserve something for a long time. Feng's other inscriptions were only average, but inscriptions of inscriptions were quite exquisite. Feng wondered if Angor was the same as him. He didn't know yet. Angor had already begun drawing the other runes of the compound rune. Immaculate rune, breath rune, growth rune, and temperature rune. 4 runes in total. It wasn't a lot, but it still exceeded the minimum requirement of a magic array. This was why the compound rune was called a magic array. But why does it look like the combination of these 4 runes is more like a housekeeping service? Feng didn't know the name of the array, but he could guess what it was based on the rune itself. Immaculate rune represented dust removal, anti-pollution, and self-cleansing. The life-building Mageweth represented healing and life aura. The growth Mageweth was paired with the breath growth Mageweth, and was mainly used to expand the range of life aura. Temperature rune was used to maintain a fixed temperature. The overall effect was that this Mageweth could maintain an abundance of life energy and a clean and warm environment within a certain range. This kind of magic pattern was either placed in the house, the greenhouse, or the herb growing room. It was a magic array that could be used, but not necessary. Feng didn't think a simple magic array like this could make a black hat appear, no matter how good it was. When Renekton had been experimenting, he had tried everything from single Mageweths to compound Mageweths. It was only when he had inscribed a magic array with 18 Mageweths that he had been crowned a black hat. Angor's simple rune was definitely not going to work. However, Feng didn't say it out loud. He had the same idea as Angor. It was only an attempt, and failure was normal. Time passed little by little. Compound runes were different from single runes. Even though there were only 4 runes, it didn't mean it would take 4 times longer than a single rune. Usually, the time required for each additional rune would be several times longer. Angor only needed several minutes to draw a single immaculate rune, but this compound rune took him almost an hour. When he finished the last stroke of growth rune, he followed the rune back to immaculate rune. There was one last stroke left on immaculate rune, which was also the last stroke of the entire magic array. It was the rune horn, which meant conversion. Angor looked relaxed when he drew the rune. But when it came to the last step, he put on a serious expression. With a ceremonial gesture, he picked up the metal box with Hand of Spell and attached the rune to the pen. As soon as the rune shone, the pen began to emit waves of mysterious energy. Without any hesitation, he picked up his pen and began to draw the last rune on the wall. It was going well at first. But when he finished the last stroke, his vision suddenly darkened. It was as if the whole world was turned off, and all light was dragged into the darkness. However, the darkness only lasted for a short time. Everything returned to normal in just a blink of an eye. Angor looked down at the magic array on the parchment. It was done. And it was perfect. He put down the pen and rubbed his forehead. He checked his body and found nothing wrong with it. He also didn't see anything wrong with Feng's eyes. Angor wondered if it was because Feng hadn't drawn magic arrays for a long time, and his brain was tired because of the intense concentration. Although that was what he was thinking, he still felt that something was wrong. But since the magic array was completed, he decided not to think about it. He would ask Feng about it after checking the result. On the other side, Feng was admiring the delicate magic array on the parchment with a surprised look. Whether Angor's housekeeping theory was correct or not, this magic array was definitely one of the most beautiful ones he had ever seen. The strokes were smooth, the lines were beautiful, and the energy supply was stable throughout. This was already difficult to achieve. Also, the rune was full of meaning in the deep and blank areas. Newbies are all freaks. If Feng Hua wasn't just a strand of Feng Hua's consciousness, Feng would try his best to lure Angor to the Turing Cube. Angor's reason for coming here aside, the beautiful rune on his hand alone was enough to prove his future. While Feng was sighing, the flawless magic array started emitting a faint light. In the dim light, one could clearly see a figure dancing happily on the curse of the Mageweth. The coronation is about to begin, Feng spoke in a low voice. Angor collected his wandering mind and focused on the image in the dim light. Of course, he was looking forward to the color of the hat. However, he tried his best to control his emotions. He knew that the Sunlight Garden magic array was more complicated than a single immaculate rune, but it was much simpler than advanced runes. Feng didn't comment on it, but Angor could tell that Feng didn't think the Sunlight Garden could be crowned as a black hat. Angor wanted to draw a magic array like the one recorded in advanced chapter, but it was too time-consuming. Even the simplest advanced magic array would take days. Mr. Feng was still standing in front of him. If he tried to draw an advanced magic array, it wouldn't work, but it would be rude. That was why Angor chose Sunlight Garden. This was the most complicated magic array he could draw in the shortest time possible. Now was the time to see if it would work. The figure in the light was still blurry. It danced in a strange way and moved back and forth on the rune as if it was inspecting the rune. When the inspection was almost done, the figure stopped, took out a hat from his bosom, and tossed it casually. This action was like a special coronation ceremony that would give the rune a new life. However, neither Angor nor Feng thought about the so-called coronation ceremony. Their eyes were fixed on the black hat. Yes, black. It's really black? Feng stared at the black hat in disbelief. The hat fell down and melted into the rune. Only now did the dust settle. With the disappearance of the black hat, the entire magic array seemed to have been eroded by time, and some unknown changes occurred. The entire parchment was shrouded in a thick black mist. The mist released an extremely dense and mysterious aura as if it was announcing its existence. Feng stared at the mist and tried to see what happened to the parchment. However, the black mist blocked his sight. When Feng Jingjing waited for the mist to disperse, he suddenly saw Angor standing in front of him. He noticed that Angor was frozen in place. Angor's eyes were dull and lifeless, as if he was a dead man. When Feng saw this, he thought of something and slapped his head. Damn, I almost forgot about this. Feng reached out a hand to touch Angor, but he quickly stopped. No, don't touch him. Feng stood up and paced around Angor anxiously while mumbling, why did I forget to tell you? Black hat? It's the first time. What did Renekton say again? Yes, the power of willpower. Angor must have a strong will to resist it since he made it this far, right? I think so. While Feng was talking to himself, he did not notice that Angor's eyes had regained their focus. When Angor regained his senses, he felt a sharp pain in his head. He pinched the bridge of his nose while panting heavily. Angor's panting also attracted Feng's attention. Why, you're awake already? Feng looked at Angor in surprise. After saying that, Feng seemed to feel that his words were a little inappropriate, so he quickly added, I mean, are you all right? Angor rubbed his nose and nodded. I'm fine. I just need some rest. Angor looked up with tired eyes. Mister, do you know what happened just now? Feng did not answer directly. Instead, he asked, tell me, what did you just experience? When the black mist appeared, I felt my vision going black. Oh, right, the same thing happened to me when I was drawing the last line of the rune. It was only for an instant, but that darkness lasted for a very long time. In my perception, it felt like almost a month had passed. Angor contacted Earl's Mystery as soon as he woke up. Based on the message, Angor learned that only a dozen seconds had passed. And then? What did you feel after you lost your vision? Angor did not sense anything in the darkness. Instead, a lot of meaningless symbols and information rushed into his mind. The mysterious information, which Angor could not understand at all, rushed into his mind like a flood. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably be washed away by this absurd and uninhibited information and become a lunatic. But Angor felt fine because he was once swallowed by a spotted dog, where he received a large amount of mysterious information. Angor couldn't understand the message, but it was imprinted in his mind like some kind of illusory mark, which allowed him to create mystery manifestations later on. The mysterious information that Angor was experiencing now was completely unintentional. It was as if they existed to wash away people's thoughts and drive them crazy. Because Angor had experienced real mysterious information before, these meaningless mysterious information did not have any effect on him. The only side effect was that he received too much messy information, which made his mind feel tired and sleepy. It's true. By consuming the essence of the painting world, Feng used Truth Check to verify the authenticity of Angor's words. The results showed that Angor was not lying. In other words, Angor really created a quasi-mythic item. Feng found it hard to believe, but there was only one possibility. Feng Yu was stunned by the news for a while before he regained his senses. He looked at Angor with a complicated expression, as if blaming Angor for not telling him earlier. But when he thought about it, he did not ask Angor about it either. Feng remained silent for a while and spoke in a hoarse voice, "Can you tell me more about what happened? The quasi-mythic item you created, this was not a secret in the southern wizardry region, so Angor did not try to hide it." He told Feng about what happened in Dark Castle. Generally speaking, the biggest reason is that Dark Castle already accumulated too many undead creatures, which caused the environment to change. As for me, I just happened to be there at the right time. Angor explained the situation in a neutral and objective manner. After listening to Angor's detailed explanation, Feng no longer doubted Angor's words. Besides, Angor did not have much time to lie when it came to a famous wizard organization like Dark Castle and a famous wizard like Isabel. After going through doubts, disbelief, and now, he believes in Feng Yu. Feng Yu's mood changed. He always thought Angor was just an ordinary alchemist. He even thought about writing a recommendation letter to Angor so that Angor could study at Floating Mech City so that he would not waste the mystery rune he received. But now, the truth was right in front of him. Angor's alchemy skills were not weak at all. In fact, Angor's progress had already surpassed many alchemists. Even Renekton could not compare with Angor in terms of alchemy. Renekton did not even touch the edge of mystery yet. Even if Renekton's alchemy experience and skills were way better than Angor's, and even if Angor only relied on luck to create a half-step mystery item, the truth was that Angor had already reached the level of mystery, while Renekton did not even have a clue. This was the difference between reality and reality. Besides, he was only being modest by saying that he was lucky. According to Feng's knowledge, crafting a mystery item was a process that could not be replicated. Since it could not be replicated, luck itself was an indispensable part of the crafting process. If Isabel didn't stop Angor, Angor would have become a real mystery alchemist by now. By then, Angor would reach the top in a single bound. But even if it was only a half-step mystic. Considering his current progress, he could be considered a reserve alchemist in the origin world. Once his name spread out, many powerful wizards would pay attention to him. Even if they did not become his followers, they would at least try to recruit him. In Feng's opinion, Angor's sudden success was not necessarily a good thing. Without a solid foundation, he was already at the top of the world. If he fell, he would fall into the dust. This was probably the best situation for him. "You're not a nobody in the southern region, right?" Feng asked. "I think only alchemists know who I am." "You've been to Floating Mech City, right?" Angor nodded. "I'm a member of the research department now." "I knew it." He did not need to worry about Angor's alchemy skills. There was no way Angor would be a nobody. He planned to write a recommendation letter for Floating Mech City, but it was not necessary. "What do you mean?" Angor did not understand. Feng shook his head. "You're not 20 yet, right?" "Not yet." Angor nodded. Feng sighed deeply. If Renekton is here, he'll feel like he's wasted all his training. As a wizard from the southern region, Feng knew how important the research department was. A wizard who was not even 20 years old was not only a member of the research department, but also a member of the mystery class. This alone was enough to make 99% of the members of D-List Alchemy Guild feel ashamed. Angor now understood why the Book of Kale gave him a mystery rune as his reward. It was the most suitable item for Angor. Angor also had an answer to the question that he had not thought about before. Perhaps because Angor had touched the mystery class before, the complicated mystery information generated by Black Hat's coronation did not affect him. Huh? Angor still did not understand Feng's logic. Why did he mention Renekton again? Nothing. I'm just glad it's me who met you, not Renekton. If it was Renekton, he'd probably do something out of anger. It won't be easy for you to leave peacefully then. Feng Yu casually said and stopped talking. Back to the topic. Since you've touched the mystery class before, I don't think you'll attract too much attention in the southern region if you show a few mystery items occasionally. But I still suggest that you use Black Hat's coronation on your enchantment items. White Hat's coronation items are easy to be seen through. Angor nodded. Of course, he understood the meaning of this. The drawbacks I mentioned are not from the mystery rune itself. They're just side effects. However, if you ignore them, you might be doomed forever. As a wizard, the most important thing is not to pursue the truth. You must stay alive. Only when you're alive can you pursue the truth. If you die, you'll lose everything. For the first time, Feng looked at Angor with a serious and hopeful look. I really hope that we can meet again in the future while pursuing the truth. Next time, you'll be talking to my real self. I hope to meet your true self as well, sir. Feng waved a hand. No need to use honorifics. Just call me Feng. In Feng's opinion, Angor was qualified to do so since he had touched the mystery class before. Feng paused and continued, apart from the drawbacks of the mystery rune, do you have any other questions for me? I can only keep it for half an hour at most. Half an hour? Angor looked at Feng in confusion. Didn't Feng say it could last for half a day to a whole day? The remaining energy in the painting can keep me alive for a little longer. But I don't think it's necessary. Maybe I can use it for other purposes. Feng didn't mention what other purposes meant. Instead, he asked Angor to ask as soon as possible. Angor did not dare to hesitate and asked all the questions in his mind. He wanted to know what to do with Odurkla's and Nightclub Master, the development rights of Tidal Realm, and most importantly, how to help Naimatsue become stronger. Odurkla's and Night. I don't know about them either. But since you become friends with them, as long as you keep moving forward, you'll meet them again in the future. As for the development rights of Tidal Realm, I'll leave it up to you. Tidal Realm can't remain sealed for thousands of years. It's been peaceful for thousands of years. There's a price to pay for that. Angor didn't know what price Feng was talking about until Feng explained it to him. The Tidal Realm had forcefully plundered all of the elemental energy from the peripheral islands in the outside world, and it had been sealed off for more than 3,000 years before finally recovering its vitality. In the past few years, the elemental creatures had had enough of a peaceful life. It was time for them to pay the price for the peaceful life of the past few years. Even if another Feng appeared to help the elemental creatures seal the gate, it wouldn't work. The opening of Tidal Realm was a general trend. The world's consciousness wouldn't allow the elemental creatures to remain sealed. I believe it's better for the elemental creatures to open Tidal Realm than letting the world's consciousness open the gate by force. Aren't you going to ask me how I'm going to develop it, Mr. Feng? Feng shook his head. No need. No matter what you do, Tidal Realm won't fall anytime soon. Every world had its own characteristics. Tidal Realm had its own elemental tide and elemental creatures. These two things alone were enough to make Tidal Realm glorious. The only thing Angor needed to pay attention to was whether the elemental creatures and wizards would become enemies or allies in the end. To Feng, it did not matter whether they were on opposing sides or working together. It was good to work together, but it did not matter if they were on opposing sides. This was because even if the sorcerers were to rob the elemental creatures, they would not exterminate them. The sorcerers were not idiots. They knew the principle of draining the pond to catch the fish. After answering all of Angor's questions, Feng finally talked about Namaquai. Namaquai. Is it still hoping for something bigger? Angor nodded. Namaquai is very talented. Once Tidal Realm fuses with the wizarding world, it's the most promising elemental creature to break through its bottleneck. Just like Night, it's a pioneer who will become the role model for all elemental creatures in Tidal Realm. How will it do that? Angor was more concerned about the breakthrough. I don't know how to break through. Feng shrugged. As for how to help Namakui break through, it's up to you. Me? Feng nodded. You think I'm the one who told Namaquai to break through? Of course not. I'm not a prophet. It's the Book of Kale who told me that. Since the Book of Kale believed that Angor could help Naimatsue, there must be a way. Don't worry about it. Let nature take its course. The Book of Kale won't make a mistake. It'll be a big deal if the prophecy is wrong. Seeing Angor's worried look, Feng thought for a moment and pointed at the air with his index finger. A seed that was emitting a green light and a strange charm appeared in the air. Feng handed the sprout to Angor. Namaquai should be outside the void storm right now, right? It contained a message that I had left for Nami Chui, including the opening of the Tidal Realm and its breakthrough. It'll understand when you show it. Angor glanced at the sprout. It was covered by a faint life aura, but there were many runes inside. As long as Angor could see through the life aura outside, he should be able to read the runes inside. However, this was a one-time communication method. Angor nodded and put the sprout back into his bracelet. You know about the void storm outside, Mr. Feng? Yes. The void storm is sort of part of the Book of Kale's plan. However, I only know that the void storm will appear, but I don't know how you traveled through the void storm. Can you clear my doubts? He considered for a moment and decided to summon Wolf out of his bracelet. Wolf looked at Angor as if it was about to face a great enemy. It thought it would feel a great pressure as soon as it left the bracelet, but it didn't feel anything at all. Wolf relaxed a little and flew to Angor to ask if he wanted to leave. Angor shook his head and looked at Feng to explain Wolf's situation. A void traveler can take someone through a void storm? This is the first time I've heard of it. Feng's face was full of curiosity, and he looked at Wang Wang with sparkling eyes. Wolf stepped back and came to Angor's side. If I'm here in person, I'd really like to study it. A void traveler is a rare sight. But now, I don't have the time to do so. You mean void travelers are rare in the origin world? Feng nodded. Yes. Wizards can't find a sample even if they want to study it. As far as I know, there's a void traveler in Gruz Dayward's Phantom City. But I don't know if it's true yet. Wolf trembled a little when it heard Feng's words. But it soon calmed down. Your void traveler seems to be a mutated one. Try not to show it to anyone, especially when you go to the origin world in the future. Don't let Gruz Dayward see it. Angor heard about Phantom City before, so he knew what Feng meant. But Wolf isn't mine. I saved it before, and it only helped me once. It'll leave when we get out. I see. Feng sounded a little disappointed. He was thinking that if Angor could meet his true self in the future, he could ask his true self to study this void traveler who could travel through space storms. But since Wolf wasn't Angor's pet, there was nothing he could do. Since he couldn't study Wolf, and Feng's consciousness was about to fade away, he didn't ask further. Instead, he turned to Angor and asked, "Do you have anything else to ask?" Angor considered for a moment. He had asked all the questions he wanted to ask. There was only one question he had yet to answer. Why is there a wisp of tidal realm's consciousness above the stone platform? Because the ritual is over there. In the void outside, the path of light created by void light algae, the stone platform at the end of the void, and the upside-down light orb above the platform were all part of a special ritual. In fact, the reason why Feng chose to place the treasure in the void corresponding to the center of the tidal realm was also part of the ritual. The ritual was called the first phase ritual of Tai Endi. Tai Endi was a whisperer who worshipped an evil god. The whisperer was born in a remote primitive plane, but he learned a lot about rituals from the ravings of evil gods. Later on, some wizards went to the plane of Tai Endi and found the tablet notes left by the whisperer. From the notes, they found a lot of information about rituals that were named after Tai Endi, which added a lot of new knowledge to the study of rituals. Tai Endi's rituals were mostly evil, and most of them had something to do with evil gods. However, after thousands of years of research, wizards who were proficient in ritual studies removed most of the evil elements from the rituals, leaving only the essence of the rituals. However, because of the lack of evil elements, many rituals were still weaker than the original ones. The first phase ritual was one of them. Through various preset rituals, a wisp of the world's consciousness could be projected onto the ritual platform. However, due to the lack of evil elements, the ritual that only took 2 years to complete was extended by 100 times until it took 200 years. 200 years? Angor noticed that Feng hid the treasure 600 years ago, and 200 years later, a void storm appeared around the treasure. This was definitely not a coincidence. Mr. Feng set up the first phase ritual? That's why the void storm appeared? Feng nodded. Yes. Why? Because of the Book of Kale? It's partly because of the Book of Kale. But I also added fuel to the fire. After all, the tidal realm has been sealed for more than 3,000 years, and it's reaching its limit. I have some feelings for this place. Instead of letting strangers wreak havoc on it, I'd rather leave it to you, a follower of mine. Angor frowned with a puzzled look. He had no idea what Feng was talking about. Feng noticed Angor's confusion and was a little surprised. You still don't know what I'm talking about? No. Angor shook his head. Feng said, don't you know about the heavenly authority of the affiliated planes? He shook his head again. Feng was shocked. Isn't this basic knowledge? Could it be that I haven't returned to the southern mountain range for so long that even such basic knowledge has been lost? Feng could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. In the end, he could only mumble to himself that the southern region sorcerer world was becoming more and more marginalized. Then, he explained the situation of the heavenly bestowal authority from the beginning. The fusion of two planes was not as simple as one might imagine. It was not as simple as fusing them together. There were also many hidden games. For example, most of the high-level life forms in the subsidiary planes could be eliminated during the fusion. This was actually the result of a game to prevent powerful life forms from becoming obstacles to the fusion of the two worlds. Not only would the powerful life forms be punished, but the will of the subordinate planes, as the weaker side, would also be punished. However, this kind of cleansing was different from the annihilation that one imagined. Instead, it was a kind of rebirth and rebirth. Of course, the real situation couldn't be summed up with just the word new student. There were many complicated situations. If they really wanted to discuss it, even if they held a conference with 10,000 people and discussed it for 100 years, there probably wouldn't be any absolute answer. The word new student was used because the consciousness of an affiliated plane could be considered as a newborn consciousness. The heavenly authority could only be bestowed by the newborn consciousness of the world. No one knew the exact source of the heavenly authority for now. However, it was known that when an intelligent being first came into contact with the projection of the world's consciousness through the first phase ritual, the world's consciousness would favor the individual. This favor would not directly reward the individual. However, it would bring the individual a lot of convenience in the future development of the world. In short, such convenience was the general trend of the world. Starliege Church was able to monopolize the brilliance plane because it had the general trend of the world. Another example was the Supreme Cult. The Supreme Cult didn't really control the wizarding world in the south. However, everything they did was for the good of the world itself. Naturally, the world's consciousness favored them, which meant they were in control of the world. So the heavenly authority means I'm the master of a realm? Angor's eyes lit up. Feng shook his head. No. The heavenly authority only gives you the seed to travel freely in the tidal realm. You have an advantage in the overall trend. As for becoming the master of a realm, that's nonsense. Unless you're strong enough to create your own world, that's impossible. Feng's detailed explanation gave Angor a rough idea. It was similar to the Child of Destiny in the novel, but with a much smaller version. If Angor had the heavenly authority, he wouldn't receive any physical rewards in the tidal realm. He wouldn't have to pick up treasures every time he stepped out of the door. He would still be unlucky, and he might even die. Only when he could adapt to the general trend of the world could he gain a little advantage. What did the general trend of the world mean? For example, humans discovered fire and used it to their advantage. They began to develop civilization from primitive instincts. They changed from hunting and gathering to agriculture. These were all general trends. In other words, the general trend of the world's development. The next general trend of the tidal realm is the opening of the portal. Intelligent beings from other worlds will come in and develop the tidal realm, Feng said. If you have the heavenly authority, you'll have a certain advantage in the development of the tidal realm. Of course, it's impossible to become the next brilliance realm. Starliege Church was able to monopolize the brilliance realm not only because of the general trend of the world, but also because the brilliance realm lacked resources. The tidal realm, on the other hand, was a place that every wizard desired. Even if Angor had the general trend, he still couldn't monopolize it because of Brute Cavern. You only have one chance to use the heavenly authority. Once the two realms are fully opened, the heavenly authority won't appear again. Instead of letting the tidal realm develop on its own, it's better to give you the heavenly authority and see if you can bring some light to the future of the tidal realm. Angor couldn't change the general trend of the world by himself. However, he had Brute Cavern as his backer. He could try to set the rules and determine the future of the tidal realm. That was what Angor was doing right now. Next, Feng explained to Angor how to face the projection of the tidal realm's consciousness through the first phase ritual. Do you have any other questions? Feng asked again. Angor considered for a moment. Last question. The game is over, right? Feng chuckled when he saw Angor's cautious expression. Don't worry. The game you mentioned is over. Then I have no more questions. Feng, you don't have any more questions. But I still have a question. Feng paused and looked at Angor. I've told you the whole truth, including the last piece of treasure. Now, can you answer my first question? How did you stop the demon disaster? Angor remained silent. Feng sighed. I guess I won't get an answer. Angor hesitated. If you want to know what happened, Mr. Feng, I can tell you that Lord Flameless Soul was destroyed. But if you want to know how I did it, I can only say that. I killed him, but I didn't kill him. You killed him, but you didn't kill him? Feng narrowed his eyes as he considered the answer. He could tell that Angor wasn't lying. If Angor really wanted to lie, he didn't have to give such a strange answer. The meaning of this answer was obviously contradictory. What did it mean? Feng asked Angor a few more questions, but Angor didn't answer any of them. This was Angor's limit. Angor must be hiding something if he didn't want to answer. He killed Lord Flameless, but he didn't kill Lord Flameless. He should be referring to the same person, right? Why did the same person give such a contradictory answer? Could it be? Feng thought of another possibility. Angor wasn't strong enough to stand in front of the demon god, even if it was just the soul of the demon god. So it wasn't Angor who did it. It was another person who used Angor to do it. Feng told Angor about this possibility. Angor remained silent, but Feng saw the corner of Angor's eye twitch. Come to think of it, this is the real answer. But Angor doesn't want to talk about it. Maybe that person is someone important. Someone who could kill a demon god's soul with the help of an ordinary wizard like Angor can't be simple. Feng guessed that Angor was supported by someone powerful. It was better not to ask too much about such a powerful figure. Perhaps the other party would be able to sense the situation here just by muttering the other party's name. Feng was only a consciousness in the painting, so he didn't mind being targeted. However, he didn't want to bring trouble to his real self. It should be noted that if there really was such a powerful figure, if he learned about the Book of Kale, he might really feel that he had been schemed against and become furious. It was better not to ask. It's about time, Feng said. Angor looked up. Are you going to disappear, Mr. Feng? What do you mean? I'm just a wisp of consciousness. I'm Feng, but I'm not going to disappear. I'm going to. Feng tried to refute Angor's words, but he quickly realized that it was getting more and more complicated. Fine. Let's assume I'm going to disappear. Then I'll take my leave. Hold on. Feng asked Angor to wait but did not say anything else. Instead, he tapped the table and summoned a paintbrush out of thin air. Next, Feng tore off a piece of bark from the tree behind him and wiped it with his hand. The bark quickly turned into a dark canvas. Feng held the brush and waved it toward the sky. He borrowed the dark ink from the night sky and drew an outline on the canvas. Next, he borrowed some pure light from the starlight. With another stroke of the paintbrush, the canvas began to glow with fluorescent light. Soon, Feng finished an oil painting. The scene in the painting was exactly the scene of them talking at this moment. With the starry sky as the background, Angor and Feng sat facing each other. The starlight illuminated their smiling faces. When the painting was finished, the entire starry sky seemed to release energy that was reflected in the painting. At the same time, Angor sensed that the space around him was slowly turning dark. Before, it was only a blur. Now, it was completely dark. It was as if the entire world in the painting was merging with the darkness. The primal mana in the air also disappeared. The desolate world in the painting suddenly turned into a real world of death. Just as the world was about to collapse, Feng tore off another piece of tree bark and crafted an elegant wooden frame. He then placed the oil painting into the frame. Next, he handed the painting to Angor. Consider this my last gift to you, Feng said. I didn't want to give it to you, but you're worth it. Feng mumbled as he handed it to Angor. Angor looked at the painting and sensed that it was not an ordinary painting. There was a hidden energy inside. It wasn't much, but its quality was high. Only legendary magi could condense such energy. Without a doubt, Feng had gathered all the energy in the painting into this painting. Feng's consciousness was supposed to stay in the painting for another half a day, but it ended early. I've marked the name of the painting at the bottom left corner. Angor looked at the painting and saw a simple title at the bottom left corner. Best friend. Night talk? Feng noticed the doubt in Angor's voice. What? You don't think I'm good enough to be your best friend? Angor wanted to say that it was not that they did not deserve each other. It was just that this was their first meeting. Maybe in a few decades, they could still be considered old acquaintances. But now, they suddenly became close friends? Angor was confused. Angor did not dare to say it out loud. You're above legendary, Mr. Feng. I'm just a new wizard. I don't think I'm good enough to be your friend. Feng smiled. You're good enough. Like I said, you're worth it. Feng paused and continued, besides, I didn't write the name of the painting for you. I'm saving it for my real self. Huh? Feng's body was already turning transparent. He knew he was about to disappear, so he decided to be frank. You've reached the mystery plane. This is a great achievement. I only hope that my real self can maintain a friendly relationship with you. Maybe one day, you'll reach the mystery plane, and my real self can use this chance to build a good relationship with you. The energy in the painting represents the special energy of the Turing Rubik's Cube. If you run into any trouble, take this painting to the Turing Rubik's Cube or my real self. Show it to them, and they'll understand. As soon as he finished speaking, everything below Feng's neck turned into specks of light and dissipated. I hope we can meet again in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng had already disappeared. At the same time, a tunnel appeared in front of Angor, which led him to the stone platform outside the painting. Angor looked at the half-destroyed painting world and quickly asked Wolf to return to his bracelet. Next, he looked at the painting Best Friend's Night Talk on the table. He hesitated for a moment and sighed in his mind. In the end, he still picked up the framed painting. He turned around and walked into the tunnel. As soon as Angor stepped out of the tunnel, he sensed the terrifying pressure coming at him again. Luckily, he was prepared beforehand, so he could still hold on for now. He turned around to take a look. The passage to the world in the painting had begun to dissipate. As the passage disappeared, the painting in the treasure chest also seemed to have completed its mission. It began to turn into shimmering particles, and finally, it completely turned into nothingness. Seeing that the painting and the tunnel were gone, Angor began to check his surroundings. The stone platform was still floating in the air, and the star-like luminous algae was still floating above his head. Nothing changed, but Angor felt that the pressure around him was getting stronger. As he thought about it, his shoulders suddenly sank a little. Was the pressure affecting the material world getting worse? Why was it like this? According to Feng, as long as the first phase ritual of Tai Endi was still going on, the pressure on the stone platform should remain constant. As the pressure grew stronger, Angor came up with an idea. Is there something wrong with the ritual? Angor hesitated and looked back at the path of light he came from. At the end of the path, he noticed that some of the luminous algae, which were required to maintain the ritual, were dimming. It was as if the street lamps were being extinguished. And it wasn't just one or two street lamps. A large number of street lamps were going out from the end of the path. And it didn't stop there. The lights were spreading toward Angor's direction at an extremely fast speed. As more and more street lamps went out, the pressure on Angor also increased. So something is wrong with the ritual. Angor quickly realized that the pressure only increased when the oil painting disappeared. It was very likely that the oil painting in the chest was also part of the ritual. Besides, the disappearance of the oil painting caused the ritual to go wrong, which meant that the oil painting was not only an optional item, but also an important offering in the ritual. When the ritual began to collapse, the pressure that was maintained within a certain range naturally grew stronger. In the end, even Angor's body couldn't survive the pressure. Angor had a lot of options. But now, there were only two options left. Either he had to leave as soon as possible. Or, he could immediately come into contact with a wisp of the tidal realm's will. As long as he obtained the authority bestowed by the heavens, he would no longer be threatened by the pressure. He chose the second option without hesitation. Since there was a better one in front of him, there was no need to pick the worst one. After making up his mind, he looked at the giant ball of light hidden behind the void algae above the platform. This ball of light was a projection of the tidal realm's will that had been summoned during the first phase ceremony. Originally, this ball of light was still in a stable state, but because of the rapid collapse of the first phase ritual, it had become somewhat distorted and looked like it would collapse at any time. He knew he could not wait any longer. He didn't even have time to think. He followed Feng Yu's method and stretched out his psychic tentacles, rushing directly toward the ball of light in the sky. Compared to the physical body, the mental power tentacles were more sensitive to pressure. The higher he went, the more terrifying the pressure became. In the end, he even saw the spirit tentacles slowly dissipating. He quickly activated the green tattoo in his right eye and used his spirit feelers to send the force field into the air. Under the protection of the force field, the pressure began to weaken, and the spirit tentacles began to reach higher. When the spirit tentacles reached the ball of light, the force field's effect began to weaken. However, they were already very close to the end. Angor considered for a moment and added more energy into the spirit tentacles. With this, the spirit tentacles were ejected from the force field and exposed to the terrifying pressure. The pressure was transmitted into his spirit sea through the spirit tentacles, and Angor immediately felt dizzy. Even so, he didn't break his spirit tentacles. Instead, he used the momentum to dash toward the ball of light. When the spirit tentacles were about to reach their limit, they finally entered the ball of light. At the same time, Angor felt his spirit sea trembling violently. The sudden change in his spirit sea made him feel dizzy, and he fell to the ground. In the endless darkness, Angor had a dream. He seemed to have turned into a drop of rain that fell into the sea. Pushed by the overwhelming power of water, he turned into a giant whale. The moment the whale leaped out of the sea, its body shrunk rapidly and turned into a flying fish made of green wind. It leaped onto the white clouds and flew towards the mainland. Water-type life forms, wind-type life forms, lightning-type life forms. In this evolution dreamscape, he transformed into elemental life forms of different elements and experienced the beautiful scenery of the tidal realm from different perspectives. In the end, he came to an unknown place. Other than a large expanse of clouds, there was only a long and winding rainbow river. The colorful river water was filled with different elements. They seemed to follow a certain pattern. Sometimes they moved slowly, sometimes they slowed down, and sometimes they remained still. If this was outside, Angor would not pay attention to the flowing river at all. But here, Angor felt more and more amazed. It was as if the river was not flowing. Instead, it was a strange power that gave the river a special rhythm. This kind of rhythmic movement represented an even more profound inner meaning. Angor did not know how long he spent observing the rhythm. Suddenly, he sensed a ripple. A giant vortex appeared in the middle of the rainbow river, which sucked in a large amount of water. Angor looked at the center of the vortex from above and saw the largest continent in the tidal realm through the vortex. This continent, which was inhabited by countless elemental life forms, was undergoing a baptism of elements due to the rainbow river. Is this an elemental tide? Angor stared at the vortex in a daze. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it felt. Angor, who was not conscious in his dream, couldn't help but move closer. As he approached, the vortex sucked him in as well. His vision went black again. Angor? A familiar voice came to his ears. Angor slowly opened his eyes and saw a bright green figure in front of him. It took him a while to collect his thoughts. Miss Naimetsue? You're awake? Naimetsue asked. Can you tell me what happened here? Angor took a while to process Naimetsue's question. Then he suddenly realized something and sat up. He was still on the stone platform, but the path of light in the distance was gone. There was only darkness above his head. The void light algae and the projection of the tidal realm's consciousness were gone. What's going on? Angor was confused. Naimetsue gave him a puzzled look. I was going to ask you that. The void storm suddenly disappeared. I waited for a while, but it didn't show up again, so I came here. Nai arrived and saw Angor lying on the stone platform like a corpse. She thought something bad happened to Angor, so she quickly came to check. Then she realized that Angor was only sleeping. There was nothing around when you came? Angor was confused. Nai nodded and looked at the chest on Angor's back. If you're talking about the item inside, it was already gone when I came here. Could it be that you were ambushed by someone, and then the treasure in the treasure chest was stolen? Nai misunderstood him. No, I'm not talking about the treasure. I'm talking about the pressure around here and those light balls in the sky. Pressure? Light balls? Nai raised her head and looked up. Above her was a pitch-black and boundless void. There was no light ball at all. When I came here, there wasn't any pressure or light. Angor understood that everything was over when Nai arrived. Looking back at the situation before, he fainted after his spiritual tentacles entered the ball of light. Then, he had a strange dream, and it was followed by the present. It seemed that the first phase ritual had completely collapsed. Even the projection of the tidal realm's consciousness was gone. Since the consciousness of the tidal realm was gone, the pressure was gone as well. The void storm that had lasted for more than 400 years also stopped. But Angor was still confused. What was the result of the heavenly gift? Did he get the heavenly gift? He should have, right? Otherwise, according to his calculations, before the will of the tidal realm left, his body should have been suppressed to the point of collapse by the pressure. But why didn't he feel anything? Angor checked his body. Everything was fine. He wasn't hurt, and he didn't become stronger. There was no change in his mind space. As for his spirit sea, it was the same as before. According to Feng, the heavenly gift wasn't something that could affect the material world. It was something similar to letting the world's consciousness know you. So everything was fine now. However, because of this, he could not be sure that he was the one who received the right of heaven's gift. After all, he fainted at the last moment. How could he prove the ownership of the heavenly bestowal? Angor tried to get an answer from Elmi, but Elmi didn't know the answer either. It only knew that Angor was asleep for about 4 or 5 hours before Nai showed up. Nothing else. Angor didn't know how to prove whether he got the heavenly gift or not. Angor sighed in his mind. He would deal with it later. Things were still going well for now. He was the only human the tidal realm's elemental creatures came into contact with. Even without the heavenly gift, Brood Cavern was still strong enough to dominate the world in the future. Angor decided to let it go. All in all, he gained a lot from this trip. The heavenly gift was just a bonus. It would be great if he got it, but it didn't matter if he didn't. What are you thinking about? Nai voice came again. Nothing. I'm just thinking about what happened after I fell asleep. Angor stood up and glanced at the empty chest. No one took the treasure. I've got it. Nai sighed in relief. Feng didn't tell Nai to guard the treasure, but Nai had been guarding this place for more than 600 years. She already considered herself a guardian. She would blame herself if the treasure was lost. Since you've obtained the treasure, why are you sleeping here? Nai didn't ask about the treasure. Since Feng didn't tell her before, she didn't need to ask now. Angor smiled wryly. There was an accident. But the void storm is gone, which means everything is back on track. Angor didn't know if he should tell her about the heavenly gift. Nai was a native of Tidal Realm. Whether he got the heavenly gift or not, Nai might not like it if an outsider coveted it. So, he decided to keep it a secret for now. Seeing Nai puzzled look, he considered and took out a sprout that was glowing green from his bracelet. Nai expression changed when she saw the seed. He was surprised. Judging from Nai expression, she seemed to be familiar with the sprout. But then again, Nai had lived with Feng for many years. Mr. Feng gave it to me. He left a message for Miss Nai inside, Angor said. I didn't open it, so I don't know what he said. Angor handed the seed to Nai who was still in a daze. Nai looked at Angor for a while. You met Mr. Feng? Angor didn't try to hide this fact. Sort of. Angor pointed at the empty chest. There used to be an oil painting inside, and I met Mr. Feng inside. But it's just a wisp of Mr. Feng's consciousness in the painting. When the void storm disappeared, both the painting and Mr. Feng's consciousness disappeared. I see. Just a wisp of consciousness? Nai Meizue looked a little disappointed. She thought Mr. Feng had returned to this place. Aren't you going to read the seed? Angor saw Nai Meizue holding the seed without opening it. I'll read it after we leave this place, Nai Meizue said in a small voice. Angor nodded. The seed was meant for Nai Meizue anyway. Nai Meizue could decide when to read it. Shall we leave this place first? The pressure was gone, but Angor still felt uneasy when he thought about the void storm. It was better to return to Tide Realm first. Nai Meizue didn't refuse. Before Angor woke up, Nai Meizue had already checked the area and found nothing. There was no point in staying here. But before leaving, Angor suddenly thought of something. Wait, where are those void travelers? Nai Meizue looked at a certain direction. Over there. Angor looked at the source of the voice and saw a large number of snot monsters gathered together and looking at them. However, none of them dared to approach. Wait, there was one that was closer, right outside the stone platform. Angor quickly recognized the void traveler's aura. It was the one Woof Woof left behind as a communication tool for him. It seemed that Woof Woof had already trained it before. It was obviously more courageous than the other void travelers. Angor didn't bother talking to the void traveler. Instead, he released Woof Woof from his bracelet. You're leaving already? Angor looked at Woof. After leaving the bracelet, Woof was relieved to know that the void storm was gone. He quickly requested to leave. Woof hesitated for a moment and said, yes. I have something else to do. I heard that your kind always travels aimlessly in the void. So that's not true? Angor emphasized the word aimlessly. Wang Wang thought for a moment and said, most of the clansmen travel in order to survive. But I, unlike them, have something else to do. What is it? Angor was curious about void travelers, and he once thought about writing a major thesis about them. That was why he was so interested in Woof Woof's whereabouts. However, Woof didn't want to talk about it. Fine. It's fine if you don't want to talk. Angor didn't force it. After all, Woof was Spotted Puppy's messenger. Are you sure you don't want to stay longer? Woof tilted his head and looked at Angor, as if he didn't understand why Angor wanted to ask him to stay. Angor didn't want to leave because he saw Woof's void travel ability. That strange tunnel gave him the illusion that he could use it to learn more about the secrets of the alien eye. He really wanted to study the ability, but Woof was the only one who could use it. I'm just curious about some of the abilities of void travelers, Angor said vaguely. It can satisfy your curiosity. Woof pointed at the purple void traveler not far away. It was the one Angor wanted to stay with him. Angor glanced at the void traveler and nodded. All right, let's go. If I have any questions about void travelers' abilities in the future, can you help me through the network? Woof considered. Sure. Angor nodded. All right then. I hope you can finish your task as soon as possible. I hope we'll meet again in the future. With Angor's approval, Woof sighed in relief. It came here on Dalmatian's orders. Dalmatian told it not to disobey Angor, and if Angor really forced it to stay, it would have no choice but to obey. Luckily, Angor was much easier to talk to than the Dalmatian. Because of this, Wang Wang's impression of Angor improved a little. Even so, Woof still turned away without hesitation just in case. Without even bidding farewell, he disappeared into the depths of the void with his clansmen. Angor looked at where Woof disappeared and sighed. He decided to study that strange passage in the future when he had the chance. Before that, he had to build a good relationship with Wang Wang through the void network. When the time came, he would be able to make a request based on feelings. And how to maintain the relationship? He looked at the last void traveler on the platform. Well. Angor glanced at the last void traveler on the platform. It was a communication tool appointed by Wang Wang, and it was much braver than other void travelers. However, it still shivered a little when Angor's gaze landed on it. Let's start by making it less afraid of me, Angor thought as he approached the void traveler. Seeing how the void traveler was trembling, Angor decided not to agitate it for now. He put the void traveler into his bracelet and let it rest for a while. He put the void traveler inside his bracelet and checked it using his energy vision. Seeing that the void traveler wasn't as scary as the one outside, he relaxed a little. Next, he would wait for the void traveler to get used to it. However, Angor wasn't planning to let the void traveler adapt to the environment inside the bracelet. He wanted the void traveler to get used to himself. Therefore, he thought for a while and set up another illusion in the bracelet. There was nothing in the illusion right now. When the void traveler calmed down a little, Angor would use the illusion nodes to create an image of himself. Through the illusion, the void traveler would gradually get used to staying with him. With that done, Angor looked at Naimatsue. "Shall we go?" Naimatsue nodded and followed Angor to the void where they came from. Without the pressure of the tidal realm's consciousness or the void storm, their journey went smoothly. On their way back, Angor noticed that Naimatsue had already removed Feng's seed. Naimatsue said that she would wait until they reached the lost forest. However, judging from the current situation, Naimatsue seemed to be in a hurry. Angor didn't bother Naimatsue. He took her back to the coordinates leading to the top of the vine tower. When they returned to the vine house, Naimatsue had already put down the seed. It seemed that Naimatsue had finished reading Feng's letter. Angor wanted to ask Naimatsue what Feng said, but before he could, Naimatsue already left the vine house with a thoughtful look. He opened the door and took a look. He saw that although Naimatsue had left the vine house, she didn't leave the vine tower. Instead, she wriggled her body to the top of the vine tower. She looked at the starry sky in the morning and thought quietly about something. Angor considered for a moment and decided not to disturb her. Perhaps Feng left something that could help Naimatsue achieve a breakthrough. Naimatsue was still digesting the information, and it would be bad if Angor interrupted her. Angor carefully closed the door of the vine house and let Toby out. He whispered something to the bird and prepared to head to the dream wasteland. Sunders told him that Sumesh would take over the new authority today, so Angor didn't want to miss the chance. As he was about to enter the dream, he saw a painting hanging on the wall of the vine house. It was Naimatsue looking at the starry sky. Looking at Feng Weinai's beautiful painting, he thought of the book A Night of Best Friends Feng Weinai gave him. He took out A Night Chat with a Best Friend and placed it on the table. He looked at the perfectly framed painting and tried to sense the energy inside again. The energy wasn't strong, but it was subtle and powerful. Angor couldn't tell what it meant at all. Since he didn't know the purpose of the energy, he was still cautious about the painting itself. He didn't trust Feng completely. In other words, Angor was wary of everyone, not to mention Feng, who he had just met for the first time. Feng told Angor that he could give the painting to the Turing Rubik's Cube if he ran into any trouble. Angor wasn't sure if Feng was telling the truth, but he was sure that the painting contained some kind of information that could be recognized by the Turing Rubik's Cube. But that wasn't what bothered Angor the most. He was more concerned about the name of the painting. According to Feng, the name of the painting wasn't meant for Angor. It was meant for Feng's real self. Did this mean that Feng had left a secret message on the painting to his real body? What could the secret message be? Was the painting really meant for Angor's friend? Or did it contain something that could harm Angor? If Angor couldn't decipher the message, he couldn't trust Feng's words. Maybe Feng would not lie about the plot set up by the Book of Cal, but this painting was obviously not a plot anymore. Who knew if Feng had other tricks up his sleeves? To avoid this, Angor decided not to show the painting to the public when he couldn't decipher the energy. He especially didn't want to show it to the Turing Rubik's Cube or Feng's real self. With that in mind, Angor placed a finger on the painting frame. The green tattoo in his right eye slowly leaped out of his eye socket and covered the entire painting. Soon, the tattoo disappeared. The painting didn't seem to have changed, but Angor knew that an invisible force field had been set up around the painting. The energy inside the painting was very powerful, and Angor didn't know anything about it. He was worried that the energy itself would leak information. Therefore, just in case, he used the even more mysterious green pattern power to hide and restrain the energy in the painting. As long as the painting stayed close to him, the force field would always exist. After setting up the force field, Angor prepared to put the painting away. Suddenly, he heard the vine door being pushed open. He turned around and saw the golden-eyed, green-scaled Nametsue slowly walking in. The first thing Nametsue saw when she entered the room was the painting on the table. Seeing Nametsue looking at the painting behind him, he decided to move aside and let Nametsue have a clear view of the painting. He didn't mind letting Nametsue see the painting. Nametsue wasn't someone from the touring Rubik's Cube, and it didn't know where Feng's real self was. Besides, the energy inside the painting was hidden, so Nametsue wouldn't mind if she saw it. This is Mr. Feng's painting? Angor nodded. Nametsue looked at the painting. Angor and Feng were sitting opposite each other under a big tree, talking and laughing. The background was the distant night sky and countless stars. It was a harmonious scene. Nametsue had been with Feng for many years, but she had never seen such a harmonious scene before. The harmony that Nametsue was referring to was not the harmony of the atmosphere, but a kind of equality in status. During the years she spent with Feng, Nametsue was more like a student or a seeker of knowledge. Feng, on the other hand, was the embodiment of knowledge. They were harmonious in terms of atmosphere, but they weren't equals in terms of communication. Nametsue was the one who gained the upper hand in the end, but it didn't mean she was willing to do so. In fact, Nametsue also wanted to be treated as equals. Because this was the only way Feng would not look like a mischievous junior. Nametsue slowly moved her eyes to the corner of the painting and saw the name of the painting. Best Friends, Night Talk. Nametsue stared at the simple name of the painting for a long time. Its eyes and expression looked very calm, but its heart was in turmoil because of the name of the painting. Thinking about what Feng said in the message, Nametsue began to understand why Feng valued Angor so much. Best friend, Nametsue slowly looked away and said softly, "It's well drawn." He thought Nametsue was going to say something, but instead, she only praised the painting. "Do you need something from me, Lady Nametsue?" Angor asked. Nametsue said calmly, "I've finished reading the seed that Mr. Feng left behind. It roughly describes your situation and the future of the tidal realm." Nametsue briefly explained the message in the seed. Feng described the current situation of the tidal realm and the possibilities for the future. Nametsue also learned that tidal realm had been absorbing elemental energy from the outside world for years, and its opening was imminent. Even the consciousness of tidal realm couldn't stop it. "What do you plan to do, Miss Nametsue?" "I've been thinking about it for a long time. I don't want to get involved, but I was born in tidal realm, and I can't do what I want. I'm going to stay in tidal realm and help you and your organization. I'm going to change the current state of tidal realm and usher in a new era. I'm going to help myself as well." Nametsue supported the opening of the passage, but it was only a verbal promise. Now, Nametsue was going to do more than just talk. She was going to do it for real. As the strongest fighter in tidal realm, Nametsue chose to side with Brute Cavern, which was a good thing. At least, Brute Cavern would have a certain advantage when the passage was opened. "I'll report this to my superiors. I'm sure the leaders of Brute Cavern will be happy to hear your decision. I trust you. I hope your organization won't disappoint me." With that, Nametsue turned to leave. Angor looked at Nametsue's back and suddenly had an idea. "Maybe you can go to Brute Cavern and have a look." Nametsue stopped and looked at Angor. "You want to recruit me on behalf of your organization?" "Recruit?" Angor had an idea, but he couldn't say it out loud. He couldn't go against Rain's wishes either. Moreover, Sir Rhine might not agree to this. After all, Naimetsue's strength had reached the half-step legendary level. Even if she did not have enough knowledge, at least she had reached the half-step legendary level. Even if she was recruited, it was very likely that she would be an unstable factor. "I think you should learn more about Brute Cavern first. You're going to meet people from the wizarding world anyway. Why don't you talk to the wizards from Brute Cavern first?" Nametsue was tempted. She trusted Angor, but she didn't know much about Brute Cavern. She could use this chance to learn more about Brute Cavern and see if the organization was worth investing in. However, going to Brute Cavern's headquarters wasn't a safe thing to do. The situation in Tidal Realm wasn't completely clear yet. "Not now. I won't leave Tidal Realm anytime soon," Nametsue said. Angor understood Nametsue's concern. He chuckled. You don't have to leave Tidal Realm. Just stay in Lost Forest and meet the people from Brute Cavern. The world inside the shell, the kingdom of Saint Elisa. I finally got to see His Holiness the Pope today. He is indeed as impressive as the rumors say. Tomorrow is the saint selection. I didn't expect His Holiness to appear so early. How exciting. It's just a pity that the Pope is wearing a white mask. I can't see what's under the mask. Sigh. Even if I can't see his face, I still feel that he is very tall and powerful. Maybe he really is as handsome as the legends say. A group of girls wearing the uniform of the Lutheran Church were holding hands and laughing as they walked in the corridor of the dormitory. The main character of their conversation was the Pope, who they had caught a glimpse of during the saint selection today. While they were talking and laughing, a blonde girl who was walking slightly at the back muttered in a low voice, "Tall and powerful, really blind." She didn't finish her sentence, but a saintess candidate who was very close to her seemed to have heard her muttering. She turned around and asked, "Sister Feng, what did you just say?" The blonde girl who was called Sister Feng quietly tucked her hair behind her ear and said seriously, "I said you were right. His Holiness the Pope is really tall and powerful." Really? You think so too? Sigh, if only I could see His Holiness's appearance. Her voice immediately attracted the agreement of the other girls. However, one of the girls who was slightly gossipy sighed, "I heard that His Holiness the Pope's face was injured when he went to the Heart Country to spread the gospel 10 years ago. That's why he put on a mask." Although this news wasn't big at the time, His Holiness hasn't taken off his mask for so many years. It can be seen that the injury was very serious. Maybe His Holiness's face is already. Shut up. A fat middle-aged nun in an oversized uniform suddenly turned out from the side of the corridor. "You dare to talk about His Holiness? This is blasphemy." His stern shout caused the group of girls who were originally singing and laughing to turn pale in an instant. "We were wrong. Sister Maria, please forgive us for being talkative. We are willing to go to the confession room and pray for punishment for our mistakes." Sister Maria fiercely looked around at the crowd, her eyes flashing with jealousy. She really wanted to punish them and make this group of young, beautiful, and slender girls pay a price. However, tomorrow was the saint selection convention, and they were candidates for the saintess position, so she couldn't let anything happen to them. Suppressing the anger and jealousy in her heart, Maria snorted coldly, "I'll let you off this time. If there's a next time, I'll send you directly to the Inquisition and let the Pope decide your crimes." The girls knelt on the ground, trembling. Get lost. For the rest of the corridor, none of the girls dared to speak. It was only when they reached their respective dormitories that they opened their mouths and said their goodbyes. "Sister Feng, we'll be leaving first." After the girls left, Feng, who was standing at the entrance of the dormitory, turned around and stared coldly in the direction where Sister Maria was. Bear with it for a while longer. I have not figured it out yet. Feng thought to himself. He looked away and went back to his room. After returning to his room, Feng opened the bathroom door and filled the bathtub with water. Feng did not enter the bathtub to take a bath. Instead, he jumped onto the water surface. I'm surrounded by water. Very good. The feeling of being watched is gone. Feng thought to himself as he stood on the water surface. Feng stood on the surface of the water and pondered for a moment. He recalled the scene of the Holy Arrival Assembly today, and recalled the jokes of the group of saintess candidates. Tall and mighty. Hee, that slender figure can also be described as tall and mighty. Indeed, when a young girl is in love, her eyes will be half blind. They might not know that the person they fall in love with is a woman. A female pope. Interesting. As Feng spoke, he suddenly felt his earring heating up. He reached out his hand and touched the earring. Renekton? Feng whispered. A familiar teasing voice came from the earring. The more I see you in female clothes, the more I feel that it suits you. Why don't you dress up like this in the future? Feng was annoyed by his friend's teasing. Do you think you haven't lived long enough? Renekton's teasing laughter came from the earring. After a while, Feng took advantage of Renekton's laughter and asked, Tell me. Why did you suddenly look for me? Renekton said, I happened to pass by the inner shell world. I wanted to test the communication channel and see the situation on your side. Do you need my help? Feng shook his head, no need. The situation on my side is not bad. I just met the Pope today. She has a very strong mysterious aura. The mysterious item is in her hands. Her? A female again? I remember that your previous mission was also a female, right? Feng nodded. The previous mission was also in the inner shell world. It was the third princess of the country of heart, Okaleg royal family. The world within the shell is rather interesting. In such a peripheral plane, there are actually two mysterious items with such great influence that you can sense them, and both of them are in the hands of women. Renekton clicked his tongue. The mysterious item has nothing to do with gender. Don't make a conclusion. Feng was very clear about Renekton's foresight. Because Renekton had not come into contact with the mysterious realm for a long time, he would make a conclusion every day, hoping to find a breakthrough. Renekton said, "Who knows? After you finish this mission, I will go to the inner shell world to investigate. Who knows, I might be able to discover a few more mysterious items." Feng had discovered two mysterious items in the inner shell world this time. Because the fluctuations were very strong, they were close to or had already reached the edge of being out of order, so Feng was able to sense them. Those hidden fluctuations were usually in the hands of those who kept a low profile. As long as there was no big mess, Feng was too lazy to investigate. You can come to investigate, but you don't have to come to the kingdom of Xianxia. There is only one mysterious item here. Are you sure? Feng nodded. The mysterious item in the kingdom of Xianxia is the one in the hands of the female pope. According to my infiltration during this period, I have already concluded some patterns of this mysterious item. It is a mysterious item that is mainly used for investigation. Its investigation range is currently unknown, but it has a very large range. When I went to a desolate forest thousands of miles away, I felt like I was being investigated. I suspect that its investigation range on land is very far. The only weakness is that its investigation is unable to go around the water surface. Currently, I have not been investigated before, so I do not know the limit of its investigation. But from the news related to the Pope in the newspapers, the Pope seems to know everything. I reckon that this mysterious item can forcefully probe into people's hearts without them noticing. Because of the existence of this mysterious item, the continent where the kingdom of Xianxia is located will definitely not have a second mysterious item. If there is, the Pope would have known and obtained it long ago. Renekton said, if we encounter a mysterious item with strange effects, even the Pope might not be able to obtain it, right? Feng said, forcefully probing into people's hearts. As long as we can probe their thoughts, we can determine the rules of the mysterious item in their hands. It will not be difficult to obtain it. Renekton thought about it carefully. It seemed to be true. Then it seems that if we obtain this mysterious item, it will help us save time on missions. Renekton did not forget that Feng spent 15 years to determine the characteristics of the mysterious item in the Kingdom of Heart. Even 15 years ago, when the third princess of the Kingdom of Heart was still a baby, Feng did not dare to directly take it away. After all, mysterious items were very special. Even if a baby obtained it, as long as it was compatible with the rules, it could create a destructive effect. If they had this mysterious item, they might be able to save some time. But Feng did not think so. This is the world inside the shell. There are basically no supernatural powers here. The Pope dares to probe into people's hearts because she is a normal person. She has no respect for supernatural beings. But if it is in other worlds, you can probe it. If it was in other supernatural worlds, once a mysterious item was used, not to mention probing, there might even be people coming to steal it. If the one being probed was a supernatural being with a mysterious item, then the outcome would be even worse. In order to not pay with their lives, it was best to be cautious. Feng and Renekton chatted about the situation in the kingdom of Xianxia. Then, Feng asked about Renekton's situation. Why did you pass by the world inside the shell? Renekton said, I discovered from a secret book that there is a family in the secret world that seems to have a special alchemy method called the dark alchemy. The name is similar to the dark alchemy. I want to go and see if they are related. Feng knew that Renekton was obsessed with the dark alchemy, so his actions were understandable. But, are you sure you want to go to the secret world? This world is very dangerous. I have seen records of the secret world in the Prophet's temple. You should know about the Tiendi ritual, right? It is said that the evil god that the Tiendi worships is from the secret world. There are many high-energy beings there. Renekton said, I know. Before I left, I have already investigated the secret world. The scariest thing about the secret world is the secret world. The mortal world on the surface is still normal and not too dangerous. There are a few wizard families in the Northern Territory who seem to have migrated to the surface of the secret world. What I want to go to is the surface. I will not go to the secret world. After getting Renekton's promise, Feng was slightly relieved. On the long journey of searching for the truth, Renekton was a good friend that was hard to come by. He did not want anything to happen to Renekton because of the risk. Since you understand, then I will not say more. Then, Feng chatted with Renekton for a while and was about to turn off the communication channel. Although Renekton was close to the world in the shell, this kind of communication that crossed realms consumed a lot of energy. Even a legendary wizard could not bear it. Then I will stop here. If there is anything else. Eh? Just as Feng was about to end the conversation, he suddenly paused. Renekton was about to turn off the communication channel, but now he stopped. Feng, what's wrong? There was no sound for a long time, but the communication channel was not turned off. 3 minutes later, Feng Yu replied. Nothing. It's just a small accident. Renekton noticed that Feng's tone was a little strange. Do you need my help? Renekton asked. Feng said, no, it's not about the St. Elsa kingdom. It's about the consciousness in the painting that I left in the southern region that disappeared. The consciousness in the painting that you left in the southern region? I remember that you only left a consciousness clone in the southern region. Renekton thought for a while and seemed to have thought of something. The follow-up of the Book of Kale? Feng nodded, his tone was filled with disbelief. That's right, it was indeed a consciousness clone that followed the evolution of the Book of Kale. Feng muttered in a low voice, such a complicated arrangement, and the key was in the hands of the old dragon in the Ice Valley. I didn't expect that in the end, it really followed the development of the Book of Kale and succeeded. Renekton obviously knew about this too. His shock was no less than Feng's. When I heard you mention it before, I doubted the ability of the Book of Kale. Now it seems that, the Book of Kale is indeed the Book of Kale. Renekton sighed. The only pity is that the Mad Hatter's coronation was given away in the end. Feng joked, why, are you still thinking about it? Renekton sighed. His meaning was clear. Actually, it was not only Renekton who was thinking about it. Feng seemed to be joking, but he was also thinking about it. He had thought about it before. If the evolution of the Book of Kale failed, he would have to go and retrieve that mysterious magic pattern. But now, he had no other choice. This was the price set by the Book of Kale. It was also the price to stop the demon god calamity in the southern region. The death of the demon god True Spirit in exchange for a mysterious magic pattern is worth it. Although he said this, Feng still felt heartache. After all, that was an extremely special mysterious magic pattern. Because this is the price of the Book of Kale, we can't retrieve it. But we can borrow it, right? Renekton's eyes lit up. Do you know who obtained the mysterious magic pattern? Feng shook his head. The southern region is too far away. The consciousness in the painting doesn't have enough energy to transmit information over. Renekton's eyes that had lit up dimmed again. Feng said, but, if you really want to find that person, it's not impossible. After all, the tidal realm's environment was very isolated. If that person wanted to find the treasure, they would definitely go and meet those elemental creatures. There would be many traces left behind. It could even be said that if they went to find Namakui, they would probably be able to find that person. Forget about it for now. The Mad Hatter's coronation will not allow me to truly come into contact with the mysterious realm. I should go to the secret world first and take a look at the black alchemy. When I have the chance in the future, I will go and look for that lucky person. Feng did not comment on Renekton's words. To be able to become the key person of the death of the demon god True Spirit, he was not just a lucky person. After bidding farewell to Renekton, Feng still stood quietly on the surface of the water. He was still thinking about the person who could obtain the treasure. To be able to pass through the layers of barriers and finally find the treasure in the void, he or she did not lack wisdom, courage, and ability. I really want to meet him. Who are you? Feng muttered softly. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Sister Feng, the purchasing department has sent the paint and paper for tomorrow's Saint selection. Do you want to go and try it out now? Feng retracted his thoughts that had already run to the distant world and replied, okay, I will go and try it out now. Even if he really wanted to meet that person, he had to first deal with the situation in the shell world. Tomorrow was the Saint selection. He hoped to use this opportunity to test whether that mysterious item had any other offensive abilities. If not, it was time to make a move. End of chapter. The new city was under construction in the Dream Wasteland. Leona was on the top floor of Rosewater House. She stood on a tall billboard with a blueprint in her hand, overlooking most of the construction site. Sometimes she shook her head, sometimes she nodded. Her eyes showed that she was deep in thought. Something's wrong here. Who's in charge of the Cloud Street in the southeast? Why is it different from the blueprint? Leona frowned. She called out the person in charge of the area, took out the Mother Tree communicator, and quickly communicated with him. Damn it. It's another self-improvement. Do they really think they're better than the original designer? Leona cursed and yelled at the Mother Tree communicator. The person in charge trembled in fear. He didn't dare to object and immediately ordered his subordinates to modify the design. When Leona put down the Mother Tree connector, she was still a little angry. She glared at the southeast area, as if she wanted to supervise them from beginning to end and see the results of their modifications. What's wrong, Leona? I heard your voice when I was still downstairs. A lazy male voice came from behind. Leona looked back and saw a bare-chested man leaning against the doorframe on the top floor, looking at her. Beside him were 3 dream plant flower demons of different shapes and colors. They floated around him and seemed to be very close to the man. Mr. Tree Spirit. Leona glanced at the man and calmed down. How come you have time to come up here? I was drinking tea with Iron Granny downstairs. But she took Yuli to Dumartin's place. I had nothing to do, so I came up to take a look, said Tree Spirit. Leona looked at the 3 dream plant flower spirits next to Tree Spirit. I met them on the way here. They were planting flowers outside the building. I brought them here. But Leona did not doubt that explanation. Speaking of which, many dream plant flower spirits had come to the new city recently. At first, Leona was quite happy. After all, their arrival meant that the city's plants would flourish. However, these dream plant flower spirits were a bit naughty. They would often crawl all over the gray walls of a building before it was finished. It looked like an abandoned building. Once or twice was fine, but recently, it was happening more and more often. Leona felt it was getting troublesome. Fortunately, Tree Spirit stood up. Tree Spirit seemed to have a natural affinity with the dream plant fairies. Most of the dream plant fairies liked to stay by Tree Spirit's side. With Tree Spirit's arrangement, the construction went back to normal. Therefore, Leona was very grateful to Tree Spirit. Tree Spirit said, I heard you flipping out again. What's wrong? Leona sighed and showed the drawing to Tree Spirit. She then pointed to the southeast and said, the building over there is different from the drawing. Some details are completely different. The fountain on the roof is also missing. A fountain on the roof? What kind of design is this? Tree Spirit was puzzled. Leona grumbled. There are a lot of designs in the new city's blueprint that subverts our imaginations. I also asked Mr. John about it. He told me that it's strange to look at them individually, but it's an overall layout that requires a unified style. Not a single one can be missing. Also, it looks like the top of the building, but to the buildings next to it, it's actually the first floor of a block. The first floor of the block? Yes, it's a staggered design. The top of the building itself is a sky street. There's more than one sky street like this. To the people who will live in the sky street in the future, that's the first floor, not the top floor. Tree Spirit was still confused. It was the first time he had come across such a strange urban style. However, Tree Spirit did not refute. He believed in John's design skills and Leona's judgment. And then? A few self-righteous apprentices over there said that it's wrong. They changed it without consulting the person in charge and put the fountain on the ground floor. They said it's only logical. Putting the fountain on the ground floor? I know this kind of landscape design. It's indeed normal. But now, this new city is going to be built in a special style. It's going to be the first time the witches see it at the tea party. Who wants a normal design? The more special it is, the more rebellious it is, the more people will talk about it. Also, this is to unify the architectural style of the whole city. Naturally, we can't let them mess around. The more Leona talked, the angrier she got. This kind of thing kept happening recently. She was not interested in a city with a normal style at all. She was more convinced by John's idea. I don't want the city to end up like Inception City. I understand. But you don't have to compare it to Inception City. Normal cities are better built than First Heart City. Leona nodded in agreement. You're right. Tree Spirit stood beside Leona and looked down at the construction site. This scene reminds me of the time when the mirror world was first built. It was full of vigor and vitality. Tree Spirit sighed. I have to say, Brood Cavern has changed a lot since Angor joined the organization. It's good, right? Of course it's good, Tree Spirit replied. Leona asked, speaking of which, did you find out anything about Julie and the traveling frog? Traveling frog can't talk yet, and Yuku is a tight-lipped person. Tree Spirit shrugged. Nothing for now. But we don't need to ask too many details. We can get a lot of information just from daily interactions. What will happen if we combine all the information? Leona asked. I can't say for sure yet. But I think it will be another unprecedented change. While they were talking, the 3 dream plant fairies that were floating around the Tree Spirit suddenly froze and looked in a certain direction. Leona was the first to notice their change. She looked in the direction they were looking at. However, it was calm on the other side. The glimmer of dawn made the remaining white on the horizon shine with a golden brilliance. After being stunned for a while, the dream plant fairies began to communicate with each other in whispers. What's wrong? Leona asked curiously. The dream plant fairies' language was unique. It was not a symbolic language. Even someone who understood all languages would not be able to understand what they were saying. However, if the dream plant fairies could communicate with their spirit power, it was possible to understand them directly. However, most dream plant fairies would not do that. Leona had to ask Tree Spirit for help. In the eyes of the dream plant fairies, Tree Spirit was indeed different. He easily integrated into their mental communication. After a while, Tree Spirit said, I don't know the details yet. I only know that there seems to be a natural vacuum zone in that direction. Natural vacuum zone? What do you mean? Literally. In that area, a large amount of tree energy has been disconnected from the Mother Tree's network. It seems to be a barren area without any natural power. The entire dream wasteland was an extension of the Mother Tree's consciousness. Because of this, there were many nodes that allowed the dream plant fairies to communicate across countless distances. But just a moment ago, all the nodes in that area had disappeared. The disappearance of such a large area immediately attracted the attention of all the dream plant fairies. This was why the 3 dream plant spirits were in a daze. They were actually communicating through the Mother Tree's network. A vacuum zone without any natural power. That's strange. Did something happen? Should we go check it out? Leona asked worriedly. Tree Spirit shook his head. According to the dream plant fairies, the location is quite far away from the new city. It's not on the airship's route either. It's an extremely remote area that no humans have ever set foot in. With our current strength, it'll take us at least a month to get there. I think it's Angor, Tree Spirit said. There were no enemies in the dream wasteland at the moment. The biggest threat was the evil creatures. Even if evil creatures appeared, they wouldn't create a natural vacuum zone. Therefore, Tree Spirit believed that Angor was trying to do something. Is it Angor? Leona mumbled and took out the Mother Tree communicator from her pocket. She then opened a chat with Angor. A moment later, Leona looked up and relaxed. Yes, it's Angor. Leona waved the Mother Tree communicator screen, and Tree Spirit saw Angor's reply. Yeah. That's pretty useful, Tree Spirit muttered. Why didn't he think of using the Mother Tree communicator earlier? Leona nodded and continued to ask about Angor's situation. Yeah, it's pretty useful. My student, Kudu, is in the development team right now. I heard they're working on something called Boundless Information and Handheld Entertainment. Sounds good. Leona couldn't help but exclaim, if only there's a Mother Tree communicator like this in the real world. Then I won't have to see crystal balls everywhere. Tree Spirit nodded in agreement. Ding. Leona looked at the screen again. Angor replied. He said it's just a small experiment. He also asked if Mr. Rain is here. He has something to discuss with Mr. Rain. Tree Spirit said, tell him that Rhine is guarding the ruins. If he needs help, I'll go find him. Angor said it's fine if Mr. Rain isn't here. He'll come see you later. Tree Spirit nodded. Tell him I'll wait for him here. Before Tree Spirit could finish, he heard a familiar voice. Don't bother Leona. I'm already here. Tree Spirit turned around and saw a figure of light appearing behind him. The figure quickly condensed and revealed Angor's face. Tree Spirit was about to say something when he suddenly noticed something and looked at Angor's feet. An elegant silhouette slowly slithered out from behind Angor and stopped at his feet. It was a small, green snake. It looked like an ordinary snake, but for some reason, its scales were soft and smooth. Under the sunlight, they seemed to be shining in a faint green light. The snake's eyes were bright yellow, while its pupils were pure gold without any impurities. It looked cold and solemn. The snake wasn't too big. Even when it raised its head, it still couldn't reach a man's knee. However, its eyes were filled with the arrogance of a god looking down on mortals. Leona also noticed the snake as soon as she saw it. Out of curiosity, she tried to use her spirit feelers to check the snake's condition. However, when she tried to use her spirit feelers, the snake turned around and stared at her quietly. Although the snake didn't do anything, Leona felt her heartbeat quicken and her breathing quicken under its gaze. It was as if there was a heavy pressure pressing down on her heart. She didn't dare to look it in the eye. Out of instinct, Leona looked away. When she came back to her senses, Leona realized what she had done. She couldn't help but be surprised. Why did she subconsciously avoid his gaze? Tree Spirit was also staring at the snake, but he didn't use his power of the will to detect it. He could sense that the snake was surrounded by the force of nature. Furthermore, it could be seen from the fact that the 3 dream plant fairies abandoned the Tree Spirit without hesitation and happily danced around the snake. Is it a wood elemental creature? Tree Spirit asked. Although it was a question, his tone was firm. After saying that, Tree Spirit added another sentence in his heart, powerful wood elemental creature. Yes. Angor nodded to Tree Spirit and spoke to the snake respectfully, Miss Nai Matsue, they're from Brute Cavern. This is Tree Spirit, one of the 3 ancestor souls of Brute Cavern. And this is Leona, an alchemist who specializes in perfumery. Mr. Tree Spirit, Leona, this is Miss Nai Matsue from the Tidal Realm. Angor gave a simple introduction. It sounded like an ordinary conversation, but there was a lot of information hidden in it. Leona and Tree Spirit exchanged a glance. They looked calm on the surface, but their minds were in turmoil. Angor just called a snake by its name? Moreover, the Tidal Realm, Leona and Tree Spirit didn't want to act too surprised in front of Angor, who might be an elemental monster. They put on a casual look and greeted Nai Matsue with a smile. Nai Matsue nodded in response. She glanced at Leona, Tree Spirit, and the 3 dream plant sprites, and finally stopped at Tree Spirit. You're a wood creature as well? Nai Matsue sensed a faint aura of nature from Tree Spirit, but it was different from the other wood creatures she was familiar with. No, I'm just a spirit. Spirit? Nai Matsue's eyes widened a little as if she was surprised by the answer. However, this surprise only lasted for a moment, and Nai Matsue returned to her calm and indifferent side. Nai Matsue seemed to have lost her interest after learning that Tree Spirit wasn't an elemental creature. Instead, she was curious about the 3 dream plant spirits around Tree Spirit. while Naimeitsue studied the dream plant spirits, no one spoke a word. Leona still hadn't realized what was going on. Tree Spirit was trying to figure out Naimeitsue's identity. Angor, on the other hand, was focusing on the Tree of Authority. He just received a notification that his professor had entered the dream wasteland. After a long while, Naimeitsue shifted her gaze away from the dream plant fairy. What an interesting creature. Is it a native of this dream world? Yes, sir. Tree Spirit and Leona looked at Angor again, expecting him to give them some more information about the elemental world. But instead, Angor pointed at Tree Spirit. Miss Naimeitsue, I have something else to do. You can talk to Mr. Tree Spirit about Brute Cavern. Tree Spirit didn't know what to say. You didn't say anything. Leona also looked at Angor with a confused look. Angor, I'll tell you the details later. Why don't you talk to Miss Naimeitsue first? He pointed at Leona's mother tree communicator and said, I'll tell you the details later. I just received a message saying that my professor has entered the dream wasteland. I'll go see him. Leona glanced at the communicator and nodded. Okay. Tree Spirit looked at Naimeitsue again. He didn't know what to say, but it was better to take Naimeitsue away from here. Tree Spirit saw Iron Granny coming down from the street. Shall we go downstairs first? Naimeitsue nodded noncommittally. Tree Spirit led Naimeitsue downstairs while Leona took the chance to ask about Angor's condition through the mother tree communicator. When she checked her phone, she saw that Angor had already sent her a message. The message didn't tell Leona about the tidal realm. Instead, it told her about Naimeitsue's identity. Naimeitsue was a half-legendary wood elemental creature. Leona was stunned when she read the message. The number of half-step legendary wizards in the southern region could be counted with one's fingers. But now, there was a peak elemental life form in front of her. No wonder Angor used honorifics to address her. In Brood Cavern, only the three ancestor souls, Iron Granny, and Rain Naimeitsue, didn't refer to Naimeitsue. Leona understood now. No wonder the dream plant fairy had felt a natural vacuum in a certain area. It must have been Naimeitsue's natural power when she was building her body. Where did Angor find such a monster? Naimeitsue's TSS to Meitsue. Angor didn't Meitsue's. 5 minutes later, when Tree Spirit brought Naimeitsue to the top floor of Rose Aquarium, Angor sent another message. Mr. Tree Spirit didn't bring his mother tree connection device? Ask him to take back his interconnector. I've already sent the situation to his private tree group. Leona read the message and realized that Angor was trying to send a message to Tree Spirit instead of not replying to her messages. Leona realized that Angor's message must be very important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent it to Tree Spirit before she did. Leona pondered for a moment, then quickly walked to Tree Spirit and showed him the screen of her Mother Tree interconnect. Tree Spirit's pupils shrank slightly, then he nodded at her and said to Namiya quite calmly, I'll let Leona stay with you first. I'll ask the waiter to bring some cakes and tea. With that, Tree Spirit turned around and went downstairs. Tree Spirit returned to the room where he and Iron Granny were drinking tea. Iron Granny happened to come in as well. You look like you're in a hurry. What happened? Iron Granny looked at Tree Spirit in confusion. Tree Spirit didn't answer right away. Instead, he quickly found the mother tree connection device he forgot to take with him and opened it. As he expected, Angor had already sent him a long message. Tree Spirit walked to Iron Granny and asked her to read it. The message included the general situation of Tidal Realm, Naimeitsue's identity, as well as her plans for developing the realm. A lot of the content was simplified, but just by looking at the general outline, one could imagine how terrifying the detailed information was. Tree Spirit let out a long sigh. You're going to do something big this time, Angor. Iron Granny was also shocked. She didn't understand why Angor suddenly sent her such a message. Tree Spirit pointed upstairs. Naimeitsue is right there. Huh? Iron Granny frowned. Angor sent another short message, which explained Naimeitsue's purpose in coming to the Dream Wasteland. Tree Spirit knew that Naimeitsue wanted to know more about Brute Cavern and hoped to cooperate with Brute Cavern in the future. This meeting might even affect the future development of Brute Cavern. Because of this, Tree Spirit didn't dare to be careless anymore. He snapped his fingers lightly, and an elegant suit appeared on his naked upper body. His messy hair instantly became clean and tidy. I can't let the guests wait for too long. I should go up now. Granny, you, come with me. Iron Granny nodded. Oh, Angor. Why did you come all of a sudden? She sounded like she was blaming Sunders, but she didn't sound like she was complaining at all. Meanwhile, in Pat Manor in Beginner City, Sunders was also surprised by Angor's explanation. He was checking Sumesh's body for the last time in real life, but before he could finish, his authority warned him that a large amount of energy was disappearing somewhere in the dream wasteland. Sunders didn't know what was going on, so he quickly logged into the game and heard the shocking news from Angor. Sunders already knew something about the Tide Realm from Angor, and he even guessed that it was a world created by elemental creatures. However, he didn't expect Angor to bring the most powerful being of the Tide Realm into the dream wasteland. Sunders exhaled deeply and felt his eyebrows swelling a little. Sunders rubbed his forehead and spoke in a low voice, "Tell me what happened to you in the Tide Realm. And why did Naimatsui agree to come with you?" "It's a long story. Why don't we deal with Sumesh first, then I'll tell you about it later." Sunders didn't know what to say. How could Sumesh's situation compare to the Tide Realm's? But since Angor didn't seem to care about the Tide Realm at all, Sunders decided not to ask. He was already immune to Angor's explosive news. At least this time, he didn't have to deal with it alone. Brood Cavern was behind him anyway. With that in mind, Sunders relaxed a little. However, Sunders misunderstood Angor's intention. It wasn't that Angor didn't care about the Tide Realm. If he didn't, he wouldn't have spent so much effort to create the trilogy. Angor was only thinking about whether he should tell Sunders about the runes, so he did not pay much attention to Sunders' words. That was why Sunders misunderstood the runes. The Tide Realm is a big mess. It's hard to tell for now. Alright, let's deal with Sumesh first. After making up his mind, Sunders no longer asked about the Tidal Realm. Instead, he began to talk about his next plan. Sunders had already discussed with Sumesh about the Nightmare Realm's main body, and Sumesh was already mentally prepared. Once Sumesh entered the Dream Wasteland, Angor would send him to the area where the Nightmare Realm's main body resided. Sunders would stay in the Dream Wasteland and keep an eye on the energy fluctuations. Meanwhile, Flora would stay in the real world and keep an eye on Sumesh's condition. According to my calculations, the authority we're going to take is close to Sumesh's limit. If Sumesh's power reaches the upper limit, the pressure from the authority will be reflected back to his body. It was just like what happened to Angor when he first took on the authority. Without Toby's help, Angor's body would have been destroyed. Flora will take care of his body in the real world. If anything happens, she'll use blood wizardry to create new organs for him. It's that bad? Yes. This authority is very close to Sumesh's limit. Can I change my authority? Angor frowned. Sunders shook his head. Sumesh's Nightmare Abyss domain was specially chosen for him. Other authorities might be able to fix his Nightmare Realm, but the one that's most suitable for him is the one that matches his Nightmare Abyss domain. Besides, Sumesh doesn't want to change it. Sumesh knew there was a better path for him, and he was willing to give it a try even if it was full of obstacles. This was Sumesh's personality. On the bright side, Sumesh's decisiveness helped him find his way to becoming a truthfinder in a short time. On the other hand, Flora's hesitation had something to do with her cautiousness. On the other hand, she was reckless. Sumesh's Nightmare Realm was on the verge of collapsing because he accepted Flora's invitation despite knowing that his Nightmare Realm was already damaged. He wanted to use this chance to find a way to heal his Nightmare Realm from the Red Plague believers. That was why he ended up like this. Sunders glanced at Angor again after finishing his analysis of Sumesh and Flora's personalities. "What's the matter, sir?" Angor asked. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Sunders shook his head. "I see. When will Sumesh show up?" Angor looked at Sunders with a puzzled expression, but he didn't ask further. "When will Sumesh come in?" "I'm going back to reality to check his body and spirit again. I'll bring him in later." Angor nodded. When he reappeared, he found himself in the middle of a misty field. Angor looked up and saw nothing but mist. But through the tree of authority, he could clearly sense a glowing ball of information floating above. That was the main body of his nightmare realm. After confirming that, Angor waited for Sumesh and Sunders to come online. Then, he took out his communication device to check the status of the trees. Tree Spirit didn't reply. Angor assumed he was still talking to Naimatsue. Leona, on the other hand, sent him a bunch of messages. Angor quickly learned that Leona wasn't in Rose Aquarium right now. She left when Tree Spirit and Iron Granny arrived. But Leona seemed to be very concerned about Naimatsue, and she couldn't ask Tree Spirit about it. Angor chose a few random questions that didn't involve any important information. Leona didn't reply for a long time. I just went back to reality and told Mr. Rain about Naimatsue. I think Mr. Rain will come in soon. As soon as Leona finished speaking, he received a message from the Dream Gate. Rain had already entered the Dream Wasteland. Rain didn't go to Naimatsue right away. Instead, he contacted Angor through the Mother Tree communicator. Angor sent Rain the same message he sent to Tree Spirit earlier. Rain sent a string of words to Angor. After a long while, Rain finally sent a serious message. This is a serious matter. Where are you now? I need to talk to you in detail. A world completely controlled by elemental creatures, an undiscovered appendage world, and a world filled with abundant resources. Any one of these conditions would cause a huge uproar. In the southern wizarding region. At this moment, all three conditions were met, and they all belonged to the Tide Realm. Profit was the most important thing. A world that could nurture half-step legendary elemental creatures. Needless to say, the benefits it would bring were immense. As one of the most powerful wizards in the southern wizarding region, Rain knew exactly what kind of shock this would bring. Angor considered for a moment and briefly explained the situation. I'm coming. Rain made up his mind. After a long while, Rain appeared in the vast fog. Rain wasn't a stranger to this place. Angor once brought him here to see the Nightmare Domain. However, Rain had never seen how a Nightmare Domain granted an authority. Apart from talking about the tidal realm, Rain also wanted to see how the authority was granted from up close. Where's Sunders? Rain looked at Angor, who was standing beside him. Angor was about to tell him that Sunders wasn't here yet when he received a notification telling him that Sunders was online. Without hesitation, Angor changed Sunders' entry point into the Dream Wasteland to the mist. Sunders wasn't surprised to see Rain. He nodded at Rain and said, Flora is still cleaning up Sumesh's blood. She'll come in later. Before that, I need to reduce the number of runes in Foundation City to below 10. Currently, the average number of runes in the Dream Wasteland was above 10. Due to the large number of supernaturals gathered around the new city, Sunders had set the number of runes below 10. There were only a few places that Sunders didn't take into account yet, so he set the number below 10. Since Sunders reduced the number of runes in Foundation City to below 10, Foundation City wouldn't even be considered a low mana area anymore. Before Angor could ask why, Sunders already closed his eyes and began to control the power of authority. Angor had no choice but to give up and wait for Sunders to finish. He looked at Rain and asked, about the tidal realm. Rain knew what Angor wanted to ask and waved a hand. We'll talk about it after Sumesh takes over the power of authority. However, I have a question that has been bothering me for a long time. Please go ahead, Mr. Rain. I want to know where the entrance to the tidal realm is. Rain was almost certain that the tidal realm was located at the marginalized island, based on the information he received from the Mother Tree Interconnect and the rain foxes and traveler frogs he saw a few days ago. The tidal realm must also be related to the mystery of the disappearance of elements. This was a mission that had been hanging in the mission halls of all the major adept organizations. Countless adepts had tried to investigate it, but none of them had been able to find the truth. Where was the gate to the tidal plane? Why had so many adepts returned empty-handed? How did Angor find out? This was the question that Ryan desperately wanted to know the answer to. The entrance to the tide plane is in the underground vault of the Shannon royal family. He also explained why he went to the underground treasury and how he found the Tidewater realm. After hearing this, Ryan couldn't help but sigh. No wonder so many people couldn't find it. The entrance to the tidal realm was hidden so well. Not only was it underground, but it was also hidden in the needle-like crevices of the stalactites. Most importantly, there was a paper door and a painting that Feng had set up at the entrance, completely isolating the energy aura. That was why countless wizards could not find it even after so many years. Ryan still remembered that 1,000 years ago, several wizard organizations within the Bloodline Alliance organized an internal event. They sent hundreds of apprentices to search every corner of the marginalized island, hoping to find the answer to the disappearance of the element. Back then, many magazines reported on the event. In order not to embarrass themselves, they even sent wizards to investigate. But in the end, nothing was found. Now that he looked back, it was understandable. So what if there were more apprentices? Without the shape-shifting technique, they wouldn't be able to fit through the holes in the stalactites. Even if they sent out official wizards, and some of them had learned the shape-shifting spell, if the quality of the shape-shifting softworm was not good enough, or if the level of the shape-shifting softworm was not high enough, they would still not be able to enter the hole. Besides, they were not loaches. Who would go through the crevices for no reason? You're lucky. If it wasn't for you, no one would find the tidal realm even after 1,000 years. Ryan sighed. Angor shook his head. I thought so too. But it's not. Besides, even if I didn't go to the tidal realm, the world's consciousness would not allow it to stay hidden any longer. Oh? Ryan raised an eyebrow. Angor's words had two meanings. One was fate, and the other was his observation of the world's consciousness. Neither of these were things that normal magi could come into contact with. It's a long story. I'll tell you when we're done here, Mr. Ryan. Ryan nodded. There was no need to rush. While they were talking, Sunders finally woke up. Without saying anything, he logged out of the dream wasteland. 2 minutes later, Sunders logged out again. This time, he was not alone. Sumesh was with him. Sumesh and Flora are learning Dream Walk, but they're not making much progress, Sunders said to Angor. I'm the only one who can pull them up. As he spoke, a tall, thin young man walked out from behind him. He bowed to Ryan and approached Angor with a smile. I don't think I need to introduce myself. I've heard my professor mention your name many times. Angor. His voice was gentle and gentle. When he mentioned Angor's name, he had a unique accent. They weren't familiar with each other yet, but this was the first time Sunders addressed Angor as an old friend. This is our first official meeting, so I should have prepared a gift for you. Unfortunately, I can't bring it into the dream wasteland. I'll give it to you when we meet in real life. I'll be looking forward to it. Angor looked at the man in front of him, Sumesh. His robe was white with green stripes, red embroidery, and gold trimmings. His pale yellow hair was tied up with a green string, leaving only a lock of hair on his forehead, which fell over his left eye. At first glance, Sumesh gave off the impression that he was a scholarly scholar. But upon closer inspection, Angor noticed that Sumesh had an unruly aura about him. Clearly, this man was different from his outward appearance. Trust me, you'll like the gift I prepared for you. Sumesh winked at Angor with his right eye and whispered into Angor's ear, that's a different matter. I didn't prepare the gift for you because of this. It's just that I missed you when I went to Brute Cavern last time. As for the authority I'm going to give you, I owe you a big favor. Angor didn't want to reject Sumesh's offer even though he didn't intend to ask for anything in return. If you're done, let's hear what I have to say. You already know about Sumesh's situation, Angor. As I told you last time, Sumesh's authority should be related to a dream creature, which is more suitable for his nightmare domain. But the authority of a dream creature is too vague, so I've come up with a set of conditions. Without wasting any time, Sunders listed out the so-called conditions. There were many rules, but most of them were detailed rules. Generally speaking, there were only 3 main rules. Or to be more precise, there were 3 restrictions. First of all, the dream creature born from the authority must be integrated into the energy system of the dream wasteland. In other words, the dream creature must be compatible with the energy system created by Sunders. Currently, there were 2 types of energy systems in the dream wasteland, the illusory mana created by Sunders, and the energy essence of the dream wasteland itself. No matter which type of energy the dream creature was compatible with, it would prevent the creature from becoming too deformed and disorderly. Many creatures in the dream world had strange appearances and sizes. Some of them were as large as continents, while others looked like evil spirits. This was due to the unique nature of the dream world. After all, everything can be found in a dream. In order not to create a situation where everything was possible in the dream, it was necessary to get rid of these non-standard dream creatures. It was easy to do that, and the easiest way was to integrate them into the energy system of the dream wasteland. The energy system of the dream wasteland was created to be closer to reality. The closer a dream was to reality, the more orderly it would be, and order meant regulation. On the other hand, the more unrealistic a dream was, the more disorderly it would be, and all kinds of strange dream creatures would flock to the wasteland. This was why Sunders set this restriction. Second, the life energy level of a dream creature had to be compatible with the current energy level of the dream wasteland. This was still to prevent the unconventional development of the dream creatures. The current upper limit of the dream wasteland was no higher than a level 3 apprentice. If a dream creature wanted to meet this limit, it would have to be a level 3 apprentice at most. In other words, even if a dream creature appeared in the dream wasteland in the future, its strength would be limited by the energy level set by Sunders. This would prevent most disasters. Third, the dream creatures would have a strong tendency to move. The so-called energy seeking was the pursuit of energy. Sunders set this restriction because he knew that only when a creature had something to pursue, it would become more subjective instead of remaining ignorant forever. Sunders hoped to use energy convergence to help dream creatures escape from the hallucination of dreams by having a goal in mind. This was something Sunders designed based on the instincts of the dream world creatures. It was a kind of thought stamp. Sunders chose to pursue energy instead of other pursuits because he considered the natural instincts of all living creatures. Energy included all kinds of things, such as the energy needed for survival, the energy needed for personal strength, and so on. There were also many ways to absorb energy. The more complicated the pursuit, the more variety it would lead to. Besides, Sunders already had energy selection and energy level limitation in his hands. If Xianxia went too far, Sunders would be able to take care of him. There was another point. When a dream creature showed tendency to move away from low energy areas, it would actively avoid them. Sunders deliberately lowered the energy level of Luce around Foundation City to 10. This was also the reason. It could prevent the mortal cities from being attacked by the dream realm creatures to a large extent. Do you remember them? Sunders looked at Angor. Since Angor would be the one using the scroll of luck, he had to do it himself. Angor nodded. We can add more restrictions, such as separating the birth of high-energy creatures from the common ones. But I've done some calculations. Xianxia should be able to handle it given the current circumstances. Xianxia could only hold one authority at most. It would be best if Sunders could reach the upper limit in one go so that he wouldn't have to do it again in the future. That's all I have to say. Let's begin. With that, Sunders stepped back and left the stage to Angor and Xianxia. Angor looked at Xianxia with a questioning look. Xianxia took a deep breath and nodded to Angor. With Xianxia's confirmation, Angor looked at a certain spot in the mist and saw the outline of a glowing orb covered in green runes. With a wave of his hand, the orb appeared in front of Angor. So, this is the main body of your nightmare domain? Angor nodded. Xianxia stared at the orb in astonishment. He had a nightmare domain himself, so he was very familiar with it. It was the first time he had seen such a large and materialized nightmare domain's main body. Was this the difference between a normal nightmare domain and a dream wasteland? Ready? Angor asked. Xianxia calmed himself down and nodded. Let's begin. Sure. He reached out his right hand. As soon as his hand touched the orb, the green runes binding the orb seemed to come alive and began to dance around the orb while emitting a bright green light. The green runes on the orb and the ones on Angor's right hand were interacting with each other. The green veins spread out in an elegant curve, like a newly born bud, stretching out its green leaves under the faint light. Soon, all the green runes gathered together and began to dance at a faster frequency. The light ball itself was also slowly unsealed at this frequency. When the frequency reached a certain limit, Angor began to control one of the green runes. Bind, dispel, fuse, tunnel, and door. the essence of the green runes appeared in front of Angor's eyes. Before activating Dispel, Angor didn't forget the most important step, using the Scroll of Luck. As soon as the scroll was opened, all kinds of familiar geometric lines appeared in front of him. When the special energy contained in the lines spread all over his body, Angor knew that his lucky moment had arrived. The lucky moment made Angor feel extremely comfortable. He felt as if his body and mind had entered an ethereal state. However, Angor didn't indulge in this state. He knew what he needed to do first. He quickly went through the 3 restrictions mentioned by Sunders in his mind. When the lucky moment was about to end, he activated the dispel part of the green runes without hesitation. Activating, dispelling, and chanting were done at the same time. As soon as the Scroll of Luck ended, the ball of light began to tremble. Due to the effect of the Scroll of Luck, a spot of light that shouldn't have appeared at this moment escaped from the inside of the ball. As soon as the specks of light appeared, they began to stir, as if they wanted to escape from the restricted space around them. "Get ready. Don't let it go." "Yes, sir." Sumesh nodded. Sumesh's figure flickered as he dashed towards the light spot. Using the green fusion rune, Angor pushed the light into Sumesh's forehead. Once the spot of light entered Sumesh's forehead, Sumesh's eyes began to lose focus. Angor retreated to Sunders and Rain's side. They didn't say anything. They just nodded at each other and turned their attention to Sumesh. Rain was curious about how the power fusion process would affect his dream avatar. Meanwhile, Sunders was calculating the probability of Sumesh successfully taking over the power. This time, Sunders used a variety of formulas to do his calculations. If Sumesh was able to fulfill his wish, the man would become a good sample for Sunders. Sunders could increase the success rate of taking over the power and prevent it from leaking out. The silent atmosphere was maintained for a long time. "Why isn't there any reaction?" Ryan broke the silence and asked curiously. From Rain's point of view, Sumesh didn't show any other changes apart from a blank stare. He's still in the early stages of the process. Sumesh should be able to resist the power of authority without much effort, said Sunders. He had done it before, so he knew what Sumesh was capable of. Will he succeed? Rain asked. Not necessarily. We'll have to see how he performs during the process. Rain nodded and continued to observe Sumesh's condition. But if it's you, I'm sure you'll be able to fuse most of them easily, sir. Angor nodded in agreement. Mr. Rain, you can try as well. Ryan smiled and shook his head. Let's talk about that in the future. Right now, the Dream Wasteland needs to develop and adapt, not only for the Dream Wasteland itself, but also for the southern region. Currently, it's very good. You can hide the truth within the illusion. I'm afraid even Brute Cavern won't be able to contain the Dream Wasteland's size. Although Ryan didn't point it out, the meaning in his words revolved around the core of seeking profit. So far, the Dream Wasteland had shown a strong correlation of interests that was enough to change the era. However, the Dream Wilderness looked like a dream at the moment. It felt real, but as long as one got in touch with it, they would know that it was more of an illusion. Rain believed that Brute Cavern should be able to hold the Dream Wasteland's size without any problems. But if the Dream Wasteland became a real world, a world created by a person, then the Dream Wasteland would become the target of public criticism. It might even attract the attention of the real big shots in the world of origin. This was not a good thing for Brute Cavern, Angor, or the Dream Wasteland. In Ryan's opinion, the more authorities there were, the closer the world would become to reality. Therefore, it was better to wait. It was better to develop in moderation. Sunders understood Ryan's point. He didn't agree with Ryan completely. His nightmare domain didn't consume much energy, and it was too early to talk about moderation. Still, he respected Ryan's opinion. Since Ryan wasn't going to accept the authorities for now, Sunders didn't ask further. There were still several people from Phantom Island, so he could let them take the lead. They would wait until they had enough samples and had a better understanding of the authorities. An hour later, Sumesh, who had been calm all this time, finally showed a different expression. He frowned and sweat began to ooze out of his forehead. Another hour passed, and Sumesh's frown grew deeper and deeper. His facial features were twisted into a grimace. The sweat on his forehead continued to seep out. His elegant yellow hair also became somewhat wet. He's in the middle of the fusion process. A large amount of information about the authorities is pouring into his mind like a river. But he hasn't reached his limit yet. For the next half an hour, Sumesh's expression didn't change at all, but everything else was normal. Half an hour later, Sumesh's condition finally changed. It had been 3 hours since Sumesh was given the power of the god of light. Ah! Sumesh let out a blood-curdling scream. He was still unconscious, but his body was still reacting to the pain of accepting the authorities. Sumesh was still standing, but he couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed on the ground. His blood and sweat soaked the floor. He's in the middle of the fusion process. Let's see if he can hold on. Sumesh's condition didn't get better as time went by. Instead, it only got worse. Sundars had been watching this situation from the side, but when he saw Sumesh lying on the ground, he sighed and said, "I'll go back to reality and see what's going on." Sundars quickly logged back in after going offline. "How's he doing?" Rain asked. "It's more serious than we thought." The sudden influx of information in his mind space caused his brain to go haywire, which affected his body as well. Flora is here, so he's fine for now. But his body is already in a bad condition. If he keeps this up, his body will collapse. Rain frowned. Collapse? How long can he last? Half an hour, tops. If I can't, I'll have to trouble you. Sundars looked at Angor and said, "I'll have to trouble you then." Angor nodded. If Sumesh couldn't accept the authority, he had to let it return to the ground. 10 minutes later, Sumesh's condition didn't go away. Another 10 minutes later, the same thing happened. Time went by. Sumesh's condition was getting worse and worse, but there was no sign of recovery at all. Sundars began to feel worried. He checked the time and saw that there were less than 5 minutes left before the half hour he promised. Should we end it now? Half an hour was the maximum amount of time Sumesh had left. Sumesh might not be able to hold on for much longer. Let's wait a little longer. After another 3 minutes, seeing that the time limit was almost up, Ryan, who had been watching from the side, could not help but suggest, "Let's forget about it this time." His Adam's apple twitched. He closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Okay, Sundar stopped abruptly. He stared at Sumesh with wide eyes. Both Angor and Rain looked at Sumesh and saw that Sumesh's condition was getting better. His forehead was still covered in sweat, but his eyebrows were no longer furrowed. Instead, he was panting heavily. Did it work? Rain asked in surprise. Sundars didn't say anything. Instead, he kept his eyes on Sumesh. Angor didn't say anything. Instead, he immersed his thoughts in the deepest part of his mind space. In this dark space, he saw a tall and sturdy tree. On this lush tree whose top could not be seen, every branch did not have leaves, but light dots that represented authority. Currently, there were 8 light dots on the tree. 7 of them were shining brightly, which represented the authorities of the dream wasteland that had been activated. However, the tree itself wasn't included. Only one of the light dots looked blurry as if it would go out at any moment. This was what Sumesh was absorbing right now. It was located on the main branch of Sumesh's tree branch, and it was even bigger than the light spots of energy selection and energy level limitation. It was only a little smaller than the light spots of tree civilization, which meant the authority of Sumesh was leaning toward one of the most important laws of nature. It was no wonder that Sumesh couldn't handle the power of a single law. Angor looked at the flickering light dots and realized that Sumesh wasn't done yet. There was still a long way to go before the authority was fully formed. But why did Sumesh look more relaxed than before? As he wondered, he did not notice that Sundar's body was slowly fading away. Soon, the old man's body reappeared. Something happened in the real world, Sundar spoke in a soft voice. What is it? Rain looked at him curiously. A desperate counterattack. It was a huge gamble, but it paid off. Under the puzzled gazes of Angor and Rain, Sundars explained what he saw in detail. Sundars was puzzled when he saw Sumesh's relaxed expression. He had fused with an authority before, and he could sense the flow of energy. Sumesh didn't look like he just finished fusing with a new power. So why was he so relaxed? Puzzled, Sundars returned to reality. and he found the reason. It turned out that Xianxia had taken a gamble. Before he entered the dream wasteland, he had activated his nightmare abyss domain at the last moment. Xianxia was trying to use his nightmare domain to alleviate the pressure caused by the authority of the dream wasteland. Xianxia's nightmare domain had already reached its limit. If he failed to activate it again, he would have to die. It was a big gamble, and it was Xianxia's last resort. His luck seemed to be on his side. Xianxia's recklessness had bought him some precious time. Normally, a normal nightmare domain wouldn't be able to take over the dream wasteland's authority. But this time, Xianxia's nightmare domain must be extremely compatible with his. That's why he succeeded. Furthermore, this high degree of compatibility has even allowed the Nightmare Abyss realm to show signs of recovery. It's killing two birds with one stone. After activating the nightmare domain of Gehenna, Xianxia's expression relaxed a little after. The information flow was transferred to the main body of the nightmare domain. Rain couldn't help but chuckle. Xianxia's got a lot of drive. He's lucky. According to Rain, Xianxia's breakthrough to the Truthfinder realm was also due to a sudden burst of energy. Now, it was the same. He made a gamble in the danger zone, and in the end, he still won. Rain sighed. If Flora could let go of her overcautious nature, she might have become a Truthfinder already. Of course, this wasn't something that could be used as a reference. Flora might not be as lucky as Xianxia. She might have a higher chance of failure if she tried too hard. Speaking of Flora, Xianxia got lucky this time. He made a big gamble and bought himself some time. But it was Flora who gave him the chance to gamble. Xianxia couldn't sense the outside world, let alone the real world. Before entering the dream wasteland, Xianxia gave Little Red permission to enter his nightmare domain. He told Flora in advance that she would activate the nightmare domain for him if anything went wrong. Flora's timing was perfect, which allowed her to use Xianxia's trump card. This was why Sundar said Flora was the one who gave him the chance. While they were talking, the end of Xianxia's mandate was coming to an end. With the nightmare domain outside of demonic abyss sharing the burden, Xianxia's authority was no longer a problem. The only question was whether Xianxia would be able to absorb the information from Gehenna's nightmare domain. The nightmare domain was located in the real world, while the dream wasteland was located between the dream realm and the real world. Information itself was a concept, but the difference in time and space might be an obstacle for Xianxia. After absorbing all the information released by the authority, Xianxia tried to sense the information flow in the nightmare domain. To his surprise, even though the nightmare realm of Gehenna and the dream wasteland were in two completely different dimensions, he could still clearly sense the flow of information stored in the nightmare realm. His mind space served as a medium for sensing the two nightmare domains. He still couldn't control the nightmare domain through the dream wasteland, but he could still absorb the information stored in the nightmare domain back into his body. Without hesitation, Xianxia began to integrate the information. As the information returned, the missing corner of the authority was finally filled up. When the authority was fully integrated, the information that Xianxia didn't have time to look at finally appeared in his mind. Membrane of rhythm. When the light spot on the authority tree finally became solid, Angor quickly inspected it with his mind. As more and more information came in, the new authority was slowly unveiled. At first, Angor wondered why it was called Membrane of Rhythm. But as more information came in, he began to feel more and more pressure. As more and more information flooded his mind, he could feel his brain getting more and more burdened. He could endure it for now, but if he kept this up, he would end up like Xianxia, who couldn't digest all the information in the world. Angor decided to use the authority tree's ability to block out the information. The information would be stored in the light spot, and he could read it in the future if he really needed it. When the information was blocked, he felt much more relaxed. His heavy consciousness became lighter, and the feeling became more and more obvious. His consciousness began to float along with the feeling of lightness. Through the mist, the clouds, and the blue sky, Angor's consciousness finally broke through the boundary of the dream wasteland and arrived at the outer space. At this moment, he seemed to be standing in the dark void from the macroscopic perspective of God, overlooking the faintly glowing dream domain, the wilderness of dreams. From this perspective, the dream wasteland was so small that it looked like a small box. He couldn't see any civilization, living creatures, or buildings. The only thing he could sense was the giant ancient tree that pierced through the sky and stabbed into the ground. It was the mother tree of civilization. The mother tree's consciousness was sleeping, and Angor was the one controlling it. Angor felt as if he had two consciousnesses. One was looking down from the sky, while the other was looking up from the ground. It was a strange feeling. Angor felt like he was being separated, but he didn't feel like he was being separated at all. It was as if his consciousness was really boundless, and the consciousness in the universe and the mother tree were just two tiny antennae in a giant body of consciousness. While Angor was immersed in this strange feeling, the dream domain that represented the dream wasteland began to change. A colorful light began to appear outside the dream domain. As soon as the multicolored light appeared, it quickly enveloped the dream wilderness like flowing water. Originally, the outer boundary of the dream realm was an immaterial boundary. But now, there was an additional layer of rainbow-like energy membrane outside this boundary. Looking down from the sky, the dream wasteland looked even more dreamy than before. At first, he didn't know what they were. But when he began to think about the nature of the colorful light, he realized something. When one thought, one would gain something. In the blocked information flow, one of the pieces of information was unblocked and directly surged into his mind. Rainbow light that nurtures life in the dream realm? From the information, he learned that the essence of light was complicated and full of concepts that were difficult to express in words. Therefore, it was difficult to translate its name using the universal language. The only thing he knew was that its existence was the foundation of the membrane of rhythm. He controlled his body to slowly descend from the sky so that he could get a closer look at the barrier. The closer he got, the more beautiful and dreamy he felt. Moreover, there was a faint sense of familiarity. Angor tried to touch the barrier, but he couldn't. Instead, his consciousness was pulled into the dream wasteland by a strange force. His consciousness began to fall from the sky. In the end, Angor's vision turned dark, and he returned to his mind space, standing in front of the Tree of Authority. He quietly stared at the new light spot. Although he hadn't obtained any in-depth information during the short journey, he had a basic understanding of the membrane of rhythm's effects and operating mode from the surface information. Rhythm. The rhythm of the birth of life? He mumbled to himself and exited his mind space. His mind worked very fast. Even though Angor spent a long time in his mind space, only a few seconds had passed in the outside world. Sumesh didn't wake up yet. There was still a thin layer of sweat on his forehead, but it didn't ooze out anymore. His breathing had calmed down as well. Sunders and Rain were whispering to each other beside Sumesh. "How's he doing? Did he succeed?" Rain asked. Sunders nodded. "Looks like it's done. But I have a strange feeling." "Strange?" Rain frowned. "Did something go wrong because he used the nightmare domain?" "I don't know." He looked up at the mist above his head. Normally speaking, the dream wasteland should show some feedback once the authority is successfully taken. But nothing happened. Sunders nodded. Sunders' vision couldn't penetrate the mist, but his authority allowed him to sense the energy flow in the dream wasteland. Just like how Naimetsue entered the dream wasteland and absorbed a large amount of energy, Sunders could sense the strange energy flow even though he was in the real world. But what puzzled him the most was the fact that Sumesh seemed to have succeeded. So far, he didn't notice anything strange. Ryan asked, "Feedback from the dream wilderness, are you referring to the vision?" "Yes, you can say that." "Is it because Sumesh's power is hidden?" Rain had never experienced the process of the power of heaven and earth being transferred to a person before, so it was hard for him to imagine what was going on. "Is it because Sumesh's power is hidden?" Sunders didn't know. Sumesh hadn't woken up yet, so they didn't know what was going on. However, Angor's voice came again. "It's not that there's no anomaly. It's already there. It's just somewhere we can't see it." Sunders and Rain both looked at Angor. Sumesh's power is called membrane of rhythm, and it's called membrane of rhythm. The so-called membrane can be understood as the boundary of a domain, so the phenomenon itself did not occur inside the dream wasteland, but outside of the dream wasteland. While speaking, he manipulated the power of astronomical change to create an illusionary scene. The illusion was exactly what he saw earlier. The dream wasteland was slowly enveloped by a rainbow of light. Sunders finally understood why there wasn't anything happening inside the dream wasteland. Is this the so-called membrane of rhythm? Sunders looked at the illusion curiously. You can think of it that way. Angor considered. I only learned a little about it with the help of the authority tree, so I didn't get much information. Based on what I know, all dream creatures will eventually be born through this membrane. These lights are the spawning pools of life. Sunders looked at the flowing rainbow light in the illusion and nodded as if he understood something. Next, Sunders focused all of his attention on the lights. His curious gaze was soon replaced by doubt. Next, Sunders closed his eyes. Angor saw Sunders' eyelids twitching as if he was thinking about something. A moment later, Sunders opened his eyes again. He was still puzzled. Why do I feel like I've seen these colorful lights before? But I've checked my past memories, and I'm sure I've never seen anything like this before. Angor's eyes lit up. You think so too, Professor? I thought so too when I first saw them. But I can't remember where I saw them. Then I guess I'm not mistaken. Rain, who had been observing the illusion quietly, suddenly spoke up. These colorful lights must be from the dream realm. You know, Mr. Rain? Ryan did not nod or shake his head. I've seen some research projects of dream wizards. In their research on dream world life forms, they would often use hazy and rainbow to describe the birth of dream world life forms. Birth of dream creatures? Those dream manipulators saw the birth of dream creatures? Angor was surprised. I don't mean the birth of dream creatures you're thinking about, Rain explained. Angor finally understood that Rain wasn't talking about native life forms in the dream realm. Instead, he was talking about artificial ones. In layman's terms, when you dream of many lives in the dream world. It would be fine if it was just a normal person's dream, but a dream wizard could use dream energy to create dream life forms that would serve him in the dream world. Everything could be found in dreams. Even life forms could be created for you. However, such dream creatures couldn't interfere with the material world. Besides, dream manipulators couldn't control them after leaving the dream realm. When they entered the dream realm again, the dream creatures would disappear. Maybe they disappeared, or maybe they wandered somewhere else. The dream realm was so big that it was impossible to find them. That's because dream adepts often talk about idealism and concepts. Especially when they talk about the dream realm, it's full of similar situations. This often confuses many non-dreamer adepts. Even if you've read their research, you still can't understand what they're talking about. I didn't know why dream manipulators would use the term colorful to describe the birth of dream creatures. But now, after seeing these colorful lights, I think they might be related. At this point, Ryan added, the reason why we found the rainbow light familiar is probably related to this. After all, most people had dreams at least once. Even if they didn't see how the creatures came to be, they would still find some information about them in their minds. Since they were conceptual information, they couldn't be recorded in their memories. It was almost impossible to find such information by looking through their memories. Only when new information was found would it appear in their minds. And this colorful light was clearly a new piece of information. Do dream manipulators have a definition for this color? Angor asked. Ryan shook his head. At least a few hundred years ago, there was no definition. They didn't know what the rainbow meant. I haven't paid much attention to dream manipulators in the past few centuries. You can ask Freud. He might know something. Angor nodded. Sumesh wasn't awake yet, so he decided to send some information to Freud through God's view. Freud was currently in Heaven's Tower. He quickly logged out after receiving the message. When he logged back into the dream wasteland, he was already in the middle of the mist. Freud bowed to everyone respectfully. Angor took Freud aside and explained the situation to him. Then, he played the illusion again. After reading it, Freud's expression changed from surprise to understanding and then to contemplation. Only after a long while did he come back to his senses. There was a trace of emotion in his eyes. What is it? Angor asked curiously. There are many theories about the birth of dream creatures in the world of dream manipulators, Freud explained. For example, the dreams of powerful beings give birth to these creatures, or they're the imprints of the consciousness and spirit of living beings, or their projections. Many schools of thought have their own theories. There are many theories, such as how the original creatures of Dream World were born in the Sea of Dreams. The Sea of Dreams contains the fragments of information left behind by dreamers. When these fragments are combined, they'll give birth to a Dream World creature. The Sea of Dreams, on the other hand, is a sea of colorful lights. You're saying these colorful lights belong to the Sea of Dreams? I'm not sure. The Sea of Dreams is also a concept. But I think it's similar. Freud went on to explain more about the Sea of Dreams, as well as the theories of dream manipulators. But as Rain said, dream manipulators were too idealistic. Even though Angor already knew a thing or two about dream manipulators, he still couldn't understand it. In the end, he decided to put it aside for now. No matter what the colorful lights were, they were still unsolved mysteries. If more dream manipulators joined the dream wasteland in the future, Freud could study them together. Right now, he was more concerned about the membrane of rhythm. What would it do to the dream wasteland? Sumesh, who was lying on the ground, finally opened his eyes. Sumesh didn't say anything. He simply nodded at Angor and left the dream wasteland. Several minutes later, Sumesh re-entered the dream wasteland. Is everything okay in the real world? Rain asked. Thank goodness Little Red activated the nightmare domain in time. Everything's fine now, Sumesh said. How's the effect of the membrane of rhythm? Sunders asked. How did you know that, sir? Sumesh asked in bewilderment. Sunders looked at Angor. Sumesh nodded in realization. Since Angor had already explained the basics of the membrane of rhythm, Sumesh didn't bother explaining further. He simply waved a hand. As the rainbow light flashed, a figure appeared at his feet out of thin air. Along with the solidification of the light and shadow, the contours of the silhouette appeared vividly in his eyes. An abyss devil with a pair of spiraling horns on his head appeared in front of him, shrouded in abyss black energy. 4 meters tall, purple skin, bulging muscles, a pair of skeletal bat wings, and a pair of glowing crimson eyes. It was a terrifying demon. Roar, a terrifying roar came from the demon's direction. Freud had never seen a demon like this before. Even though he knew it wasn't real, he still couldn't help but take several steps back. A goat horn demon? Rain rubbed his chin. Nice looking, but I can't sense any energy signature. Why does it look like an illusion? Sumesh chuckled. Mr. Rain, it's not an illusion. I used my membrane of rhythm to create it. Before Sumesh could finish, Rain walked up to the goat horn demon and poked it with his index finger. The goat horn demon shriveled like a deflated balloon. The goat horn demon bent down with a constipated expression, and then disappeared with a large number of flashes of light. Rain clicked his tongue. Sumesh's words froze on the tip of his tongue. Anything that doesn't contain any energy can destroy it. You're not good at illusions. Sumesh's chest tightened a little when he heard Sunder's last shot. How can it be an illusion? Sumesh asked. I used my membrane of rhythm. That's impossible. Let me see. Sumesh furrowed his brows and began to study the runes. Several minutes later, Sumesh tried to create a new life using his membrane of rhythm. Colorful light flowed out, and a giant silhouette appeared. When the light disappeared, a 10-meter-tall baby lava troll with lava flowing all over its body appeared in front of him. His aura was still surging, and his red eyes flashed with a brutal light. However, before the lava troll could display its brutal characteristics, Rain walked up to it again. This time, Rain didn't touch the lava troll. He didn't even look at it carefully. Instead, he looked down at the ground where the lava troll was standing. Even though there were no dream plant fairies in the vicinity, the ground itself had a thin layer of weeds. The lava troll's feet, which were covered in orange lava, stepped on the grass, but it didn't cause any damage to the grass. Not to mention setting the weeds on fire. Even though he was clearly stepping on them, the weeds didn't even bend from the pressure. Rain didn't say anything, but his eyes said it all. Sumesh noticed Rain's gaze as well. I don't know what's going on. He stammered awkwardly. Let me try again. Sumesh wanted to summon the lava golem back, but a gust of wind blew past him, and the lava golem trembled and collapsed. Heh. Sunders chuckled. This time, not to mention the touch of the material world, even a light breeze could take it away. This illusion couldn't even be considered as a beginner apprentice. Sumesh pondered for a moment. Were the previous two a little too big? Freud spoke in a low voice. Dream wizards always create life forms from small ones. The bigger they are, the more complicated they become. That makes sense. Sumesh listened to Freud's words. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he summoned another ray of light. The ray turned into a small demon, which was a bone-winged demon commonly seen in the surface layer of the abyss. It was thin and only a little taller than 1 meter. It looked like a newborn demon. Compared to the other two demons, this one looked a little shabby. Rain glanced at the demon and didn't say anything. The demon was still floating in the air, and the wind was still blowing. Under the gentle breeze, the bone-winged demon didn't change at all. It still looked normal. Sumesh's eyes gleamed. Did he succeed? So you're asking whether a bone-winged demon can handle the wind? Sunders mocked. Sunders didn't do anything, but the winged demon disappeared from the sky without a sound. The others didn't know what happened, but Angor did. Sunders only used 1% of the number of rails in the area, and the demon was already affected and disappeared. What did I do wrong? Sumesh muttered in a daze. Don't bring out the demon from your nightmare domain. This is the dream wasteland. We don't need the projection of the abyss. Besides, you're just a normal human with some ability in the dream wasteland. You're no different from the dream realm residents. You can't even compare to the demon hunters. You haven't even built the foundation yet. Sunders didn't know how the membrane of rhythm worked, but he had inherited 2 different powers. He knew that it was impossible to reach the top in one go. He had to start from the most basic of laws and develop it step by step. However, it would be a different story if he gave the power of membrane of rhythm to the dream wasteland itself. After all, humans were only humans. They were limited by their horizons and knowledge. Sumesh lowered his head and obeyed Sunders' instruction. Next, Sumesh decided to start from the very beginning. He abandoned his obsession with the demon in his nightmare domain and began to study the basic laws. However, he still couldn't figure out anything after half an hour. Suddenly, Angor, who was immersed in the tree of authority, sensed something. A gray mushroom appeared in his hand. As soon as the mushroom appeared, Angor was enlightened. More mushrooms of various colors quickly appeared around him, covering the ground. Unlike the mushrooms in the real world, these mushrooms didn't stay still. They began to run around Angor with their legs made of mycelium. The unique smell of the mushrooms also attracted the attention of the others. Hey, are these mushrooms? Ryan curiously picked up a running mushroom from the ground. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but when he held it in his hand, he realized that not only did the mushroom have a solid body, it also had the instinct to escape after being caught. It struggled and tried to jump to the ground. Rain rubbed the mushroom in his hand and sniffed it from time to time. The wonderful smell made him drool. The mushroom looked at Rain and shivered. It didn't dare to move. Interesting. Rain felt the movement of the mushroom in his hand and wondered. Sunders and Freud also picked up a mushroom and began to observe it. Even Sumesh's attention was drawn to the mushroom. After observing for a while, they couldn't find any signs of illusion at all. It was a real mushroom. Rain tore off a strand of mycelium and ate it. How did you do it? Rain asked while chewing slowly. Sunders was also curious about how Angor did it. According to Sunders, in order to create a new life in the dream wasteland, he or she would have to learn something about it first. Only by understanding, deciphering, and unraveling the dream wasteland could he or she control it. Did Angor already know how to create mushrooms in such a short time? Did he already know how to make mushrooms? Sunders thought about the mushrooms Angor brought back from the heart of sinners and believed that the answer was possible. But that wasn't the case. I'm just trying it out. Based on the underlying logic collected by the tree civilization, I added some information to the rhythmic membrane. Angor didn't know what was going on. However, he had borrowed the tree civilization's information collection on the dream wilderness and used this layer of logic to push the rhythmic membrane. In other words, Angor didn't create the mushroom. Instead, he used the information stored by the tree civilization to create the mushroom. To put it bluntly, the native consciousness of the dream wasteland used Angor's help to create the membrane of rhythm. Since Angor had the tree of authority, he was considered the medium. I see. Sunders nodded. It would be difficult for a single human to create a new life, even if it was an unreal dream life filled with logical loopholes and illusions. However, it was much easier to leave it to the world itself. For example, if Freud inherited the power of weather change, he would have to spend several years studying it just to make a small area rain. Without enough research, he wouldn't be able to change the weather of the entire world. Right now, the dream wasteland's day and night, warmth and coldness, summer and winter, all looked very real. There were no traces of intentional manipulation. This was also because the changes in the heavens were controlled by the will of the land and not man-made. Angor didn't let the native consciousness control the rhythmic membrane directly, but it was still an indirect control. Of course, the effect was much better than that of an ordinary person. So that's how you give the authority to the native consciousness, Freud commented. Angor glanced at Freud. He wasn't surprised that Freud would suddenly use the word AFK. John would occasionally use some of these words in the tree group, and some of them were acceptable. However, due to the nature of different civilizations, there weren't many words that could be used. Still, there were some words such as go online, go offline, log in, AFK, which all revolved around the dream wasteland or the tree group. Therefore, they were all accepted and widely used. You can say that, Angor said. If that's the case, can you give full control to the native consciousness? That way, the dream wasteland will be filled with life even faster. Freud asked curiously. Rain nodded in agreement. Sumesh is useless anyway. He's already profited from repairing his nightmare domain. Sumesh didn't know what to say. Angor shook his head. Not now. The newly spawned creatures were attached to the native consciousness, but Angor had to participate in the entire process as a medium. In other words, Angor couldn't go offline if he wanted to keep spawning creatures. Also, he had to be restricted by the energy field. Apart from that, the tree civilization had to provide the underlying logic. However, the tree civilization didn't have enough information to create more dream creatures. Angor didn't know what the newly spawned creatures were, what they could do, and whether they would be a threat or a friend. For example, Angor didn't know that the mushroom was a mushroom before it appeared. Of course, these restrictions could be slowly removed by controlling the information provided by the membrane of rhythm. But that wasn't Angor's job right now. Sumesh, the true controller of the wasteland, should do it. Everyone, except Sumesh, sighed in relief after hearing Angor's explanation. If the membrane of rhythm could be attached to the mother tree civilization and let the native consciousness participate in its construction, what about the other authorities? For example, energy selection and energy level limitation. Now, Sunders had already established the energy attribute of the wasteland, virtual mana. Even if he let the native consciousness participate in the construction, it would still be based on virtual mana. The only downside was that the construction of the energy structure would take a long time since Sunders was the only one involved. Sunders decided that he would try it out with Angor later. If it worked, with the participation of the native will, the effect on the energy level structure of the dream wasteland would be greatly improved. Since Sumesh still didn't make any progress, everyone could only ask Angor about the membrane of rhythm's effect. Angor didn't know much about it himself. The only thing he could do now was to act as an excellent medium and allow the native consciousness to create more and more dream creatures. In just half an hour, a large number of dream creatures appeared in the wasteland. Most of them were mushrooms that could run and jump. There were also a few other creatures. It was worth mentioning that most of the new dream creatures were just ordinary creatures. Under the influence of the tree civilization's information, they seemed to be living in a cycle of life and death. Even for herbivorous beasts, including insects, the process of devouring plants was also a form of transmission to plants. Generally speaking, the tree civilization's basic logic was to strengthen itself. Aside from Sumesh, no one else was able to see anything. After all, these dreamworld beings were still illusory and not real. In the end, they had to give up. When they were about to leave, Sumesh suddenly spoke up, "Wait, ever since I took over the authority, I've been feeling that something is calling me from that direction." Sumesh paused. "No, it's not calling me. It's the membrane of rhythm." Sumesh's expression was one of confusion. He had no idea what was going on. Angor and Freud exchanged a glance and saw the same answer in each other's eyes. Someone has a high degree of compatibility with the membrane of rhythm. Even Xianxia could sense it, which meant the person's compatibility level must be really high. Someone with a high compatibility level? Sunders looked at the direction Xianxia was pointing at. That's the direction of the mother tree? Currently, there were 3 cities in the dream wasteland. First Heart City was filled with dream natives. The new city was still under construction and would become a wizard city in the future. The last city could barely be called a city. It was the gathering place of dream plant fairies near the mother tree. These 3 cities happened to be located in 3 different directions. Sunders thought it might be someone from First Heart City or the new city, but now it seemed that it was more likely to be a dream plant fairy. Could a dream plant fairy bear an authority too? Meanwhile, Freud explained to Xianxia about the power compatibility. You're saying that someone in that direction can also accept my membrane of rhythm? Xianxia was a little taken aback. That's right. You can say that. Why does it feel like anyone can use it? Xianxia muttered. Then who could it be? Since it's the direction of the mother tree, it should be a dream plant fairy, right? Freud paused for a moment. If it's a dream plant fairy, we don't have to worry about it. Since membrane of rhythm was a key authority, Angor would never give it to a dream plant fairy. Just like for Feely, she had a high compatibility level with the tree civilization authority. However, the tree civilization was a key authority for the development of the entire dream wasteland. Angor couldn't just give it to a dream plant fairy. As for a dream plant fairy, that was even more unlikely. However, Angor spoke up soon after Freud's words. It's not a dream plant fairy. Angor left the tree of authority and opened his eyes. If it's not a dream plant fairy, then who is it? Angor didn't give an answer to everyone's curiosity. Instead, he revealed a mysterious smile. Do you want me to take you to see it? Angor didn't reveal his identity, but everyone could tell that he was someone they knew. Then let's go and have a look. Ryan directly made the decision, and the others naturally did not object. Everyone disappeared at the same time. Not long after, they re-entered the dream wasteland. The place where they entered had changed from the misty wasteland to a lush forest. The trees around them were much taller than the ones they usually saw. Between the lush leaves, they blocked most of the sunlight. The entire forest felt gloomy and damp. Other than that, the biggest feeling everyone had was silence. Although this place is still quite a distance away from the mother tree, this direction should be the mother tree's main focus. Why can't I see any traces of the dream plant fairy? Freud turned around curiously. It was really quiet. There were no dream plant fairies around. It is indeed a little quiet, Ryan agreed. However, not long after Ryan finished speaking, a voice broke the silence of the dense forest. The sound was very faint at first, and it was difficult to hear the specific situation. Everyone simply walked towards the source of the sound. The closer he got, the clearer the sound became. Meow, meow, caw. After walking for a few dozen meters, they could clearly hear the sound of something moving. Why does it sound like a beast? Freud hesitated for a moment before he spat out the word that was stuck in his throat. Chewing. Ah. It sounded like the sound of saliva, and the caw sound was like the crisp sound of a hard object being bitten. Rain looked at Angor again as if he had thought of something. Angor and Sunders were exchanging glances. Sunders had the ability to sense energy, which meant he already knew something and was trying to confirm it with Angor. Angor nodded and led the group forward. They went around a tall tree and saw a giant lump of meat wrapped in purple gauze wriggling in front of them. In front of the lump of meat was a cloud of smoke that looked like the smoke of a fire. However, the lump of meat was so big that it blocked everyone's sight. What's that? Xianxia gasped in surprise. Xianxia's shout seemed to have attracted the lump of meat's attention. It slowly turned around and revealed a face that was completely out of proportion. Big, wavy hair, thick makeup, and red lips. Her red lips were glossy, and there was some saliva dripping from the corner of her mouth. Greya. Xianxia immediately recognized the name. It was still Barbie Greya. Xianxia finally realized that the purple blob of flesh he saw was Greya's lower abdomen, not a monster, but her lower abdomen. You're Sumesh? Huh? Why are you here? Greya straightened up as she spoke. She looked like a mountain of flesh that was taller than the tree next to her. When Greya stood up, the group saw the smoking object in front of her. It was a bonfire. There was an iron pot on top of the bonfire, and a strange soup was boiling in the pot. There were even tree branches in the pot, and the caw-caw sound he heard earlier was the sound of tree branches breaking. Beside the pot, there were various spices and flower petals. Greya, what are you doing? Rain looked at the pot curiously. Greya gestured at a spot beside the fire. Since you're here at the right time, why don't you sit down and eat? I just made a pot of soup. Greya's invitation was priceless. Of course, they wouldn't refuse, even if they didn't know what the soup was. After sitting down around the campfire, Greya gave a simple explanation. The soup was made from all kinds of herbs she collected along the way. She tested the properties of the herbs and made them. Oh, it's a herbal soup. I thought it was a dream sprite, Freud whispered. Greya raised an eyebrow. Oh, there's a part of a dream sprite in here. Under Freud's shocked gaze, Greya slowly explained, but I traded the flower nectar, leaves, and petals with the dream sprite. The flower petals in front of you belong to a dream sprite that looks like a pink eggplant flower. Freud let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he couldn't accept a dream plant fairy being eaten, but one of the members of the hunting squad almost killed a dream plant fairy for some reason. The leader of the dream plant fairies, the Vine Banshee, sent a humanoid youth to the hunting squad to take care of it. That young man had almost caused the evil hunting group to collapse by himself. Luckily, the Vine Banshee obeyed the will of the mother tree and didn't try to kill the dream sprite. Otherwise, the Sin Hunters would have been wiped out. Because of what had happened, Freud was very sensitive to such things. Is this witch soup? Freud looked at the thick, flower-scented soup in the pot and asked curiously. Witch soup? Greya snorted. Of course not. Witch soup is disgusting. Don't compare it to my potion. Greya was probably the only one who dared to call a witch's soup disgusting. It had to be Greya. None of the alchemists in charge of witchcraft soup dared to refute her words. After all, Greya was the only one who could make such a delicious and effective potion. Greya, on the other hand, would never admit that her soup was a witch's soup. Greya handed the soup to everyone and said, "You're lucky this time." Why are you here? Sunders asked as they enjoyed the soup. Greya rolled her eyes. I should be the one asking you that. Why are you asking me first? Still, Greya explained why she was here first. I'm here because Leona asked me to. The people from Brute Cavern knew what was going to happen next, especially when Leona was involved. As expected, it was about the tea party. The tea party was approaching, and Leona wanted Greya to help her make some delicious food. Greya agreed without hesitation because she didn't plan to do it herself. She would let Azaz do it for her. During this time, Leona asked Greya for another favor. She hoped that Greya could help her find some special ingredients in the Dream Wasteland so that Greya could make some local delicacies. Greya agreed with the idea. She was always interested in finding new ingredients. Even if Leona didn't ask, she would often go to the Dream Plant Fairies to look for ingredients to cook. Originally, Greya didn't need to go to the mother tree. She only needed to search around the new city. However, Leona heard from somewhere that there was a Treant leader living in a city of dream plant fairies near the mother tree. The Treant leader had silver skin and a magical golden apple. Golden apple. Greya's eyes lit up. She was certain that the Treant leader must be some kind of supernatural ingredient. As a food hunter, she went on her way. Along the way, she also wanted to see if there were any other ingredients she could use. With Leona's help, Greya traveled to the mother tree while looking for ingredients. It only took her several days to reach the mother tree. Greya looked at Angor and asked, "Is it true about the golden apple?" Angor nodded. Yes, there was a silver-skinned Treant that bore a golden fruit. I don't know if it's the golden apple, but I don't think you can get it even if you meet it. Angor saw the Treant leader with his own eyes. It was one of the strongest dream plant fairies. Given Greya's current strength in the Dream Wasteland, Angor didn't think she could defeat the Treant leader. In other words, there were only a handful of people in the entire dream wasteland who could defeat the Treant leader, let alone a gourmet wizard who wasn't good at fighting. Greya knew what Angor was thinking, but she didn't try to be optimistic. Let's go. Maybe it has a lot of fruits like a snake shedding its skin. I have Leona's resources with me. If I can get it, I'll pay more. With the dream whelk, Greya didn't mind asking for more. Angor knew that the golden fruit was the Treant leader's life essence, and it wouldn't give it to Greya. But since Greya was determined to go, Angor didn't try to persuade her. Greya was only looking for ingredients anyway. Even if she couldn't get the golden apple, there were plenty of dream plants around the mother tree, and they were all of high quality. Maybe she could find something good there. That's all. It's your turn. Why are you here all of a sudden? At first, Greya thought Angor was here to stop her from finding the golden apple. But she soon realized that Angor didn't know about this at all, which confused her a lot. Did something happen to Toby again? But Greya didn't think so. If Toby was really in trouble, there wouldn't be so many people here. Freud, who was still immersed in his medicine, suddenly realized something. Yes, we're here to see the person who has a high affinity with the membrane of rhythm. Is it Lady Greya? Freud looked at Angor in confusion. Angor nodded. As for Sunders and Rain, they already knew what was going on when they saw Greya. How did Greya become a truth-finder wizard? Genesis. Technique. Genesis was the creation of life. It wasn't an absolute creation of life, but it was still a spell that was half a step away from becoming a miracle. Even Toby was created by Greya. Therefore, Greya was the most knowledgeable person in the field of life birth. It made sense that Greya had a high affinity with the membrane of rhythm. If Greya inherited the power of membrane of rhythm instead of Sumesh, she wouldn't be as naive as Sumesh. She might even be able to create life on the spot. That was Greya's talent. Both Rain and Sunders couldn't help but look at Sumesh and sighed at the same time. They didn't say anything, but Sumesh already knew what was going on. We're here because... Angor began to explain. Greya was the closest person to him in the wizarding world apart from Sunders, so he didn't mind telling her the truth. Greya didn't pay much attention to Angor's explanation. You can already create dream creatures with your new power? No, I didn't. I'm just using. Before he could finish, Greya interrupted him with glowing eyes. Then make one. Let's see. Angor thought that Greya's expression was a bit strange. Still, he used the Tree of Authority to control the membrane of rhythm and created several dream creatures. As expected, they were mushroom creatures. A large, red-spotted mushroom appeared in Greya's hand. Before Angor could say anything, a large, fleshy hand flashed across his hand. When Angor realized what was happening, the mushroom was already in Greya's hand. Then the next second, Greya pouted her red lips, revealing her white, sharp teeth. When Greya said "let me see," she meant "let me have a taste." Be careful, it's poisonous. Angor tried to warn her anyway. Such a colorful pattern was a perfect breeding ground for poisons. Greya swallowed the mushroom and chewed. I wouldn't be a gourmet wizard if I'm afraid of poisons. Apart from bloodline wizards, gourmet wizards were the most resistant to poisons in the wizarding world. They would do anything they could to get food, even if they knew it was poisonous. Due to their fearless spirit, gourmet wizards learned all kinds of poison-repelling spells since they were apprentices. Greya really didn't care if the mushroom was poisonous or not. Angor and Greya were close friends, so he knew this as well. But he still reminded Greya because Greya seemed to have forgotten that Angor's current body was not his real one. Greya didn't seem to care at all. She chewed even louder and closed her eyes to sense the texture of the food while using her tongue to explore its taste. Fortunately, the mushroom wasn't poisonous, so Greya was fine. However, Greya's skin turned sallow and stiff like the bark of a dead tree. It's just a small poison. It's fine, I can get rid of it on my own. But I'll leave it at that for now. Greya didn't think much of it. The only thing she regretted was that her hair and makeup looked a little dull due to the lack of moisture on her skin. She needed to touch it up regularly. This caused her perfect face to lose some of its luster. Since Greya didn't care about it, Angor didn't say anything. Are you sure that mushroom is an ingredient? Sumesh asked. Greya raised an eyebrow. Of course. In a general sense, you're an ingredient too. Sumesh didn't know what to say. Greya continued, the mushroom is a little poisonous, but it's not bad. I can use a variety of ingredients to get rid of the poison. But sometimes, poisons aren't all bad. I can use this poison to make a dish that increases my defense. Greya scratched her skin with a fingernail. See? Isn't my skin better now? Greya was so engrossed in her self-satisfaction that she didn't realize how horrible her current appearance was. A moment later, Greya finished savoring the taste of the mushroom and looked at Angor again. One more. Angor waved a hand. Not yet. What do you mean not busy? Greya said. It's very important. We can use them as ingredients for our tea party. How about I ask Leona to talk to you? Angor didn't want to be bothered by Leona. I mean, you can create your own dream life now, ingredients. The creatures I created all appeared randomly. If it's you, Greya, you can make your own. You mean? Greya paused for a few seconds before she realized what Angor meant. Angor nodded with a smile. Since you're so compatible with the membrane of rhythm, why don't you try using it? While Greya was indulging in the delicious mushrooms, Angor had a discussion with Rain and the others. Apart from Sumesh, everyone supported Greya's decision to share the responsibility. Sunders, of course, supported Angor's decision. Rain, on the other hand, considered the fact that Greya wasn't a wizard from Brute Cavern. But after giving it some thought, he decided to let it go. Angor was a member of Brute Cavern, but the Dream Wasteland didn't belong to Brute Cavern. It was better to support Angor like how Sunders did. Besides, Sumesh wasn't going to make the Dream Wasteland's food chain grow any stronger. Greya already had the Genesis spell, which meant she was much more talented at creating life. With Greya's help, the process would be much more efficient. Even Sunders supported Sumesh's decision, so Sumesh had no reason not to. Still, he didn't want to give up the authority so soon. Greya rubbed her chin. Sounds like a good idea. Of course it is. The membrane of rhythm is one of the most important laws of life in the Dream Wasteland. You've been studying the law of life for a long time, right? Maybe it'll be useful for your cultivation in the real world. Sumesh was the one who spoke. Although he was telling the truth, his tone was laced with jealousy. Greya's eyes lit up. She knew Sumesh was right. The law of illusion wasn't as realistic as the law of life, but it was still a good way to study the law of life. I'll do it. Greya was already tempted, and she couldn't wait any longer. I'll do it. Angor told Sumesh how to share the authority, and Sumesh came to Greya. Everyone wants you to share the authority of membrane of rhythm. But don't just focus on creating ingredients. Sumesh muttered under his breath. Don't worry. Greya winked at him. She didn't tell Sumesh what she was worried about. Sumesh didn't ask because he didn't like the look. Following Angor's instructions, Sumesh began to share the authority with Greya. Greya would need time to experiment with her new power. Sumesh was the only one left in the forest so that he could talk to Greya about the new power. The rest of the team members left the forest. When Angor reappeared in the Dream Wasteland, he found himself standing in front of a peaceful lake. The new city was behind him, while the wasteland and misty mountains were in front of him. A gentle breeze was gently blowing across the surface of the lake. Beside the lake, there was a small courtyard built with steel and white shellstone bricks. This courtyard was, in essence, also a magic hut. It was just that the materials used were of a higher grade than ordinary magic huts. Let's talk here. This is where Wallace meditates. When I entered the Dream Wasteland, I asked Wallace to guard the ruin for me. He's not here right now, so it's just the three of us. It was Rain who spoke with Angor and Sunders beside him. As for Freud, he had already returned to Foundation City. We've learned about the membrane of rhythm. As for the creation of new life, we'll leave it to Greya and Sumesh. Rain opened the door and walked into the warm room. He opened the window and let the fresh air in. Now, let's talk about your situation. The tidal realm. Rain's tone was much more serious than before. Sunders was sitting on the other side of the tawny wooden table. Angor also sat down facing Sunders. You already know a little about the tidal realm, but I'll tell you everything from the beginning. Angor considered for a moment and decided to start. From when he first returned to the old earth and met Princess Tawny, who was pregnant. The fire in the fireplace continued to burn, making a hissing sound. The window was open, and the moist wind from the lake would blow in from time to time. Angor's soft and soothing voice echoed in the room. Everyone agreed not to mention anything about the Abyss Demon. Angor already told them about the Abyss Demon, but he only mentioned that the demon fainted and left out the details. It was clear that he didn't want to tell them the whole truth either. Rain was curious about the death of the demon's soul, but he was more interested in Angor's personal strength. Besides, Rain didn't think Angor could kill the demon's soul on his own. Angor was too weak to get involved in the demon's business. Rain assumed that Angor was helping a powerful figure to hide the truth. Now that they knew the truth, everything became much clearer. Everything started because of Feng's obsession. Through the Book of Kale, he set up this trap that took hundreds of years to come. So it was Feng's doing. No wonder you found so many of his paintings. It's amazing that you were able to solve it. Rain sighed as he tried to figure out the whole story. But there's one thing I don't understand. If Feng discovered the tidal realm 3,000 years ago, why didn't he announce it? Didn't the trap happen 600 years ago? Maybe Mr. Feng didn't want to see the creatures of the tidal realm being eaten up by wizards. It was too long ago, and Feng wasn't here right now, so it was hard to tell. Still, Rain appreciated Feng's decision to keep the tidal realm a secret. I don't know why, but if the tidal realm was announced as soon as it merged 3,000 years ago, it wouldn't have been so different. It wouldn't have ended up like this. Even the tidal realm wouldn't have developed in the same way. 3,000 years ago, when the two realms merged, the tidal realm didn't have any high-leveled creatures. Many wizard organizations came to the place, and the elemental tide, elemental monarch, and so on wouldn't exist anymore. Considering the wizard's corrosive power, the tidal realm would have been completely destroyed. 3,000 years later, the tidal realm was about to be opened, and the elemental creatures within had already gained a certain level of self-preservation. Unless an all-out war broke out, it wouldn't be easy for the sorcerers to completely exterminate the creatures within the tidal realm. If the tidal realm was open to the outside world now, the elemental creatures would be able to develop in a sustainable manner. They wouldn't be as weak as they were when the realm first merged. Maybe what you said is true. Mr. Feng is just taking pity on them. Rain sighed and stopped thinking about the past. He didn't care about the past. The most important thing right now was to seize the opportunity. The prophecy from Book of Kale surprised me. It follows the principle of equality. Since you're a key player in the game, Feng, who used you to break the trap, will have to compensate you, Rain said. Such a principle is rarely seen in mystery items. The tidal realm is Feng's compensation for you? Angor shook his head. It's something else. Under the watchful eyes of Sunders and Rain, Angor told them about his recent journey in the tidal realm, which involved the three elemental sovereigns, as well as Feng's consciousness left in the painting. Next, he began to talk about the price Feng had to pay. Mr. Feng left me 3 things. The first one is a prop. Forgive me for not telling you about it. Rain and Sunders nodded without saying anything. The second one is an oil painting. Mr. Feng's avatar painted it himself. I think it contains a trace of his energy. I can't use an illusion to show it. It's fine. I'll come to you later. You can look at the painting then, Rain said. Mr. Rain, you're coming? Angor was surprised. The ruin was still peaceful, but no one knew what was going to happen next. How could Rain leave? Rain nodded. Even though I'm also worried that something might have happened in the ruins, the matter regarding the tidal realm is simply too big. I had to make a trip here. I'll ask Iron Granny to guard the ruin for me while I go to the tidal realm to see what's going on. I'll come too. Ryan said, aren't you still searching for the Red Plague believers? Sumesh just got better. Don't you want to wait a bit longer? They'll take care of it themselves. If they can't even handle something as simple as this, it's their fate. Rain didn't want to ask too much since this was Sunders' way of teaching. As for the third thing Mr. Feng left for me. Angor paused for a moment to find the right words. Rain and Sunders also pricked up their ears. To them, the third item should be the most valuable. It's a gift from the heavens. Both Sunders and Rain were stunned for a second. But in the next second, their eyes brightened up. Are you sure it's a gift from the heavens? Was it the will of the tidal realm that granted you the heavenly authority? It took Angor a while to collect his thoughts. Yes. The consciousness of the tidal realm granted me a gift from the heavens. But I don't know if I got it or not. Tell us everything in detail, Rain said. Angor didn't hide anything. He told Sunders about the ritual, how he resisted the pressure, how he touched the consciousness of the world with his spirit, and how he had a long dream. Rain considered for a moment. A gift from the heavens is only a concept. I can't tell if you got it or not. But according to what you said, you should have gotten it. Rain wasn't sure. It had been many years since anyone received a heavenly blessing. Still, it didn't matter whether they got it or not. They were the ones who discovered and developed the tidal realm first, which meant they had the upper hand. Even if they didn't get a heavenly blessing, they could still achieve something similar. Seeing the excitement in Rain's eyes and Sunders' expression, Angor thought about his conversation with Feng and wondered what was going on. Feng was quite surprised when he heard that Angor didn't know what a heavenly blessing was. As far as he was concerned, heavenly blessings were basic knowledge. However, Angor never read anything about it in any books. He thought the southern wizardry region was too far away from the outside world, and most of the basic knowledge in other places had already been lost. But now, he could tell that Rain and Sunders knew exactly what a heavenly blessing was. So why didn't anyone record it in books or teach it to them? Angor voiced out his doubts. Sunders sighed. It's not that I don't want to teach you. I just didn't expect you to learn about the power of heaven's blessing so soon. Sunders sighed. You already have the power of heaven's blessing. Rain added, heavenly blessings can't be recorded in books. It's common knowledge in the southern wizardry region, I suppose. But once you become a truth-finder wizard, someone will teach you about it. I just didn't expect you to learn about it so soon. Why can't I record it in books? Angor asked curiously. Rain snorted. They're the only ones who can impose such a rule in the southern wizardry region. You can probably guess why. You mean, the supreme cult? Angor asked. Rain nodded. Yes. They banned the knowledge on their own. But they didn't want to offend all the major organizations, so they didn't completely ban the knowledge. They only said that the knowledge can only be passed down orally. After all, they're following the will of the southern wizardry region. You can say that they're carrying the emblem of destiny. No one knows what other trump cards they have. To avoid trouble, the major organizations agreed. The various large organizations were unhappy with the Supreme Sect's actions, but the Supreme Sect wouldn't go to the extreme, so they endured it. Of course, the word endure in this was said lightly, but it contained an endless amount of resistance. However, the Supreme Cult had managed to pull through in the end. They had shown extraordinary strength and tenacity, and with the will of fate in their hands, no one knew how many rewards they had received from the will of fate. The number of trump cards they had displayed far exceeded that of many large organizations, which was why the other organizations had been able to endure. Why did they forbid the spread of heaven-bestowed authority? I don't know. Perhaps the more we lack something, the more we want to ban it, Rain said. Although the Supreme Sect always claimed that they followed the will of the southern region, they didn't actually have the authority granted to them by the heavens. After all, heaven-bestowed authority could only be directly accessed when a new consciousness was born. The four adept worlds had been around for who knew how many years. It was impossible for anyone to have heaven-bestowed authority. Or perhaps, there's something else behind the heavenly gift. Rain nodded. That's also possible. However, we've never obtained the right to be bestowed by the heavens. All the information comes from the records of the past. This kind of knowledge can be lost or changed in the process of passing down. If there is any secret, only the Supreme Sect knows about it. If there's a secret behind the gift, I suggest you keep it a secret. Especially the Supreme Cult, don't tell anyone about it. Sunders glanced at Angor as he continued, especially not the Supreme Cult. Rain agreed. There's something strange about the Supreme Cult forbidding the spread of heaven-bestowed authority. We don't care about it in the past, but there's a high chance that you've obtained a heaven-bestowed authority. You need to be careful. Besides, the heaven-bestowed authority is an intangible symbol. As long as you don't tell anyone about it, no one will know about it. Angor nodded. I understand. After a pause, Ryan asked, have you told anyone else about this? Only the professor and Mr. Ryan. Then it's fine, Ryan said. Next, Ryan asked about the details of Angor's conversation with Fong. However, he didn't ask about the first item Angor hid. In Ryan's opinion, the Book of Kale followed a certain principle of equality. Angor would receive the same amount of reward for his efforts. As far as Ryan knew, Angor didn't contribute much to the scheme. He was more like a hub that was used by various external forces to destroy the demon's soul. Considering Angor's performance in the scheme, the heaven-bestowed authority was already a great reward. Angor mentioned that he received 3 rewards, and the heaven-bestowed authority alone accounted for 70% of the total value. Moreover, discovering the tidal realm was also a reward in itself, and the value of it was also extremely great. Apart from that, the other 2 rewards, including the item and the painting, were probably not worth mentioning. Ryan's opinion was correct. The Book of Kale did have such a rule. What Rain didn't know was that Angor had to pay a much higher price than he expected for the whole scheme. From a certain point of view, Angor was the one who killed Lord Flameless Soul with his own hands. Judging from Angor's contribution, it wasn't hard to find that the heaven-bestowed authority and the painting were both exaggerated. The most valuable reward was the item Angor hid. Next, Ryan asked more questions about the tidal realm and the various elemental lords. Both Ryan and Sunders sighed in amazement. The elemental creatures they saw in the past were mostly solitary creatures. The tidal realm, on the other hand, was a place where a special civilization was born. The appearance of the tidal realm will surely change the rules of the wizarding world in the south, Ryan said with certainty. Every wizard would look for their own elemental companions. In the past, it was all based on luck. Sometimes, the companions they found might not be the best for them. But the tidal realm was a place where a large number of elemental creatures gathered. It was easy to find a suitable one. This alone was enough to change the rules and patterns of the past. Moreover, the tidal realm also had something that all elemental wizards yearned for, the world voice. Or rather, the elemental tide. The existence of the elemental tide might lead to the growth of elemental wizards in the future. This was also a change of the rules. Still, he was still worried. I just hope that the changes in tidal plane won't turn the elemental creatures into another pet market. Something like this would happen 3,000 years ago, said Sunders. But now, it's not that bad. If a large number of elemental creatures gathered together, even the wizarding world would have trouble dealing with them. Wizards probably wouldn't want to start a full-scale war because of this. However, even if the tidal realm didn't turn into a pet market, as long as there were profits to be made, it would still happen on a small scale. Unless they could fix all the loopholes in the future development of the tidal realm. This was difficult because there would be more problems to consider if they really wanted to develop the tidal realm. There would also be loopholes. It was just a matter of how big or small they were. Of course, this was a story for another time. Rain stood up after finishing his conversation with Angor. I should go to the new city and see Namaquai. I hope it won't become an obstacle to the development of the tidal realm. I don't think so. Miss Namaquai is easy to talk to. Ryan, that's good. Namaquai's energy level was already on par with Rain's. Even Rain would find it troublesome if Namaquai became an obstacle. As Rain was leaving, Angor suddenly remembered something. About Miss Namaquai's breakthrough, since Mr. Fong wants you to go with the flow, let's wait and see. Rain understood Angor's concern. Let's go with the flow, Mr. Fong. Angor considered and nodded. Since Namaquai already decided to let nature take its course, Angor decided to let nature take its course. Thank goodness Namaquai hasn't broken through yet. If it did, it could protect the tidal realm on its own. Rain shook his head and left the room. When Rain was gone, only Angor and Sunders were left in the room. Knock knock knock. Sunders' bony knuckles slowly rapped on the surface of the table. This was something Sunders would do when he was deep in thought. After a while, he finally looked up with his narrow eyes. Can you tell me? The words came out of Sunder's mouth without any prior explanation. Others might not understand, but as someone who knew Sunders best, Angor did not know what he meant. Sunders knew exactly how the demon god's soul died. According to the Book of Kale, Fong would have to pay more than just the title of being granted by the heavens. Angor nodded. It's a mystery item. Did Wizard Painter leave it to you? Angor nodded. What kind of mystery item is it? It's related to alchemy. To be precise, it's related to enchantment alchemy. It's called Mad Hatter's Coronation. Mad Hatter's Coronation. Sunders slowly muttered the name. It was hard to guess what the item was used for. Besides, Sunders would never associate it with enchantment alchemy. Speaking of enchantment alchemy, Sunders' eyes brightened up as he thought to himself, just as I thought. Since the Book of Kale could create such a complicated scene across time, the price Fong had to pay should be the best one for Angor. The title of a mystery item was too illusory. A mystery item unique to enchantment alchemy was the best choice for Angor. Mad Hatter's Coronation. Angor was about to explain when Sunders cut him off. You can tell me when I come to you. He wanted to see something as powerful as a mystery item with his own eyes. Sunders didn't ask why Angor hid the item from Rain. He didn't think it was a big deal. Even if Angor did the same thing to him, Sunders wouldn't mind. After chatting with Angor for a while longer, Sunders logged off. He was going to leave soon, and he still needed to tell Flora about his plans. Since he had nothing else to do, Angor used his omniscient view to observe his surroundings. Back in the new city, Iron Granny, Rain, Tree Spirit, and Na-Maitsue were talking to each other in Rose Aquarium. Angor eavesdropped on their conversation and found that they were getting along quite well. Na-Maitsue acted a bit cold, but that was just her personality. At least, Angor didn't sense any hostility from Na-Maitsue's eyes. They were mostly talking about the current situation in Tidal Realm. Occasionally, they would ask about Na-Maitsue's attitude toward Brute Cavern and the future of Tidal Realm. Angor already knew what they were talking about, so he quickly moved on to another topic. Inside a lush forest not far from the mother tree, Angor used his omniscient view to observe the situation. Soon, he saw a purple mountain of flesh. It was none other than Greya, who was wearing a long purple dress. She was so huge that she stood out even in the middle of the forest. Just like before, Greya was sitting in front of a campfire, while Sumesh was sitting across from her. In front of Greya, Sumesh was as thin as a twig. Sumesh was already small compared to Greya's size. Now, he was looking at Greya as if she was an unreachable lighthouse. Clearly, Greya had gained access to the rhythmic membrane. She was now surrounded by a colorful glow. She didn't care about Sumesh's opinion at all. Instead, she kept creating more dream creatures in her hand. These creatures were basically very small and looked like simple insects. However, even if they were insects, they still had a sense of reality. They crawled on the ground like insects. Whenever Greya tossed them into the campfire, they would crackle and emit a fragrant aroma. They were already real creatures. Sumesh, on the other hand, had yet to give birth to a living being. It was no wonder he was looking at Greya as if he was looking at a mountain he couldn't surpass. In the end, Sumesh couldn't stand it anymore and logged off. If he kept watching Greya's creation, he would probably vomit to death. Greya didn't mind Sumesh's departure. She kept creating different types of insects and tossed them into her mouth. If they didn't taste good, she would toss them into the forest. Rustling noises kept coming from the bushes. The previously tranquil forest had quietly become bustling with noise and excitement. Greya didn't know that the changes here had already attracted the attention of the dream plant fairy in the distance. A treant with golden fruits on its body had already stepped out of its mother tree and was heading toward them. Angor couldn't help but grin as he watched the scene from above. In the end, Greya didn't go looking for the tree person. Instead, it was the tree person who came looking for her. Was this some kind of fate? Should I tell Greya about it? Angor pondered. In the end, he didn't tell Greya. She was still immersed in the joy of creating things, and her speed was getting faster and faster. He didn't want to interrupt her train of thought. If the treant moved too fast, he would try to stop it from approaching. Since Greya was safe for now, Angor turned his attention back to Foundation City. Origin City was still peaceful. The only difference was that the gates of Origin City were now open to the public. A portion of the residents who were granted the right began to cultivate vegetables around First Heart City. They had the first literal farmland and orchards. The gifts from the Dream Plant Fairies were quickly changing the city's structure. Fresh fruits and vegetables had become the daily food for the residents of Dream Realm. Angor believed that when more Dream Realm creatures were born in the membrane of rhythm, meat and vegetables would become part of their meals as well. His gaze slowly moved from the outside to the inside of the city. Perhaps due to the injection of the authority of reality, the bodies of the residents of the Dream Realm were no longer as harmless as before. After piercing through this layer of unreal membrane, the utopian Dream Realm had also become unpredictable due to the worldly wisdom of the people. As far as he could see, there were already small groups, conflicts, fights happening everywhere. It was only a small part of the city, but it was already showing signs of realism. Still, this was what he expected. The closer they were to reality, the more realistic they would become. People's minds were not easy to manipulate. Unless they brainwashed and guided the residents of First Heart City from the very beginning and turned anti-intellectualism into a mental dilemma, the utopia on the surface could still be maintained. But that wasn't what Angor wanted. He kept the residents alive for two reasons: 1, to do experiments, and 2, to help John integrate into normal life. The current situation was closer to what Angor envisioned in his mind. Of course, before class divisions and conflicts arose, Foundation City would still look like a paradise to outsiders. Angor could see some flaws from time to time, but they were all trivial matters that one couldn't see and wouldn't worry about. With the mayor's help, Foundation City still maintained a decent atmosphere. While thinking about this, Angor kept looking around the city. Inside the Ocean Theater, Alda was playing the piano piece Fountain of Sighs on the stage. John wasn't around, but Alda's performance was even more passionate than when John was around. The reason was that there were a few children below the stage who were looking at Alda with yearning and envy. With the stimulation of his companions' envious gazes, Alda's skill level actually exceeded what it used to be. There was a small room behind the theater, where several Dream Plant Fairies were peeking through the window. At first glance, Angor's SSS saw no one's. But if he looked closer, he would notice that several tiny figures about the size of a finger were discussing something. They were kudus. They were discussing about the development team SSS. TTSST's update. Decimal point updates were minor ones, such as fixing some old bugs. As for the update of integers, there had to be innovative features. They were currently discussing which features to insert into version 1 first. Angor didn't really understand what they were talking about since they mostly used simple code names. Still, he was happy to see the positive side of their discussion. He skipped the Ocean Theater and continued to wander around the city. Due to the establishment of the food supply system, the Treehouse Bar decided to open a restaurant. Frafel was practicing her singing in the square, and many people were there to support her. Patrolling guards wearing knight armor walked on the stone road, making clattering sounds. Everything seemed to be in order on the surface, except for a gray-haired old man who was swearing all over the place. This gray-haired old man was Ness, who had evacuated from the library. He was holding a thick stack of papers in his hands and a gray pouch on his waist, which contained some hard stone slabs. Why did the surrounding mana suddenly disappear? The energy network that I worked so hard to build is now useless again. I was just about to complete another node. It must be Saunders' doing. Damn it. He doesn't want me to break through. Good thing Leona said they still have mana over there. What's that thing John said in the tree bar? Let me think. Headline. Yeah, I'm going to make a headline. Humph. When I find the node of Khazadar World, I'll be the headline. The whole wizarding world will be watching me. That old bastard will be so jealous. Ness was still yelling like a lunatic. However, due to his status, the patrol guards couldn't stop him. They could only watch as he walked toward the Sky Tower. They boarded an airship from the top of the tower and left Foundation City together with the Sin Hunters. Angor glanced at the direction they left. They were probably heading toward the new city. It made sense. Since there was no more virtual mana around Foundation City, Ness research couldn't be carried out, so he had to go to the new city. Well, it wasn't a bad idea. Wizards were better off staying in a wizard's city. Because of Ness, Angor went to check the library. He thought John would be organizing books here as usual. But what he saw surprised him a little. John was indeed in the library, but he wasn't doing that. Instead, he was studying a plant in the garden with a magnifying glass. John was mumbling something while writing a lot of Chinese characters, English symbols, and some of his own notes on a notebook. It was obvious that John was studying plants. It reminded him of the time when John studied plants in the garden outside the stilt house when he was a kid. The appearance of the dream plant sprite allowed John, a former botanist, to return to his old profession. It was a good thing. Without bothering John, Angor shifted his attention to the outside of First Heart. This place was more than 1,000 kilometers away from Foundation City. Compared to the peaceful atmosphere of Foundation City, this place was filled with murderous intent. Inside the temporary camp, about 100 people were gathered in a meeting room, listening to a man with 2 heads who was speaking at the head of the table. Those evil creatures have entered the late phase. The mosquito beasts are showing up more and more frequently. To stop them, we need more flying demon hunters. Currently, there are 3 flying evil creatures in the lab that can freely merge with us. They are the feeler butterfly, the viper hawk, and the ammonite starchain. Is there anyone who wants to try? After a moment of silence, dozens of people stood up. The 2-headed man's eyes flashed with gratification as he silently praised, for the sake of Chushin. Good job, all of you. At this moment, outside the meeting room, a man covered in knight armor walked in with a team of 10. Their bodies were stained with pink blood, as well as pieces of flesh that were still crawling around. These were the remains of the evil creatures from the pink nest nearby. The leader of the knights took off his helmet, revealing a face that everyone was familiar with. Knight Saber. After a series of whispers, the 2-headed man walked up and asked, "Captain, what's the situation outside?" Knight Saber let out a long sigh. He did not speak, but everyone understood the urgency of the situation. Seeing everyone's dejected expression, Knight Saber thought for a moment and said something comforting. "Don't worry. I just received news that Master Tisson is coming toward us." "Really? That's great. With Master Tisson here, we can definitely suppress the evil creatures here." The gloominess from before was swept away by this sentence. Only Knight Saber gently restrained the worry in his eyes. Young Master Dixon had indeed come, but, from young Master Dixon's words, he could hear some hidden meaning. The last time, the evil fog was controlled because of the intervention of that being. He even built a laboratory to conduct research on the evil creatures. But this time, that being did not seem to be involved. Did he want to test the demon hunter's abilities? Could young Master Dixon really withstand the overwhelming number of evil creatures outside by himself? "All right, stop quarreling. Master Tisson is here. If he sees you making such a ruckus, he'll definitely scold you for being undisciplined." "Keep." For our hearts, everyone shouted. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, the man with 2 heads came to Knight Saber. "Captain, did anyone get hurt this time?" At this point, Knight Saber's eyes flashed with obvious worry. "Yes, Olga, did something happen to Olga?" The man with 2 heads was anxious. Before Saber could reply, the door of the meeting room was pushed open. A petite woman walked in and glared at the man with 2 heads. "I'm fine. Don't curse me. Olga." The man with 2 heads saw that she was fine and finally let out a sigh of relief. Knight Saber looked at Olga in confusion. When they sent Olga to the medical area, there was a big hole in her stomach. It had only been a while. Why did she look fine? "Olga, are you really okay?" Saber asked worriedly. Olga nodded and looked at Saber strangely. "I'm fine. The medical area is surprisingly efficient today." Saber was still confused, but since Olga was fine, he didn't ask any more questions. He decided to go to the medical area after the meeting was over. Meanwhile, inside the medical area, a man wearing a white doctor's robe and a mask that covered most of his face was looking at the meeting room with a smile. The professional robe on his body quickly disappeared, and when he reappeared, a tall and straight figure was revealed. It was Angor. Of course, Angor was the one who saved Olga's life. After all, Olga was from Pat Manor and used to be Angor's personal maid. Angor wanted to use the new fog to train the Sin Hunters, But he wasn't heartless enough to ignore Olga's injury. Sin hunters needed to be trained, but so did his relationship with Olga. There was no conflict between the two. However, even though he saved Olga, he did not plan to show himself. Olga joined the Sin hunters without telling Angor, and Angor didn't want to make things awkward, so he didn't show up. Still, Angor supported Olga's decision. He walked out of the medical ward, looked at the pink mist in the distance, and disappeared into thin air. When Angor reappeared, he found himself in a dense forest with a small stream flowing beside him. He didn't see any living creatures around him. However, the ground was shaking at a certain frequency, which was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if a giant was striding towards him. It wasn't a giant. Instead, it was the tree man with the golden fruit who came from the mother tree. The tree man never left the mother tree, and this was the first time it came out. Angor thought that the tree man wouldn't disturb Greya's work since they weren't fast. However, this tree man moved faster than he expected. It crossed hundreds of kilometers in a short time. From the mother tree, it came to this forest. It was only a dozen kilometers away from Greya. Angor had to stop it first so that it wouldn't disturb Greya. However, Angor didn't plan to show up. Instead, he closed his eyes and connected his consciousness to the tree of authority to control the rhythmic membrane. Using the AFK method, the tree man began to create all kinds of dream creatures. Mushrooms, mayflies, floating jellyfish, rodents, and so on. They kept appearing around Angor. Angor didn't restrict them. He allowed them to enter the water, burrow into the ground, or float in the air. As more and more dream creatures showed up, the quiet forest became lively at a speed visible to the naked eye. The tree man's initial target was the insects around Greya's location. However, due to the sudden appearance of these strange creatures, it finally slowed down. Angor sighed in relief when the tree man began to study the dream creatures. However, he didn't get to relax for long before he noticed something happening on Greya's side. Greya was still creating a large number of insects when she suddenly looked up. She sniffed at the tree man's direction. His originally gloomy eyes instantly lit up, as if they were shooting out endless rays of golden light. Greya stood up from the ground and rushed toward the treant while sniffing the air in an intoxicated manner. Since Greya had come on her own, Angor decided not to stop her. He stopped AFK and slowly disappeared into thin air. Thump, 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 the deafening sound continued to reverberate. To Greya's ears, it was her own heartbeat. But to the treant, it was the footsteps of a powerful enemy. It looked at the source of the noise with fear. In the distant forest, a huge shadow appeared. The shadow was a giant. It was twisting its body wildly, knocking down one tree after another as it ran towards it. Who is it? A dream plant fairy? Or one of the evil creatures mentioned in the mother tree's nightmare? The treant assumed a defensive stance. It had no time to worry about the strange creatures around it. Its golden eyes flashed with caution. As the footsteps got closer, the treant finally saw the true face of the giant shadow. It was a treant wearing a purple dress, a treant. Her body was round and tall, as if she had been fed with the most nutritious fertilizer. Her skin was covered in layers and had the texture of a tree. Her eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky, and her red lips were as red as flames. The treant was dumbfounded. Why was there a treant here, and such a beautiful one at that? The treant was sure that she was a treant, but judging from her aura, she seemed to be a living creature. Just like the other creatures around them, she was different from the dream plant fairy. Did she just come here like those strange creatures? The treant thought while staring at Greya with a curious gaze. Greya, on the other hand, had no idea what was going on inside the tree's mind. She also did not expect the tree to mistake her dried skin as tree bark, which led to the tree's wrong judgment of her race. Greya's attention was completely focused on the faint but strange fragrance in the wind that stimulated her gastric juices. She even closed her eyes and ran toward the source of the fragrance. Saliva kept dripping from her mouth. Coupled with the strange way she was running, she looked like an alien. But in the treant's eyes, such a giant was the most beautiful thing in the world. Greya's every step was like stepping on the treant's budding heart. The treant couldn't help but feel a little happy. Greya finally stopped in front of the treant. Who are you? I mean, can you tell me your name? The young Trent's eyes glowed with a golden light. Greya didn't care. She kept her eyes closed and sniffed the air, which made her drool. The Treant thought Greya couldn't understand it, so it used spirit ripples to transmit its message. Through the nodes of the mother tree, the Treant learned from the dream plant fairies that the language taught them by the mother tree was unique to the fairies. However, the information transmitted through spiritual power allowed the dream plant fairy to communicate with other living beings normally. Greya understood the message this time, but she didn't care about it at all. After confirming the source of the fragrance, she opened her eyes and ignored the Trent's huge face. Instead, she stared at the golden fruit on the branch with her beautiful purple eyes. This golden fruit made her gourmet intuition crazily tell her that she was hungry. This was the first time Greya's gourmet intuition went crazy ever since she became a truth-finder wizard. It was enough to show how precious this golden fruit was. A golden fruit? Huh? Greya's hungry mind suddenly cleared up for a second. This reminded her of the purpose of her visit, which seemed to be for a golden apple. The golden fruit looked like a golden apple. According to Leona, the apple came from a Treant. A Treant? Greya couldn't help but look down and saw a pair of eyes filled with complicated emotions. It's really a Treant. Greya quickly came up with all kinds of countermeasures she could think of on her way here. Verbal, threatening, or even stealing from the Treant. Before she could figure out which one to use, the wonderful aroma of the golden apple hit her face again. Greya's eyes were filled with intoxication again as her appetite took control of her mind. She reached out her hand and reached for the golden apple. On the other hand, Angor witnessed everything that happened in front of him. He was wondering why Greya suddenly came here. Now he knew the answer. Greya was following the scent. He had to admit that Greya's sense of smell was incredible. Even though she was only using her original body in the dream wasteland and enhanced by a low-level gourmet cantrip, Greya could still locate the source of the golden fruits from a distance of several kilometers. As expected of the most talented gourmet wizard. But no matter how talented she was, trying to pick a fruit from a Treant like this was bound to be resisted. Not long ago, when Angor was using the mother tree as his background, he found some information about this Treant in the tree's records. The most precious thing about the Treant was the golden fruit hanging on its branch. According to the descriptions of the other dream plant fairies, the golden fruit was to the Treants what the scale between the brows was to a giant dragon or a psychic horn was to a unicorn. Even if you were a dream plant fairy, if you coveted the fruit, you would receive its wrath. Therefore, Greya was going to suffer from the tree's wrath. Angor was already thinking about how to help Greya. Greya's withered hand was now less than a meter away from the golden fruit. The Treant also noticed Greya's intention and quickly backed away. Angor began to feel nervous. The Treant was going to fight back at any second. Should he save Greya or use the mother tree to influence the Trent's mind, it was better to control the mother tree and dissuade the Treants through the mother tree nodes that were connected to their wills. Angor made up his mind and prepared to carry it out. However, what surprised him was that things developed in an unexpected way. You want my fruit, don't you? I can't give it to you yet. If you want, we can get to know each other first. At least, I need to know what you want to do with it. Angor was inside the mother tree's consciousness, so he could clearly hear the Trent's voice. Gentle, tolerant, and a little bit expectant. Why was it different from the information he gathered? Angor saw that the Treant was not going to fight, so he decided to use the mother tree's consciousness to probe the Trent's mind. He couldn't read the Trent's mind directly, but through the mother tree's method, Angor was able to understand the Trent's mind. But the more he understood, the more strange he felt. He was sure that Greya would never get the fruit. But if he followed the Trent's mind, Greya still had a chance. And the reason for this was the mushroom he created for Greya, who would have thought that the mushroom's poisonous reaction would become Greya's cover. In the distance, Greya also woke up a little. She was about to throw a tantrum when she heard the Trent's gentle voice. She hesitated for a moment and held back her anger. Angor watched Greya and the tree being chatted peacefully. So far, he didn't have to worry about Greya's safety for now. Angor took a last look at the scenery in the distance and disappeared. As for whether Greya could get the fruit or not, he didn't care. After disappearing from the forest, he retreated from the dream wasteland and returned to reality. Sunders and Rain would soon cross planes and arrive at Tidal Realm. Angor planned to leave this place and find a suitable place to open a plain passageway so that he wouldn't affect the other elemental creatures in Xian Forest. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the small space inside the vine hut, as well as the painting of Naimeitsue looking at the starry sky. Angor stretched his body and stood up. He looked around and saw Naimeitsue hanging on a protruding vine. Her golden eyes were covered by a white translucent membrane. It seemed that Naimeitsue hadn't woken up yet. She must still be talking to Rain and the others. He didn't mind Naimeitsue's reaction and headed for the door. When he pushed the door open, he saw a shadow landing on his shoulder. It was Toby, who was bored out of his mind. While chatting with Toby, Angor jumped down from the top of the vine tower and landed inside the lost forest. After leaving the vine tower, Naimeitsue's aura enveloped the entire lost forest. The forest was as quiet as ever. Angor didn't stay for long and quickly left the area. As soon as he stepped out of the forest, he heard a familiar chuckle. "What are you talking about this time, little hand?" "What little hand?" "You're Dangros. Can't you call me by my name?" "Alexander." "Dangros, you're wrong. It's Palisania, not Alexander." "Cubby. I don't need you to tell me that. I know it's Alexander." Angry curses and playful laughter soon reached Angor's ears. He walked around the dry forest and followed the source of the noise. He saw his familiar friend standing on a piece of empty land. It had been a few days since he last saw Cubby. Was it because Angor wasn't around, so Cubby didn't have to be so serious? Dangros didn't seem to have changed at all. It was still noisy, but there was a hint of sadness in its eyes. Did something happen to it recently? Or did Dangros miss his home? As for Lobel and Velvet, they didn't notice anything unusual. They were hiding somewhere nearby. However, as mature wind creatures, their senses were much better than Cubby and Dangros. They sensed Angor's presence when he was still 100 meters away. They quickly moved to Angor's side like a gust of wind. They didn't ask Angor why he didn't show up these days. Instead, they stayed by Lobel's side as usual, while Velvet turned into an invisible wind and circled around Angor's feet. The disappearance of Lobel and Velvet finally aroused the suspicion of the two kids under the tree. Where did they go? Dangros looked around in confusion. Lobel and Suling were clearly enjoying the gentle breeze by the side. Where did they go now? Cubby didn't answer. It closed its eyes and sensed the wind's path. After a moment of silence, Dangros heard a snort of disdain. "Humph. Where else can they go? They must be going to see that liar." It was Palisania, the only tree on the black soil and the former gatekeeper of the lost forest. They had been following Palisania for a while now, so Dangros knew who Palisania was talking to. It was Angor. A bright light flashed in Dangros' eyes, and the gloomy and worried look on his face seemed to have disappeared. He couldn't help but stand up on Palisania's branch and look around. "Where is he? Why can't I see him? Tired? Are you looking forward to meeting that big liar, little hand?" Palisania squinted at Palisania, who was standing on the branch. Of course, Dangros wouldn't admit it. "Don't talk nonsense, Palisania. I'm looking forward to meeting Mr. Toby." Palisania said, I've already seen through you, little hand." "Cupid, why did you suddenly think of Palisania's name instead of Alexander?" "That's not important." While talking to Dangros, Cupid looked around and finally fixed his gaze in a certain direction. Dangros followed Cupid's gaze and looked over. In the distance, a figure slowly walked out from the miasma. Dangros immediately recognized the newcomer. His eyes brightened up. It was Angor. Angor approached them with a smile and greeted Dangros and Cub Big. Angor didn't know what Dangros was thinking. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he looked at Palisania. Previously, he had already learned from Lobel that a few days after he left, His Highness Maoya also left due to some matters. After that, it was Palisania who accompanied them. It didn't matter to Lobel and Soren, but the company of Palisania made Dangros and Cubic's personalities become more cheerful during this period of time. "Thank you for taking care of them," Angor thanked him. After all, he was the one who brought them here. Palisania humped as a response. If Naimeitsue didn't care about Angor, Palisania wouldn't even do that. Angor wasn't surprised by Palisanya's attitude. Back then, he tricked Palisanya into meeting Naimatsue, and Palisanya was still holding a grudge against him. Angor also felt a little embarrassed, so he had to accept Palisanya's attitude. After saying a few more words of gratitude, Palisanya finally agreed to speak. However, he only responded with hum and ah. "You're leaving?" Parasanya wasn't as sensitive as a wind creature, but it was still able to sense Angor's presence as soon as he stepped out of the forest. Parasanya didn't expect Angor to leave so soon. "Yes. I have something to do. Did you agree?" "Of course." Angor nodded. Parasanya gave Angor a thoughtful look. "If so, I won't stop you." Angor bowed to Parasanya and took out his gondola to leave. "What are you going to do?" Parasanya suddenly asked as he was about to step on the boat. "Fine. I don't care what you're going to do," Palisanya continued. "But I hope you won't bring disaster to Azure Forest, and don't cause any trouble for Lady Namakui." Angor looked at Parasanya. This time, he had gone out to welcome His Excellency Rhine and his teacher. From a certain perspective, this signified the true beginning of a revolution in the tidal realm. Not just the Azure Forest region, but the entire Tide realm as a whole. Palisanya suddenly said these words. Was it because of his spiritual perception? Or was it the intuition of a supernatural creature? Angor and Parasanya looked at each other for several seconds and chuckled. "Of course. Remember what you said," Palisanya said, then closed his eyes and stopped talking. Angor nodded and stepped onto the gondola. Dankros naturally climbed up and found the most comfortable position. He let out a long breath. "You." Angor looked at Dankros. "Ah, what's wrong?" Dankros also lowered his head to size up his own body. His ring finger was beautiful, his index finger was slender, and his skin was fair. It was simply perfect. "Nothing." Angor was planning to let Dankros stay here for now, but he didn't think it was a good idea to bring Dankros with him. Rain and Angor would meet Dankros sooner or later anyway. Besides, plain passageways weren't usually accessible, so Dankros could use them to gain some experience. Since Angor allowed Dankros to come with him, he wouldn't be biased toward Cubby either. Cubby had the potential to be a wise man, and he was more experienced than Dankros. Speed Spirit carried the gondola and flew away as usual. Lobel stood guard at the side. In this way, the fantasy airship quickly left the range of the Lost Forest. Then, it soared into the sky, swept past the tall mountains of the Green Forest, and left towards the distance. After leaving the Cyan Forest, Dankros asked curiously, "Where are we going next?" "Find a nameless place where the spatial energy is relatively mild." While answering Dankros' question, he also told Speed Spirit where they were going next. Dankros did not ask any more questions. It would follow Angor wherever he went anyway. Therefore, it didn't matter where he went. Chio Big asked, "Why do you want to go to the nameless land?" Cub Big thought Angor was going to take the blue civet cat and the traveling frog to find a suitable elemental territory. However, Angor's answer surprised the cub. Angor blinked. "You'll see." Chio Big did not know what to ask since Angor kept him in suspense. He could only lie down on the edge of the boat and think about something. Chio Big didn't say anything during the rest of the journey. Dankros was given the chance to watch a day in the life of an old blacksmith again and immersed himself in learning how to forge. Both Lobel and Speedy were taciturn. If they did not take the initiative to speak, they would not speak. For a moment, Gondola was silent. With a wave of his hand, he released the Void Traveler from his bracelet. The Void Traveler was clearly frightened by the drastic change in its environment. Angor tried to comfort it, and it slowly calmed down. Angor placed the Void Traveler on his palm and gently stroked it. At first, the Void Traveler resisted, but it soon surrendered like a lazy hamster and turned into a puddle. In Angor's energy vision, the Void Traveler looked like a soft jelly with a faint purple hue around it, which made it look like a piece of amethyst. Even in the shape of a flatbread, it was still beautiful enough to dazzle anyone. Seeing that the Void Traveler no longer rejected him, Angor spoke in a low voice, "We're going to be together for a long time, and I can't keep calling you away all the time. How about you give yourself a codename like Woof?" There was only silence in the air. The light purple pancake in his palm remained unmoved. Oh, I almost forgot. You can't communicate with people. Angor sighed. Not only did the void traveler not have the ability to communicate with people, but it was also an idiot. Angor reached out his left hand and touched his forehead with his left index finger. The void traveler hesitated for a moment. Then it slowly gathered its flatbread and floated closer to Angor until its soft body was pressed against Angor's forehead. An invisible energy tentacle reached into Angor's forehead. Ding! You have successfully connected to the void network. This was what Angor came up with in his mind. Woof! You there? Of course, Angor wasn't trying to communicate with the puppy. He was trying to contact Woof. Inside the dark void, Wang Wang sensed Angor's voice from the network and hesitated for a moment. What's the matter? Do you want to talk to a mister? No, I need to talk to you about something. What is it? Angor told Woof about his idea. You can call it hey. That's fine. We're not like humans, so we need names. Do you want the civilization of voidwalkers to grow stronger? Angor changed the topic. Woof Woof didn't answer. I'll take your silence as a yes. If you're smart enough, you should understand the human's definition of civilization. When a group has self-recognition, the development of civilization will begin. Self-recognition? Woof Woof was confused. Yes. You start to understand yourself. Then, you'll have doubts and see everything around you in a dialectical way. This is part of the birth of a civilization, and it's also a necessary step, Angor said. The first step to self-recognition is to know who you are. Perhaps no living being has ever given a clear answer to this question. But that's only the deep answer. As for the surface answer, I believe every race that has a civilization knows it. Woof woof, the surface answer? You mean, yes, the name, of course. A name or a unique code name for an individual will allow the civilization to develop the concept of me. Must there be in me? Can't a civilization grow if there is no me? I don't know. Maybe there is such a thing. But that's not what we're talking about. Woof Woof remained silent for a moment and sent a message to Angor through the network. I understand, Woof 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 said, I'll tell your void traveler the meaning of the code name. But let me tell you first. Even if it has a name, it won't think of it as its real name. It's just a reaction when you call it by that name. To put it bluntly, it was like a conditioned reflex of some low-intelligence pets after hearing their masters call them by their names too many times. They might not know that it was their name, but they knew that the frequency and amplitude of the voice meant that someone was calling them. That works. Angor didn't mind. Woof Woof might not recognize the meaning of the name itself, but calling it by its name was a small ritual in his life. It can't name itself. Tell me if you have any ideas or suggestions, and I'll tell it. So Angor was asking him to name it? Do you have a gender? Angor considered. What's the difference? Of course. There's always a clear distinction between male and female names. Woof woof, there's no gender distinction. If you don't have a gender, how do you reproduce the next generation? Angor was really curious about how a void traveler came to be. However, Woof Woof didn't seem to want to talk about it. Woof 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 didn't say anything, which was a silent protest. Angor had no choice but to drop the question. He began to think about the real question. What should he name it? Angor considered for a moment and said, Headland it is. Hydra? What a strange name, Woof 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 said, a meaningless combination of characters. It's not a meaningless combination. In my hometown, Hydra means something like an amethyst dream. It's often used in fairy tales to express hope for a bright future. Hydra was also the name of Angor's grandmother. Angor had never met Hydra before, but he heard about it from old Pat. Hydra was a legendary woman who refused to marry into a noble family in pursuit of personal freedom. She was also one of Angor's ancestors who he admired a lot when he was young. Amethyst dream, Woof Woof repeated. Woof repeated the name in a low voice. It no longer complained and spoke to Angor, I see. I've sent your message to it. You can try calling it that name after the communication is over. Anything else? Woof 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 asked. That's all for now. By the way, what are you doing now? You left in such a hurry the other day. Did something happen? Since there was nothing else to do in the real world, Angor decided to chat with Woof Woof to get closer so that he could study the creature's ability in the future. Woof 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 said, I'm fine. If you don't have anything else, I'll turn off the connection. Or, do you want to talk to a master? No need, no need. It was pointless to talk to a Dalmatian since he couldn't understand its language. Then. Goodbye. Is that what humans say when they say goodbye? Woof 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 asked. Yes. Goodbye. When the connection was turned off, the energy tendril between Angor's eyebrows automatically fell off. The purple void traveler once again lay on Angor's palm. Headland, he called out as he stroked Headland's head. Headland lifted its jelly-like face and looked at Angor with its lifeless eyes. So it's responding, Angor muttered. He tried a few more times, and each time, Headland would react to the name of Angor's pet. However, as Angor continued to call it, Hydra's reaction became weaker and weaker. Only when Angor placed his left index finger between his eyebrows to connect to the void network after calling the creature's name would the creature continue to react. But if Angor kept calling without giving any orders, Hydra's reaction to the name would become weaker. From this test, it could be seen that Headland was indeed like what Wang Wang had said. It did not regard Headland as its own name, but more like a switch for a machine. Replacing Headland with hey, hey, and other sounds that could stimulate its reaction had a similar effect. It wasn't as effective as Angor expected, but at least it worked. It didn't matter if Hydra didn't consider Hydra as its name. Angor felt like he was lying to himself. But sometimes, Hydra might actually get enlightened. After talking to Hydra for a while longer, Angor put the creature back into his bracelet space. If they were outside, Headland would be afraid of the changes in the surrounding environment. Furthermore, Dankros, the brat, had also woken up from the illusion of a day in the life of an old blacksmith. In order to prevent Headland from being harmed by the passionate brat, they had to avoid risks in advance. Did you learn anything? Angor looked at Dankros, who just opened his eyes. I don't know, Dankros said. Don't worry. Forging isn't something you can master overnight. You can take your time, Angor comforted him. Will you still teach me then, Mr. Pat? Dankros asked. Angor didn't notice the expectation in Dankros' voice. He only thought that Dankros was worried that he wouldn't be able to learn it. Of course. Dankros' eyes lit up. I'll learn it soon. I'm looking forward to seeing what you'll make in the future. Angor gave him some encouragement. Dankros held his head high. I told you that I'll make a statue for my little brother first. But since Mr. Pat asked, I'll give my first work to Pat. Dankros glanced at Toby, who was sitting on Angor's shoulder. For Mr. Toby. I'll give my second one to Mr. Pat. Angor didn't think too much about Dankros' decision. As long as Dankros had the heart, he was fine with it. While talking with Dankros, Gondola finally arrived at a nameless place with relatively stable spatial energy. The new city, the dream wasteland. A barefoot girl in a blood-red tutu dress was walking at the end of the long street. She was holding an ink-colored umbrella with a red border. Most of the buildings in this area had been built. They were tall and crowded together, but there was no one in sight. Most of the people were on the other side of the new city, which was still under construction. A girl in a luxurious dress holding an umbrella was walking on a busy but empty street. The dark clouds in the sky made her look like a decadent painting. Besides, her blood-red dress was very eye-catching. It was easy to notice her in the big picture. Leona, who was flying in the air, was attracted to her. Leona descended from the sky and landed in front of the girl. She looked at the girl from head to toe for a while before her eyes landed on the girl's bare feet. Leona then giggled and said, "Ever since you became a wizard, this is the first time I've seen you so down-to-earth, Flora." The girl in the blood-red tutu dress, Flora, rolled her eyes at her friend. "You think I want to?" Rouse's energy is too low. He can't use levitation. My spirit power can't support me either. So annoying. Leona pursed her lips and smiled. She took out a scroll of wind from her pouch and handed it to Flora. Take this first. It contains the basic amount of wind power. If you're just floating in the air, it'll last you for half a month. Flora took the scroll and sensed it for a while. If I'm not in a hurry, it should be enough. As she spoke, she activated the scroll. Her large tutu dress inflated like an inflated doll. She floated in the air as well. Flora had gotten used to the floating skill in the dream wasteland, and a smile finally appeared on her face. Leona walked to Flora and held her arm. I asked you in the trees 2 days ago. You said you were still in Foundation City. Why are you here? It's good that you're here. I need more people. That's why I didn't want to come to the new city, said Flora. Leona ignored Flora's complaint and smiled. I asked you a question. Why did you come to the new city? Flora said, it's nothing. Foundation City doesn't have enough resources. It's very difficult to carry out research there. Flora was telling the truth. She had already arrived at the new city through the airship yesterday. She had to help Sumesh stabilize his body, so she didn't come here until today. She came here because she wanted to see Sunders. My mentor just returned to reality and said that he was going to leave before entering the dream wasteland again. I don't know what happened, but I was worried that something might have happened, so I came up to take a look. While speaking, Flora picked up the Mother Tree communicator. Her message to Sunders was still unanswered. Him? I saw him enter the Rose Aquarium earlier. He should be talking to Her Excellency Naimetsue. Nami. Your Excellency? Who's this? Flora recalled the honorific and was confused. Follow me, I'm going to the Rose Aquarium as well. Let's walk and talk. I think I know why Sunders wants to leave. Leona dragged Flora to Rose Aquarium. Along the way, Leona kept telling Flora about Naimetsue. Most of it was just her imagination. After all, she only knew what Angor told her. However, with a woman's intuition and a naturally more sensitive way of thinking than men, the stories she came up with in her mind were basically correct. Compared to the real situation, it was only a matter of details. Flora's face was filled with astonishment all the way. The truth behind the disappearance of the elements on the marginalized island? A world that only had elemental creatures, and a vassal world to the wizarding world, that alone was hard for her to believe. Besides, Angor was the one who discovered it. First the dream wasteland, and now the world of elemental creatures. Leona grinned. Not bad, Angor. The other reason why Leona praised Angor was that the 2 pieces of news that could shake the entire wizarding world would be revealed during this tea party. At that time, this tea party would definitely become an unsurpassable benchmark for all future tea parties. As for Leona, the host of the tea party, she would also gain countless benefits. Flora felt a little conflicted. In her mind, Angor was still the cowardly kid she saw on the Redbud. But now, one thing after another proved Angor's potential, and his inestimable value. It had only been a few years. At first, Flora couldn't believe it. Then, she became jealous. But now, she finally let it go. She still couldn't accept it, but the truth was there. She had to let go of her pride. In the end, Leona sighed and said, yeah, Angor is really good. Soon, they arrived at the Rose Aquarium. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw Sunders walking down from the stairs on the 2nd floor. Angor was standing beside him. If it was before, Flora would still feel a little uneasy when she saw Angor's face. However, after going through all that, he looked at Angor calmed down a lot. She floated to Angor's side with a smile and nudged Angor's shoulder with her bare foot. Little brother Angor, you've done a lot of great things recently. I can hear your name every day even when I'm in a remote area. Angor chuckled in embarrassment. Oh right, where's Little Red? Angor looked behind Flora. He was not used to not seeing Little Red anywhere. I don't think Little Red can come in. My professor tried using Dream Walk, but Little Red doesn't need to sleep or eat such spells. Speaking of Little Red, Flora felt a little disappointed. She had never been separated from Little Red. Now that Little Red couldn't enter the Dream Wasteland, she didn't really want to go there anymore. Little Red is a creature from the Nightmare Realm, and the Dream Wasteland is the crack between the Nightmare Realm, Dream Realm, and reality. There's no way she can't get in, Angor muttered. Maybe she used the wrong method? Can Little Red really come in? Flora was delighted. Well, it's possible, said Angor. But I don't think she used Dream Walk. I'll figure it out when I see Little Red again. How to let a nightmare creature into the dream wasteland seemed like a good research project. Since you've said it, then I'll look forward to our next meeting. Flora was all smiles. She felt like something was missing without Lil Red behind her. While they were talking, Sunders was also talking to Leona. You're done talking? Did Tree Spirit take Miss Naimatsui out for a stroll? Leona's face was full of regret. She wanted to talk to Naimatsui again. If she could invite Naimatsui to the tea party, it would be even more lively. But if Naimatsui could enter the dream wasteland, she might have a chance in the future. Leona heaved a sigh of relief at the thought. Sunders gave Leona a thoughtful look as if he knew what she was thinking. He just didn't want to say it out loud. Sunders knew how important the tea party was to the witches, even though he didn't think it was a big deal. Sunders looked at Flora. I saw your message in the tree group. I told you about Naimatsui and the tidal realm. This time, I'm leaving to go to the tidal realm to take a look. Flora nodded. She was worried that Brute Cavern might be in trouble, or that Sunders might not like them anymore. Now that she knew what was going on in Tidal Realm, she knew that it was necessary to leave. The appearance of the Tidal Realm was big news that could shake the entire wizarding world. With Sunders there and Angor as the discoverer, Phantom Island would be able to gain more benefits. Flora wanted to check it out as well, but Sumesh was still showing signs of recovery. Besides, she hadn't given up on studying the blood-melt virus yet, so she couldn't leave the area of Red Plague believers. I understand, Flora said. What about Sumesh? I've already sent him the message. He should know already. Flora didn't say anything else after all that was said. You and Sumesh need to be careful when I'm gone, especially you. The blood-melt virus can't be solved overnight, and the Red Plague believers aren't easy to manipulate. If a few more archbishops show up, you and Sumesh will both die. Flora felt a little touched by Sunders' rare concern. I'll be careful, she said in a serious tone. Sunders put a hand on Flora's shoulder. He had high hopes that Flora wouldn't give up. He hoped that she could use the blood-melt virus to become a truth finder. They chatted for a while longer before logging off together. Angor opened his eyes on Gondola when he returned to the real world. It's about to begin, Angor spoke in a small voice. Dankros looked at him curiously. What's going on? You'll see, Angor replied casually and ordered Speed to lower the gondola to the ground. Stay here. Speed and Lobel as well. Don't follow me. I don't want you to get hurt by the space energy, Angor said to the elemental creatures. With that, Angor jumped down from the gondola alone. He looked around. He was standing on soft, white sand. Not far from him was a vast salt lake with no end in sight. The end of the lake was connected to the sky. The lake wasn't deep. The deepest part of the lake only reached Angor's waist. The bottom of the lake was made of pure white crystals. The refractive index of salt water was much lower than that of fresh water, which made the lake look like a flawless mirror when viewed from afar. The clear blue sky and the giant cirrus clouds that looked like mountains were reflected in the mirror. It was a beautiful sight. It's rare to see something like this even in the outside world, Angor praised the view in front of him. Such beautiful scenery could be found everywhere in the tidal realm, which had never been touched by the outside world. In fact, the salt lake that stretched as far as the eye could see didn't even have a name. Yes, this lake was a nameless place. Angor asked Speed to find a place with the most stable space energy. The closest elemental territory to this place was the Cyan Forest, which was several hundred kilometers away. No elemental creatures would come here on normal days. Due to the uniqueness of the salt water, this place was the best place to use a plain passageway. Angor stepped into the lake. His black boots didn't sink into the water. Instead, he walked on the surface without causing any ripples. After walking for about 100 meters, Angor stopped. While repeating the coordinates Sunders gave him, he took out the spellcasting consumables he prepared earlier. His mind space created a model while the consumables provided him with special energy. As the water rippled under his feet, cracks began to appear in front of Angor. When the cracks reached a certain height, a large number of mirror-like fragments began to shatter. A dark tunnel that seemed to lead straight to the abyss appeared out of nowhere. Inside Gondola, Cub Big carefully looked at Angor's direction to see what he was going to do. When it saw the strange cave, it seemed to have thought of something, and its expression suddenly changed. At the end of Lobel's head, he sensed a large amount of spatial energy gushing out from the mouth of the abyss, and his expression changed slightly. Is it finally coming? Cub Big. Seems like it. Dankros was also watching, but just like Lober's chief and deputy chief, he was completely dumbfounded. What are you talking about? What's coming? Change. Chio Big paused for a moment, as if he felt that this word was not enough to describe everything, so he changed his words. Or rather, a great change. A great change in the tidal realm? Dankros was smart enough to understand what Cub Big was talking about. Humans are coming? When Mr. Pad showed up here, it was only a matter of time. I just didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. Cub Big sighed. He had already accepted the fact that humans were coming to the tidal realm. However, when the day really came, even someone as calm as Cub Big couldn't help but feel a little worried. Not only Cub Big, but Lober's tail head also showed a rare look of worry. Unlike Cub Big, Lobel was worried about something else. Lobel was worried that he didn't stand by Hurricane Hagario's side when the world was about to change. He wondered what Hurricane Hagario would do in the end. The people on Gondola all had complicated thoughts. On the other side of the abyss, after several minutes, the silhouette of a man finally appeared. As he left the abyss, the black silhouette changed from a flat surface to a three-dimensional shape. Light was the shape of a pen. The light outlined a tall and perfect figure. It was Sunders. Sunders nodded to Angor and put on a pair of white silk gloves. Then, he took out his black birch cane and put it on again. With a light tap, the cane touched the dark abyss behind him. After a flash of light, the plain passageway he opened was closed. When the passageway was closed, Sunders pinched the remaining half of a fingernail in his hand. Deep abyss. Using a void beast's fingernail as the main material to open a plain passageway? You're the only one who can afford it. Sunders glanced at the fingernail and tossed it to Angor. Take it. It can still be used one more time. Angor caught the Deep Abyss fingernail and looked a little surprised. The starting price of a Deep Abyss fingernail in Floating Mech City was 3,000 magic crystals. When he bought it from Breeze, it cost him about 2,500 crystals. Such materials could be used to open a plain passageway, but there were many other materials that could replace the Deep Abyss fingernail. The most common one was a type of ethereal gem, which was an accessory of ethereal spirit diamonds. It was produced in large quantities and sold at a relatively cheap price of 2,000 magic crystals. At first glance, 3,000 magic crystals and 2,000 magic crystals didn't seem that big of a difference. However, one had to look at more than one material. Planar passageways required a lot of consumables. Usually, they would add up to more than 10,000. Different main materials required different auxiliary materials. For example, the ethereal gems auxiliary materials cost about 10,000 to 20,000 magic crystals in total. Most wizards could afford to carry a set with them at all times. However, with the deep hole nail as the main consumable, the cost of the auxiliary materials would be higher as well. The total cost of a plain passageway might be more than 30,000 magic crystals. This was why Sunders said Angor was being too extravagant. Angor looked away. I'm just worried that I might fail. That's why I used the Deep Abyss fingernail. Angor wouldn't mind using the cheaper materials if he wanted to open a plain passageway normally. However, this was the first time he only used the coordinates given by Sunders to open a plain passageway, and he was worried that something might go wrong. Therefore, he used the Deep Abyss fingernail, which was more expensive but more stable than the other main materials. Sunders knew what Angor was thinking, so he only teased him. Since he was an alchemist, he did not lack magic crystals. Of course, Sunders would not envy him. How did you know I'm using deep hole nails? Angor was curious. The shape of the crack. Sunders didn't do anything. An illusion appeared in front of him, which showed the plain passageway. Sunders pointed at the edge of the plain passageway. The plain passageway created by the hollow claw is called the abyssal abyss. You can see the claw marks on the space crack, which are similar to the ones created by the hollow beasts. Next, he gave several examples of plane passageways with different consumables. This included the illusionary tunnel created by the illusionary gem, the shadow tunnel created by the nightmare crystal, and the rainbow portal created by the rainbow hearthstone. He also taught Angor how to identify different plane passageways. Sunders glanced at the gondola in the distance. He sensed the elemental energy fluctuations coming from the boat. The elemental creatures around gondola are my new subordinates, as well as some of my friends. Do you want to check them out? Sunders shook his head. Not now. Let's wait for Mr. Rain first. Rain promised that Brute Cavern would pay for all the materials used for the plane passageway. However, Angor's extravagance could still attract unwanted attention. To avoid such a situation, Sunders was responsible for setting up a plane passageway for Rain. Meanwhile, Angor would go to the Dream Wasteland to contact Rain and confirm the coordinates. Angor cast a nightmare illusion spell on the surface of the lake and created a cloud sofa. He sat on the sofa and entered the Dream Wasteland. Angor was still in the lobby of Rose Aquarium. However, compared to the bustling atmosphere from before, this place was now completely empty. There were only 2 waiters from Origin City. Since Rain was not online yet, Angor decided to stay here and wait. He sat by the window and motioned for the waiter not to come over. Then, he began to wait quietly. 5 minutes. 10 minutes, half an hour had passed. Angor even sent Leon a series of offline messages about his training experience, but Rain was still nowhere to be seen. Angor considered for a moment and contacted Tree Spirit to ask about Rain's whereabouts. Tree Spirit didn't reply. Angor used God View to check and saw Tree Spirit talking to Naimatsue in a corner of the new city. Tree Spirit was talking to Naimatsue while Naimatsue's eyes shone brightly. Tree Spirit and Naimatsue were both fascinated by Tree Spirit's words and Naimatsue's words. Angor listened carefully and realized that Tree Spirit was talking about some of the cultivation methods of nature spirits. Although Naimatsue was not a spirit, the description of nature in the book had won Naimatsue's heart, so she was also addicted to it. Her eyes flashed from time to time as if she had gained something. This reminded Angor of his conversation with Mr. Feng in the painting. How should I help Naimatsue? Don't worry too much. Just let nature take its course. The Book of Kale won't be wrong. Perhaps the prophecy was not referring specifically to him, but to him in general? Brute Cavern also had something to do with Angor, so the prophecy also included Brute Cavern. Tree Spirit was the most knowledgeable wizard in Brute Cavern when it came to nature. Maybe Naimatsue could use Tree Spirit's knowledge to help her achieve her goal. Angor did not want to disturb Tree Spirit's class right now. He had to find someone else to help him. Iron Granny wasn't online either. She must have left with Rain. So Angor decided to ask Leona for help. Leona quickly replied through the trees, "Go ask Duncan. He's at the ruins in the real world." Netherworld Whisperer Duncan was an occult summoner. His main research direction was bone summoning. Angor used God View to check Duncan's location and saw that Duncan wasn't inside the new city. Instead, he was in an underground lab outside the city. The lab was built by DeMartin to study rain foxes and traveling frogs. DeMartin invited Duncan to be his assistant, and for some reason, Duncan accepted the offer. DeMartin wasn't in the lab right now, while Duncan was recording some experiment data. Seeing that Duncan was fine, Angor quickly contacted him through the trees and explained the situation. I see. I'll go back to reality and check. Of course, Duncan wouldn't refuse such a small favor. He quickly logged off. A moment later, Duncan came back online. Mr. Rain has left. Iron Granny is guarding the ruin. Duncan asked Iron Granny about Rain's whereabouts. Iron Granny didn't know much about it. She only said that Rain left through a plane passageway and said that he was going to visit a friend. Visit a friend? Angor frowned. Didn't Rain say that he was going to Tidal Realm later? Why did he suddenly go to visit a friend, and he left through a plane passageway? That meant Rain's friend wasn't at Parmajai Highlands. Leaving in such a hurry, could it be that something had happened? Angor couldn't figure it out, so he logged off for now. Maybe Mr. Rain went to visit a friend because of something related to Tidal Realm, Sunders guessed. As far as Sunders knew, Rain's business couldn't be more important than Tidal Realm. That was why Sunders came up with such a theory. But what kind of friend could have something to do with Tidal Realm? Suddenly, Angor felt the tree of authority in his mind space shaking. A message came from the Dream Gate. Mr. Rain has entered the Dream Wasteland. Without hesitation, Angor used Dream Walk on himself and entered the Dream Wasteland. As soon as he entered the Dream Wasteland, he received a message from Rain about the location of a space waymark. Rain logged off after sending the coordinates, which meant the plane passageway was connected to the other side. Angor told Sunders about the coordinates. Sunders closed his eyes and simulated the coordinates in his mind. It's in the hinterland of St. Lawrence. If that's the case, Mr. Rain went to the Magic Flute Monastery. Magic Flute Monastery? Angor didn't know much about this organization. The only one he met was gold collector Matthew, who was also a member of the R&D department. As for Matthew, Angor only met him once when he joined the R&D department. Matthew was an old man wearing the robe of a god servant, who gave off a holy aura. Apart from Matthew, Angor only knew a wizard named Parziva Graves, who claimed to have entered the Nightmare Realm before. Mr. Rain has friends in the Magic Flute Monastery? Angor asked. Sunders shrugged. He didn't know who Rain's friends were. Still, Rain had been in charge of Brute Cavern for many years. His connections were probably bigger than the ones in this world and even extended to the general planes. He even knew people from hostile organizations. It was hard to guess who Rain's friends were. If you're really curious, you can ask Mr. Rain later. Sunders stood up from the sofa. I'm going to begin. Sunders walked to the side and took out the materials Angor prepared for the plane passageway. Sunders used Angor's materials because Angor could pay for them. Sunders didn't really care about the magic crystals, but he still wanted to save as much as possible. Sunders' method of opening the plane passageway was much easier than Angor's. Although he was more proficient in using the rainbow crystal to open the light tunnel, using the illusory gem to open the illusory tunnel was no problem for him. Angor was surprised by how fast the process was. The plane passageway was successfully opened in an instant. A giant vortex of illusionary energy was released. This vortex was the illusionary tunnel. The size of the vortex was much bigger than Angor's cave. Sunders used cheaper materials to create a better plane passageway than Angor's cave. This was the difference between Angor and Sunders. Of course, the main reason for this was that Sunders had encountered many times more deadly dangers than Angor. Opening a plane passageway was already his instinct. In a way, Angor was lucky enough to be alive. Not long after the whirlpool appeared, Rain followed the exit of the void and walked out from the other side. Angor looked behind Rain out of curiosity. If Rain went to meet his friend, would he bring Angor's friend with him? But he didn't. Just like Sunders, the first thing Rain did after leaving the plane passageway was to help Sunders close it. Since the plane passageway was closed, no one followed them here. Why are you looking behind me? Rain gave Angor a puzzled look. The first thing he did when he came out was to sense the aura of this world, and then he looked at Angor. Then he saw Angor looking behind him, which confused him a lot. I thought you came with your friend, Mr. Rain, Angor whispered. Friend? After a brief discussion, Rain finally understood what Angor meant. Of course not. I haven't even told Brute Cavern about the Tidal Realm yet. I can't tell anyone about it, not even to my friends. Angor frowned. Huh? So you're not going to meet your friend about the Tidal Realm, Mr. Rain? Yes, it's about the Tidal Realm. However, I didn't go to meet my friends to tell them about the existence of the Tidal Realm. It's different from what you think. Rain straightforwardly admitted. What's different? Well, you'll find out later. Rain kept her in suspense and looked around. Is this a salt lake? It's pretty. Angor briefly explained that this was a nameless place, which was different from the elemental territory. A nameless place? A hint of emotion flashed through Rain's eyes. Even in this nameless place, the elemental power here is comparable to that of the mirror world. Of course, Rain didn't mean the power of nature. Because of the tree spirit, the mirror world was filled with natural energy. Even the elemental power here has reached such a level. I really want to know what the real elemental territory will be like. They left the mirror-like lake and boarded gondola together with Rain and Sunders. As soon as they boarded the ship, Dankros jumped up from the table in fear. He quickly crawled behind Angor's robe and hid behind him. While trembling, he reached out half of his hand and looked at the newcomers. Cub Big also showed some fear, but it was calmer than Dangros. Moreover, it was not near the table, but lying on the edge of the boat, so it did not escape. Instead, it continued to lie still and observe everyone like Dangros. Angor looked at Dankros with a chuckle but didn't force him to come out. He looked at the two wind elemental creatures and said, "Velvet, fly to verdant forest. Lorber, guard and monitor like before." With that, Gondola took off under Velvet's control. They didn't talk until Gondola was flying steadily. Rain looked at the elemental creatures with a smile. "You've got quite a lot of elemental companions." "They're not my elemental companions yet." "Oh?" Rain asked, "Then why are they on your boat?" He then told Rain and Sunders about the elemental creatures on the boat, including where they came from and why they were on the boat. "I see." Rain nodded. After pausing for a while, Rain said with some pity, "Actually, I feel that this little hand called Dankros has a rather unique appearance. If you have enough energy and talent, you can consider him." Rain had an old friend who was a wizard from the Noah family. His nickname was the Black Earl. His body had been fused with several consciousnesses, which allowed most parts of his body to separate and form independent entities. When Rain visited Black Earl the last time, Black Earl was chatting with Rain on a rocking chair beside the fireplace, while Black Earl's right hand was writing something on a table in the distance. When Rain saw that Dankros also had a single right hand, he thought of the Black Earl. He felt a sense of familiarity. This Cho Big isn't bad either. He should be very popular outside. Rain then turned to Cub Big and said, "The tea party is coming soon. You should consider Cub Big. Maybe some witches will take a fancy to you." Angor did not react to Rain's words, but Cubig and Dankros' hearts skipped a beat. They naturally understood what Rain meant. They had already understood the concept of elemental companions when they watched the trilogy. It was because they understood the meaning of elemental companions that they had such a strong psychological reaction. However, the thoughts in their hearts were different. Cubig was thinking because of this, while Dankros was slightly flustered. "You said you're interested in your elemental companions. Aren't they?" "No, I have someone else in mind." Angor nodded. "I see." Sunders did not ask further. Since Angor already had a plan, he would bring it out one day. Also, Sunders could tell that Angor was not interested in the two elemental spirits, which meant they were not suitable for him. "Then you have to show me what kind of elemental companions you're interested in are," Rain said. "Let's talk about that after I succeed." While they were talking, the mood of Cubig and Dankros on the other side changed again. Earlier, when Rain mistook Cub Big as Angor's elemental companion, he felt a little repulsed. He did not hate Angor, but he did not want to become Angor's elemental companion. He still wanted to go back to White Cloud Village and be with Camus. However, if Angor insisted on taking him as an elemental companion, Cub Big would seriously consider it for the sake of their recent friendship. Now that Angor clearly stated that he was not interested, Cub Big did not feel relieved at all. Instead, he felt a little frustrated. Dankros' mood changed even more. He did not know what he was thinking, but he was sure that when Rain misunderstood him as Angor's elemental companion, he felt a little happy. But when Angor denied it, it felt empty in its heart. This feeling of emptiness even surpassed the fear of the two humans who had just boarded the ship. When the atmosphere became a little strange, Angor introduced Rain and Sunders to the elemental creatures. Both Cubig and Dankros nodded. Soren could not speak, so it was Lobel's job to communicate. Lobel's communication skills were many times better than the two elemental fairies. With just a few words, he had livened up the somewhat dull atmosphere. Besides, Lobel was a local elemental creature and had the aura of a wise sage. His introduction of the tidal realm was much clearer and more authoritative than Angor's. Rain and Sunders were also happy to talk to Lobel. However, they could also tell that Lobel had obviously mixed in some personal information when he was communicating with them. For example, Lobel kept mentioning an elemental lord called Hurricane Thuporio, as if he was trying to pave the way for Angor's highness. Although they could tell what Lobel was implying, they did not point it out. They had a good impression of Lobel, and since they were going to meet the lords of the various elemental territories in the future, there was no harm in meeting Hurricane Huberio first. Just like that, Gondola flew past one nameless mountain after another and headed toward the azure forest under Lorber's one-sided transmission. Sunders and Rhine both sighed along the way. This world was so rich. At least, the nameless land was very suitable for human habitation. It was considered one of the best resources in an affiliated world. And if you included the elemental lords, this place would be even better. The nameless land could be inhabited by mortals, while the elemental lords could develop certain areas into wizard territories. This was perfect for the current living conditions of the wizarding world. Mortals and mortals supported each other. Apart from the strongest supernaturals, ordinary supernaturals also needed mortals to provide for their daily necessities, and they also needed to select talents from the mortals. Therefore, most Magus organizations would have a certain number of mortals nearby. Even Brute Cavern, a wizard organization located in Parmagi Highlands, was protected by mortals from the Kingdom of Earth's center. Therefore, any place where mortals could live and wizards could benefit was a good place to live. The tidal realm was clearly such a treasure trove. The only thing was, this place was too good. Ordinary good was acceptable, but too good would attract unwanted attention. Unless Brood Cavern was strong enough to crush all the other organizations, it would be impossible for them to monopolize this place. It would be difficult to create a wizard territory with mortals protecting it. While sighing, they crossed the nameless land and arrived at Cyan Forest. Sunders and Rhine remained silent when they arrived at Cyan Forest. They had imagined the elemental lords' territories, but they did not expect the real elemental lords to be so many times better than they imagined. The aura of nature in the air was so thick that it almost turned into water. It could be seen from the thin mist in the green forest that it wasn't real mist at all, but an extreme manifestation of the power of nature. It was even better than the tree spirit's true form, the Tree of Eternity. Of course, the Tree of Eternity could do the same thing, but it was unnecessary and would only consume more energy. However, the green forest was different. It naturally contained so much wood element energy. The elemental tide would bring a terrifying amount of wood element energy, and wood element creatures could release a certain amount of nature energy on their own. This was a virtuous cycle, which created the green forest that was almost impossible to achieve in the outside world. As they flew over Cyan Forest, they saw some tiny green light spots drifting toward them. Rhine waved a hand, and the light spots landed on his palm. Upon closer inspection, Rhine noticed that these specks of light, which were about the size of a speck of dust, had eyes and mouths. They're spore-type wood creatures. Rhine's rich knowledge allowed him to make an accurate judgment. Rhine was even more surprised when he confirmed the identity of the green light spots. There were countless green light dots floating in the air. In other words, they could all be a type of wood-type creature. They were small, but they could still be cultivated and become powerful once they matured. It was impossible to imagine how many wood creatures there could be in the outside world. But here, they were as numerous as specks of dust. That's common knowledge we've been cultivating for thousands of years. Even wizards like Rhine and Sunders were surprised by this. However, they were already in the center of Cyan Forest, and there were so many wood creatures around. They did not want to reveal their emotions, so they kept their calm expressions. Soon, Gondola arrived at the Lost Forest. As soon as they landed, Rhine and Sunders sensed many eyes peeking at them from the forest. Presumably, they were all wood-type creatures. According to their usual habits, they had to at least pull out these eyes hiding in the dark. However, they had just arrived, and they also had the intention of negotiating peacefully with Namakui. It was not good for them to make a move on the elemental creatures of the Cyan Forest, so they could only pretend that they did not see anything. That's because Lady Naimetsue lives nearby. Normally, no elemental creatures would come here. But since Miss Naimetsue woke up, Lord Leafy came here often, which is why there are more wood creatures around. Elemental creatures were intelligent, and they were curious too. In the past, they had regarded the Lost Forest as a forbidden area and did not dare to step into its vicinity. However, His Highness Lush Leaf often came here, which naturally attracted the curiosity of many elemental creatures. They all ran over, which led to this scene. Don't mind them. Let's go inside. Angor gestured for everyone to follow him. He was going to take them to see Naimatsue first, but since Naimatsue was still inside the dream wasteland, he decided to take them to Palisania first. He sensed a familiar aura coming from the area. Inside the forest, the mist grew thicker, which meant the power of nature was stronger. At the same time, Naimatsue's aura was also approaching them. Naimatsue's aura is quite interesting, Ryan commented. Ryan said softly. This was the first time he had felt the pressure of a half-step legendary elemental creature. The aura wasn't strong, but he could still feel the majestic aura. It was as if an upside-down forest was pressing down on them. It was like the power of nature. Without wasting any time, they moved through the mist and soon arrived at the open area where Palisania was. Visibility was very low, but Angor could still see two tall tree shadows in the center of the open area. Huh? Two, Palisania was one of them. Who was the other tree shadow? While he was pondering, everyone felt the ground beneath them trembling violently. It was as if something was rushing towards them from underground. Both Rhine and Sunders frowned, but they did not do anything. For one thing, they did not believe that a fight would break out here. For another, even if a fight did break out, they would not be afraid. The ground movement stopped right in front of them. Immediately after, a large number of vigorous roots broke out from the ground. They were like tentacles, bearing fangs and brandishing claws. However, the feeling disappeared as the roots intertwined with each other. The roots formed several arches. More than 20 root arches extended from right in front of them to the end of the fog. What's that? Ryan frowned. A mouth appeared above the arches and chuckled in a strange way. Another human? You brought back 2 humans this time, Angor. One of them is the leader of Brute Cavern, and the other is my teacher. Angor called out the creature's name. Palisania. Is that why you went out? Yes. Palisania let out a soft sigh and said, Come in. My guest from afar, Lord Lushleaf, and I will be waiting for you inside. Lord Lushleaf. Angor finally understood why he saw 2 tree shadows in the mist. The other one was Lushleaf Groot. The group stepped onto the path of arches. Every time they walked past an arched gate, the gate behind them would disappear and return to the ground. As they walked, the arches would disappear. It feels like a ritual, Sunders muttered. Ritual? Sort of. This is the etiquette of guarding and welcoming a guest. The mouth above the arches spoke again. You're the 3rd person in the last 1,000 years who asked me to use this ritual. Etiquette? Sunders asked, who were the first 2 to receive the ceremony? As they finished speaking, they arrived in front of Palisania. Palisania put away the last gate. The first is Mr. Feng, and the second is that little liar beside you. Liar Angor remained silent. Before Naimatsue woke up, they decided to stay in Palisania's place. For one thing, Palisania was a powerful cultivator who accompanied Naimatsue all the time. For another thing, Ygritte was here as well. One of Ryan's reasons for coming to Tidal Realm was to get in touch with the other elemental lords. After a brief self-introduction, Palisania said in a low voice, You guys arrived much faster than I expected. Because benefits move people. Palisania was stunned. It was just looking for a topic to start a formal conversation. However, it did not expect that Ryan would start talking about the core of everything, interests. The Tidal Realm was rich in resources. It was the source of prosperity and also the reason why it was coveted. Everything revolved around benefits. However, since this topic involved more than just Azure Forest, Palisania didn't want to talk about it. He didn't mind talking to Angor because Angor couldn't represent Brute Cavern. But now, the real leader of Brute Cavern was here, and talking to him was a formal negotiation. Palisania didn't think he had the right to talk about benefits on behalf of the entire Tidal Realm. But now that Ryan had brought up the topic, Palisania couldn't just ignore it. Palisania looked at Ygritte. Ygritte wasn't the strongest cultivator in Azure Forest, but he was still a lord of an entire realm. In terms of status, he was more qualified to talk to Ryan. Ygritte considered for a moment. So, you're here for benefits as well? Of course. Ryan still looked polite, but he didn't beat around the bush. I thought you're going to talk about cooperation first, Ygritte said. In the end, the purpose of cooperation is still profit. It's about wizards' interests in tidal realm, and how elemental creatures like you see your own situation. Rhine, rather than talking about meaningless things now and then falling out with each other in the end, it's better to peel off the hypocrisy from the beginning and play with each other with the not-so-pleasant core. At the very least, the connection between interests is real. Rhine's words were a bit harsh, but both Ygritte and Palisania could understand the logic behind it. Perhaps an emotional connection would be more pleasing to the ear, and operas loved to sing about such emotions. But in the real world, the connection of interests was often stronger than the emotional connection. Ygritte hesitated. I understand. But we should talk to Lady Naimatsue first, right? Of course. I'll talk to Lady Naimatsue later, Rhine said. But before that, I want to talk to you. As elemental lords, I want to know your opinions. I've already told Mr. Pat. And I agree with him. To do so. But now that Lady Naimatsue has awakened, there are some important decisions regarding survival that still require Lady Naimatsue's final decision. As the elemental lord of Xian Forest, Ygritte's opinion couldn't represent the other elemental lords, but it could at least provide some information. This would help Rhine to better understand the scope and limits of his future dealings with the other elemental lords. Ygritte finally understood Rhine's thoughts. He thought for a moment and said, "All right, let's talk then." Next, Rhine and Ygritte talked to each other. The other elemental lords listened quietly and thought carefully. At first, Rhine asked about the general situation of the tidal realm so that he could infer the general trend. In the end, when it came to the topic of cooperation, it became Rhine talking while Ygritte listened. The last part of his trilogy was simply titled The Future Possibilities of the Tidal Realm. Back then, Angor was only making an idealistic assumption. Based on this, Rhine added more possibilities, from better to worse, all at the same time. Using benefits as a formula, Rhine explained how different possibilities would bring changes to the elemental creatures. As for the elemental creatures themselves, they had to consider which possibility was most beneficial to their development without affecting the overall situation. This included things like conquest management, war rivalry, guild system, lordship system, company and government system. All kinds of possibilities were included. There were also subordinate systems. An elemental territory under the jurisdiction of a wizard organization would gain a lot of benefits. The elemental creatures would gain more knowledge to improve themselves. However, becoming a wizard's subordinate also meant that they had to pay a great price. There was always a price to pay. It was just a matter of how much you paid and how much you gained. The tidal realm had a geographical advantage, while the wizarding world needed to have people on top of the geographical advantage. Rhine displayed his strong rational mind during his presentation. He listed all kinds of numbers in an almost indifferent manner to show the benefits and losses. Many of his words were unpleasant, but this was the reality. In the end, Ygritte did not give a clear possibility choice, but based on his own understanding, he analyzed the choices that the monarchs of the major elemental territories might adopt one by one. What Rhine needed was not Ygritte's immediate decision, but his final analysis. Therefore, the conversation between the two parties could be considered to have ended in a relatively harmonious and perfect manner. At the end of the conversation, Palisania suddenly opened his mouth and let out a familiar strange laugh. His laughter attracted everyone's attention. Seeing that everyone, including the elemental creatures, was looking at him, Palisania said, "I agree with your point of view. Behind these seemingly cold data, there may be real benefits hidden, but it could also be a lie made up by you. After all, this is the first time we've come into contact with such content. Besides, you said that this is a possibility, and a possibility means that it's uncertain. So, how can you make us believe that what you said is true or false?" Palisania's words caused the atmosphere to stiffen slightly. However, Rhine was obviously very good at dealing with such situations. He said calmly, "What you raised is a very important question. Even if two different factions were tied together through the connection of benefits, without a prerequisite, the two factions would not be able to develop together. And this prerequisite was mutual trust." This was also the key point that Palisania raised. No one knew whether the other party was telling the truth or not, especially when there was a clear gap in information between the two sides. Ryan grasped the knowledge that had been passed down for countless generations, while the elemental creatures of the tidal realm had experienced the apocalypse 3,000 years ago. A lot of information had been lost. Even if it was not lost, the elemental creatures' knowledge of the outside world was still limited by the ecological development of the tidal realm. They were still like frogs at the bottom of a well. The reason why Palisania immediately raised this question was because he had met Mr. Feng in the past. From Mr. Feng, he knew how big the gap between the elemental creatures and the human civilization was. Humans were a race full of tricks, prejudice, and greed. Unequal information would inevitably make the relatively ignorant party full of doubts, because there was no way to trust. And Palisania was not the only one who raised this question. Wherever Ryan went to, there would always be a wise man around him who would ask this question. Everyone's gaze was now on Ryan, waiting to see how he would answer the question. Even Angor, who believed that Ryan could handle everything, wanted to know how Ryan would solve this most basic problem of mutual trust. Ryan didn't disappoint them. He said calmly, "I already expected this before I came to the Tide Realm. So, before coming here, I went to see a friend of mine and borrowed something from him." When Ryan finished speaking, he did not do anything. Instead, a ripple slowly appeared in front of him. A holy light suddenly descended from the sky. It was as if a devout believer was praying for a miracle from the heavens. The brilliance in their eyes eventually turned into two incomparably holy deities descending and landing in front of everyone. When the light disappeared, everyone finally saw what was in front of Ryan. It was a statue. There were two people in the statue. One was a priest who was about 3 meters tall and wearing a holy robe. The other was a curly-haired girl wearing a long dress similar to Lolita's. The girl's clothes were luxurious, and every accessory on her body showed her elegance. But strangely, the girl was kneeling on the ground with her eyes half closed. Her hands were clasped in front of her chest as she prayed to the priest. One was standing, one was kneeling, one was listening, and one was talking. It was a simple statue, but it carried a strong religious aura. When the statue was placed in front of them, they felt as if they were not in the gloomy lost forest. Instead, they felt as if they were in a confessional in a church where a miracle was about to happen. But upon closer inspection, they felt that something was wrong. This was because religion was usually solemn and depressing. However, this statue, because of the young girl's bright clothes and the craftiness of her half-closed eyes, had a hint of cheerfulness and evil. "This is..." Palisania looked at Ryan in confusion. He could sense a familiar aura coming from the statue. It was the same aura he sensed from Mr. Feng. "Have you heard of mystery items?" Ryan asked. Palisania's eyes flashed with astonishment. "You mean, this is a mystery item?" Ryan nodded. "You know about mystery items?" "Yes, this is a mystery item." On the other hand, it was Maoyugrot's first time hearing about the concept of a mystery item. After hearing Palisania's explanation, a look of disbelief flashed across his face. There was such a thing in this world. Angor already sensed a strong mystery aura when he saw the statue, so he wasn't surprised at all. However, he was very curious. What was the use of this mysterious item? "Is this the witch's confession?" Sunders carefully observed the statue and uttered the name as if he had thought of something. "Yes." Ryan nodded. Ryan looked at Angor again. "You asked me where I went, right? I went to find Judas and borrowed this mystery item." Gospel of Recovery Judas was a powerful truth-finder wizard from Magic Flute Monastery. He was an expert in all kinds of life-restoring spells. One of his spells, Judas' Kiss, was said to be able to restore the vitality of decaying bodies. Judas was also a well-known light wizard in the southern wizarding region who had a strong sense of morality. Even among mortals, he was a moral model at the level of a philanthropist. Therefore, some mortals who had heard of his name called him the god of light who walked the mortal world. His holy name was known even in the abyss plane. However, Judas' moral sense was often doubted. In addition, the Karabits were proficient in the art of life. To put it bluntly, it was the study of life. This was the characteristic of the Karabits. Therefore, some people wondered if Judas was a Karabit. Karabits, on the other hand, tended to be eccentric and vicious, which was somewhat different from Judas's pure and holy style. Judas was always at the forefront of arguments between wizards of the dark side and the light side. However, after so many years of fighting, they still did not know whether Judas was a Carabit or not. They also did not know whether he was a righteous person or if he was hiding a secret. Is Gospel of Recovery a friend of Mr. Rain? Angor asked curiously. As far as he knew, Judas rarely interacted with wizards outside of Magic Flute Monastery, which was why people kept speculating. Sort of. Rain nodded. With Rain's confirmation, Angor was tempted to ask more about the rumors about Judas Rakshasa. Rain chuckled as if he saw through Angor's thoughts. I'm not going to tell you anything about Judas. However, the news that has spread like wildfire may not necessarily be false. Rain didn't reveal too much, but his words already gave Angor a lot of ideas. Before Angor could ask more questions, Rain changed the topic. Let's talk about the mystery item. It's called Witch's Confession, and it belongs to Judas. I borrowed it from Yuchi because it's crucial to my work in the tidal realm. Its existence can also answer your question, Palisania. Palisania was silent for a moment before asking, what is the function of this mysterious item? Truth, Rain said. It allows people to speak the truth, the kind that doesn't contain any hidden meanings, and there are almost no loopholes. Truth that doesn't have any loopholes? Palisania looked at the statue suspiciously. He didn't believe it. Rain didn't explain further. Sometimes, it was better to experience it for oneself. Rain lightly flicked his finger at the statue, activating some unknown mechanism. The statue glowed brightly, and the priest who was listening with his head lowered began to chant a strange prayer. As he whispered in their ears, a barrier of light enveloped everyone present. Witch's Confession has been activated. End of chapter. The Witch's Confession has been activated. Everyone looked at the barrier and tried to sense it. Apart from the mysterious aura around them, they did not sense anything else. At the very least, they didn't feel the urge to speak the truth at the moment. Palisania and Maoyugrod also looked around in confusion. They did not know what was going on. Rain chuckled. Maybe you still have questions. Let me give you an example. Rain glanced at everyone and finally fixed his eyes on Angor. Angor felt a chill under Rain's stare. He was about to say something to ease his discomfort when Rain suddenly asked, Angor, what's your favorite food? As soon as the question was asked, the priest standing in the middle of the statue glowed faintly. Not long after the glimmer, the eyes of the witch kneeling on the ground flashed with a cunning look. Angor spoke under everyone's gaze, milk. Yes, my favorite food is milk. I really want to tell you the secret that I've been hiding in my heart for a long time. But my curled up toes and my socks are telling me how embarrassed and uneasy I am. Before Angor could react, everyone was already speechless. A few seconds later, he gulped and blushed a little. Huh? He said, what? That's fine. But what's with the last part? As soon as the question was asked, ripples flashed across the priest and the witch's bodies once again. There's no such thing as a ghost, Angor spoke again. Actually, when I said forget it, I didn't really mean forget it. I just wanted to divert everyone's attention, so I focused on the last sentence. That way, everyone wouldn't pay attention to the fact that I have a fetish for milk. I'm such a smart kid. You won't notice such a subtle trick. Hee hee hee. Everyone was speechless. What a subtle trick. Hee hee hee. Angor also chuckled. Hee 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 my ass. He felt as if he was struck by lightning. His tall and proud body lost its balance. He took several steps back. That was. Angor wanted to say something, but when he remembered that he could not keep his mouth shut, he decided not to. Instead, he turned his embarrassment into anger and glared at the statue. The statue looked a little different than before. The priest looked more solemn and holy, while the kneeling witch looked less pious and more cunning. Angor looked at Rain and asked with his eyes, why? Why did I say what I'm thinking? Rain was about to say something, but when he saw Angor holding his breath and pretending to be angry, he couldn't help but chuckle when he thought about Angor's strange mental activity. Angor looked at Rain's reaction and quietly shifted his gaze to Sunders. Sunders did not laugh. He only glanced at Angor for a second before he moved to the other side. When Angor could not see him, Sundar shrugged his shoulders. Dankros climbed onto Angor's shoulder and whispered to him in a comforting tone, "I don't know what milk is, but I won't laugh at you, Mr. Pat." Angor forced the words out of his gritted teeth, "Your silence is the best comfort you can give me." Angor lowered his head in shame. He did not want to see other people's reactions. No matter what, Rain would explain everything to him. The atmosphere lightened up a bit because of Angor's words, but it soon turned into a bit of awkwardness. After laughing, Rain finally found his normal voice. He coughed twice and said, "Everyone has seen the effect. This witch's confession can make people speak the truth. But it has a side effect, which is that it will reveal your inner thoughts as well." Angor complained in his mind. "That's not just a side effect. It's even worse than telling the truth." Angor felt ashamed, but when he calmed down and thought about it carefully, he realized that this side effect was the true essence of the mystery item. Because the truth was never absolute. Just like a contract on the surface, there were always loopholes that could be exploited. This was why many contracts lasted for thousands of years and had countless versions changed. The same was true for the truth. It seemed to be the truth, but there were always loopholes. For example, when someone asked you a question, you could tell them half of the truth while hiding the other half in your mind. Then, you could use the other half of the truth to guide the other person's thoughts. This would lead the other person to come up with a self-righteous plot in their mind. However, such plots usually turned out to be fake. It was your own imagination, and the other person's words were the truth. However, the final result was not what you wanted. Therefore, the truth could also have all kinds of loopholes. The witch's confession, on the other hand, did not only allow you to speak the truth, but also reveal your inner thoughts, mental activities, and hidden thoughts. This was not a side effect. It was the best way to ensure that the truth was true. However, it was better not to use it on people who thought too much. It would only make them look bad. For example, Angor. After learning about the mystery item's specific function, Angor's previous doubts about why Rain emphasized that the effect of the item was almost flawless truth. And it was true. Angor did not think much of the item before. He thought that the word of truth spell would make the item useless. But now, it seemed that the item was worth something. It was much more effective than word of truth. After all, word of truth was also suitable for truth that was full of loopholes. After hearing Rain's explanation, Palisanya could not help but exclaim, "So many, amazing. So this is the mystery item?" As soon as Palisanya finished speaking, the statue began to move again. Next, Palisanya opened his mouth without noticing anything. "Yes, this is the mystery item. Speaking of which, should I display my idiosyncrasy in front of these powerful human adepts? Let's do it." Quirks can create a unique image, according to Mr. Feng's story, The Clown's Monologue. As soon as Palisanya finished speaking, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Just now, Palisanya was going to say, what the hell did I just say?" But when he remembered that the witch's confession was still active, he quickly stopped himself. He did not want to expose his inner thoughts again. However, Palisanya thought that he could stop the damage in time, but he did not expect that there would be other accidents on the scene. Dangros, who was still clinging to Angor's cloak, slowly reached out half of his hand and looked at Palisanya curiously. "So your endless laughter is just a quirk? You don't laugh like that yourself?" The priest lowered his head and remained silent. The witch gave him a sly smile. Palisanya replied, "Of course it's a quirk. How can real laughter make such a strange sound? Only a strange mouth quirk can attract attention." Palisanya covered his mouth with a tree branch with a sad expression. He glared at Dankros with his wooden eyes, signaling him with his eyes, don't ask any more." However, Dankros clearly did not receive his signal, and continued to ask, "I see, you're trying to attract attention, aren't you?" Palisanya, "Yes, especially Lady Namakui's attention." "But you already know my quirk. Should I change it?" "Gurgle gurgle sounds good. It should go well with Lady Namakui's hiss, right?" Everyone was speechless. Namakui's hiss was caused by the sound of her tongue. It was not a quirk. "I think gurgle gurgle sounds a little Before Dangros could finish his words, he saw a strange force field enveloping him. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't because of the force field. It was Ryan who released the force field. He smiled and said, "The force field of silence is used to silence people. I think it will hurt your feelings if you keep asking questions, so it's better if we don't talk for now." If it was before, no one would think so. But now, Ryan's force field of silence was what everyone wanted to hear. Even Maoyugrot, who looked rather calm and intelligent, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, he tried his best to hold his breath and did not even dare to make a sound. He was afraid that he would expose his secret thoughts. Now that the force field of silence prevented him from talking, he finally felt better. The air was still. Even the sound of the wind and the rustling of the sand was dispelled by the force field of silence. In this wilderness, the only sound that existed was Ryan's breathing and his voice. "I haven't finished yet. Let me tell you the rules of the witch's confession first, then we can talk." Everyone nodded. Ryan smiled and continued, "The first rule, as mentioned before, is that the witch's confession will make you speak the truth. At the same time, you will also be told what's going on in your mind when you speak. This can avoid the loopholes of the truth to the greatest extent. Even if you know the mechanism, it's still hard to avoid it. So, what's your favorite food, Angor?" Rain looked at Angor. When the statue began to glow, the force field of silence around Angor was also lifted. "Milk," Angor blurted out again. "My heart is silent, dark, empty, there's nothing." Angor did not know what to say. "Why me again?" Ryan looked at the others. "See?" After learning about the effect of the mystery item, Angor actively adjusted his inner thoughts. It looks like he's avoiding his own inner thoughts. But if you think about it carefully, this kind of avoidance will only make people more suspicious and less trustworthy. Ryan continued, "The second rule is the trigger. I've been talking, but I didn't trigger the witch's confession. The reason is simple. I'm sure you've already guessed it. Yes. Only a question can trigger the witch's confession." Ryan had been talking the whole time, but he did not ask any questions. This was why he did not trigger the mystery item. Questions can be used in different situations. When asking a question, if there's a target, the target will speak. Just now, I asked Angor a question, and Angor answered it. Dangros asked Palisanya, and Palisanya answered it. When asking a question, if there's no target, the question will become a self-question. Since it's a self-question, it must be self-answer. Both Angor and Palisanya triggered the same mechanism. Since there's no target, the question will become self-answer. Everyone had already experienced the rules of this question before, so it was easy for them to understand. After understanding this rule, everyone silently said in their hearts, "Once the witch's confession is activated, we must not ask questions that are not directed. Otherwise, the consequences of asking and answering one's own questions will be self-harm." Ryan continued, "The third rule is probably the one you're most concerned about. How can you not answer the question?" As soon as he asked that question, the statue emitted a burst of light. However, Ryan, who raised this question, only smiled and did not say a word. The mysterious item had already been activated, but he didn't say a word. While everyone was still confused, Ryan revealed the secret of the rule. When you're unwilling to answer the question, you won't answer it. Of course, you still can't lie, but you'll remain silent. At the same time, if the question involves something extremely important and private, the subject's subconscious will show extreme resistance, and the subject can also resist it. Like this. When Ryan said this, he was obviously going to give an example. He glanced at everyone and finally stopped at Angor. Angor widened his eyes and shook his head. No, Ryan seemed to have received Angor's resistance. He looked at the statue next to Angor and asked, "Last head of Lobel, what do you say about your head and vice head?" Everyone looked at Lobel's head, including the head and vice head. However, even though it was a sudden question without any preparation, Lobel did not blurt out the answer like the others before. Instead, he remained silent. It was obvious that Lobel's subconscious did not want to answer the question. Ryan said, "See? That's how it works. When your subconscious refuses to answer, the question will not take effect. The reason why Angor and Palisania answered everything was that they didn't know about this rule yet, so they didn't object to it on purpose. Angor's favorite food, milk, was a question that embarrassed Angor a little, but it was not so private that his subconscious refused to answer it. This was why Angor was able to get an accurate answer. Alright, these are the 3 rules of the witch's confession. The 3 rules were the reason for the witch's confession. The most important one was the 3rd rule. Without it, the witch's confession would be many times more powerful. By asking questions, one could find out the deepest secrets hidden in someone's heart. Even if it was something private, one could learn everything. It was a terrifying effect. Unfortunately, due to the restriction of the rule, as long as someone's subconscious refused to answer, they would not get an answer. This reduced the effect of the witch's confession by 90%. The 3rd rule limited the effect, but it made the witch's confession the best mystery item for sincerity, mutual trust, and contract. When the witch's confession was activated, one could either answer truthfully or remain silent. Also, the witch's confession would not take advantage of any loopholes. This allowed 2 parties to be honest with each other and understand each other's bottom line. All in all, perhaps the witch's confession wasn't a particularly powerful mystery item, but it had a specific scenario that was suitable for it. Using it in the tidal realm to strengthen mutual trust between 2 parties was definitely the best mystery item. From this, it could be seen that Rhine had come to the tidal realm with great sincerity. Both Palisania and Maoigrod also realized Rhane's sincerity. Thanks to the witch's confession, they began to talk again. Thanks to the witch's confession, they had a pleasant conversation. Occasionally, some strange thoughts would pop up in their minds, but they were all harmless. The only one who felt hurt was Angor. Yes, Angor. But things had to start from when they talked again. I agree. I don't want to, but we have to face the difference in power. Human wizards are still stronger than elemental creatures. If only that little liar Angor didn't go to the tidal realm. This was Palisania's inner thoughts after the witch's confession. Everything was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. At first, Palisania was a little embarrassed about cursing Angor in front of Sunders. However, to Palisania's surprise, he noticed that Sunders and Rhane did not react to this at all. Instead, something like this happened. I see. What did Angor do this time? Why is he so unwelcomed? Heh, you deserve it. This was Sunders' voice. Palisania knew that Sunders was Angor's teacher. Since Sunders was complaining about Angor in his mind, Palisania quickly hid his embarrassment. Next, they continued their conversation. On the surface, the questions and answers were all normal. However, their private thoughts were all directed at Angor. Palisania, in particular, criticized Angor from the beginning to the end. From this, the others also realized what Angor did to piss off Palisania. Rhane and Sunders did not think it was a big deal for Angor to lure Naimatsue out. However, they were still happy to see Angor's angry face. Palisania did not say anything, but his mind could not fool anyone. Angor, who was at the center of the storm, could not say anything even if he wanted to. Palisania could say, I didn't say anything. Those are just my thoughts. Can't I even think about it? Yes, you can think about it. But don't think about it in the witch's confession. Angor had already lost his cool because of some unimportant thoughts. He did not want to express his opinion now, so he could only step back and stay out of the barrier's range. If I don't listen, I won't be annoyed. Now that they no longer talked about Angor, the conversation became more sincere because of the mutual trust between them. Although there were some details that the 2 sides had different opinions about, because they could see each other's bottom line, they didn't go to the extent of arguing endlessly. However, this discussion was only a test of the waters. The real discussion would have to wait until Rhine went to the fire territory in the future to discuss with the other sovereigns and wise men. Because the tidal realm's problems were relatively complicated, and because the tidal realm was also vast, every place had to be analyzed. As such, this discussion lasted for an entire day. When Namaitsue logged out of the dream wasteland, they stopped talking for a moment. Yes, it was a temporary halt. And this temporary didn't last long, because 10 minutes later, Namaitsue also came out from the depths of the lost forest and joined the conversation. With the addition of Naimeitsue, the conversation began to change from casual to more serious. This was because Naimeitsue was currently the most powerful being in the Tide realm. Her words were very likely to affect the final decision of the future conference. Due to the arrival of Rhine and Sunders, the Tide realm was gradually moving toward a different direction. This day would surely affect the future of the wizarding world in the southern wizarding region. However, it didn't affect mortals at all, because they were too far away from the supernatural world. White Goose Crowing Sand Island, or White Goose Crowing, Sand Island. White Goose Crowing Sand Island covered an area of about 20,000 square kilometers. It was an inconspicuous island among the Zitomea Islands. The largest lake on the island resembled a white goose crowing with its neck raised, so it was named White Goose Crowing Sand Island. There were very few inland areas on the island that could be inhabited. There was a town called White Goose Town on this inconspicuous island, which got its name because it was close to White Goose Lake. Young Brazier lived in White Goose Town. However, he lived in a slum located at the southwest corner of the town, which was called a garbage dump. Brazier stepped on a flowerless wooden pot inside a dark, broken iron house. He held a roll of gauze in his mouth while wrapping it around his right hand. There was a pink sarcoma the size of a peach pit on his right palm. He was born with it. Before old Jason was beaten to death for stealing food, old Jason took him to a doctor to ask about the sarcoma. The doctor told him that he was born with a deformity. Since he was born in a garbage dump and there was a coal furnace factory nearby, some people here were born with deformities. Brazier was lucky. His sarcoma wasn't big, unlike old Jason's son, whose belly was as big as a ball when he was still a baby. In the end, he didn't even live past a year. However, this also benefited Brazier. Due to the pain of losing his son, old Jason adopted Brazier, who was abandoned in the garbage dump. Brazier grew up under old Jason's care until 12 years later, when old Jason was beaten to death. Although old Jason was usually very boorish, he had taught Blaze how to survive and how to read. However, he did not understand why old Jason could read, as there were not many people in White Goose Town who could read. Sigh. Brazier was a little depressed when he recalled old Jason's death 2 years ago. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh, but he didn't stop wrapping the gauze around his hand. The sarcoma on his palm usually didn't affect his life, but it hindered his appearance and fighting. Growing up in a garbage dump, if he didn't learn how to fight, he wouldn't be able to snatch useful materials from other scavengers. Therefore, for convenience, Brazier wrapped his right hand tightly with gauze. However, the unopened roll of gauze that he picked up from the hospital's trash can today was a little awkward. After wrapping his palm, there was still a large part of it outside. Even if the extra section was long, it wasn't long enough to be cut off and wrapped around his palm again. However, if it was short, it was still a lot longer. Brazier was a little hesitant. Should I cut it off? After thinking about it, Brazier decided not to cut it. He could find a lot of gauze in the hospital's trash can anyway. As for the extra part, Brazier simply wrapped it around his thin right forearm. After wrapping it, Brazier waved his fist. As the white gauze fluttered in the air, a dubbing sound came from Brazier's mouth. Not bad, not bad. This is a bit like the fist band of the young Demon King in Dark Demon King. Brazier nodded with satisfaction. He couldn't help but say the lines of the young Demon King, "Do you think you've won?" Ha 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 ha, that's because you haven't seen my complete body. My fist is sealed with the power of darkness. Open your eyes wide and see its ghostly light. The next stage is mine. Dark Demon King was a storybook that Brazier picked up from the garbage dump. It seemed to be abandoned by someone else. There was a row of comments in it. What's written? Children won't read it. It's boring. However, Blaze liked it very much. Although he knew that everything in the novel was fake, he still liked it. Moreover, he loved to put himself in the role of the Demon King. He would even occasionally imitate the Demon King's speech, just like what he did just now. Brazier, who felt good about himself, gently opened the small iron window covered by the newspaper. With a ray of sunlight, the stench of garbage came in from outside. Brazier was very used to this smell and didn't care at all. He continued to look outside. Today's weather is good. There's still food in reserve. The new garbage hasn't been delivered. It seems like there's nothing to do. Brazier muttered to himself for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Right, let's go to the White Sand Manor to see Sybil. Sybil was the young miss of the White Sand Manor. Although she didn't know Brazier, Brazier had accidentally caught a glimpse of Sybil and felt that she was very close. Of course, this was just Brazier's personal feeling. Sybil was very famous in White Goose Town. However, she was famous for her indifference. At least, it had nothing to do with her being close. Ever since old Jason died, Brazier rarely felt close to others. Therefore, he had a strange feeling towards Sybil. He knew that there was a big gap between his status and Sybil's, so he never thought of getting in touch with Sybil. However, he liked to secretly go to the White Sand Manor to see Sybil. Even if it was just a glance, he would be happy for the whole day. Today, he was a little depressed when he thought of old Jason. He could go and see Sybil to improve his mood. Brazier quickly put on the chainmail with holes and put on the inappropriate suede shoes. At the same time, he put on his favorite black cloak. Although the cloak was a little tattered, Brazier still liked it because it was the main character's standard item in Dark Devil King. Brazier pushed open the metal door and looked around carefully. After making sure that there were no scavengers, he locked the door and ran out of the garbage dump. At the same time, in the quiet White Sand Manor. "Madame Merlot, why are you here?" Sybil opened the door and was surprised to see a lady in her 30s standing outside the door. She was wearing an elegant black dress. For years ago, when Sybil went to the main island with her mother, she met Madame Merlot, who was buying "See Night Rain Do" in a shop that sold women's fragrances and powders. At that time, they felt like old friends and talked for a long time. Later, in order to enter the Red Coral Church on the main island, Sybil went to visit a famous etiquette teacher nearby to learn about noble etiquette. This etiquette teacher was Madame Merlot. At that time, they had been together for half a year, so their relationship was naturally very close. Unfortunately, Sybil returned to White Goose Singing Sand Island and never saw Madame Merlot again. Sybil was also very regretful about this and often missed that half a year. Unexpectedly, Madame Merlot came directly to the White Sand Manor today. This naturally made Sybil very happy. After welcoming Madame Merlot into the house, Sybil was busy like a bee. She even forgot that she had a servant and only wanted to put the best things in front of Madame Merlot. After a long while, Sybil stopped under Madame Merlot's eyes. I was too excited. Actually, I'm not like this usually," Sybil said shyly. "I know." Madame Merlot smiled. "When I came, I asked about you outside. TSK, the famous cold lady." The cold lady Sybil's face was slightly hot, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Madame Merlot knew Sybil's character. She was indeed cold to outsiders, but she was still very warm to people she knew. However, there were not many people who could be classified in the circle of familiar to Sybil. Aside from her family, there was only Madame Merlot. Let's get back to the topic. This place is very close to the White Coral Floating Island Academy. To avoid any misunderstandings, I can't stay here for too long. Sybil did not know about the White Coral Floating Island Academy, nor did she care about it. What she cared about was, "Madame Merlot, can't you stay for a few more days? I can bring you to White Goose Singing Lake. It's very beautiful there." Madame Merlot shook her head. "No, that's the rule." Sybil lowered her head in disappointment, looking unhappy. "Merlot, I'm here to see if my intuition is correct." "Intuition?" Sybil was confused. Merlot smiled. Intuition was actually the feeling she had for Sybil. She had not become a formal wizard yet, but she had a certain amount of intuition. When she and Sybil first met, Merlot felt like it was some kind of intuition or omen. After all, Sybil was just a mortal back then, and she was an extraordinary. It was rare for a supernatural to have feelings for a mortal, not to mention that Sybil was just a little girl back then. So, Merlot believed that Sybil might have something special about her. Maybe she was a talent. Merlot left Brute Cavern and accepted a mission to find Sybil, so she came to White Goose Singing Island. If Sybil was really a talent, Merlot would not mind bringing her to Brute Cavern. However, the Zitimaeus archipelago was adjacent to the White Coral Floating Island Academy, and White Goose Crying Sand Island was even closer to the academy. Nominally, this place belonged to the White Coral Floating Island Academy. If there were talents here, they would be taken into the academy. If Merlot's action was discovered, she would feel like she was trying to poach Brute Cavern's talent. In order not to attract attention, Merlot planned to leave as soon as possible. However, just as Merlot was about to say that she was an extraordinaire, she suddenly frowned and turned her head to look out of the window. "Who's there?" Blaze, who was curled up behind a bush, was startled. He quickly crouched down and tried to sneak away. However, before Blaze's plan could come to fruition, a strange force rose from the ground and lifted his body into the air. It was as if he was being dragged and thrown into the window. When he opened his eyes, he saw two beautiful and elegant ladies standing beside him. Blaze did not have time to think about how he got in. He waved at them awkwardly. "How are you? Who are you?" Merlot raised her eyebrows and yelled. Blaze lay on the ground and didn't say anything for a long time. He didn't know what to say. He couldn't say that he was here to peek at Sybil, could he? Blaze really wanted to say nothing, but Merlot's gaze was really terrifying. Blaze had lived in White Goose Town for so many years and had seen the dark side for so many years, but he had never felt so much pressure in the eyes of others. His scalp was numb from the stare. He knew that he couldn't say nothing. At this time, Blaze inadvertently glanced at his right hand wrapped in gauze. I am Amoria. I'm a demon king who has sealed the power of darkness and walks the human world. Blaze didn't know what was going on. He blurted out the lines of Dark Demon King without thinking at all. After saying that, Blaze felt a little ashamed. His slightly dirty cheeks blushed slightly. Huh? Merlot looked at Blaze strangely. What was this guy's answer? A demon king of darkness who walked the human world? Could this person be an idiot? While Merlot was doubting life, Sybil raised her eyebrows slightly. As Sybil's etiquette teacher, Merlot noticed Sybil's expression control. She said softly, "You know this brat?" He was literally a stinky brat. Sybil didn't nod or shake her head. Instead, she said softly, "An unimportant and insignificant hoodlum. Compared to him, I want to know more. How did Ms. Merlot get him in through the window? I think I saw him being pulled in by an illusory hand." Sybil appeared to be very curious, but Merlot knew Sybil very well, so she could clearly see that Sybil was actually changing the topic. Furthermore, her previous evaluation of him was that he was unimportant and insignificant. On the surface, it seemed like she was belittling this demon king who called himself Amoria, but on a deeper level, Sybil didn't want her to punish him because he was unimportant and insignificant. Merlot saw through Sybil's thoughts, but she didn't point it out. She only guessed that perhaps Sybil knew this Amoria? Since Sybil didn't want her to punish Amoria, she would let him go for now. Besides, Merlot did not have much time left in White Goose Town, so she could not be bothered to waste her time on a brat. Thinking of this, Merlot directly cast a binding spell. A green rope appeared out of thin air and tightly bound Blaze. Then, he threw him to a corner of the room. Sybil didn't say anything, but she was surprised by the rope that appeared out of nowhere. Blaze also looked at the rope in surprise. He seemed to understand how he came in through the window. He was a fake demon king, but he seemed to have met a real demon king who walked in the human world. Thinking of this, Blaze's heart turned cold. Would he still have a chance to escape from the demon king who could use such an extraordinary method? While Blaze's mind was wailing incessantly, Merlot turned to Sybil and said, "Are you very curious about my methods?" As Merlot spoke, he gently condensed a ball of light at his fingertips. It looked extraordinary. In fact, it was just a mediocre level 0 cantrip called Illumination. "Yes, Ms. Merlot. What is this? Is this the legendary supernatural power?" Sybil tilted her head and looked at the light ball over and over again. She had no idea where it came from. Supernatural power? You can say that. To be more precise, this is a method used by adepts. It's called a spell. Merlot didn't want to waste time explaining the difference between cantrips and spells. "Are you an adept, Ms. Merlot?" Sybil asked. "To be precise, I am an apprentice adept," Merlot said. "If you want to cast a spell like this, you must first become an apprentice adept." Since time was tight, Merlot put aside the details and simply revealed a small part of the mystery of the world of adepts to Sybil. However, even this small part was enough to make Merlot happy. When he was almost done, Merlot threw out the main purpose of this visit. Do you want to become an apprentice adept? Yes. Sybil nodded without hesitation. Merlot smiled after seeing Sybil's impatient reply. She was willing to come all the way to find Sybil because she knew Sybil very well. Sybil looked like a lady on the outside, but her heart was incomparably strong. Merlot could tell that Sybil was an independent person who was curious about knowledge and the unknown when she taught Sybil etiquette class on the main island. She was completely different from the mainstream female culture. Such a person might be out of place in the mortal world, but if she walked into the world of adepts and became a truly independent and powerful witch, her future would be very bright. You can't become an apprentice adept just because you want to. You still need to take a test to see if you have the ticket to enter the world of adepts. Sybil naturally wouldn't refuse and accepted the test. Merlot immediately began to clear the miscellaneous furniture in the room and set up all kinds of facilities to test talent. While Merlot was setting up the room, Blaise, who was thrown to the corner, fell into deep thought. When Merlot and Sybil talked about the world of adepts, they didn't deliberately avoid Blaise because the world of adepts was not a secret. After hearing the whole story, Blaise's reaction was exactly the same as Sybil's. He also yearned for the wonderful world of adepts. The dark devil shouldn't be drowning in shallow water. The world of adepts was his home. Moreover, Sybil seemed to have the intention to enter the world of adepts. Blaise yearned for it, but he couldn't and didn't dare to express it. After all, he was still a prisoner. On the other side, Merlot was already prepared and quickly finished setting up all kinds of tools. This is called Abel's Eye, also known as the innate sphere. It is used to test if you have the talent to become a magus. After you touch it with your hand, pay attention and see if there are any changes in your surroundings. The so-called changes refer to abnormal scenes. Merlot explained the general situation of the innate talent test. After making sure that Sybil understood, he began the test. Sybil was very curious about the supernatural world, and Merlot was also very curious about Sybil. She really wanted to know if her intuition was accurate. Was Sybil really a talent? The answer was revealed a few seconds later. The moment Sybil's hand touched the innate sphere, it emitted a bright light that instantly filled the whole room. Sybil couldn't see this scene, but Merlot and Blaise, who was secretly observing from afar, witnessed this scene. What's going on? Why is it so bright? Is that a coal lamp? Blaise mumbled in a low voice. It sounded like he was asking a random question, but he was actually asking something else. In his mind. Did Sybil have a talent? Merlot glanced at Blaise and easily saw through his thoughts. She assumed that Blaise knew Sybil, so she didn't mind telling him. What coal lamp? This is an innate sphere. Once it glows, it means Sybil has a supernatural talent. I just don't know what her talent is. Sybil has a talent? Does that mean she's going to leave White Goose Town? Of course, Merlot said. No matter what Sybil's final decision was, she already had a talent. Even if Merlot failed to lure Sybil into Brute Cavern, she would still send a message to the wizards in White Coral Floating Island Academy about Sybil's talent before leaving White Goose Town. Therefore, Sybil had to leave White Goose Town in the end. Blaise's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. Would he never see Sybil again in the future? He recalled the story in The Dark Lord, in which the young demon king said goodbye to a girl from a small town. The narrator said that they thought they would meet again in the future, and they were still looking forward to their reunion. However, they did not know that this parting would be the last time they would see each other. A mortal's life was like a journey back in time. When the young demon king returned to the small town, he was still a teenager, but the girl was already buried in a grave. This was what Blaise felt was the most regrettable part of the book. Now, this scene seemed to have been projected into reality from the book. Sybil was about to embark on the path of becoming a supernatural, while the young Blaise could only watch her leave. Sybil didn't know Blaise yet. When she returned to White Goose Town in 100 years, she might not even care about his grave. This was even more tragic than this. While Blaise was immersed in his own thoughts, Sybil had already recovered from the talent test. Merlot asked Sybil about what she saw in the talent test. After thinking for a short while, Sybil replied, I was sitting on a chair. But strangely, I didn't see the scene in the room. Instead, I saw a vast land. There was a blue sky, a huge tree, and a galloping elephant. I turned into an eagle and fought against the blue sky and wilderness, After hearing Sybil's description, Merlot immediately began to search for the various types in Abel's annual talent collection. From your description, the elemental side is excluded. From the way you turned into an eagle, you might be a bloodline type, you might also be a summoner type of the mystical side. What you saw was a beast spirit from another world. There's also the possibility that you're an illusion type. Everything before you is an illusion. As for which type, we'll have to conduct a detailed test later. Sybil recovered from her daze from the talent test and asked curiously, then, do I pass the test now? Of course. Merlot smiled. Congratulations. You're now a talent. Next, Sybil had to make a decision. Should she leave with Merlot or stay in White Goose Town because she didn't want to leave White Sand Matter? Without hesitation, Sybil chose to follow Merlot to Brute Cavern. Ever since her parents passed away, her second brother was the only one she cared about in the family. However, her second brother was not in White Sand Matter either. He was sent to Fine Horse Island by her eldest brother, who was afraid of him. Her eldest brother treated her well, but she did not like a family that was filled with tension and conflict. Instead of staying here, she would rather leave with Merlot and find her own future. Merlot nodded with a smile. Then go pack your things. We'll leave now. Just as Sybil was about to pack her luggage, Blaze suddenly asked, can I test my talent too? I want to. I want to leave with Sybil. Although Blaze was asking Merlot, his eyes unconsciously drifted to Sybil, which was overflowing with grief. Merlot did not mind Blaze's sudden request. She was here for a guidance mission to find talents. It did not matter if she tested one more or one less person. However, this person was related to Sybil. She wanted to see what Sybil would do. What do you think? Merlot looked at Sybil. Sybil knew that Lady Merlot must have misunderstood and thought that she knew Blaze. In fact, she didn't even know who Brazier was. The reason why she changed the topic of Ms. Merlot and helped Brazier was because of Brazier's embarrassing self-introduction. Sybil had read the book Dark Lord before. Before that, Sybil believed that she was the only one who had read the book in the entire Zidamea Islands. She bought the book from a ship merchant from a faraway place when she was still living on Fine Horse Island. The merchant told Sybil that the book could not be found anywhere in the entire Zidamea Islands. Even the residents of Fine Horse Island did not read the book, let alone people from White Goose Town. There was only one reason why Blaze could tell the story of Dark Lord. He had picked up the book that Sybil had discarded. Yes, Sybil did not like the story of Dark Lord. She had even written the comment, "What the hell is this? Kids won't read it. Boring." Because she didn't like it, Sybil casually disposed of this book that had no nutritional value after reading it. However, she did not expect Blaze to pick it up and read it. Perhaps it was because of this strange fate that Sybil spoke up for Blaze before, which caused Ms. Merlot to misunderstand. Lady Merlot was still waiting for her to make a decision. Sybil thought for a moment and said, "Let's let Lady Merlot make the decision." In Sybil's opinion, it was enough for her to speak up for Blaze before. There was no need to help him anymore. She should let Lady Merlot make the decision. However, what Sybil did not expect was that Merlot did not care whether she tested Blaze or not. Since Sybil had pushed the decision to herself, Merlot said, "All right. I've confiscated the talent ball and items anyway." "Oh. Omeria, come and test it." Merlot took the opportunity to withdraw the binding spell, allowing Blaze to regain his freedom. Blaze's eyes flashed with joy. He bowed respectfully to Sybil and Merlot and said, "Omeria. If it's a mouthful, you can call me Blaze." Sybil sneered in her heart. Omeria was the name of the main character of Dark Lord. "Your real name is Brazier, right?" Sybil did not expose Blaze's lie. However, she still teased him, "Since you want us to call you Blaze, what is Omeria?" Omeria. Yes, it's my father's last name. I inherited it, but I don't like it. I still prefer to call myself Blaze." Blaze's eyes rolled as he blurted out a lie. "Is that so?" Sybil sneered. Yes. Just call me Blaze." Merlot did not have time to tease him like Sybil and Blaze. She did not care what his name was. She did not think Blaze was talented anyway. "Don't waste time. Come and test it." Blaze stood up and nodded. Alright, I'll come now. Blaze followed Sybil's example and sat in front of the talent ball. You should have heard what I said to Sybil. Touch the talent ball. Merlot signaled Blaze to hurry up. Blaze did not dare to delay. He immediately stretched out his right hand. However, when he saw that his right hand was covered in bandages, he thought for a moment and switched to his left hand. The power of darkness is sealed in my right hand, so I'll use my left hand. Blaze muttered. Merlot rolled her eyes. She did not have the energy to complain anymore. Sybil, on the other hand, thought of the plot of Dark Demon King and covered her mouth with a smile. Blaze switched to his left hand and touched the talent ball. Merlot knew how rare talents were. She had never thought that brazier would be a talent. However, the reality was, the talent ball lit up. The orange-red light was like a burning flame, illuminating the small room red. Lost Forest, Tidal Realm. Back in the dream wasteland, Angor used God's view to observe the conversation between Na-Metsue and Rain in Rose Aquarium. Although he didn't know what they were talking about, he could tell that the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Since it was the first time they met, both sides tried to hide their true intentions and showed their true selves. But now, this conversation in the Lost Forest was because of the witch's confession, which tore off Harmony's outer skin. Even someone as indifferent as Na-Metsue was showing her unyielding attitude from time to time. The atmosphere was always on the verge of breaking out into a fight. This made Dankros, who was watching from the side, tremble. He had been secretly worried that if they really fought, would they be able to escape successfully? However, Dankros did not realize that he was already on Angor's side. Angor also noticed Dankros' uneasiness, but he was much more optimistic than Dankros. Although there were conflicts, Angor felt that this was more realistic than the conversation in the dream wasteland. This was about the future of Tidal Realm, and the most important thing was benefits. When it came to the distribution of benefits, how could there be peace? Only when there was conflict could there be hope to continue the discussion. Besides, this meeting was only a small one. Angor was sure that the real problem would be when he met with the other elemental lords in the fire zone. Many elemental lords and wise men would have different ideas. And different standpoints. In order to balance them, each side would have to swallow the result of the meeting. Then, the conflict would get even more intense, and it might even lead to a real war. Compared to what would happen in the future, this was just a simple rehearsal. Besides, Angor knew that there would not be a fight this time. As expected, despite the loud arguments, the meeting ended peacefully in the end. Even though Palisanya had a loud voice, he still listened to Namakui. Ygritte had also said that he would listen to Namakui's decision. Namakui had also been taught by Feng before, so she knew a lot about the wizarding world. She was also half a wizard, so what she said during the meeting was basically all bark and no bite. Her way of thinking was the same as Rhine and the other wizards. Therefore, it was certain that the meeting would end peacefully. In the future, Angor would have to face those radical, violent, or conservative elemental lords whom Angor hadn't met before. However, there was still time for Rhine to prepare. Now that he had Na-Metsue's support, he was confident that he could find a way to overcome all obstacles. Since he had nothing else to do, he decided to follow Na-Metsue back to the Vine Tower, where he could focus on his training. Sunders followed them. He didn't come here to discuss the future development of Tidal Realm. Rain could handle that. The main reason he came to Tide Realm was to see the Crazy Hat's coronation. As for Rhine, he also followed Feng deep into the Lost Forest. He did not know about the coronation of the Mad Hatter. The reason he went to the Vine Tower was to see Feng's handwriting. At the same time, he wanted to see if there were any clues left behind by Feng through the oil painting. Since the Lost Forest was filled with Na-Metsue's aura, Dankros and the other elemental fairies couldn't handle it, so Angor decided to leave them with Palisanya. Following Na-Metsue's lead, everyone walked all the way into the depths of the Lost Forest. While walking, Na-Metsue was still thinking about the previous meeting. As far as she was concerned, the meeting went relatively smoothly. It was not only because of Rhine's sincerity, but also because of the witch's confession. Na-Metsue had heard about mystery items before, and she also saw some of Feng's mystery items. However, this was the first time she truly experienced the effects of a mystery item. Matsue was truly shocked by the unreasonably powerful effect that trampled all logic and laws. She was now very curious about mystery items. She couldn't help but ask Ryan about mystery items. Ryan said, "You're asking me that. I can't answer much. Why don't you ask Angor? He's the real authority in this field." Angor almost stepped into the realm of mystery before, and he also received Quolo's letter. His knowledge of mystery items was much better than before. Therefore, Ryan wasn't wrong. With Ryan's guidance, Matsue naturally asked about Angor. Matsue wasn't ashamed of asking. Angor wasn't that strong, but someone who could make Mr. Feng set up a trap for him already proved that Angor had something special. In fact, Matsue didn't think Angor was more important than Rain and Sunders. Therefore, she didn't mind asking Angor about it. Angor didn't refuse. He briefly explained the general information about mystery items. Hearing this, Matsue's golden eyes glowed slightly. The mystery item seemed to be of great help to its wish, to no longer be insignificant. If she could get her hands on a mystery item. "What's on your mind, Miss Matsue?" Angor couldn't help but ask when he saw Matsue still looking absent-minded when they reached the Vine Tower. Matsue didn't know what to say. "Nothing. I just feel that the witch's confession is a bit of a waste. I wish there were no restrictions." Matsue was referring to the third rule: when you don't want to, or you don't want to, you can remain silent. Ryan heard Matsue's words and nodded. "You're right. Without this rule, the witch's confession will be many times more effective. If one couldn't refuse to answer, the witch's confession would not only be used in contracts and meetings. It could also be used to collect knowledge and punish punishments. Even if one didn't want to talk about it, the witch's confession could be found out. But if there's no such restriction, I'm afraid my old friend won't be able to keep the mystery item," Ryan said. Angor didn't say anything about it. However, he already had an idea. Feng once told him that there was a small chance that a controllable mystery item could go out of control. The Order even had a special research team, which was trying to find a way to make a controllable mystery item go half out of control or even out of control. If the witch's confession really went out of control, even if it was only half out of control, the third rule would probably disappear. This involved the secrets of mystery items. Angor didn't want to talk about it to prevent people from going out of control in the southern wizarding region. Due to the lack of control, the loss of control of any mysterious item would be a disaster. In terms of scale, it would be as big as a grand demon disaster. For example, a mystery item like the Germinal organization could devour you from any corner of the universe as long as its mechanism was triggered. That was how terrifying a mystery item could be. After climbing up the Vine Tower, they first went to the Vine House, where Ryan and Sunders finally saw Feng's painting. There was no need to talk about the art and beauty of the painting. What Ryan cared about was the passage behind the oil painting. They went through the passage and wandered around the void. Ryan tried to find any clues left behind. He even went to where the treasure was hidden. But in the end, he still found nothing. They did find some broken stones and scattered light algae, which proved that Angor's words were true. However, they still didn't find anything else. In the end, they returned to the Vine House empty-handed. "What do you plan to do next, Mr. Ryan?" Angor asked. "I've talked to Greenleaf Group before. I'll have him bring me around the Azure Forest to see what's so special about this place. At the same time, I'll get in touch with the elemental creatures here and see their attitudes and thoughts." Ryan also wanted to use this opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of the title realm so that he could use it for future negotiations. "I see." His lips moved slightly, and his voice was carried by the wind. "I've told Lobel. He'll go with you when you leave, Mr. Ryan," Angor said. Lobel's head and vice head weren't very reliable, but the tail head was still useful. With the help of the tail head, Ryan could learn more about the tidal realm faster. Ryan nodded. "What about you? Are you going to stay here for now?" Angor nodded. Angor nodded. Not only Angor, but Sunders also expressed his willingness to stay. Ryan gave them a thoughtful look. He had a feeling that they were hiding something. However, this was Phantom Island's business, and Ryan didn't want to get involved. "All right," Ryan said, "I'll leave now." but before that, I'd like to take a look at the gift you mentioned. By gift, Rain was referring to the painting Feng gave to Angor. The painting contained Feng's energy signature. Angor wasn't sure if it was a good thing or not, so he planned to ask Ryan for help. Now that Ryan brought it up, he didn't mind. He undid the green rune around the painting and took it out of his bracelet. Neither Rain nor Sunder saw the painting before, nor did Angor show it to them. According to Angor, the painting itself was not important. What was important was the energy contained within it. Therefore, Ryan and Sunders didn't expect much from the painting. But when they saw it for themselves, they were stunned. This painting was called a painting, but at first glance, it didn't look flat at all. The starry sky in the painting seemed to have transcended time and space. The thin clouds in the middle of the night passed through the paper and floated in front of their eyes. But that wasn't all. What surprised them the most was the content of the painting. The vast starry night was the curtain, while the boundless wilderness was the background. Angor and Feng were sitting opposite each other. The gentle starlight outlined their faces, and they were chatting happily. The title of Best Friends Night Talk at the bottom right corner was also very eye-catching. Ryan stared at the painting with a keen gaze. He wasn't looking at the painting itself, but at the hidden meaning behind it. Ryan wasn't a crazy fan of paintings, but he had lived long enough to see many of Feng's works. He knew that Feng rarely painted himself. Even if Feng did paint himself, it would be a self-portrait. It was almost impossible for him to paint someone else. This was the only painting Ryan ever saw that depicted Feng as well as other people. Angor might not know it, but Ryan knew the value of the painting too well. Feng's paintings were always casual. However, when he painted the scene where he and Angor sat on equal footing and chatted happily with each other, he was trying to send a message to Angor and the outside world through this painting. Best friends talk at night. Angor had a deep connection with him. If someone who worshipped Feng, or a descendant of Feng's family, saw the painting, they would probably treat Angor as their ancestor. This was what Feng wanted to tell Angor, and he couldn't wait to tell Angor. To Feng, Angor was important. If someone wanted to do something to Angor in the future, they would probably think twice after seeing this painting. Ryan knew what Feng was trying to say, but he didn't understand. What did Feng see in Angor? Or did they just feel like old friends at first sight? Ryan couldn't figure it out, so he gave up. Since the painting was already here, it represented the connection between Angor and Ryan. Maybe he could use this information in the future. Ryan glanced at Angor and then at Sunders. He was glad that Sunders was the one who forced Angor into Brute Cavern. Did you see anything, Mr. Ryan? Angor asked. It contains a very powerful energy. It's not very strong, but it's very powerful. It's hard to decipher the information inside. Ryan didn't comment on the painting. Instead, he talked about the energy inside. He could tell that the energy inside the painting had reached legendary level, which meant it would be difficult to decipher it. However, since there wasn't much of it, he could try to crack it by force. But if he did that, the information inside the painting would be completely destroyed. Besides, he might not be able to crack it by force. Ryan didn't know what to do. He was already a half-legendary, but he still couldn't understand the means of a real legendary wizard. Half a step was like an insurmountable chasm. Seeing that Ryan couldn't figure it out, Angor had no choice but to reseal the painting with green runes. He wasn't sure if the green runes could seal the energy inside, but he had no other choice. From what I know about the painter, since he named this painting a Night Talk of Best Friends, he must really see you as his best friend. Even if the energy inside contains information, I don't think it'll do you any harm. Don't worry, Ryan explained. Angor nodded. It would be great if Ryan was right. But he didn't really care about the word best friend. He only met Feng for a few hours, so they weren't really friends. Besides, even if they were only friends with Feng's avatar, not Feng's real body. After looking at the oil painting, Ryan left the Vine Tower with a sigh. Only Angor, Sunders, and Naimatsue were left in the house. Do you have something to say, Miss Naimatsue? Angor asked. Angor noticed that Naimatsue's usually cold golden eyes showed a hint of hesitation. It seemed she wanted to say something, but for some reason, she didn't say anything. So he decided to take the initiative. Naimatsue remained silent for a while. I want to see Tree Spirit. What? Angor asked more questions and finally understood the situation. Naimatsue was inspired by Tree Spirit's conversation, and she wanted to talk to him again. Angor knew that it wasn't easy for Naimatsue to admit that she was inspired. It was even possible to pry open Naimatsue's stubborn realm. Otherwise, Naimatsue would not be so attentive. Could it be that his previous guess was right, and Naimatsue's breakthrough was actually due to the Tree Spirit? Of course, Angor said calmly without showing any emotion on his face. Of course I'm fine with it. I'll make you a special login device later, so you can enter the dream wasteland freely. Naimatsue didn't want to owe Angor too much. But, the login device, it really wanted this. It could feel that the information Tree Spirit knew was very useful to it. It was even more useful than what Mr. Feng had told it before. It wasn't enough to weaken Naimatsue's power, but it could help her further. Because of this, Naimatsue thought for a moment and nodded. Thank you. Angor smiled. Don't worry about it. It's my pleasure. Next, Angor asked Naimatsue to find a comfortable spot and used Dream Walk to send her into the dream wasteland. After Naimatsue fell asleep, Angor returned to the vine house. Angor exchanged a glance with Sunders and opened the geometric lock without saying anything. A large number of geometric patterns instantly covered the entire house. With the existence of the geometric lock, it could not only prevent external objects from spying on it, but also restrain the aura of the mysterious object as much as possible so that it would not leak out. With that done, Angor took out the Mad Hatter's coronation under Sunders' curious gaze. Mad Hatter's coronation? Why is it only a small box? Sunders looked at the small metal box on the table in confusion. The box was quite beautiful. The four sides of the box were decorated with fine bronze rose vines, while the center of the box was a rose made of red diamonds. There was also a black cross inside the stamen of the rose. Beautiful as it was, Sunders did not see any mystery item in it. The real mystery item is inside the box. Why don't you open it, sir? Sunders slowly opened the box. There was nothing inside, only a rune engraved on the side of the box, which emitted a strong, mysterious aura. This is the mysterious item, a magic rune horn? Yes. Sunders was surprised when he heard Angor's answer. Before this, he only knew that the Mad Hatter's coronation was a mysterious item useful for enchantment alchemy. Based on the name, he guessed that it might be a special hat that could enhance enchantment and alchemy when worn. However, the real situation was completely different from what he had imagined. It was actually a demonic rune horn. A rune horn could turn into a mystery item. Sunders didn't want to believe it, but the truth was right in front of him. A rune horn could really turn into a mystery item. Also, the mystery aura it was emitting clearly showed its true identity. After a moment of confusion, Sunders finally collected his thoughts. What's it supposed to do? Attach the rune horn to it? Not exactly, but you can think of it that way. Angor began to explain how to use the rune horn. Sunders sighed in relief after hearing the instructions. He thought the rune horn was a single-use item. But now it seemed it could be used repeatedly. Let me show you how it works, sir, Angor muttered. I promised to make Miss Naimatsue a logging device. Well, I guess I'll make one as well. He was going to use the spotless rune as an example. But since he already promised to make a logging device for Naimatsue, he might as well use it as a demonstration. Also, he was curious to see what would happen to a logging device with a hat attached to it. Angor took out the necessary materials from his bracelet and began to think about what kind of device he should make. Before this, Angor had made many different types of logging devices, including glasses, rings, hats, and earrings. However, these devices were not suitable for Naimatsue. They were either too small or unsuitable for her. Angor didn't know Naimatsue's sense of beauty. Maybe she didn't like using a common human object as a logging device. After thinking for a while, Angor made up his mind. He was going to make a cyan scale. It could be used as a snake scale to completely merge with Naimatsue's skin, or as a flower petal that floated around Naimatsue. With that decided, Angor began to work. The logging device was divided into two parts, software and hardware. The software was an internal magic array called storage space, while the hardware was the magic material that carried the storage space on the outside. Different magic materials could exert different effects on the storage space. The better the material, the longer the storage space could be used. For example, the first logging devices Angkor made had different materials. Some could use 149/149 times, while others could only use 979/979 times. The hardware determined the efficiency of the software. Of course, Angkor didn't want to use inferior materials for Naimatsue's logging device. Of course, he didn't want to use high-quality materials either. The main materials were blue agate, winter sand, and blue steel wood. The cooling material was Typha liquid, and the molding material was amber stone. These materials were mostly low-tier materials. With Angkor's current alchemy skills, he could melt them quickly. In just a short while, the materials that had taken up half of the table had been melted into a green liquid ball the size of a baby's palm under the heat thaw technique. Next, Angkor began to divide his attention. While molding the device, he picked up an engraving pen and began to draw the magic array. The storage space was a magic array used to store cantrips. Angkor stored Dream Walk in it, which was why it could be used as a login device. It was composed of 3 runes: Permanent Rune, Solidification Rune, and Spirit Storage Rune. Permanent Rune and Solidification Rune both required a rune horn that represented conversion. In other words, Angkor could use Mad Hatter's Coronation. However, Mad Hatter's Coronation was enough for each rune and magic array. There was no need to repeat the process. Angkor considered for a moment and decided to use Mad Hatter's Coronation on the permanent rune. In his opinion, the most important thing about a logging device was the number of times it could be used, and the permanent rune determined the number of times it could be used. If he added the mystery rune to the permanent rune, he might be able to increase the number of times it could be used. Of course, this was only his assumption. He hadn't tested it yet. Angkor had crafted a lot of logging devices, so he was already very familiar with drawing magic arrays. Even if he had to mold the device and draw at the same time, he didn't slow down at all. From Sunder's point of view, Angkor's drawing of runes gave him an uncanny sense of craftsmanship. It was so smooth, so perfect and flawless. According to Sunder's estimation, Angkor could finish the work in half an hour at most. In the end, Sunder still underestimated Angkor's speed. It only took him less than 10 minutes to finish the logging device. Angkor was now using Typha liquid to condense the rune. Sunders was also puzzled by what he saw. He wasn't an expert in enchantment alchemy, but since his student was an expert, he didn't want to fall behind, so he read a lot of books on the subject. He was quite familiar with the 3 runes that made up the storage space magic array. That was why he felt strange. When Angkor drew the runes, most of the time, they were perfect. However, there were some obvious deviations in several places, which was a big taboo in engraving. The slightest deviation could cause the entire magic array to fall short of success. But Angkor, who was famous for his skill in enchantment alchemy, deviated in more than one place. It was hard to imagine. Sunders didn't mention it because every time Angkor made a mistake, he would look up at Sunders as if to remind him, "See? I did it wrong. I did it again." It was as if Angkor was doing it on purpose. Sunders didn't tell Angkor about it because of this. Now that the logging device had entered the condensing phase, he finally asked, "Did you make a mistake when drawing the permanent rune?" Angkor admitted without hesitation, "Yes, I did." "You did it on purpose?" Sunders looked at Angkor's honest face. Angkor nodded. "Yes." "To show the effect of the mystery rune?" Sunders thought of something and asked again. Angkor didn't answer right away this time because the condensing phase of the device had already ended. In the past, Angkor used condense and freeze spells to condense the item, which took him a long time. Later, when he was trying to calm himself down, he began to use solidify, which more than doubled the efficiency. Combined with special cooling materials, he could even condense the item into several minutes. This time, it only took him 5 minutes to finish condensing the item. Sunders had seen how the logging device worked before, but this time, it was different. Due to the mystery rune, the device emitted a faint, mysterious aura. At the same time, Sunders felt as if an illusion appeared in front of him. A tiny person the size of a thumb had appeared near the green scale at some point in time. The tiny person whose face could not be seen clearly was like an ancient priest, dancing a strange dance near the scale. When it reached a certain point, the tiny person pulled out a hat from its bosom and threw it directly on the green scale. A pure white hat crowned the green scale-shaped login device. A halo of light flashed, and the little man and hat disappeared. The only thing left in front of him was the green scale that exuded a faint mysterious aura. What was that? Mad Hatter's crown. Angor used the name of the mystery rune. Sunders nodded, but he didn't really understand. Instead, he looked at the device. He wasn't interested in the device itself. He was more interested in two things: the device worked. And why was it emitting mystery aura? In his mind, Angor should have a high chance of failing since he made so many mistakes when drawing the rune. However, the device didn't seem to be doing anything wrong. In fact, it was shining brightly. It was perfect. Is this the effect of the mystery rune? Sunders couldn't help but ask. Angor nodded. Yes. It can optimize the rune. As long as the overall flaw is less than 3%, the optimization will work. This was why Angor purposely drew some flaws in the rune so that Sunders could see the effect of the optimization. 3%. Sunders was surprised. This wasn't a small number. Many large-scale magic arrays required hundreds of thousands of magic horns. A 3% error tolerance was a huge number. This alone made it worthy of being called a mystery item. The only unfortunate thing was that the mystery rune gave the device a mystery aura. Everything made with mystery runes, including the scrolls, will release mystery energy on their own? Sunders asked. Angor nodded. Yes. Sunders furrowed his brows. A mystery item, even if it was only half a mystery item, would attract many greedy people. Then you need to restrain yourself when using this mystery item, Sunders reminded Angor. In the southern wizarding region, Angor's identity was enough to keep many greedy people away from him. But once he left the southern wizarding region, he could easily attract trouble. I understand. Mr. Fong reminded me the same thing, Angor said. Since this device is for Miss Naimatsue, it won't be a problem even if the mystery aura is attached to it. Naimatsue was one of the strongest wizards in the southern wizarding region. Even if he had a mystery item in his hand, no one would dare to covet it unless they had a death wish, let alone a mystery item like this that was emitting a mysterious aura. He nodded and didn't say anything else. Meanwhile, Angor picked up the machine to check if there were any other optimizations apart from the flaws. Especially the number of times he could use it. With that in mind, he activated Alchemy Eye. Then, he saw a number that he didn't expect. 15,000/15,000. But the number of uses reached 15,000. Before this, the highest number of logins he had ever made was only a little over 1,000. Also, he used a lot of precious materials to make it, which was not much different from the 979 uses of ordinary materials. Because of this, Angor only used ordinary materials to make his subsequent loggers. But this time, the number of uses increased to 15,000, which was something he did not expect. The materials used were almost the same, but after the optimization, the number increased by 15 times. Angor was too shocked to pay attention to Sunders. Instead, he continued using his alchemy eye to see what was going on inside the cave. As more information was revealed, Angor gained a general idea of what was going on. The crown of white hat had an optimization effect, which could also convert external energy to make up for its own shortcomings. However, these optimizations referred to the alchemy product itself, not the Nightmare Awakening spell Angor attached to it. Because of this, the Nightmare Dream Awakening technique in the energy storage space had to be consumed when needed. It couldn't be recharged forever. However, although the Nightmare Dream Awakening technique was still consuming energy, because of the optimization and the timely replenishment of external energy, the consumption was reduced, and the durability and stability of the energy storage space were greatly increased, which was why it evolved 15 times. But this was not the most important thing. More importantly, Angor knew that 15 times was not the limit yet. In order to show Sunders how the runes could repair defects, Angor purposely made several mistakes while drawing the runes. If he hadn't made a mistake back then and accepted the hat coronation in a flawless manner, even if there wasn't a black hat, the effect would have been much better if it was just a white hat coronation. Perhaps it would reach 20 times, 30 times, or even higher? You're done meditating? How was it? Sundars asked when he saw Angor's eyes slowly becoming sober. Angor took a deep breath and handed the logger to Sundars. Sundars was also surprised when he heard that the effect was increased by 15 times. The logger was related to the future of the Dream Wasteland, and he had been following up on it. He knew Angor's crafting limit very well. The logger was not difficult to make, but it was difficult to break the limit of 979 uses. Now, not only did he break through, but his strength had also increased by 15 times. Due to the limited number of logins, wizards who got their hands on the logins were very cautious. Most of the time, they wouldn't log off for days after logging in. Although this lengthened the time spent online in the Dream Wilderness, it was not conducive to individual development. After all, reality was more important. The increase in the number of times they could log in would at least make it easier for those who got the login device to use it. This would be a great help in opening up the Dream Wasteland and allowing it to smoothly integrate into the daily lives of wizards. It's a good idea. But it's a pity that the device can't be spread, Sundars sighed. Angor knew what Sundars meant. Although the login device had been greatly optimized, the mysterious aura inside could not be hidden. It was not a problem to give it to a trusted person, but if it was released recklessly, it would inevitably cause great waves. The appearance of a half-mythical item like this once in a while would not cause too much of an impact. But it had appeared too many times, and with such a high frequency, there would always be people who would think deeply about it. Angor was not worried about himself. However, if other wizards or apprentices had such a thing, they could easily get into trouble. This was why Sundars felt that the white hat coronation device could not be spread out without limit. However, even so, this was still a very good thing. At least Rain, Tree Spirit, Iron Granny, and the others could use the white hat coronation device in the future. First of all, they did not lack mystery items, and second of all, they were strong enough to not be targeted by others. As for the others, they could forget about it. Angor sighed. Apart from optimization, the runes have other functions as well. Oh? Sundars was still thinking about the white hat coronation device when he heard Angor's words. The black hat coronation device. Angor did not explain the black hat coronation device. Instead, he took out the materials he needed to make another black hat coronation device. Sundars did not know about the black hat coronation device. He thought it was a sure thing, so he waited for Angor to finish. Angor's work was flawless from beginning to end. One of the prerequisites for the black hat coronation device was flawless runes. A moment later, a crystal ball-like white hat coronation device was created. Even if Angor didn't say anything, Sundars could tell that the item was meant to be given to Mr. Rain. The familiar thumb-sized man appeared. The coronation ceremony, and the hat-taking process, however, it was not the black hat coronation device. It was still a white hat coronation device. Angor was a little disappointed, but he quickly cheered up. The result was a little different, but the number of white hat coronation device had once again surpassed the previous record of 15,000 entries. 75000/75000 Angor's number increased by 5 times from the previous record. His flawless work, coupled with the white hat's coronation, gave him a huge boost that was beyond his expectation. However, it seemed that 75,000 was the limit. He would have to break through the material limit if he wanted to go further. The black hat coronation device did not appear in the crystal ball. Angor calmed down and prepared for another attempt. He gave Sundars a reassuring hand gesture and began his third attempt of the day. It was still a coronation device, but this one looked simple and elegant like a woman's silver hairpin. If the black hat coronation device did not appear, it would be for Iron Granny. Angor's black hat coronation device was a perfect example of his alchemy skills. It was still a successful refinement, and it was still flawless, and it was still the crown of the white hat. There was also the familiar 75,000 logins. There was no black hat coronation device this time, but Angor did not give up. He was going to make a few more coronation devices anyway. Thus, he continued to refine. A leaf earring for Tree Spirit, a white ring for Lady Mirror, and a parasol buckle for Flora, and a monocle for Sumesh. They were all successful, but they were all White Hat's coronation devices. At this time almost 3 hours had passed. Angor sneaked a peek at Sunders, who was toying with the monocle he made for Sumesh. Sunders' expression didn't change at all. "Sir, the success rate of Black Hat coronation device is too low. I'll just tell you the result." Sunders did not respond. Sunders did not express his opinion. He did not find watching Angor's alchemy boring. However, he did not mind if Angor's mind went out of control, so he simply nodded. Angor explained the Black Hat coronation device to Sunders. "One is a quantitative change, while the other is a qualitative one." Sunders muttered. "The Black Hat coronation device is more than that," Angor said. He used the Sunlight Shrine as an example. The Sunlight Sanctuary was born out of the Sunlight Garden, but its effect had changed from housekeeping to true protection and exorcism. It was not just a qualitative change. It was a complete rebirth. Sunders was amazed. Even though he was prepared for the Black Hat, the effect of the White Hat still shocked him. If the alchemy work crowned by the White Hat was just a fake half-step mystic. If that was the case, then the alchemy product crowned by the Black Hat would really reach the semi-mystical level. Even if it was still a bit off, its effects would still be much stronger than ordinary alchemy products. In other words, as long as a Black Hat appeared, it would be a new half-mystical item. If the probability of the Black Hat coronation could be increased a little more, maybe even a half-mystery item could be mass-produced, even if it was just Sunders' imagination, it was enough to show how terrifying the Crazy Hat's coronation was. Angor wondered if he should tell Sunders about the Red Hat, but he decided against it in the end. The Blood Red Hat was only Feng Yu's guess, and it was still a legend. Without concrete evidence, it would be pointless to say anything. Besides, Angor had a feeling that the Blood Red Hat would only appear when the Crazy Hat's coronation went out of control. He didn't want to let the Crazy Hat's coronation go out of control, so it didn't matter if he told Sunders about it or not. Sunders also realized what the Black Hat's coronation meant. He told Feng Yu the same thing. Such a mystery item could lead to unimaginable consequences if misused. He hoped Angor would use it carefully. Angor understood this. When he told Sunders about the tidal realm, he purposely kept it a secret to prevent the news from spreading. "I'll keep the Crazy Hat's coronation a secret for you." "Not even Flora or Sumesh," said Sunders. He pointed at the several registers on the table. "Apart from Lady Naimatsue's, I suggest you don't give the others, including Mr. Rains." Before this, Sunders didn't know about the Crazy Hat's coronation, nor did he know that the Black Hat's effect was so subversive and magical. If it was just a simple White Hat, even if he spread the news about the mysterious Mageweth, the uproar would still be under control. After all, this mysterious Mageweth required a certain level of enchantment skills, which naturally excluded many sorcerers who did not study Mageweths. However, if someone found out about the Black Hat, the consequences would be severe. Even if Rain and the others didn't want the mysterious rune, it would still be troublesome if someone found out about it. Therefore, in order not to arouse suspicion, it was best not to release too many logins with a mysterious aura at once. When the time was right, it would be better to take them out slowly. And that time wouldn't be too far away. Angor had already made a half-step mystery item, so it wouldn't be surprising if he could make another one in the future. Still, it was better not to show too many half-step mystery items at once. Angor considered and agreed with Sunders' advice. With that, Sunders stopped talking about the mysterious rune. He was afraid that he would reveal his own greed if he kept talking about it. Even if he didn't know how to use runes, he could still learn them. When they were almost done, Rain sent a message to Angor. Rain was planning to leave Cyan Forest for a while. The reason was that Greenleaf Groot had received a message from the Sage of Stone Forest Canyon, asking when they would depart for the Fire Domain and if they could go together. Rain knew that Stone Grove Canyon wasn't far from Cyan Forest, so he decided to go there and check it out. Before the big meeting at the Fire Zone, he planned to discuss with the other elemental sovereigns to see what would happen in the future. Rain also asked if Sunders and Angor wanted to go with him. Sunders chuckled after reading the message. "Mr. Rain wants to know about you, not me." "Huh?" The power granted by the heavens, Sunders didn't explain further. Angor wasn't stupid enough to realize what he meant. Angor's power granted by the heavens allowed him to stand on the side of the world. What they were about to do was, in a way, interfering with the general trend. With Angor's help, they might be able to solve the difficult problem easily. Just like the meeting between Rain, Ma Yigrut, and Nai Maitsue at the edge of Lost Woods. Angor did not participate in the meeting, but his name was mentioned many times, and many awkward topics were avoided. It might not be because of the power granted by the heavens, but it was better to believe it. Besides, the power granted by the heavens couldn't be verified, so it was better to bring Angor along. Even if Angor just stood there and didn't do anything, Sunders would feel better. This was why Rain asked about Angor's opinion. Still, Rain didn't really care if Angor refused. The power granted by the heavens wasn't something that Sunders was confident about. Both Rain and Brute Cavern were more than enough to help Sunders deal with the Tide Realm. "Are you going?" asked Sunders. Angor nodded. Yes. They didn't have anything else to do for now, so it wasn't a bad idea to see something different. After deciding on their next destination, Angor immediately went to the Dream Wasteland to wake up Nai Maitsue and give her the log device. Nai Maitsue asked when she heard that they were going to Stone Grove Canyon. "If you're going to Mariah Ice Mountain or White Cloud Village, let me know. I'll go with you." Nai Maitsue didn't want to leave the Forest of Azure for hundreds of years, so she wanted to see her old friends. But Angor could tell that Nai Maitsue was just expressing her goodwill. With Nai Maitsue's help, they could send messages to other elemental sovereigns. This would help them a lot in the future negotiations. Stone Forest Canyon was only the beginning. In the next few days, Angor followed Rain and Sunders to several elemental territories. There was almost no need for Angor to ask for help. Even Rain's idea of building a trilogy was quickly perfected by Angor. Compared to Angor's idea, Rain's idea was more suitable for Tide Realm and Brute Cavern's interest. In just a few days, Rain gained all the initiative and authority. With the help of the witch's confession, he gained the trust of some elemental sovereigns. This also proved that Angor was much weaker than Rain in terms of both strength and strategy. Rain could handle almost everything, while Angor's role was just like what Sunders said, he just needed to go there. As long as Angor was there, he might be able to fully utilize the power granted by the heavens. Angor felt a little awkward at first, but he soon got used to it. He didn't need to do anything anyway. As long as he was there, his mind wouldn't be affected. While running around, Angor still had time to think and perfect the information he got from Mr. Foam. A week later, they returned to Xian Forest from Thunder Mountain. Thunder Mountain was a lightning elemental territory, which was quite far away from Xian Forest. However, since they planned to go to Mariah Ice Mountain next, they decided to return to Xian Forest with Nai Maitsue to visit her old friend whom they hadn't met for many years. When they came out of the forest of Xian, not only did they bring Nai Maitsue, but they also brought Lush Leaf Groot and the Wise Ones with them. It was almost time for the meeting at Fire Domain, so they decided to leave together. Originally, Maoyagrot, as the ruler of the Green Forest, did not intend to leave the Green Forest in order to protect the Green Forest elves. But now, with Palisania, they could temporarily take its place and protect the nature spirits in a short period of time. Besides, the meeting at Fire Domain was about the future of Tide Realm, and Maoyagrot didn't want to miss it. So, he followed them. However, even if they had traveled together, they could not have stayed together all the time. When they were at the Robo seashore, they had parted ways due to different paths. Angor, Rain, Sunders, and Nai Maitsue went to Mariah Ice Mountain. Maoyagrot and the others, on the other hand, passed through the vast green plains and rushed to the Fire Domain by land. Dream Wasteland, Beginning City. While Angor and Rain were running around the Tide Realm, Freud was busy dealing with the new evil mist. Before he could take a rest, he received a message from the Mother Tree. It was from Alda. There was only a short sentence inside: "Mr. Drew has come to Star Lake Castle. He has something to discuss with young master." Freud frowned when he saw the message. Why did Druid come to Star Lake Castle all of a sudden? Drew was Nea's subordinate and one of the so-called 7 pillars of Silver Heron royal wizards. He was famous in St. Sem City, but he was nothing more than an ordinary level 3 apprentice who couldn't make any progress for more than 70 years. That was why he chose to return to the mortal world. Despite that, Drew didn't go out of his room at all. Instead, he spent most of his time studying all kinds of strange subjects. It was obvious that he hadn't given up hope of becoming an apprentice yet. Considering how Drew rarely went out, Freud didn't come to Star Lake Castle on his own accord. Naya must be the one who sent Drew here. But what happened? Why would Naya send Drew here? Could it be that the spirit of the farm owner had appeared? Or is there something else? No matter what happened, Freud decided to go and see Drew first. After exiting the dream wasteland, Freud reappeared at the entrance of the underground cavern. Alda was sitting on a stone platform in front of the cavern, his body glowing with a faint green light as he stared at the depths of the cavern in boredom. Alda's eyes lit up when he saw Freud waking up. "Young Master Thiessen," he greeted with a big smile. Freud nodded. "How's Sunny today? Is she all right?" Freud asked as he looked into the altar. He could see Sunny's figure flickering in and out of the thick miasma of death. Alda patted his chest with his chubby hand and said, "Don't worry, young Master Thiessen. Sunny will be fine with me watching over her. The last time Sunny showed signs of falling was 4 days ago. She made it through without any problems. She's getting better these days. I think she'll wake up soon." "That's good." Freud was a little relieved. He only dared to come to the dream wasteland because of Alda's care and Sunny's improvement. Freud turned to Drew. "When did Drew get here?" "About half an hour ago. I was hungry, so I went to eat at Star Lake Castle. I saw Mr. Drew coming in." When Alda talked about eating, he couldn't help but lick his lips and rub his flat stomach. Freud knew about Alda's habit of eating. Ever since Alda learned how to possess people, he would often possess the bodies of the servants in the Star Lake Castle to eat and taste the delicacies that he had not tasted for a long time. Freud didn't stop him from doing so. Although possessing people would cause some loss of life force, Alda was always kind and considerate. He wouldn't hurt the servants. At most, the servants would be tired for a while and would recover in no time. "I see. Did he say he wanted to talk to me about something?" Alda shook his head. "No, he didn't. But I saw that he was worried, so I came to tell you." "Worried? Did something happen to Naya?" Freud thought for a while and said to Alda, "Stay here and take care of Sunny. I'll go check on Star Lake Castle." Alda nodded obediently. Freud, on the other hand, transformed into his spirit form and appeared on a barren hill filled with hidden traps. After confirming the location of Star Lake Castle, Freud flew toward it. When he arrived, he noticed that there were more people around the castle. Most of them were wearing heavy knight armors, and some of them were royal wizards with brooms in their hands. They were all sent by Naya to set up a heavy defense line on the mountain in order to protect Sam. Naya was trying to please Angor, and also to compensate the Silver Heron royal family for what they did to Sam's family. Freud remembered that there were only 5 royal wizards here several days ago. Now, there were 10 of them. This was the most powerful formation the Silver Heron royal family had. There were also 5 or 6 squads of royal knights patrolling the hill. This was the best the Silver Heron royal family could do at the moment. Freud's arrival alerted the guards. 2 apprentices quickly flew to Freud's side on their brooms. After confirming Freud's identity, they bowed and prepared to leave. "Wait," Freud called. The 2 acolytes, who were wearing luxurious robes, immediately stopped in their tracks. "I didn't see you 2 when I came here. Did you send them here recently?" "Yes, we came here last night." Freud pointed at the royal knights below. "Did they come here last night as well?" Freud asked, "Why did Naya send so many people here?" "We received a mission." Freud bade farewell to the 2 apprentices and flew toward Star Lake Castle. The 2 apprentices didn't know much. Just like the other people who were sent here to set up the defense, they were directly assigned by Naya to guard against the undead. They didn't know the exact location of the undead creatures, or when they would show up, or if they had already shown up. Perhaps they could only get the answer from Druid. As soon as Freud landed, he saw a gray-haired old man wearing a pair of reading glasses with a golden chain hurrying toward him. "Mr. Thiessen." The old man's voice sounded anxious. It was Druid. "I heard from Alda that you're looking for me." Freud nodded to his former comrade and said, "You're looking for me." Did Naya get news about Farmer's ghost? Yes. Druid nodded. Farmer's ghost has turned into an undead. He showed up at the forest factory at the foot of the mountain yesterday and killed more than 10 people. Freud knew about the forest factory. It was located at the foot of the mountain and relied on its workers to cut down the trees nearby. It was the closest human building to Star Lake Castle. Farmer's ghost showed up at the factory, which meant he had sensed Sam's location. But he didn't come up to Star Lake Castle because he found out about the defenses. Normal undead creatures wouldn't care even if they found out about the defenses. Could it be that Farmer's ghost had turned into a special undead creature as well? There's one more thing. The knights we sent to Silver Yun Duchy found some clues when they were investigating the farm owner's sacrifice. Drake continued while Freud was deep in thought. Did you find anything? Freud quickly asked, did you find out who they were sacrificing to? According to Sam, the farmer wasn't the only one who sacrificed. Many nobles in the town were involved as well. This was a typical collective sacrificial event, and it was a sacrificial offering with humans as the main sacrifice. It was full of primitive style. In the history of the wizarding world, there was a high probability that the target of the sacrifice was an otherworldly evil god. The god wanted to deepen the connection with the wizarding world and enter the wizarding world. This was very common in the primitive tribes of the Pharaon continent. Therefore, every once in a while, the wizard organizations would send out missions to clean up the primitive tribes of the Pharaon continent. Drew shook his head. We still don't know who they were sacrificing to. Freud furrowed his brows. Then what did you find? Drew's expression became a bit awkward. It's from the knights. We can't confirm if it's related to the mass sacrifice, but we think there might be a connection between the two. Huh? What do you mean? Drew adjusted his glasses and gestured for Freud to enter the castle first. As they walked, Drew began to tell Freud about the clues the royal knights found in Dawn Town of the Silver One Duchy. Drew's explanation was clear and concise, and Freud soon got the gist of it. It all started when the knights went to investigate the farmer's sacrifice. Since the Silver One Duchy was a vassal state of the Central Empire, the Knights of the Silver Heron Duchy were given a high status and special law enforcement rights. Therefore, when the knights went to investigate the farmer's sacrifice, they used their status to pressure him. Very quickly, they found all the nobles who had participated in the sacrifice in Dawn Town. Unfortunately, the knights didn't find many clues from these nobles. It was as if the sacrifice came out of nowhere, and they didn't know anything about it. The knights speculated that some otherworldly entity might have used some kind of memory interference ability, and they would need a formal wizard to dig up more clues. Therefore, the knights reported this to Naya first. Sacrificing otherworldly evil gods could be a big deal or a small matter. Some of them were just curious, while others were filled with malice towards the wizarding world. Still, no matter how big or small this sacrifice was, Naya still reported it to the Tower of Hurricane as soon as possible. She hoped that the Tower of Hurricane would send an official wizard over. The knights were unsure whether or not the official magi would come, and when they would come. Therefore, they wanted to use this opportunity to continue digging into the secrets of Dawn Town and see if they could find any other clues. However, after investigating the influential families and the businesses related to these families, there was basically no problem. Many members of the aristocratic families didn't even know that there were people in their families participating in the evil god sacrifice. While they were at their wits' end, one of the knights suggested that they might as well investigate the slave market. Since there was going to be a sacrifice, there had to be a tribute, which was a living person. Although so many dignitaries participated in the sacrificial ceremony, very few dignitaries were like little Sam. Most of the dignitaries didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Therefore, these dignitaries in Dawn Town bought their tributes from the slave market. As for using servants as tributes, the nobles were unwilling to do so. After all, the servants of the nobles also had skills and etiquette training. How could they sacrifice the servants that they had spent a lot of resources to train? That would be enough. They were not big nobles with great power in the duchy, so it would take a lot of time to train a qualified servant. The knights thought that they might be able to find something by investigating the slave market, so they agreed. In the next few days, the knights conducted a comprehensive investigation of the slave market in Dawn Town, and finally found some hidden clues. However, the clues didn't point to the dignitaries in downtown. Because the clues were about something that happened 13 years ago. The reason why they even dug out what happened 13 years ago was that it was related to the supernatural event. According to the memories of a worker in the slave market, 13 years ago, many slave ships sailed into the nearby Dawn town from the outer sea. There were about 10 of them in total. At that time, people also went to the slave market in Dawn town to get some high-quality slaves. Overseas slaves were generally more expensive than local slaves. Moreover, there were some humanoid slaves overseas that catered to some dignitaries with abnormal hobbies. Therefore, the price was even higher. They really found a lot of good slaves, but they only got a few of them. Most of the slaves were bought by another buyer. And this buyer was the one that the clues were pointing to. This buyer was very strange. He was very generous with his money. He also offered a high price for many worthless slaves. Because of this, the merchant on the slave ship was willing to sell the slaves to him instead of the slave market in Dawn town. Because they were intercepted, the workers in the slave market were very angry. Therefore, they paid more attention to this buyer. Then, they found a strange place. The rules of this buyer for selecting slaves were very strange. He wasn't interested in the talent, beauty, or status of the slaves, but their body size and height. The slaves he bought were basically in the same height range. He didn't want slaves that were too short or too tall. Even if the slaves were more valuable, he wouldn't even look at them. The worker who discovered this immediately started to think. Their slave market also had a lot of slaves in the same height range, and many of them were slow to sell. It wouldn't be a bad idea to sell them to this buyer. After some contact, the buyer was really willing to buy them. During the process, the worker got closer to the buyer. At that time, he didn't think that there was anything strange about the buyer. He just thought that the buyer had a special fetish for height. However, there was one time when a staff member sent the slaves to the other party's temporary residence, only to find that the slaves that had been sent previously were all gone. They didn't see the buyer leave, and they should be able to find a trace of the disappearance of a large number of slaves. However, everything was gone. Also, the worker saw a strange symbol in the buyer's house. Symbol? Freud asked, what symbol? Drew shook his head. I don't know. The worker forgot. Freud frowned. So far, he hadn't heard anything useful from Drew's story. There was no clue about the so-called supernatural either. Then what was the point of Drew telling this story? Drew continued, the symbol was very strange. The worker didn't forget it because he wanted to, but because his memory was interfered with. Oh? According to the worker, he thought that the symbol might have some meaning. Maybe he could find out the buyer's identity. So, he tried to memorize it so that he could investigate it later. However, the symbol itself wasn't that complicated. Every time he thought he had memorized it, he would close his eyes and try to recall it. Then, the memory of the symbol would disappear. It was as if the symbol had some kind of mysterious power that prevented it from being memorized. Freud felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. A symbol that couldn't be memorized. It was very similar to that. Did he not remember anything about the symbol at all? Freud asked. Drew thought for a moment. That's not entirely the case. According to him, he can remember the frame outside the symbol, but he can't remember the symbol inside the frame at all. Frame? Freud's eyes lit up. Then what does the frame look like? There's a concentric circle and a hexagonal one, Drew answered. Do you have a pen and a paper? Freud was stunned for a few seconds and turned around. Drew had nodded and took out the fountain pen and a small handwritten letter that he carried with him with some confusion. It was called Drew's Handbook. It was a record of Drew's experience in supernatural powers. There were countless tiny words inside, but Freud wasn't interested in them at all. He flipped to a blank page and quickly drew a symbol on it with his pen. The outside of the symbol was a concentric circle, and the inside of the circle was a standard hexagon. Is the frame of the symbol like this? Freud asked. Drew took a look and nodded. Yes. Freud let out a long sigh as if he had understood something. Does Mr. Disson know about this symbol? Drew asked curiously. Although it was something that happened 13 years ago, this symbol was related to extraordinary power, and it was very likely to be related to the collective sacrifice. Therefore, Drew was also very curious about the symbol. If the Tower of Hurricanes sent an official wizard to investigate, he would be able to provide relevant information. Freud nodded. I've seen similar symbols, but I don't think this one is related to the mass sacrifice incident. The buyer probably had nothing to do with the farmer's sacrifice. Is it because it happened so long ago? Drew asked. Is it because it happened so long ago? Freud shook his head. No, if I'm not mistaken, this symbol is related to the Khazadar world. As for the worker you spoke of, the reason why he couldn't remember the symbols was because of the Khazadar world's password. Khazadar world, although Drew was only an apprentice, he had been in the wizarding world for decades. He knew a few things about the Khazadar world. It was the spirit plane. The Khazadar world existed in a dimension that could not be explored by the material plane. Currently, the only ones who could enter the Khazadar world, or even communicate with the Khazadar world, were three extremely powerful soul families. The farmer's sacrifice, as well as the nobles of Dawn Town, was just a small matter. Such a primitive human sacrifice, at most they would be able to contact a wild god from another dimension, but they would not be able to contact the Khazadar world which had existed since ancient times. Drew finally understood why Freud was so sure that this incident had nothing to do with the mass sacrifice. It was because the difference in level was too great. If that's the case, then the buyer with the symbol is one of the three spirit family wizards? Drew guessed. Freud did not reply. It seemed that Drew's guess was wrong. The buyer bought a large number of slaves of similar build and height. They also had the symbol of the Khazadar world, and it happened more than 10 years ago. It was very similar to the altar in the cave. There were 360 small caves in the cave. Each cave had a skeleton sitting cross-legged. These skeletons were of similar build and height. This was the ritual of sacrifice, and the ritual required a strict standard. Height was one of the most important requirements of the sacrifice. On the altar in the cave, there was also a symbol that he couldn't remember at all. The outer frame of the symbol was also a concentric circle and a hexagon. With so many coincidences, Freud was sure that the clue the knights found had nothing to do with the farmer's sacrifice, but it was related to the sacrifice in the cave. Freud squinted his eyes. He did not think that he would find a clue to the cave by accident. In Freud's eyes, the sacrifice of the farmer was not worth mentioning. The sacrifice in the cave to the Khazadar world was more important. While Freud was deep in thought, Drew sighed. However, it has been 13 years. Even if the buyer is from the spirit family, he should have left by now. Freud said, yes, so we can ignore this clue for now. Drew nodded. I thought this was an important clue. Sigh, forget it. Freud said, the most important thing now is the farmer's ghost. Drew did not notice that Freud had changed the topic back to the farmer's ghost. In his opinion, the farmer's ghost was indeed more important than this vague topic. Yes. The farmer's ghost is at the foot of the mountain right now. Lady Naya is also on her way. Do we need to do anything else? Drew asked, or, should we move Sam somewhere else? Freud shook his head. No matter where we move Sam, the farmer's ghost will come looking for him. Sam's constitution meant that he would be favored by the undead for the rest of his life. So, it was better to get rid of him as soon as possible. It's a little strange that the farmer's ghost didn't come up the mountain. I suspect that he's a special undead. It's not good if he's a special undead. Drew looked worried. Ordinary undead were already hard to deal with. Even Lord Naya would have a hard time exterminating them, unless she had a special method to deal with them. However, such methods were usually for the soul element. If other elements wanted to learn it, they would have to cross realms. If normal undead were hard to deal with, special undead would be even harder to deal with. Freud didn't care about that. He had prelude to rebirth. Even if it was a special undead, he could kill it with 1 or 2 shots. What he cared about was, if the other party was a special undead, what kind of special ability would it have? Freud was interested in the abilities of special undead creatures because of Taurus. Back in Foundation City, Freud didn't like how Taurus was a troublemaker. But after spending more time with Taurus, Freud began to get to know Taurus better. Torres was a simple-minded boy with a pure heart. If Freud was still alive, he would have mocked Torres as an idiot. But after becoming a soul, Freud began to prefer people with pure hearts. Earlier, Angor mentioned that he would ask Torres to learn soul tricks as well. Since then, Freud had been keeping an eye on Torres. There were two main ways to learn soul tricks. First, Alda and Sunny learned them through death aura, which was the safest method. However, it was also quite mediocre. The second way was to kill and absorb the special energy of undead creatures to aid in the learning of soul tricks. Although this method had the risk of depravity, if the other party's special ability was relatively good, then they could learn it instantly, and the power of the formation would be greater. After all, Freud had absorbed Madame Sheila's special undead spider form and learned the soul trick. The first method could be used at any time, so Freud decided not to think about it for now. As for the second method, if he could find a special undead creature with the same ability as Torres, it would be better than the first one. For this reason, Freud wanted to know if the farmer's ghost was a special undead creature, and if so, what kind of special abilities would he have? Special undead creatures are hard to come by. I hope you're one. After discussing the current situation with Drew and making some arrangements, Drew left in a hurry. Meanwhile, Freud took out his login device and logged into the Dream Wasteland. He was going to report what happened in the Dream Wasteland to Angor. However, it had been 3 or 4 days since Freud left a message in the group chat, and he didn't receive a reply. Next, Torres went to the new city with Ness. Freud couldn't ask Torres to help him send messages. Over the past few days, Drew had continuously sent news that the ghost attacks at the foot of the mountain had become more frequent. Even though there were royal wizards patrolling nearby, the number of people who were killed in the forest factory still exceeded 30. A large number of people had also witnessed the ghost attacks. Ever since Freud became a soul, he had been reading a lot of books related to souls. One of the books, The Book of the Dead, mentioned many details about the undead. It clearly stated that the undead were naturally filled with killing intent towards humans, but the premise was that humans had to enter the undead's territory. In other words, the undead's killing of humans was basically a passive counterattack. The forest factory's operation was already somewhat different from the description in the Book of the Dead. He had already begun to actively search for humans to kill, and had also begun to intentionally avoid being tracked. This was obviously not normal. If he really was the spirit of the farm owner, why didn't he immediately go up the mountain? Instead, he went to slaughter the humans and avoid being tracked. That sounded very strange. Freud had a feeling that the man was plotting something. Freud had no choice but to leave the city in Dreamy's hands and assign several sin hunters to protect her. Then, he boarded an airship and headed to the new city alone to find Torres. On his way to the new city, Freud didn't stay idle. He began to organize the information he received from Drew. Through this information, he tried to decipher the farmer spirit's ability and its intentions. Case 1, Forest Factory's Woodworkers Team Number 3. They were logging at East Slope Number 509. When returning home in the evening, they were attacked by a undead. Death toll, 4, escape toll, 0, Case 2, Forest Factory's Woodworkers Team Number 2. They were doing some rough work outside the factory when they were attacked by a undead in the afternoon. 11 dead. 1 escaped. Case 3, Forest Factory's main team. They were having a meeting inside the factory when they were attacked by a undead. Death toll, 5, including 2 knights, escape toll, 6, Case 4, he read more than 10 cases in one go, but he didn't find any useful clues from the cases themselves. He only knew that the undead didn't care about time or sunlight, and the location of the cases covered a large area. However, when he read the oral records of the escapees, Freud narrowed his eyes. The name of the escapee from the second case was David. He was an apprentice carpenter, and his daily job was to work with his colleagues on the rough processing of wood. On the day of the case, David was doing the same job. Although he learned that there were a few accidents recently, he thought that it was the work of wild animals because the higher-ups kept it a secret. The place where they were at was an open space next to the factory, which was blocked by a large number of iron fences. Wild animals couldn't get in, so David wasn't worried about his safety. However, the development of the case was beyond David's imagination. That day, the sky was very dark and covered by thick black clouds. It looked like it was going to rain, but it didn't. It was afternoon, but the leader of woodworkers' team lit a torch and told the others to put the rough wood into the warehouse as soon as possible so that it wouldn't get wet when the rain fell. Since the wood in David's hands was made of oil wood, it wouldn't get wet even if it got wet, and if it was put in the warehouse, it might spontaneously combust because of the dryness. He decided to put the oil wood in a pile outside the storeroom after he finished the last bit of survival. David processed the wood for about a quarter of an hour. At first, David could hear the rustling of the crowd, but the further he went, the fewer the sounds. When David put down his handiwork, the surroundings were quiet. Leaving so fast? What's wrong with John? Didn't he say that he would wait for me to eat together? David complained and didn't care much. He carried the handiwork to the warehouse. The door of the warehouse was open, and it was dark inside. He couldn't see anything, and there was a faint stench coming from inside. David didn't think much at that time, because there were often rats in the warehouse, so he let a few cats in to catch them. Cats liked to catch rats, but they didn't eat them, so there were often dead rats piled up in the warehouse, and the stench of rotting was often there. In addition, the rain was about to fall, and the stuffy atmosphere would make the stench worse. David put the processed oilwood products outside the warehouse. After doing all this, David suddenly felt that his bladder was a little bloated. There was a toilet in the warehouse, and the door of the warehouse was not closed, so David's first thought was to go to the toilet in the warehouse to relieve the flood. But when David came to the door of the warehouse, he subconsciously stopped. It was too dark inside, and there was no light at all, which was a bit abnormal. When the carpenter brought the rough woodwork to the warehouse, he would usually carry a glass oil lamp. No matter what, it shouldn't be so dark. Maybe they left quickly? When David thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. If they left so quickly, why wasn't the door of the warehouse closed? After pausing at the door for 2 or 3 seconds, David retreated. He always felt that the open door of the warehouse was like a dark mouth, ready to swallow him at any time. That was the analogy David used when he gave his confession to the royal wizard. Maybe it was some kind of omen, or maybe it was a hindsight after learning the truth. In short, David didn't enter the warehouse. But he couldn't hold it in, and according to the factory's rules, he couldn't do it casually. In the end, he decided to go to the toilet in the second warehouse on the other side. Because he saw that the light in the second warehouse was on. The second warehouse was very clean, and there was no smell. David hurried into the toilet, and after excreting, he saw a big mirror in front of the toilet door. David spat on the palm of his hand and was ready to wipe his hair to set the shape. However, just as David was enjoying himself, he suddenly realized that the David in the mirror suddenly grinned. That smile was very strange, and the curve was something that David had never achieved before. It was like a clown in a circus. The eyes of the David in the mirror also lowered, as if flashing with a faint green light. David was so scared that he directly sat on the ground. The David in the mirror smiled more and more strangely, and even leaned forward, as if trying to grab David outside the mirror. David also felt as if a pair of hands had reached out of the mirror and grabbed his ankles. Perhaps it was the outbreak of a crisis. At this critical moment, David picked up a small piece of wood next to him and slammed it on the mirror. The mirror shattered into spider web patterns, and the feeling of his ankle being grabbed began to dissipate. David hurriedly got up, and shouted for help as he ran out. On the way, David vaguely heard a shrill cry behind him, and a cold wind attacked from behind. David did not dare to look back, and only ran forward, wanting to escape from the second warehouse. However, he found that the door of the second warehouse was not far away, and he could not run to it no matter how hard he ran. Just when David thought he was going to die this time, he heard a huge bell ring. The moment the bell rang, the surrounding cold wind disappeared, and David felt that the fear in his heart had lessened, and his heart was at peace. David did not know what happened, but his survival instinct made him immediately get up and run out of the door. This time, the door of the warehouse was not far away, and David successfully ran out. Not long after, David saw a magus in robes, flying over on a broom. The magus looked at David and told him not to move, and rushed into the warehouse. David did not find anything useful in the second warehouse, while the magus brought out 11 horrifying corpses from the first warehouse, which David did not enter. The 11 corpses belonged to all the members of Carpenter Team 2 except for David. Seeing this, David realized that it was not because his colleagues did not want to talk, but because they had all stepped into eternal darkness. There was a note written in red ink at the end of the diary. It explained why David heard the bell ringing. It was a member of the Silver Heron Royal Wizard Regiment who was patrolling nearby at that time. After hearing David shout, he noticed that something was wrong and immediately rang the copper bell. The bell was an alchemy item Angor gave to Nea as a gift. It could reduce the negative effects of undead creatures to a certain extent. It was also because of the bronze bell that David was able to break free from his trapping state at that moment. The effect of the bell only lasted for a short time, and David was lucky enough to escape from the warehouse before the effect wore off, where he met a wizard who came to rescue him. Freud's heart skipped a beat after reading the account of the escapee. He did not analyze it right away. Instead, he read several other diary entries. After reading all of them, Freud fell into deep thought. David's experience matched everyone's impression of ghosts, unexplainable and terrifying. But that was only from the perspective of ordinary people. From Freud's point of view, he did not care about the horrible atmosphere created by other people because he could do it himself. What he cared about was the attack on David's body. The David in the mirror changed its shape in a strange way. The David in the mirror went through the mirror and attacked David in the real world. The David was trapped in a certain way and could not escape. These 3 attacks must have contained the undead's special ability. The third trap was very similar to Freud's dead soul's shroud. Freud was also able to create a strange space where people could see the exit, but they would never be able to reach it. It was what John called ghost wall. However, Freud's dead soul's shroud could trap even top apprentices. Even Nea would not be able to escape from it. However, the dead soul's shroud that trapped David was dispelled by the bell's chime. Clearly, the dead soul's shroud was too weak to be worthy of its name. But if the dead soul's shroud was not the dead soul's shroud ability, then what could it be? Freud looked at David's first 2 methods. Both methods involved a medium, a mirror. This reminded him of a special type of undead mentioned in the Book of the Dead, the Mirror's Grudge. The Mirror's Grudge was a type of undead that used mirrors as a medium. This type of undead could move quickly through mirrors and use the mirror's power to pull a person's soul into the mirror world and seal it. It was almost impossible to defend against it. Wizards who fought with it would often be defeated by it. Once the dead soul's shroud was trapped, it would be very difficult to escape. This method was a specialization of soul tricks. The name of this soul trick was meddling. They spent almost a week in the tidal realm. First, they went to the Maria iceberg, then traveled along the sea of gentle waves, and finally reached the verdant plain. Along the way, they met Ice Frost Yasser, Gentle Wind Uranus, and Flourishing Graham, who lived by the Lake of Birth in the depths of the verdant plain. Apart from Flourishing Graham, they were all good friends. Therefore, Rhine's talks with them went smoothly. There were some differences in the details, but with the witch's confession, the differences were slowly resolved as they probed each other's bottom line. Their meeting with Flourishing Graham didn't cause too much of a stir. White Cloud Village was located on the verdant plain. After years of living together, Angor and White Cloud Village always had a good relationship. They first went to see Gentle Wind Uranus, then went to the Lake of Birth. With Uranus the soft wind as a companion, although Flamboyant Grandma had some complaints, they were all unimportant small details. In the end, she still joined the flood named after the general trend. After dealing with Flourishing Graham, they didn't leave immediately. Instead, they returned to Wind Island, where White Cloud Village was located. First of all, he was not in a rush, and this place was not far from the fire zone, so he could rest at Wind Island for a day or 2. Secondly, he still had some subordinates on Wind Island, so he could take them with him. There was another important reason for them to stay here. Nai Maitsue and Ice Frost Yasser rarely visited Wind Island, so they decided to take this opportunity to visit the fire zone. They both wanted to see the paintings left behind by foam. Sunders and Rhine saw the paintings in the dream wasteland, but they were created by Angor's illusions, which were different from real paintings. They were also curious to see if there were any secrets hidden in the paintings left behind by foam. Since they all wanted to rest on Wind Island, it was natural for them to return to the island. Once they returned to Wind Island, everyone except Angor went to the forbidden area and found Fang's studio. Ryan and Sunder soon returned from the studio. The paintings were indeed Fang's, but they didn't find anything strange. The most unusual thing in the studio was the mystery aura left behind by Fang's runes. Both Rain and Sunders had mastered polymorph spells, so they quickly found the source of the mystery aura and Feng Sua's rune. Sunders recognized the rune right away. It was Mad Hatter's coronation, but he did not say it out loud. Fang's rune was so ugly. If it was Angor who drew it, the rune would never be visible to the naked eye, and there would not be so many mistakes. Ryan also noticed it, but he did not know the nature of the mysterious magewef. He guessed that Feng might have a mystic-grade brush and used it to draw this mysterious magewef. After all, Feng was an artist, and it made sense for him to have a mystic-grade brush. As Feng Yu was not around, Ryan did not mind and let this matter pass. When they returned from the studio, they saw Angor leaning against a pillar by the palace gate while looking at the clouds in the distance. "Didn't you say you're going to White Bay to meet your men?" Rain asked. When they went to the studio, Angor told them that he was going to White Bay to meet his subordinates. However, when they came back, they saw Angor still staying in the palace. "I told Lobel to go to White Bay first and let him talk to the wind creatures." "I'll go there tomorrow," Angor said. "You're worried that they won't obey you?" Ryan immediately understood. "They have to keep their promise even if they don't want to," Angor said. "I told Lobel to go there first to ease the tension between us and avoid future troubles. After all, his men would have to work for him for at least 20 years. He could force them to obey his orders, but he preferred the latter if he could get along with them peacefully. So, for the sake of peace in the next 20 years, he did not mind wasting one day. "If you told Lobel to go there, why are you still standing there?" Ryan was in a good mood, so he followed Angor's gaze. They were at the palace complex on the highest mountain of Wind Island, where gentle wind Uranus arranged for them to stay. The palace complex was full of human style, but it was clearly not built by humans. It was also one of the most interesting buildings on Wind Island that Ryan could not help but admire. Looking into the distance, Angor could see the silhouettes of palaces all over the mountain, as well as the eastern part of Wind Island, which was covered by the faint morning mist. "I'm waiting for Wise Camus," Angor said. Apart from the first meeting, Angor did not see Wise Camus in person since they returned to Wind Island. This time, it was Wise Camus who took the initiative to invite him, hoping that they could meet. Angor assumed that Wise Camus was here for Cub Big. As it turned out, Angor's speculation was correct. Soon, Camus came and talked with Angor in private for about half an hour. The content of their conversation, other than the meaningless greetings, revolved around Cupid's matters. Camus hoped that Angor could keep Cub Big with him. Angor set Cub Big free as soon as he came to Wind Island, which meant Cub Big must have returned to Wise Camus. From beginning to end, Angor did not say anything. It was obvious that he did not want to leave. Angor's impression of Cub Big changed a lot after spending some time together. However, he did not want to force Cub Big to stay with him. Besides, Cub Big wanted to stay with Camus more than anything else. Camus sighed deeply. "I'll talk to Cub Big again. If he still doesn't want to leave, I'll respect his decision." With that, Camus left. Angor wanted to ask if Cub Big was the consciousness of Camus' clone, but he decided against it since it involved Camus' privacy. After Camus left, Angor returned to his palace. Sunders and Rain were talking about Wind Island, mainly because Angor mentioned that he could build a branch of Brute Cavern here. Angor thought about it because the island was suitable for wind creatures, and he planned to let his subordinates stay here. Another reason was the scenery of Wind Island. It was unique in the entire tidal realm. The beautiful scenery was also the reason why Feng chose to live here. Besides, Wind Island's geographical location was also very special, which made it relatively safe. This was why Angor came up with such an idea. However, Angor's consideration was too one-sided and idealistic. No wizard organization would consider scenery, livable, and safety when building a branch. If the organization could not even ensure its safety, it would be pointless to build a branch. When building a branch or base, wizard organizations would only consider two things: alliance and profit. It was because of this consideration that most adept organizations established their branches in the various adept bazaars, or in other words, in the territories under the jurisdiction of other adept organizations. For example, supernatural cities such as Ventspires and Floating Mech City. Wind Island, on the other hand, did not meet these conditions in Rain's opinion. However, since Angor was the one who suggested it, Rain decided to consider it seriously. After all, Angor seemed to have received a heavenly gift, and his decision might be in line with the general trend. This was why Rain took the opportunity to discuss with Sunders about Wind Island. Angor also listened to their discussion. As he learned more and more information, Angor realized that he was being a little irresponsible when he said that. He was still too inexperienced, and he did not have a good understanding of the situation. He wondered if he should take back his words. Rain waved a hand and said, "Building a branch is one of our development strategies. It's also my job to consider the different places in Tidal Realm. The heavenly gift does affect my decision, but not too much. If this place is not suitable, I'll have other plans." Angor relaxed a lot after hearing this. In the following conversation, Rain and Sunders began to deconstruct Wind Island. Later, even gentle Wind Uranus joined them. After all, this was related to the future of Wind Island. Through the deconstruction, he learned something he never paid attention to before, which was a rare experience for him. The final result was that Wind Island was not suitable for a branch. Unless Wind Island could leave the green plane and float in the sky above the entire continent. This way, Wind Island could build a mobile wizard market on top of the island. With a wizard market, the branch would be able to share the profits. However, Rain could not make the decision for Wind Island to leave the green plane and enter an era of drifting. He had to consider the feelings of the wind creatures, as well as the relationships between different elemental territories. Besides, the wizard market was built on the territory of wind creatures. Would the creatures not object? Therefore, this was not only a matter of people's livelihood, but also a matter of diplomacy. Even gentle Wind Uranus could not give an answer right away. Gentle Wind Uranus left with a serious look. Before leaving, he also said that he would think about it carefully. As for the result, no one was optimistic about it, including Angor. In the following time, they chatted about other topics, most of which revolved around the tidal realm. Angor suddenly paused in the middle of their conversation. "What's wrong?" Sunders noticed Angor's strange behavior. "Nothing. Torres wants to talk to me about something." Earlier, he sensed Torres coming out of the dream wasteland and sending a weak signal to him through his bracelet. "I think Ness' lab exploded again," said Sunders. Ryan nodded. He had also heard about this from Iron Granny. He knew that Ness had been studying the slate, hoping to find the coordinates of the Khazadar world from the constant fluctuations of the slate and open a path to the soul plane. The passage to the Khazadar world had always been controlled by 3 powerful soul families. Through plundering the benefits obtained from the Khazadar world, these 3 sorcerer families' influence grew, to the point that they were comparable to some sorcerer organizations. The fact that a single passage could achieve such a feat naturally made many adept organizations envious. If Ness could really create such a passage, Rain would support it with both hands. "I think so." Angor summoned Taurus from his bracelet, as well as the stone slab and the dream whelk. However, to everyone's surprise, Taurus didn't mention Ness. "Freud wants to talk to me?" "You're here for Ness, aren't you? Is Ness' stone slab still intact?" Taurus shook his head. "Not yet." "Fine. What does Freud want from me?" Angor asked. "I think it's about Sam." Taurus didn't know the details either. He only heard Freud mention Sam. But why did Freud want to see him? Freud could handle this on his own, so why did he need to see Angor? Moreover, he had come all the way from Origin City to the new city just to deliver a message to Taurus. Still, he didn't hesitate and entered the dream wasteland with Taurus. A moment later, Angor woke up from the dream wasteland. "Did something happen on Freud's side?" asked Sunders. "Sort of." Angor nodded. "There's a special undead creature near Star Lake Castle." Angor told Sunders about the special undead creature, as well as what the Silver Heron Knights found out about the slave ritual 13 years ago. Rain couldn't help but sigh. Special undead creatures are rare. Little Sam, who's not even an apprentice, already attracted 2 of them. As expected of a near-spirit body. "Are you going there?" Angor nodded. Yes. Special undead creatures like Mirror's Wrath are rare. Taurus hasn't learned any soul tricks yet, so I'll let him absorb the special energy of Mirror's Wrath and see if he can gain the ability to manipulate souls. If Taurus wanted to absorb Mirror's Wrath, they would have to go to Star Lake Castle first. Also, Mirror's Wrath was clearly coming for Sam, and it was already at the foot of the mountain where Star Lake Castle was located. There was no time to waste. If they wanted to go, they would have to leave right away. Neither Sunders nor Rain objected to Angor's decision. I'll be back as soon as possible. Rain nodded. Don't worry. Just make sure you're back before the party. In order to get there as soon as possible, Angor didn't linger in White Cloud Village for too long. He quickly disappeared from the palace on top of Wind Island. Angor planned to visit his wind followers on the second day, but he gave up on that idea and headed to White Cloud Bay. He didn't care about the strange looks the wind creatures were giving him. Instead, he told Lobel that he might not be around for a while, and that all wind creatures should listen to Mr. Rain until they meet again. With that, Angor left Wind Island with only Speedy, who was the fastest among them. Angor planned to use a plain passageway to return to the Land of Revelation, but he didn't think it would be a waste. The materials he needed to open a plain passageway were more than enough to buy a special undead. Even if special undead were rare, it was more than enough to buy a piece of information. Opening a plain passageway just for Taurus's soul trick wasn't worth it. Besides, they weren't far from the exit of Tidal Realm. After leaving Tidal Realm, they would arrive at the Old Earth, which was quite close to the Land of Revelation. If they traveled at full speed, they should be able to reach their destination in no time. After weighing the pros and cons, Angor decided not to use a plain passageway. Since Angor had the sequence of gravity and Toby's phantom gate, Speedy could still carry them at full speed when they weren't using their powers. Under such circumstances, they traveled as fast as they could. It only took them 1.5 days to reach the fire zone from White Cloud Village. After leaving Tidal Realm, Angor opened a phantom gate and teleported to the outskirts of Xianxia, the capital of Gold's Pink Empire. Next was the journey from the Old Earth to the Land of Revelation. During the journey, Freud also reported to him that the farmer's ghost had not shown up in the past 2 days, nor had he gone up the mountain. No one knew where he went. Some knights even suspected that the farm owner had already left. However, as a soul, Freud was more sensitive to death aura. He could still sense a large amount of death aura around the forest factory. It should still be nearby, but for some unknown reason, it had hidden itself. Perhaps they were waiting for a better opportunity to attack Star Lake Castle in one fell swoop. This was like the calm before the storm. It seemed peaceful and worry-free, but for Nea's group, the atmosphere was extremely stifling. Still, it was good news for him. No matter what the spirit of the farm owner wanted to do, if he wanted to stall for time, then so be it. It would be best if he could stall for time until they arrived. Everything was peaceful on his way. The only thing that gave him a headache was Dankros. When he left White Cloud Village, he also took Dankros with him. Since he was going to leave the fire zone anyway, he might as well bring Dankros back with him so that Magoo wouldn't worry about him. But to his surprise, Dankros insisted on taking Angor with him, saying that he wanted to broaden his horizons. At first, Angor didn't agree. However, Dankros insisted on it. Plus, Dankros had been restraining himself a lot lately, so Angor decided to accept the offer after thinking for a long time. Just take it as an eye-opener in advance. After all, other than using Dankros as a living map, Wise Man Magoo had also hoped that he could broaden Dankros' horizons and prevent him from falling into a small quagmire. When Dankros returned to the Land of Fire, he would have more information to tell Magoo the Wise. Therefore, Angor decided to take Dankros with him. To Angor's surprise, Dankros was so excited after leaving the Tide Realm that he was surprised by everything he saw. Dankros' eyes lit up when he saw a city and asked Angor to take him for a tour. Angor could only fool him by telling him that he would take him to a human city when he was done with his important business. Star Lake Castle was already very close to St. Sem City, which was a famous city of art. Even Mr. Feng once lived there for a long time. The atmosphere of the city was unique among all the cities Angor had ever seen. Angor decided to take Dankros to St. Sem City later. Dankros finally gave up his interest after receiving the promise. However, he did not stop talking. He kept asking questions about everything he saw, such as cities, buildings, smoke, cruise ships. Angor kept explaining to Dankros the meanings of all kinds of terms. About a day later, Angor finally arrived at the land of revelation with Dankros, who was still talking non-stop. It was late autumn. Night came earlier than usual. Although there was still a bit of afterglow from the setting sun, the nearby sky was already dark blue with a hint of darkness. Star Lake Castle was also brightly lit up. In the past, the Star Lake Castle was very cold and cheerless. But on this day, even though it was nearing night time, the Star Lake Castle was still very lively. The knights in armor and iron boots walked on the smooth floor, making clanking sounds. And there was more than one of them. The footsteps in the hall were so loud that they almost sounded like musical notes. The knights were all carrying various items and moving them out of Star Lake Castle. Angor took a closer look and saw that the items were all covered with a red carpet. It was as if they were hiding something forbidden and didn't want people to see them. But little Sam knew that there was nothing precious under the red carpet. It was just a mirror. The mirrors of various sizes in the Star Lake Castle were all wrapped up and handed over to the knights to take away. The noise was so loud that even little Sam, who was immersed in soul notes, was woken up by the noise. "Where are they taking the mirrors, Grandpa Drew?" Sam asked an old man who was in charge of the knights. He remembered that the old man with gold-chained glasses was called Drew. Drew looked at Sam, who was walking down the stairs, and smiled gently. "Take them outside first. We'll replace them with new ones in a few days." "Why? They're not broken, are they?" "They're afraid that they'll get dirty." "Are you afraid of getting dirty?" Little Sam looked at Drew in confusion, hoping for further explanation. But Drew only smiled and didn't say anything. Sam didn't want to ask further. He only knew Drew's name, and they weren't close. He could only change the topic. "Grandpa Drew, did you see Alda or young Master T's son?" "I don't know about Alda. But Mr. Dyson went down the mountain." Sam had no choice but to give up. He looked at the knights who were leaving with the mirrors and sighed helplessly. He shook his head and went upstairs to return to his room. The moment he opened the door, Sam suddenly paused. "I don't remember turning off the oil lamp when I left." Sam looked inside the room confusedly. It was so dark inside that he couldn't see anything clearly. He could only vaguely see the outline of some furniture. The cold wind was blowing into the hallway. "I didn't close the window?" Sam felt the cold wind and was confused again. He was about to step into the darkness, but now he retracted his foot. He felt that something was wrong. Although he had yet to become an official acolyte, with his understanding of the transcendent world and his understanding of his own innate talent, his memory had greatly improved. At least, he could remember everything that happened a few minutes ago. In particular, before he left the room, he was sitting at the table by the window, reading soul transcripts while he lit the oil lamp. He knew clearly whether the oil lamp was turned off or the window was closed. "Did someone enter my room?" Sam wondered. Otherwise, why would the oil lamp be turned off and the window open? Did the knights do it? But didn't the knights take away all the mirrors in the room? Why did they go in again? Is Alda playing a prank? It didn't seem like it. It was possible that Sunny was playing a prank, because Alda rarely did that kind of thing. Besides, Alda was very close to Sam, so there was no reason for Alda to scare him. Sam looked at the darkness in front of him and hesitated whether he should go in or not. While Sam was hesitating, footsteps came from the corridor next to him. Young Sam looked back and saw Drew and several knights coming up from the stairs around the corner. Drew ordered the knight to check if there were any mirrors in different rooms. Then, he walked towards little Sam. "You look serious. What's wrong?" Drew had been practicing cultivation for more than 70 years. Although he had reached a bottleneck, he was better at reading people's facial expressions. He walked to Sam because he felt something was wrong with Sam's eyes. Sam hesitated for a second and said, "I don't know if it's my illusion, but I feel like someone has been in my room." Young Sam spoke out his conjecture and judgment. "Oh, I see. Let me ask you whether a knight forgot to tell me about your room." Although Drew replied with a smile superficially, he became alert inside at once. He knew very well that the target of the rampaging spirit was little Sam. Although he didn't feel anything wrong at the moment, it was a critical moment now, and little Sam was a big deal. In order to avoid missing anything, he immediately called a few knights over and asked them about it. However, the knights who were responsible for searching this floor all denied that they had entered Sam's room. Did the ghost really have something to do with it? But it was still at the foot of the mountain, and the mountain was full of defensive lines. How did it get in? Drew had some doubts, but he didn't have any proof. He needed to go into the room. For the sake of caution, Drew ordered 3 powerful knights to go in and check it out first. The 3 knights in light armor carried an oil lamp and walked into the dark room. After a while, the room lit up. Sam looked inside and saw that the 3 knights had already lit up all the kerosene lamps in the room, and they seemed to be searching for something nearby. After a while, they came out and reported to Drew, "We didn't find anything. The window was open, but we didn't find any trace of human activity. It might have been blown open by the wind." Drew turned to Sam, "Didn't you lock the latch of the window?" Sam thought for a while and became a bit embarrassed. "I think so." After getting the confirmation, Drew let out a sigh of relief. It seemed to be a false alarm. However, just in case, Drew still went in personally. He carefully sensed for a while and found nothing wrong. The wind was indeed very strong tonight. The castle was close to the lake, so it was normal for the wind to blow open the window. The oil lamp on the table was facing the window, so it was normal for the wind to blow out the oil lamp. After making sure there was no mistake, Drew came out. Little Sam was a little embarrassed at this time. He felt that he was making a fuss over some insignificant details. After thanking Drew and the knights, Sam went back into the room with a blushing face. The room was brightly lit, and there was no evil in it. The soul records on the table was also open. The window was not closed yet, and the cool night breeze blew the pages of the book non-stop. Sam hurried over, closed the glass window, and plugged the latch. The moment he closed the window, the pages of soul transcripts on the table finally stopped flipping, coincidentally stopping on a page. There was an illustration on this page. It was a full-length mirror with ornate carvings. There was a ghostly figure with scarlet eyes in it. When Sam closed the window and turned around, he saw the illustration. "Well, I remember that this is a special undead book. Only special undead books had illustrations." Sam found the prototype of Mrs. Sheila, who had turned into a spider undead, in the soul transcript. Sam curiously looked over and wanted to see the words next to the illustration. However, when he came to the table, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if someone was staring at him from behind. However, behind him was the wall and the window. Outside the window, there was no balcony, and there was no place to stand. How could someone stare at him? Was it an illusion? Sam wanted to turn around and see what was going on, but a sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. Previously, when he was outside the door and looked at the dark room, he had a similar feeling. Later, Knight and Drew both proved that the room was normal. Now, the same sense of danger came again, and Sam thought that he might be too paranoid. Thinking of this, little Sam ignored the omen in his heart and turned around. Then, he saw a face. It was a ghost face with red eyes reflected on the glass window. Sam's eyes widened. This face? This face was too familiar to him. It was the owner of Xianxia farm. He was also the one who had ended little Sam's life. He was already dead, and he was killed by Sam. How could he appear here? Sam felt that his brain had stopped working, and he kept stepping back. However, because he didn't notice the corner of the table, he stumbled and fell to the ground. When Sam raised his head again, the face in the window had disappeared. Was it an illusion? While Sam was thinking about this, he heard a weird rustling sound behind him. There was a rustling sound behind him? Little Sam shivered. He had a bad feeling about this. Could it be that the farmer's ghost was behind him? He turned his head around, trembling. There was nothing behind him, only the desk was shaking slightly, making the crisp sound of wood hitting the ground. He looked down and found that a cushion under the corner of the desk had been knocked away. The desk in this room was an antique. It was said that it had been used for decades, even when little Sam's mother was still alive. Since the desk was often waxed, it still looked intact. However, there was a lake near the castle, and the humid air seeped into the desk day after day. The core of the desk had become moist and corrosive. One of the corners of the desk was missing, which made it shake all year round. After little Sam moved in, he put a cushion under the corner of the desk so that it wouldn't affect his reading. Now, the cushion was knocked to the side. He must have bumped into it when he tripped. Because of the missing pads, coupled with his collision, the strange rustling sound just now was heard. Little Sam looked at the shaking desk and let out a sigh of relief. He had thought that it was the farmer's ghost that was playing tricks on him. Speaking of the farmer's ghost, little Sam couldn't help but turn his head and look at the window. However, there was no shadow on the window, not to mention a human face. Perhaps he was too tired from reading and started hallucinating. Little Sam shook his head and stood up. He looked around cautiously and didn't see anything strange. Sam remembered that the knights and wizard Drew had checked the room and said there was nothing wrong with it. Maybe he was just being paranoid. Little Sam twisted his ankle when he tripped, so he staggered to the chair behind the desk and sat down. Rubbing his sore ankle, Sam glanced at the book sole transcript that had been blown away by the wind. Just now, he had caught a glimpse of the illustration in the book. He remembered that there was a ghost with scarlet eyes in the full-length mirror. It was similar to what he had just experienced. He also saw the ghost on the mirror-like glass. Little Sam looked at the explanation next to the illustration and read it out, Special Undead Spirit. Mirror's Grudge. When little Sam read out the word Mirror's Grudge, he felt the surroundings become colder. It has the special ability to affect the material world through the mirror. The mirror is its hiding place and also its teleportation channel. It can use the mirror to perform a special space jump. The best way to prevent this is to cover all the mirrors with cloth and take them away. Little Sam swallowed his saliva. When he saw this, he suddenly thought of the scene he had seen in the hall downstairs. Drew had brought the knights to the Star Lake Castle to search for mirrors wantonly. He had also covered the mirrors with a velvet cloth and brought them out of the Star Lake Castle. This was similar to what he read in the book. Was the knight group trying to prevent Mirror's Grudge? If you've already seen Mirror's Grudge, then you have to be careful. He might already be hiding around you, behind you, or above you. It's little Sam. She didn't know if it was a psychological effect or if it was really cold. It might be behind you, or above you. Looking at the typography, young Sam gulped and slowly turned his head. There was only silence behind him. He then raised his head and looked at the ceiling. It was also peaceful. It seems that I'm too sensitive. Little Sam breathed a sigh of relief. However, before he finished his sigh, he felt a colder and more creepy aura coming from under his feet. At the same time, his ankle under the table seemed to be grabbed by a pair of hands. Young Sam paused and lowered his head to take a look. He didn't know when a shadow appeared under the table. When little Sam looked over, the shadow raised its head. It had scarlet eyes, a creepy face, and a weird voice. Seeing this, Sam was so scared that his heart almost stopped beating for a few seconds. Then, it started to beat rapidly, causing his heart to beat so fast that he could hear it in his ears. Little Sam couldn't stay calm anymore. No one would be able to stay calm when they saw a scary ghost face under the table. Not to mention, this ghost face belonged to the farm owner. The farmer's ghost didn't disappear. The ghost figure he saw on the window wasn't an illusion. Everything happened in reality. However, he didn't notice that the farmer's ghost had left the window and entered this room. Although little Sam's heart was beating fast, he had seen ghosts before, and he had dealt with the spider undead, Mrs. Sheila. Even though his face was pale with fright, he still tried to defend himself and escape. However, when little Sam kicked the chair away and tried to escape, a huge force pulled him back from his ankle. It was the farmer's ghost who had grabbed his ankle. Sam had already sprained his ankle. Now that he was being pulled back, Sam could no longer maintain his balance and sat back down on the chair. Although his ankle was shackled, little Sam wasn't a person who would wait for death. He forced himself to ignore all the external factors and think about how to deal with the current situation. The speed of his thinking was faster than anything else. Maybe it was his subconscious thinking, or maybe it was his plan. In less than a second, little Sam came up with a new plan. When he fought with the spider undead, he could use his own blood to attack Mrs. Sheila because she was his relative. However, this farmer's ghost wasn't related to him, so it didn't work. Therefore, what little Sam did was to pick up the oil lamp on the table, take off the lamp cover, and throw it at the undead under his feet. Flames were a kind of violent surging energy. The collision of energy didn't necessarily cause harm to the undead. However, little Sam didn't want to hurt the undead with the flame in the oil lamp, he just needed a moment. A moment to escape. Little Sam knew that he was no match for the undead, let alone this kind of special undead. Obviously, escaping was the best way because Wizard Drew and a large number of knights were outside. Little Sam's response was very decisive and timely. When the flame touched the black hand of the farmer's ghost, the hand that was holding his ankle shrank a bit. It was this momentary contraction that gave Sam the chance to escape. He kicked the table with his other leg and used the reaction force to jump several meters away. Rolling on the ground, Sam didn't even look back. Bearing the pain in his ankle, he rushed towards the door of the corridor. When little Sam touched the lock of the door, only 1 second had passed. He twisted the lock, and it was opened immediately. Little Sam looked at the crack of the door, and hope rose in his heart. Undead attack. Help! Little Sam pushed open the door without hesitation and yelled at the same time. However, he didn't expect that when he opened the door, he didn't see the corridor but a room. It was his room. He could even see the overturned chair and the tilted table in the room in front of him. It was the chair that he had knocked over when he was jumping. However, it was his room in front of him and behind him. So where was he now? Little Sam was confused. He turned his head and looked at the room behind him, which was exactly the same as the room in front of him. It was like two different mirrored spaces. The farmer's ghost slowly crawled out of the tilted table in a weird and inhuman way. The rooms in front of him and behind him were the same. There are even two undead? Little Sam was shocked. Was it an illusion? Little Sam didn't care too much. If one of the two rooms was an illusion, he believed that it must be the room in front of him. He braced himself and rushed toward the room in front of him. However, when he rushed forward for a distance, he clearly felt that everything around him seemed to be real. Whether it was the overturned chair, the walls on both sides, or the touch of the furniture around him, it didn't feel like an illusion at all. Even the gloomy aura of the farmer's ghost in front of him was no different from the real thing. Did he make the wrong choice? When little Sam began to doubt himself, he didn't see the farmer's ghost not far away from him curl up his lips into a weird smile. With a dive, the farmer's ghost rushed to the front of little Sam and directly grasped little Sam's neck with his hand with long black nails. Before little Sam could react, his thin body was lifted high by a great force. Unable to breathe and suspended in the air, little Sam kept struggling, but it was useless. The farmer ghost smashed little Sam to the ground with a cruel smile. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard. It was the sound of little Sam's ribs breaking. When little Sam was still in a daze, he heard footsteps behind him. The other farmer's ghost in the room behind him also walked to little Sam's side and slid his snake-like tongue over his lips. The creepy smile was filled with inexplicable cruelty and pleasure. The sharp nails were like the claws of a beast. Little Sam's chest was about to be pierced. Little Sam tried his best to resist the discomfort and moved away a little. The ghost's hand didn't go into his chest, but it still took away a big chunk of flesh from his right hand. Blood gushed out of the wound. The loss of flesh only made the bones inside look even creepier. Little Sam could imagine what would happen if the ghost's hand went into his chest. Little Sam managed to escape death, but he still didn't see any hope. The ghosts of the two farm owners in the front and back rooms seemed to be real. He couldn't even handle one, let alone two. Moreover, he was now seriously injured. This time, was there really no way to escape this calamity? It was already dark outside when Angor arrived at the lumber factory. Normally, the factory would still be brightly lit. Some carpenters would even light up lamps to do some rough work. But at this time, other than a few places in the factory that still had light, the rest of the place was deserted. Angor slowly walked to the gate. As soon as he reached the gate, he saw an undead creature slowly rising from the ground. It was Freud, who had been waiting for him for a long time. Mr. Pat. Freud bowed to Angor and glanced at Dankros, who was hiding behind Angor with only half of his face exposed, as well as the gentle wind around Angor. Freud sensed that the hand and the wind were two elemental creatures. Is this Mr. Pad's elemental companion? While Freud was pondering, Angor used his spirit feelers to check the entire factory. No undead creatures in the factory. There are remnants of death chi in some places, and most of it is near the mirror. Angor looked at Freud. So you're right. The farmer's ghost is a mirror grudge. Yes, I did, but I couldn't find any trace of it. I don't know where it went. Mirror grudge has a special ability that allows it to move quickly through mirrors. As long as there are enough mirrors, it can move as fast as wizards. It's normal that you didn't find it. As long as there was a mirror, mirror's grudge could move quickly. This kind of mobility was terrifying. Mirrors were a common item used by humans. It could be said that the mirror's ability in the wild might be average, but in an area where humans gathered, it was quite terrifying, and its concealment ability was very strong. The best way to deal with mirror grudge is to get rid of it. Freud said, I've asked the knights to remove all the mirrors in the factory. Only 2 of them are left. Freud pointed at 2 doors not far away, which led to 2 warehouses with a mirror inside. They didn't remove all the mirrors because mirror grudge wouldn't come here without them. Leaving 2 mirrors would effectively limit mirror grudge's movement. Angor already noticed the 2 mirrors in the warehouse when he checked with his spirit feelers. There were still traces of death aura in them, which meant mirror grudge must have been inside them before. You're right. But are you sure you only left 2 mirrors behind? Angor asked in a small voice. Freud was sure of this before, but now, Angor's question made him feel a little doubtful. Could it be that there were other mirrors that had not been removed? I don't think so, Freud said after a moment of hesitation. It was the knights who removed the mirrors, but Freud was sure that there were no mirrors left in the warehouse. Angor didn't answer. Instead, he walked deeper into the factory. Freud quickly followed behind him. After entering the factory, a long and narrow walkway entered his sight. At the end of the walkway was a large wood processing area. On both sides of the corridor were various rooms with different functions, as well as stairs that led to the upper floors. Angor didn't enter the area. Instead, he pushed open a random room. There were traces of life inside, but no one was inside. Angor walked to the window of the room and saw the forest outside. See? Huh? Angor knocked on the window with his knuckles. The clear sound seemed to penetrate deep into Freud's mind. Angor pointed at the air with his index finger. Starlight appeared on the tip of his finger. Meanwhile, Freud stared at the reflection on the window in a daze. The surface of the glass reflected all the starlight coming from Angor's fingertip as if it was a mirror. Of course, Freud knew what Angor was trying to say. Mister, you're saying the glass can become a host for Mirror's grudge? Yes. Angor nodded. Mirror's grudge wasn't just a mirror. Anything that could reflect reality could become a host for Mirror's grudge. If Mirror's grudge could evolve further, it could even use a calm water surface as a host. As for the farmer's ghost, it hadn't been long since he died, so it shouldn't be able to reach the water surface yet. Glass, on the other hand, could become a host for Mirror's grudge. Almost every room in the factory has glass windows. If Mirror's grudge can use glass as a host, does that mean the entire factory is right under its nose? But Mirror's grudge never showed up on the glass before. I never sensed his aura of death from the glass either. Moreover, if he could transfer through the glass, with his murderous nature, he could have killed even more people in the previous cases. Freud wasn't doubting Angor's judgment. He just didn't understand why Mirror's grudge never showed up on the glass before. On a logical level, any abnormal behavior can be interpreted. Undead creatures don't have intelligence, but they can still do whatever they want to do to achieve their goals. Think of Mirror's grudge as a wizard who can travel through mirrors. You're trying to protect little Sam, so you're now enemies. After entering this scenario, why do you think he did not show you the ability to travel through glass? Freud followed Angor's train of thought and put himself in the same situation. In a battle where we don't know anything, understanding the enemy's mentality is the key. If it's me, I won't want my enemy to know my trump card. But I'm only hiding it because I want to show my weakness. Why do you want to show your weakness? Because you want your enemy to overlook your weakness so that you can kill him in one hit. Freud suddenly realized something. The farmer's ghost was not here to kill Freud, nor the knights and wizards of the Silver Heron royal family. His target was little Sam. The reason why Mirror's Grudge chose to stay on the glass instead of going through it was to give his enemies an illusion that he couldn't travel through the glass. When they really ignored the glass layer, it could use this opportunity to achieve its goal, which was to kill Sam, but now, there was another problem. How could he go to the mountainside and kill Sam by pretending to be weak? Mirror's Grudge's grudge mirrors was a mirror's mirror, which was a mirror's grudge's had. They were at the foot of the mountain, which was quite a distance away from the mountainside. Jing Yuan couldn't jump directly to the mountainside. Unless there was some other glass's grudge's foot was stepping on its grudge. However, Freud knew that there was nothing between the foot of the mountain and the waist of the mountain except for some wild beasts and plants. Could it be that he had overlooked some details? Freud glanced out of the window. From here, he could only see the dark forest and the faint silhouettes of the mountains in the distance. In the distance, Freud could see a few moving flames. Freud knew that the light came from the torches of the patrolling knights. Naya had sent them here to search for the rancher's ghost. Wait, knights? Would the knight carry a glass mask with him? An idea suddenly flashed through Freud's mind. Knights rarely carried mirrors or glass with them. But Angor once mentioned that anything that could reflect reality could be used as a shelter. And there was indeed such a thing on a knight's body. It was called armor. Sir, can grudge mirrors armor? Freud quickly asked. Other than a few alloy armors, most of the royal knights' armors were silver. After the silver armors were wiped clean, they were all incomparably shiny and could be used as mirrors. Of course. Angor nodded. Freud's heart skipped a beat. Shit. If Jing Grudge could really use his shiny armor to warp, then he could use the knights in different positions to warp multiple times before finally arriving at the Star Lake Castle halfway up the mountain. This was because the entire mountain was now filled with patrolling knights. I didn't sense grudge mirror today. I think he's already gone to the mountain. Freud looked outside the window and saw the brightly lit Star Lake Castle at the side of the mountain. However, Freud couldn't help but feel something ominous. Angor didn't know what was going on yet. Freud's words immediately alerted him. Without hesitation, he activated the illusion gate on his spell slot and teleported to the side of the mountain. In the next second, he and Freud appeared outside Star Lake Castle. Freud sighed in relief when he saw what was going on. Druid was commanding the knights at the gate of the castle. There were also several royal wizards patrolling in the sky. Grudge Mirror's grudge wouldn't dare to break into Star Lake Castle at this time. However, when Freud looked at Angor again, he sensed something was wrong. Angor was staring at the third floor of the castle with a frown. The third floor was the floor where Sam was now. What's wrong, sir? When Freud asked the question, Drew also noticed their arrival and hurried to greet them. Angor didn't answer. Instead, he leaped into the air. Freud manipulated his soul power and followed after him. Look. Angor pointed at the window of a room on the third floor. Freud looked at where Angor was pointing and saw Sam's room. The window wasn't closed properly, so there was a small gap. However, looking in from the outside, it was pitch black. Freud didn't sense anything else. But something was wrong with the darkness. Even if the room wasn't lit, it shouldn't be this dark. It was as if something was devouring the light in the room. While Freud looked around, Druid also flew into the air using his flying broom. He bowed to Angor from afar and looked at the room on the third floor. However, Druid didn't use his eyes. Instead, he sent his spirit feelers into the room. Just as the psychic tentacles drilled into the window, Drew exclaimed, "What a heavy aura of death." Oh no, it's that undead. Angor's arrival had attracted the attention of all the apprentices around him. Druid's shout caused a huge commotion among the apprentices. When they looked at the window on the third floor, they all had a bad feeling. They had been patrolling outside the castle every day just to keep an eye out for the undead creature. They didn't expect the undead creature to sneak into the castle without them noticing. More importantly, it happened right under Angor's nose. Lady Naya wanted to use this opportunity to please Angor. She was only willing to guard this place because she wanted to please Angor. But now, Angor was the one who noticed it first. They all felt ashamed of themselves. After that, they became angry at the undead creature. They knew it wasn't easy to deal with an undead creature, but they still wanted to rush into the room and teach it a lesson. 6 apprentice adepts had already entered the room, one after the other. However, Freud didn't see any sign of them after they entered Sam's room. It was as if they had become one with the darkness. Freud wasn't too worried about these apprentices. They had been in the wizarding world for years, and they wouldn't surrender so easily even if they encountered a special undead creature. He was more worried about Sam. "Sir, how's Sam?" Freud looked at Angor again. "He's hurt a little, but he's fine for now." Freud sighed in relief. He wasn't surprised that Angor could see what was going on in the room. Drew, who didn't enter the room, also approached Angor respectfully. "Don't worry about the wizards who enter the room. It's just an illusion created by the death aura. They're only temporarily trapped inside." "Dead soul's vision?" Freud asked. "What? The farmer's ghost has mastered the dead soul vision?" Angor shook his head. "It's not a dead soul vision. It's a special kind of illusion created by using a mirror as a medium. Also, it seems to have something to do with space." "Interesting." The illusion didn't have any illusion nodes, but it also used some space energy to create an interesting effect. If he could use the illusion nodes to stabilize the illusion would become much more powerful. This was also the reason why he didn't destroy the illusion right away. While Angor was observing the dead soul's vision, Sam was still fighting against the 2 farm owners' ghosts. Dead soul's vision was the name Angor came up with for the illusion in the room. Sam had great reflexes, but it was still difficult for him to dodge all the attacks from the farm owners' ghosts with broken ribs and injured arms. Boom, Sam struggled to get up, but he was kicked in the waist by a huge force. His body flew in a parabola and smashed into a corner of the room. The noise was accompanied by the sound of breaking furniture. Sam felt as if all his bones were broken, and his vision turned blood red. His forehead was injured, and blood was gushing out of it, blocking his vision. In the misty blood, young Sam heard footsteps. He forced himself to raise his head. His vision was blurred by blood. The only thing he could see was the farm owner's strange and crazed face behind the blood. "Am I going to die? I killed him, and now I have to pay him back with my life. I don't want to die like this. He tried to kill me first." Images flashed through Sam's mind. They were all memories of the past. He was born in glory, grew up in misery, and finally saw the light of hope after meeting Angor. Now, he was going to fall into darkness again. He didn't want to die like this. But there was nothing he could do. His body was in so much pain that he couldn't move at all. There was no hope for him to escape from the farm owner's ghosts. As Sam was about to face his doom, he suddenly heard a strange noise. "Hey, there's a door here." "Io, are you behind the door? What's going on here? Is this the dead soul's vision created by the undead?" Sam's eyes glowed. He didn't know who was talking outside, but he felt a little bit of hope. The person knew about the dead soul's vision, which meant he or she had studied supernatural knowledge before. Maybe he or she was a wizard trained by the Silver Heron royal family. Sam wanted to shout to attract the person's attention, but he didn't even have the strength to speak. He forced himself to hold on to his thoughts that were about to fall into darkness and pulled himself together a little. He tried to control his body, even if it was just to make a little noise. But his limbs felt like they were filled with lead. He couldn't move at all. Could it be that he really couldn't escape this calamity? Just when little Sam was in despair again, he heard footsteps. Someone was walking towards him. And it was coming right to him. Huff. The farm owner's ghost, who was looking at Sam, was also attracted by the footsteps. He looked at young Sam and then looked behind him. His goal was to kill Sam. However, in his muddled mind, killing Sam in a straightforward way would not bring him any pleasure. He wanted to torture Sam to death. Someone interrupted his plan. This was an unforgivable crime. When Sam finally felt his limbs and wiped off the blood in front of his eyes, he saw the ghosts of the 2 farm owners disappearing into the distance. Was he saved? No. Sam wasn't so optimistic. Farmer Ghost obviously wanted to deal with the other people first, so he didn't let him go. What he needed to do now was to use this chance to run away. With all of his strength, little Sam struggled back up from the ground while enduring the great pain that came from his entire body. He didn't have time to worry about the person being chased by the farm owner's ghost. He could only pray that the person was safe. Sam stood in the middle of the hallway and looked around. His room was in front of him, and his room was behind him. It looked like a mirror. Where should he go? How could he escape? Sam thought for a while and finally limped to the room he was in. He wanted to look out of the window. He was on the 3rd floor. If he jumped down from here, he wouldn't die. Also, he remembered that there was a drainage pipe next to the window on the 2nd floor. If he could grab the pipe, he wouldn't be hurt too badly. With that in mind, Sam walked to the window and opened it. Then, he was stunned. What he saw was not what he expected. Instead, there was another room with the same decoration as the one he was in. It was just a mirror. Seeing the scene outside the window, Sam smiled bitterly. Sure enough, it was not that easy. Since the farm owner's spirit dared to leave him alone, he must have a backup plan. It was impossible for him to escape so easily. Even though Sam knew it would be difficult to escape, he couldn't just sit there and wait for his death. Sam thought for a while, dipped his finger in his blood, and drew an O on the table. Then, he limped towards the other room. He had been in this room before, and the layout of the new room was the same as before. Even the broken parts were exactly the same. It was just an inverted mirror image. Sam couldn't wait to look at the table. Then, he saw a bright red O. The blood was still wet. It was exactly what he had drawn before. He had drawn it in the next room. Why did the new room have the same symbol? Was it an illusion created by the dead soul's vision? Could the illusions be synchronized? How could he solve it? Sam frowned. He couldn't think of a way to solve it. While he was thinking, he heard some faint sounds again. It sounded like someone was talking, but it also sounded like someone was fighting. Sam tried to trace the source of the sounds, but he couldn't do it. Because the sounds appeared directly in his ears. They were whispering, but there was no source. After listening carefully for a while, Sam put it aside. The sounds were too vague, and couldn't help him at all. Now, the most important thing was to find a way to leave. After blocking the outside interference, Sam continued to observe in the 2 inverted mirrored rooms. He didn't go to the other rooms, because he felt that the real room must be in one of the 2 rooms. Before he could prove that there was no way out, he still wanted to search the 2 rooms first. He tried many times in the 2 rooms and came to a conclusion. In these 2 rooms, apart from the flipping of the mirrors, anything else that touched could be synchronized to the physical world. For example, when he drew the O, or when he moved the stool in the left room, the stool in the right room would float and move to the corresponding position. When he moved the lamp in the right room, the lamp in the left room would move as well. This made him confused about the direction of space. At first, he thought that the room on the left was the real one, and the one on the right was the wrong one. But when he walked back and forth between the 2 rooms, the space vector kept confusing his brain. He couldn't even tell the left room from the right room. This was especially so when everything on both sides changed at the same time as he touched them. This kind of spatial confusion was even stronger. When Sam started to doubt his sense of direction and space, he knew that he couldn't go on. He stopped at the intersection of the 2 rooms and started to think about what to do. He stopped thinking about which room was the real one and which one was the fake one. He started to think about how to get out of this situation. After some time, Sam opened his eyes. He had an idea, but he was hesitant about whether he should carry it out or not. After all, he had to do it. While little Sam was hesitating, he suddenly heard footsteps. He did not know whose footsteps it was, nor did he know where they were coming from. He only knew that the footsteps were getting closer and closer, as if they would reach him at any moment. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Little Sam's eyes became firm. He looked back and forth. At this moment, he couldn't distinguish between space and direction. Therefore, he simply chose a room and walked in. When he reached the bookshelf, Sam reached out his hand and touched a lit oil lamp hanging above the bookshelf. Then he turned on the oil lamp. Slightly moving his throat, Sam took a deep breath and directly poured the lamp oil onto the bookshelf in front of him. As soon as the burning wick came into contact with the moist paper, a small flame instantly ignited. The entire side of the room was filled with bookshelves filled with paperback books. They were natural accelerants. The flame spread quickly. In the blink of an eye, the room was on fire. This was his choice. Since the physical world touched, the two rooms would be synchronized. In that case, what kind of changes would occur when the energy boundary changed? After Sam ignited the big fire, he took a few steps back and looked at the room on the other side. He wanted to see if there was a big fire in the room on the other side. Then, he saw an orange-red light. The fire was reflected in the other room, but it was a bit strange. The fire in the other room was brighter than the one in the other room. While Sam was observing the fire in the other room, he heard a whooshing sound behind him. He quickly turned around. He didn't know when, but the farmer's ghost appeared behind him. The farmer's ghost was angrily staring at Sam with his red eyes. The moment Sam turned around, the ghost of the farmer rushed at him like a madman. Little Sam's injury hadn't healed yet. Facing the farmer's attack, he couldn't dodge at all. He could only watch as the sharp black claws reached for his throat. Just when little Sam felt that the chilly wind had already pierced his throat, a pulling force suddenly came from behind and pulled little Sam away. After a while, little Sam raised his head and saw that there was one more figure in front of him. No, there were 6 more figures. They were wearing wizard robes with the emblem of the Silver Heron royal family. They were from the Silver Heron royal family wizard legion. Finally got you. Don't you dare hurt anyone in front of us. Don't worry. We're here. He won't have a chance to hurt you. A kind-looking old wizard turned around and comforted Sam with his eyes. However, before Sam could respond, another voice sounded. Come on, if it weren't for little Sam, you would still be trapped in the mirror dimension. Now you're acting all righteous. Sam's eyes lit up when he heard the familiar voice and the sarcastic tone. He looked up and saw Freud standing by the window. He didn't know when Freud had appeared in the room. Freud sneered at the wizards from the Silver Heron Imperial Wizard Legion before he turned his attention to the blazing fire nearby. You're just setting a fire in the room? Aren't you afraid that you'll burn yourself to death? However, you did accidentally burn the doppelganger that guy left in the mirror. Freud slowly walked over. Alright, I'll take care of the rest. As soon as Freud finished his words, Sam felt that he was wrapped by a gentle force and rushed to the window through the raging fire. When Sam finally came back to his senses, he was already outside the Star Lake Castle. Next to him was Adept Drew, and Mr. Pat? Sam still felt pain all over his body, and his throat was dry due to the fire, but he still couldn't help but exclaim out loud. Angor nodded to Sam with a look of approval. Sam wanted to say something, but Drew already came to him and said, You're badly hurt. Don't talk. I'll help you recover. Drew looked at little Sam, who was covered in blood and whose chest had caved in, with a distressed look. He murmured, Fortunately, it's just a serious injury, not an arm or a leg. Streams of green light and rich life energy were released from Drew's hands and covered Sam's body. When Sam's injuries were almost stabilized, Drew let out a sigh of relief. The surface injuries are almost healed. Take some time to rest and recuperate. You should be able to recover in a month at most. Little Sam also felt much better. Although his wounds were still painful and itchy, he felt a lot more at ease, because he couldn't feel anything in those places before. Thank you, Grandpa Drew. Little Sam's sincere gratitude made Drew a little uncomfortable. This time, the Silver Heron Royal Wizards had sent out almost all of their forces, but they still couldn't stop the farm owner's ghost. In the end, the ghost even managed to sneak into the castle. In the end, Sam was saved without the help of the Silver Heron Royal Wizards. No matter how thick-skinned Drew was, he still felt a little embarrassed. Not to mention that Angor was watching from the side. I didn't do anything. You don't have to thank me. I'm the one who should apologize, Drew said. Drew hurriedly said, It's our negligence this time. Sigh. Previously, you clearly noticed that something was wrong and asked us to go into the house to investigate. Because we didn't take your opinion seriously, we ended up like this. Drew had apologized to little Sam, which made little Sam a little uncomfortable. Anyway, Grandpa Drew, I should thank you for treating my wounds, Sam said in a serious tone. After a moment of silence, Sam looked at the third floor of the castle. He had already left, but he was still curious about what was going on in the room. However, it was difficult to see anything from here. He could only vaguely see that there was smoke coming out of the window on the third floor. What's that smoke? Angor glanced at Sam. You're the one who started the fire. Did you forget? Sam blushed. And no. I was just trying to see if I could synchronize the energy release in different rooms. After saying that, Sam realized that he hadn't told him what had happened at that time, so he hurriedly said, I mean, there were 2 identical rooms at that time, and what I did in the different rooms would. Before Sam could finish, Angor interrupted, I know. I saw it. Sam was surprised. Mr. Pat was a wizard. Of course, he knew what was going on in the room. I saw everything you did after that. You used blood to draw circles in the rooms, and you set the fire. Angor chuckled. Good idea. But next time, you better think of a way out before you make a decision. Aren't you afraid that you'll get burned to death by the fire instead of going to the window? Sam lowered his head, feeling a little embarrassed. But overall, you did a good job. Angor put a hand on Sam's shoulder. It's only one of your experiments, but you managed to destroy one of Grudge Mirror's mirror avatars and free the apprentices who were trapped inside the mirror avatars. Even if an apprentice adept were to go in, their performance might not be better than yours. Angor was also surprised by Sam's behavior. He didn't try to save Sam because he was sure that the boy wouldn't die. He planned to observe the death energy mirror image created by Jean Grudge for a while before saving little Sam. But to his surprise, little Sam did a better job than he expected. End of chapter 23-29. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.